In the Ahui group building, Zhou Chuli completed her tasks by 8 in the evening. Despite her fatigue, she swiftly tidied her workspace and hurried out of the office. Just as she reached the ground floor, her university class monitor called, "Hello, Chuli, where are you? The whole class is here except for you." "I'm sorry, I'm on my way," she replied. Today marked the 3rd anniversary of her university graduation, and the gathering was held at the most upscale entertainment venue in Jingzhou. Unfortunately, she had inadvertently arrived late, but fortunately, the venue was not far from her office, and the taxi ride would only take about 10 minutes. After ending the call, she promptly boarded the ride she had pre-ordered and reiterated the address to the driver. Exhausted after a long day, she yearned for a moment of respite. However, just as she closed her eyes, her phone chimed. Upon checking, she saw a message from her aunt. "The person I'm introducing you to has exceptional qualities. His family is engaged in business and owns several properties in Jingzhou. To be frank, he is 37, has been married once, and has a child. Yet he has many suitors, and he has chosen you. Tomorrow is Saturday. Would you like to meet him?" Shortly after, a WeChat contact card was sent. Chuli didn't even bother to open the card and replied directly, "Aunt, I already have someone I like." Her aunt, perceiving her response as insincere, immediately sent a voice message. Chuli minimized the volume and pressed play, yet she could still sense her aunt's irritation. "When I tried to introduce you to someone back when you graduated, you said the same thing. It's been years. Have you ever brought someone home? You won't even share a name with us who has such a tight lip as you? If your parents hadn't passed away early, would I be so concerned about you? You continually disregard my goodwill, finding excuses to deceive me." With her eyes lowered, Chuli thought to herself that she was not deceiving her. She truly had someone she cherished, from the age of 17 to 25. In a fleeting moment, several more voice messages arrived. "Ask yourself honestly, how have I treated you over the past decade since your parents' passing? You've eaten our food, stayed with us, and we even funded your education. That tutoring class you attended in your senior year cost $200 to $300 per hour. Your uncle was worried about you being deprived, and whatever my daughter has, you should have your share. You think? Your uncle's business is struggling to match. Introducing is a familiar face from his business circle. He has seen your photo and is quite pleased. If you marry him, he could support your family's business in the future. With such a good match, why are you being so obstinate?" There are still a few voice messages left, but Chuli chose not to listen any further. She returned the woman's call succinctly, stating, "Aunt, the person I like is quite remarkable. We are already in a relationship." A month prior, she had begun dating the man she had secretly admired for 8 years. Chuli endeavored to suppress the ripples of emotion surging within her. The woman, half convinced, inquired with displeasure, "When did this happen? What are his qualifications?" Qualifications? He lacked nothing wealthy, influential, and possessing striking features. He was akin to a poisoned honey, a temptation one knew was perilous yet could not resist. She and Shenli were entirely different beings. Her demeanor was so understated and quiet that she could easily be overlooked. Yet, despite their contrasting natures, they had become a couple a month ago. "Speak up. What's his background?" Chuli replied, "He is my high school classmate. Later, we both got into the same university and the same major, ending up in the same class." "What a coincidence." Chuli smiled self-deprecatingly. "Not a coincidence. He is quite wealthy," she added, and that was the crux her aunt wished to hear. As anticipated, her aunt's voice grew more animated. "So he will be at the university reunion tonight? Tomorrow is Saturday. Bring him home to meet me first." Chuli felt that introducing him to her family after only a month of dating seemed a bit hasty. However, after years of concealed affection finally breaking through to the light, how could it be considered too soon? She sighed, "I will ask for his opinion shortly." Only then did the other party reluctantly end the call. After exiting the car, Chuli hurriedly made her way to the private room. The gathering was at its most vibrant. At the moment she pushed the door open, all eyes turned towards her, a chorus of exclamations erupting. "Wow, our leading lady has arrived. So beautiful. Isn't that obvious? If she weren't beautiful, could she stand beside our Shingu?" The once reclusive individual who preferred to hide in the corners during her school days was now the center of attention under the title of Shun Li's girlfriend. Chuli clearly felt a bit out of her element, her hands, resting at her sides, unconsciously clenched. When their gazes met, she instinctively averted her eyes. The man, clad in casual attire, his loose light gray sweater unable to conceal his well-proportioned physique, lounged on the sofa, an air of detachment about him that was strikingly apparent. He regarded the reserved woman, extinguishing his cigarette, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips as he gestured to his right leg. "Come here, sit here." Chuli's heart inexplicably tightened, her steps somewhat stiff as she approached. Her nature prevented her from sitting on his lap in such a public setting, but she nevertheless settled beside him. Shunli offered her a piece of fruit, bringing it to her lips, his voice like a gentle breeze brushing against her ear. "This class is exhausting, why not skip it? They'll take care of you from now on." The bystanders listened with expressions of envy. Shunli possesses a unique charm, a mere word, a casual gesture, or even a fleeting glance from him can effortlessly entice others to gravitate towards him. However, Chuli, with her reserved nature, appears rather mundane in response to his flirtations. "No, thank you. My current job is quite satisfactory," she thinks, recognizing that countless individuals strive fervently yet fail to secure a position in a prestigious company like Yahoo Group. Shunli chuckles softly. "What can I, as your boyfriend, do for you? Surely, I cannot merely serve as a decorative presence." Their relationship is hardly intimate. After a month of courtship, they have yet to share a kiss. Shunli has never experienced such an innocent romance before. Chuli finds herself somewhat at a loss, but at that moment, Shunli rises from his seat. He gently ruffles her hair, saying, "They'll step out for a phone call." Chuli obedini not. Yet, no sooner has Shunli exited the private room than a scornful female voice pierces her ears. "Zhou Chuli, you can't genuinely believe that Shungu is interested in you, can you? He's merely indulging himself in a few days. He'll cast you aside." The speaker is Meng Yin, Chu Li's university roommate, who is evidently inebriated, her face flushed and reeking of alcohol. Chu Li remains impassive, her gaze steady as she observes the woman before her. The two have had their share of disagreements during their university days and have completely lost touch since graduation. Meng Yin harbors feelings for Shun Li, having been linked to him in numerous rumors back in college. Witnessing the tenderness and affection with which Shun Li regards Chu Li drives Meng Yin to the brink of madness with jealousy. In a fit of impulsiveness, she retrieves her phone and plays a recording. "Listen to how worthless you are in Shun Guess eyes." Without warning, it feels as though a heavy blow has struck Chu Li's head. The recording begins with the voice of one of Shun Li's friends. "Shinge, did you break up that quickly?" A sense of dread washes over Chu Li, and before she can process it, Shun Li's impatient voice resonates. "I got bored, we broke up." "Then why not try a good girl? You've never played with one of those." Shun Li retorts, not interested. "Are you afraid a good girl will be too difficult to handle?" "Nonsense. There's no woman Shun Ge cannot conquer. Let's make a bet you set a target for Shun Ge, and if he can't win her over in 3 days, he'll kneel and call you grandpa." Meng Yan's reckless outburst transforms the once lively room into a realm of silence, as all eyes fixate intently on the recording. They quickly grasp the implications, their previously envious gazes towards Chu Li now tinged with pity and mockery. A cacophony of voices crashes into Chu Li's mind, yet she feels as though she were a filtering machine, automatically sifting through the noise, her ears only attuned to his carefree, mocking tone. "Zhou Chuli? 3 days to seal the deal. If I fail, he'll never race again." Shunli was once the youngest F1 driver in the country, and racing was his lifelong pursuit, his very essence. Chuli mused that he truly had a daring spirit. Yet, for him, it presented no challenge whatsoever. He required not even 3 days within mere hours. He had her under his control. As Meng Yin remarked, she indeed was of lowly worth. It was only at that moment that Chu Li realized the affection she believed to glimpse was merely a gamble born of his fleeting whim. She gripped the glass in her hand tightly, her knuckles turning white. The recording continued. "Zhou Chuli, I have a vague impression of her obedient, yet rather aloof. Haha. Shun, if you succeed, do shoot a video. I'm curious to see if a woman who resembles a lifeless fish can be stirred to voice." Shun. Just as those unsavory remarks grew more fervent, Meng Yan's phone was suddenly snatched away by a hand, silencing the recording abruptly. The room fell into a hushed stillness, where even a pin drop could be heard. Chuli had anticipated that witnessing Shun Li's face would shatter her world. However, to her own astonishment, Not a single tear fell. She let out a self-deprecating laugh, slowly rising to her feet, gazing up at the man who remained composed despite being exposed, enunciating each word deliberately. Congratulations, you have won. A victory most complete. With that, she left the room without even bidding farewell to those present, her slender figure resembling one in flight, evoking a sense of pity. Among the crowd, someone casually remarked, "Shun, are you not going to explain?" Shunli remained still, observing the direction in which the woman had departed, a bemused smile gracing his lips. How absurd to label her a docile girl. She appeared obedient, yet was anything but. He sank back onto the sofa, downing a mouthful of liquor, and in the blink of an eye, regained his usual poised demeanor. What is there to explain? It was merely a wager. An insider promptly chimed in. Surely some of you are unaware? Zhou Chuli has harbored crush on Shun for 8 years, a mere beckon from him, and she would return. Just wait and see. Then let's place another bet. Shun, do you dare to gamble again? Shunli sat quietly, the center of attention, yet seeming utterly out of place amidst the evening's theatrics. Time passed, and just when the crowd began to think that the matter would fade due to his silence, he set down his glass, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips, seemingly casual. He uttered a single word, gamble. Chapter 2. Marry me on a wintry night. The streetlights cast a dim, golden glow, illuminating the delicate snowflakes that fluttered gracefully from the heavens. With her hands buried deep within the pockets of her coat, Chuli stood motionless at the roadside, visibly shivering from the cold. Several taxis passed her by, some even pausing momentarily, yet she merely shook her head aimlessly. Suddenly, her phone nestled in her pocket vibrated. Slowly, she retrieved it to find a message from the project manager. There has been an issue with the project coordination in the Zhongwan New District. Please reorganize the pricing and collaboration plan and send it to me by tomorrow morning. This project is in partnership with the Jingzhou government, and the boss places great importance on it. Finally, Chuli snapped back to reality, her expression betraying no emotion as she replied, "Received." After sending the message, she hailed a taxi to Yahui Group. During the brief journey, her phone buzzed incessantly, overwhelming her senses. She found herself juggling responses to her manager while simultaneously managing her aunt's probing inquiries. "So, will you be bringing your boyfriend home tomorrow?" The term boyfriend triggered a wave of bittersweet emotions within her. Chuli tightened her grip on the phone, a metaphorical thorn lodged in her throat, leaving her momentarily speechless. Her aunt quickly caught on. "Have you not resolved things with him? If that's the case, you should heed my advice and meet the matchmaker I've arranged for you. Your uncle and I had dinner with him just yesterday. He is a wonderful person and even gifted me in Hermes." A chill ran through Chuli. "You accepted his gift?" The woman seemed unfazed, dismissing her concern. "What's the big deal? We'll be family soon enough. Why act so distant? Besides, it's not just one Hermes." The implication was clear. Not marrying would lead to complications. You have to marry him. Your uncle and I have raised you for so long. It's time for you to repay our kindness. Moreover, we've carefully selected this suitor for you. Marrying him would be a blessing. Do you understand? Chuli inhaled deeply, choosing silence. The incessant chatter continued until, without realizing it, they arrived at her workplace. With her head down, she exited the vehicle and made her way to the elevator lobby. She pressed the button for the elevator, and a tall man entered behind her with measured steps. Chuli, not sparing him a glance, stood with her back to him, nestled in the corner nearest the buttons. Her mind felt as if it were under a relentless spell, throbbing painfully, to the extent that she didn't even notice when she pressed the wrong floor. The man behind her narrowed his eyes, his gaze following her intently. In the end, women should prioritize marriage and family. You can't spend every day consumed by your work. Besides, you're 25 now, considered quite the spinster. In a few years, who will want you? Wealthy, well-placed men prefer young and beautiful women. Listen to me, resign from your job this month, and allocate time to cultivate a relationship. Chuli had always been a person of few outward emotions, accustomed to bottling everything within her. Yet the emotions that had long been suppressed within her heart weighed heavily. Akin to delicate snow pressing upon the branches, initially light and airy, but suddenly becoming an unbearable burden. She can no longer endure it. "I shall not resign from my job. Is your boss your savior from a past life, compelling you to serve him like a beast of burden in this one? This week, I have worked late into the night for 2 or 3 consecutive days, and whenever I sought you for a matter, you brushed me off with claims of being busy with work. Chuli deliberately stated, I do this willingly. I love my work and wish to devote my life to it. Upon hearing this, someone behind her let out a faint scoff. Yet, Chuli remained completely oblivious. Why are you so impervious to reason? The other party elevated their voice, and in the confined space, even without amplification, their words were clearly audible to those nearby. Who matters more to you, your husband or your boss? Do you plan to spend your life with your husband or your boss? Chuli replied, perhaps with my boss. The other person was infuriated, chattering incessantly, while Chuli chose to remain silent. Soon, the elevator chimed, signaling their arrival. I must go back to work, she said, swiftly terminating the call before the other could respond, and stepped out decisively. However, upon lifting her gaze, she realized something was amiss. This was not the floor of her office. Instinctively, she turned around, unaware of the person behind her, and collided forcefully with a man's chest, as if crashing against an impenetrable wall. She furrowed her brow and let out a muffled grunt. I'm sorry, did I hurt you? In that dazed moment, a deep, resonant voice echoed above her. Chuli's heart skipped a beat as she looked up, only to be met by the strikingly handsome visage of her boss. The man was clad in a dark gray suit, with a black overcoat casually draped over his bent arm. He must have just returned from some social engagement, as she caught a faint whiff of alcohol emanating from him. Mr. He? Chuli's mind became a whirlpool of confusion as she glanced back to confirm the floor behind her. This was indeed the executive office. I apologize. I pressed the wrong button, she said, intending to leave. Wait, He Nanxu called after her. Mr. He, is there something else? Chuli feigned calmness, though internally she was in turmoil, as if a drop of water had been cast into a pot of boiling oil, causing it to splatter. Had he overheard all that she had said in the elevator? Surely, he could not have heard everything. Chuli held a deep reverence for He Nanxu. Despite his relaxed demeanor, the aura of authority inherent to someone of his stature was unmistakable. Years ago, she had crossed paths with him. She attended Zhou University, the nation's premier institution, which had a partnership with Yahoo Group, annually providing the company with the most exceptional talents. She vividly recalled their first encounter at the centennial celebration of Zhou University. On that day, the school was graced by numerous eminent figures from both domestic and international realms, along with a plethora of media representatives. He had merely intended to attend the event as a mere accompaniment, yet upon his arrival, he effortlessly captivated the attention of all present. The brilliance of his presence rendered everything around him superfluous. A month later, Chuli was once again chosen as an exemplary student representative from the business school, affording her the opportunity to engage in close dialogue with him in the school's conference hall. During the exchange, the man's aloof and indifferent demeanor, combined with his succinct and decisive manner of speaking, only served to deepen Chuli's preconceived notions about him. She perceived him as a rare and exquisite flower, one that could only be admired from a distance and never touched. But, dear heavens, had she just uttered a multitude of offensive remarks? Let's talk, he said. Meeting the calm and profound gaze of the man, Chuli's thoughts began to whirl. What would he possibly want to discuss? What more could there be to talk about with the boss? It must pertain to work, right? Mr. He, I will certainly organize the quotation and collaboration proposal for Zhongwan by tomorrow morning. Hadn't he just mentioned wanting to be with her? Chuli's mind erupted with confusion, struggling to maintain her composure. Mr. He, I apologize, I was merely speaking offhandedly. Yet, he took her words to heart. What had he just said? Their eyes locked in a silent exchange, and the air around them seemed to thicken. Chuli's immediate instinct was that her distinguished and aloof superior had succumbed to a peculiar whim, contemplating the sordid notion of taking a subordinate as a mistress. I want to be anyone's lover, she declared, each word delivered earnestly, though inwardly she found the situation rather absurd. It's my fault for not being clear. He leaned closer, his voice steady and measured. What I meant by being with me is marrying me. Chapter 3, an unexpected incident born of intentionality at the gathering today. Chuli pondered, had she not abstained from alcohol? Yet, she found herself feeling rather intoxicated, as if treading upon clouds, an inexplicable sensation that felt entirely unreal. Surely, it was he who had indulged too much. She pressed her lips together, her voice barely a whisper. I merely spoke in haste. If Mr. He hold me accountable for a moment of offense, I cannot bear such a heavy burden. He Nanxu regarded her pitiful expression, finding her thought process rather amusing. On a whim, he playfully teased her. Are you implying that I am feigning distress? Chuli thought to herself, indeed, but she replied, that is not what I meant. She struggled to comprehend why he would suddenly utter such nonsensical words. It was only when He Nanxu retrieved his phone, opened WeChat, and played a voice message that the gravity of the situation became clear. The tone was deliberate, filled with vigor and a solemnity that resonated deeply. He Nanxu, what do you mean? You're nearly 30 and still unmarried. Do you intend to leave the He family without heirs? Your parents were lazy enough to have only you. And now you refuse even to marry, surrounding yourself with no opposite sex at all. Just recently, the media have been fabricating stories about your sexual orientation, suggesting that you are involved with Songyu. How am I to save face? I hereby decree that you must find someone, a woman, and marry her this year. A man certainly ought to be ambitious, yet marriage and career are not mutually exclusive. How can a man approaching 30 remain without a family? Do you plan to spend the latter half of your life merely tending to your company like a child? It became evident to Chu Li that he was merely a fellow sufferer. She quickly grasped his intention. His grandfather had issued an ultimatum for him to marry this year, and time was indeed of the essence. However, she remained perplexed. So, you seek someone merely to placate your family? With countless options available, why choose me? Should you seek someone of a more suitable match? A rare smile escaped his lips. His deep voice almost beguiled her, shattering her preconceived notions of him entirely. It is because I see you as Mrs. He. Chuli's heart fluttered, her pulse racing as she gazed at him in astonishment, utterly unprepared for such a revelation. In her moment of speechlessness, he continued to articulate clearly and methodically. I overheard your conversation with your family in the elevator. It is apparent that you two are troubled by the prospect of marriage. We seek merely to fulfill familial expectations. As for your attributes, they are quite commendable in my family's eyes. Your character, intelligence, appearance, and physique are all admirable, exactly the type my grandparents favor. She was a top student at Jingzhou University, having excelled academically while inadvertently winning the title of Campus Belle. She was kind and resilient. She was exceptional, yet she had never been cherished. Chuli was oblivious to the peculiarity in He Nanxu's words. Instead, as she listened to the tone in which he spoke, it felt as though he were negotiating a collaboration, a mere transaction in the realm of business. This realization brought clarity to Chuli's mind. Gradually, the absurdity of the evening began to align with a certain logic. To her, marriage was merely a formality. Post-nuptials, they could maintain a respectful distance. If he preferred not to fulfill the typical duties of a spouse, she would not insist. Should he wish to keep their union discreet, she would gladly comply, provided he would accompany her in managing familial expectations, with a commitment to uphold their marital status for at least 2 years. As for his benefits, she could assist in alleviating any burdens from his relatives. After marriage, her financial resources would be at his disposal, and in the event of a divorce, half of her assets would belong to him. He looked at her calmly, suggesting, shall we give it a try? Chuli found the proposition utterly ludicrous, convinced that such a fortunate arrangement could not possibly exist in reality. Cautiously, she probed, and what about the drawbacks? Drawbacks? Perhaps it would entail marrying someone you do not fancy. Marrying someone disfavored. Chuli was struck by a thought, her gaze falling, long lashes fluttering gently. After a brief silence, He Nanxu inquired, seemingly reluctant, is your aversion to marrying someone you dislike rooted in lingering expectations of love? None, Chuli replied without hesitation. There are no expectations whatsoever. His words pierced her heart like a sharp thorn. The man's gaze dimmed, a fleeting shadow of desolation passing through his eyes, yet Chuli remained oblivious. Finally, she lifted her head, her eyes meeting He Nanxu's with an air of resolute determination. Mr. He, you're not intoxicated, are you? I am quite sober, he replied, his demeanor consistently composed. In 3 years of employment, she had never witnessed him lose control in public. Everything was perpetually within his command. I still fear you might feel disadvantaged, regretful. Perhaps we should postpone the marriage certificate and try it out first. Before she could finish, he interrupted. I lack that patience. He strode towards the office, his long legs leading the way, gesturing for Chuli to follow. She glanced around, feeling somewhat guilty, and cautiously trailed after him into the office. The spacious office exuded a refined, new Chinese aesthetic. The man tossed his coat onto the sofa, approached the desk, and bent to open a drawer from which he retrieved a contract, presenting it to Chuli. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a prenuptial agreement. He had such documents readily available in his office. It appeared he was indeed eager for a marriage to appease his family. Whether with her or another, it mattered not. As long as the prospective spouse met his criteria, he would summon anyone into his office to discuss the same terms. Chuli pondered this in silence. Once more, I grant you an opportunity to reconsider. If you have no objections to the agreement, affix your signature and prepare your belongings. We shall obtain the certificate tomorrow morning. Chuli cast a serious glance at the agreement, noting that its contents aligned with what had been verbally discussed not long ago. She struggled, discreetly regulating her breath, striving to attain a semblance of calm. At that moment, the phone, tightly gripped in her palm, buzzed insistently, and she initially presumed it was her aunt reprimanding her once again. However, upon seeing the caller ID, she was taken aback to discover it was Shunli. Instinctively, Chuli raised her gaze to meet He Nanxu, who stood before her. His relaxed demeanor contrasted sharply with the gravity of the situation. Yet the steadiness in his eyes soothed the taut nerves within her. In his presence, she decisively ended the call, subsequently blocking and deleting that number. Not only that one, but she meticulously erased all contact information related to Shunli from her phone. Despite these actions, echoes of his words, shared with friends, reverberated in her mind, including He Nanxu's recent query. Is it because you still harbor expectations for love? 8 years had passed. The death of the heart does not occur in an instant. Chuli let out a self-deprecating laugh. Your conditions are exceedingly tempting, and I have made my decision. Under He Nanxu's watchful gaze, she picked up a pen from the desk and inscribed her name upon the agreement. However, regarding the divorce, I shall not claim half of your assets. Instead, you may grant me one apartment. A residence in Jingzhou, a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room type, starting casually at 5 million. For Chuli, that was more than sufficient. A moment of silence enveloped the expansive office as she closed the agreement, hesitating briefly before addressing He Nanxu. Then, let us collaborate harmoniously. Mr. He. To her astonishment, she had acquiesced to the proposal of marriage, with her prospective husband being none other than her employer. Her grip on the agreement tightened, beads of perspiration forming on her palm. After speaking, she did not wait for He Nanxu's response and murmured to herself, "This is truly unexpected." Unexpected? He Nanxu silently smiled, contemplating that indeed, it was a carefully orchestrated surprise. Chapter 4. An unspeakable relationship after Chi Li signed the agreement. A sense of relief washed over her, akin to completing an arduous task. She remained quietly in place, waiting to see if her boss had any further instructions. He Nanxu stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, a low, husky chuckle escaping his lips. Don't look at me. Look at the snow. His abrupt change of subject caught Chi Li off guard, and she instinctively turned her gaze outside. Don't you think tonight is beautiful? Beautiful? Chi Li's heart sank as she recalled the evening, feeling as though it might shatter. Yet, she dared not contradict her boss and merely nodded in agreement. The snowy night appeared both bright and serene, marking the first snowfall of the winter in Jingzhou. The first snowfall. Suddenly, Chi Li was transported back to her university days when she had been captivated by a popular Korean drama. She distinctly remembered a scene where the male protagonist, with tender affection, told the female lead, "As long as you watch the first snow with your beloved, you can be together happily forever." It was after watching that series that she had come to believe the first snowfall held a special significance. However, those were merely the whimsical musings of a young girl. After watching for a while, Chi Li, feeling rather disinterested, quietly said to He Nanxu, "Mr. He, I still have some work to finish tonight. May I leave now?" He Nanxu responded with a casual recalling the quotation and collaboration proposal she needed to submit to the project manager the next morning. She promptly turned and exited. A hint of helpless amusement tugged at the corners of the man's mouth. He took out his phone, opened WeChat, and found a pinned chat. Their exchanges had primarily revolved around work, Their last conversation had occurred 2 days prior when she sent him several documents. They had been connected on WeChat for many years, having added each other during her university days. Chuli was not one to wear her emotions on her sleeve or share her life openly. Her moments were limited to 3 days of visibility, and throughout the year, she rarely posted. He Nanxu, holding his phone, captured a photograph of the snow-laden landscape outside and subsequently shared it on his moments, captioning it simply, "First snow." By the time Li finished her overtime, it was already past 1 in the morning. She closed her laptop and was about to call a cab home when her boss's call came through. "Mr. He, my car is in the underground parking lot. I'll drive you home. No need to trouble yourself. It's quite late. I can manage on my own," Chili thought, considering their relationship was merely one of a contractual marriage. Surely, there was no need for pretense at this hour. "Mrs. He, isn't this my responsibility?" The low, textured timbre of his voice sent a subtle electric shiver through Li, unsettling her thoughts. Was he truly immersed in the charade? Indeed, successful individuals excel in every endeavor. Out of respect for her boss, Li wrestled with her thoughts for a moment before ultimately conceding, "All right then, thank you." Fearing he might grow impatient, she grabbed her phone and bag and hurried towards the underground parking lot. He Nanxu's parking space was easy to locate. A black Maybach was parked in its designated spot, the driver's window partially lowered. The dim light of the underground parking garage cast a muted glow, yet even in such subdued illumination, he radiated an aura of brilliance. For Li, who had grown accustomed to He Nanxu's captivating charm, this was no surprise. However, the sudden reality of having such a charismatic man as her husband was indeed perplexing. Li pondered how long it would take her to acclimate to this relationship. Cautiously glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she hurried toward He Nanxu's car. She swiftly opened the passenger door and climbed inside. Was she genuinely so fearful of their relationship being discovered? To Li, it certainly felt like a clandestine affair. Office romances were inherently taboo. Although their union was a contractual marriage, it was not akin to a genuine romantic relationship. As her superior, he ought to set a proper example. She feared that exposure of their connection could adversely affect him. If possible, she wished for their relationship to remain thoroughly concealed until the contract's conclusion, or until he grew weary, disillusioned, or regretted the union, seeking a divorce. He Nanxu did not elaborate further. Shortly after Li entered the vehicle, she stifled a yawn, her eyelids heavy with fatigue. Yet she persisted in maintaining her composure. "If you're tired, just sleep," she murmured drowsily. The faint scent of agarwood lingered within the car, creating a soothing atmosphere that soon lulled her into slumber. He Nanxu drove with remarkable steadiness, and upon arriving at her apartment building, he noticed her deep sleep and chose not to rouse her. He allowed his gaze to linger on her delicate, fair visage, entranced by her beauty, unaware of how long he stared. Suddenly, Li awoke, and before she could utter apologies or expressions of gratitude, He Nanxu spoke first. "You should head upstairs to rest. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, I will come to take you to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Is that agreeable?" "Tomorrow?" Li replied, slowly processing the information. "Is the Civil Affairs Bureau even open on Saturdays? Besides, shouldn't I meet your family first? It's essential to ensure their approval. Otherwise, this marriage would be meaningless." After all, he had married her merely to placate his family. Their family's opinions should undoubtedly take precedence. If it proved unsuitable, they could forego the marriage altogether. He Nanxu contemplated that had he not feared his own sudden assertiveness might startle her, they could have secured the marriage certificate tonight. "I have no objections. My family is agreeable, and I have dealt with the Civil Affairs Bureau before. As for you," Li's voice trailed off, yet she mustered a response. "I have no issues either." "Then that settles it," He Nanxu replied. "Take care on your way back." After Li finished speaking, she took the umbrella He Nanxu offered and swiftly vanished into the snowy night. He Nanxu remained in the car, lighting a cigarette, and gazed upward. On the 16th floor of the apartment, the lights in the central unit flickered to life, only to extinguish 40 minutes later. He Nanxu closed his eyes, his throat gently bobbing. His expression remained unchanged, yet within him surged a long-forgotten fervor, a searing heat. The following day, Chuli arrived punctually in He Nanxu's car. In the passenger seat lay a vibrant bouquet of red roses. Chuli was somewhat astonished by the impeccable fade he maintained. So beautiful, she mused, embracing the flowers and beginning to play her part. They traversed smoothly to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Typically a woman of subdued emotions, she suddenly inhaled deeply. The process of obtaining the marriage certificate was straightforward. Submitting documents and filling out forms took merely a few minutes. Soon, the red marriage certificate was placed in Chuli's hands. "Would you like to take a photo?" the staff inquired enthusiastically. Chuli initially intended to decline, but He Nanxu had already handed his phone to the attendant. Assuming he wished to capture the moment for family, she readily stood beside him at the marriage registration desk, adorned in red. Casting a glance at the man beside her, clad in an impeccably tailored black suit that exuded an air of authority, Chuli pondered for a moment before quietly removing her cream-colored, high-collared, plush overcoat. Beneath it, she wore a crescent-white, long-sleeved qipao, crafted from soft satin that lovingly embraced her form, accentuating her perfect silhouette. The skirt was embroidered with jade bamboo, rendering her akin to a pristine and exquisite piece of jade. He Nanxu instinctively turned his gaze towards her, his eyes fixated upon her, as if attempting to draw her into his very essence. Chuli explained, "I didn't want to embarrass you." Aware of the day's significance, she had deliberately prepared herself before leaving home. Chuli was well aware of He Nanxu's style, having been employed at Yahoo Group for 3 years. Reflecting further, she recalled their first encounter during the centennial celebration at Jingzhou University in her sophomore year, meaning she had known him for nearly 6 years. Throughout this time, she had never witnessed even a hint of disarray in him. He always appeared impeccably polished. She had often contemplated the level of brilliance required to stand beside such a man. With this in mind, she added, "Mr. He, rest assured, during our marriage agreement, I will be mindful of my image, striving to avoid any scandal that might tarnish your reputation." Thus, when their union came to an end, she would ensure that she left no significant blemish upon his name. Chapter 5. The roommate He Nanxu withdrew his gaze from her, his voice deep and measured as he spoke. "You need not alter your actions for my sake. Simply pursue what brings you joy." Chuli parted her lips, intending to say something, yet ultimately, no words escaped her. Upon exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, she gazed ahead at the unfamiliar path. Sensing her uncertainty, He Nanxu naturally remarked, "I shall take you to my residence." Chuli instinctively inquired, "What purpose does that serve?" "You will eventually move in with me. Today is merely an opportunity for you to have a look." "Move in?" Noting her confusion, He Nanxu raised an eyebrow. "Do you wish to live apart post-marriage?" Chuli pondered the implications. If a married couple resided in separate places, it would surely arouse suspicion among his family. Since they had formally embarked upon this contractual marriage, it warranted a degree of seriousness. Moreover, he had already consented to their avoiding the customary duties of a married couple. Moving in together could simply be perceived as sharing living space, akin to roommates. This arrangement would conveniently alleviate her monthly rent burden of over 3,000. Thus, with a sound rationale, Chuli acquiesced. "Very well, I shall return in the next few days to tidy up." He Nanxu possessed several residences in Jingzhou, and the one he led her to was situated not far from his workplace, a vast, several hundred square meter apartment boasting a river view. Nestled in the city's prime location. "I do not employ a live-in maid, but there will be someone to prepare meals and maintain cleanliness daily." Chuli, a person who cherished solitude and tranquility, found his words quite agreeable. Perhaps it was merely her impression, but within less than a day, her interactions with He Nanxu felt far more comfortable than she had anticipated. On their return journey, conversation between them was sparse. Chuli rummaged through her bag for her phone. Her aunt bombarded her with WeChat messages and calls, insisting she attend a matchmaking event that day. Ignoring her pleas only incited a flurry of harsh words from her aunt. Chuli retrieved their marriage certificate, capturing an image of its cover to send as a response. Fulfilling her obligation. Mere seconds after sending the photo, her aunt's call came through immediately. Chuli answered, but before she could utter a word, her aunt launched into an accusatory tirade. "You merely found an image online to appease me, didn't you? Why not open it for me to see?" "Zhou Chuli, your cunning is increasingly apparent. Do you believe I'm so easily deceived?" At this juncture, Chuli was disinclined to disclose her relationship with He Nanxu. She had previously expressed her desire to shield him from any undue stigma. Should her aunt discover that her spouse was her employer, the president of Yahoo Group, Chuli feared that her aunt's gossipy nature would soon spread the news throughout Jingzhou, inevitably leading to unwelcome attention. Chuli contemplated how to articulate an explanation to them, yet her mind faltered, rendering her incapable of justifying this somewhat absurd relationship. As the tension with her aunt reached its peak, He Nanxu seized her phone, activated the speaker function, and placed it on the nearby phone stand. "Hello, I am Chu Li's husband." The moment He Nanxu's voice resonated, the aunt, who had been on the verge of an outburst, fell silent for a brief instant. This voice, deep, magnetic, and rich in texture, exuded an air of sophistication. Who are you? Are you truly married to Zhou Chuli? You can't possibly be a fade or a con artist, can you? Zhou Chuli mentioned just last night that she had someone she liked, a classmate from high school and college. Logically, she has liked him for 7 or 8 years. How could she suddenly marry you? Chuli cautiously glanced at He Nanxu's expression, only to find him remarkably composed. Indeed, it was merely a contractual marriage. He couldn't be bothered to concern himself with such trivial matters. That was all in the past. Since last night, she had ceased to harbor feelings for that individual. His certainty seemed to surpass her own. Chuli straightened her posture, silently gripping her seatbelt. Then what is your situation? Even if they just broke up yesterday, what does it mean for you to marry her so swiftly? Are you merely seizing an opportunity? Chuli shook her head, genuinely apprehensive of her aunt's sharp tongue. Yet, He Nanxu did not dwell on her words. Instead, he stated calmly, "The marriage is official today, but I have cherished feelings for Chu Li for quite some time." The man seemed to radiate a magnetic aura. The closer she drew, the faster her heart raced. Chu Li instinctively paused, unable to suppress her admiration once more. Indeed, he was a seasoned businessman with a mind that could pivot rapidly. While she struggled to devise a strategy to handle her aunt, he effortlessly concocted an excuse that was strikingly convincing. "I knew she had someone she liked before, so I refrained from intruding. Now that they have parted ways, and she no longer harbors feelings for him, I seized this opportunity and must make the most of it." Her aunt, with her discerning eye, wavered upon hearing He Nanxu's words. How pure must one's affection be to undertake such folly? "So, you two quietly tied the knot? My niece is now with you? All the necessary formalities will be observed. I am already arranging for both families to meet. As for the bride price, feel free to state your demands. I shall have it delivered today. Regarding the wedding, that depends on Chu Li's wishes. If she desires it, I will provide her with a grand celebration." The aunt's ears perked up at the mention of the bride price. "Then I must calculate carefully. My niece lost her parents at the tender age of 15 and has lived with me for many years. During this time, her uncle has treated her as his own daughter. I only require a number. A house in Jingzhou, a car, and 1 million. Agreed. The woman was taken aback. She had mustered her strength to propose what she thought was a substantial condition to test the other's limits. Yet he accepted it with such nonchalance. Had she asked for too little? But upon further reflection, if he was indeed so wealthy, then Chu Li's marriage to him could yield even greater benefits in the future. Let me first gauge her sincerity. In her perspective, as long as the money is in place, everything else can be negotiated. He Nanxu did not wish to prolong the conversation and ended the call. Within the confines of the car, an abrupt silence ensued. Chu Li felt that he must be upset, as he had never before been treated with such rudeness and disrespect. Just as she was about to apologize, she heard his voice interjecting, "Have I not treated you well all those years?" Chapter 6, Mrs. He. "I will do my best," Chu Li spoke softly. "It's fine." She seemed reluctant to delve into that past. Casually turning the page, "If it weren't for my uncle funding my education, I would never have had the opportunity to gain admission to Jingzhou University, nor to enter Yahoo Group." This statement was heartfelt. Since the age of 15, she had refrained from aspiring too much. Having arrived at this point, she ought to feel content. Chuli chose not to pursue the topic further. Instead, she retrieved her phone and scrolled through WeChat, checking for any work-related messages she might have overlooked. After a thorough search, she found no work messages, but there was an unread message in her university classmates group, which she had muted, that mentioned her. Upon opening it, she saw that the message was from Meng Yan. Zhou Chuli, I'm really sorry for last night. I drank too much and said some things I shouldn't have. Please don't take it to heart. I never intended to jeopardize your relationship with Shingu. It was only yesterday that I learned you've liked him for 8 years, holding her phone. Chuli felt as though the affection she had harbored for 8 years was nothing more than a farcical joke. But what could she do? It was an undeniable truth. She chose not to respond to Meng Yan, who seemed unfazed and, rather, continued her monologue in the group with increasing enthusiasm. She sent several messages directed at Shun Li. Shungu, is your girlfriend very upset? It's all my fault. Please don't let me cause any discord between you two. I would feel guilty for a lifetime. What must I do for your girlfriend to forgive me so that you both can reconcile? Zhou Chuli, honestly, you should calm down. You won't find anyone better than Shungu. You've liked him for 8 years. Are you sure you can just let go? Don't regret it later. With dozens of people in the group, everyone remained silent, eagerly fixated on their phone screens. Chuli observed the messages with a sardonic smirk. Yet, the greatest irony was yet to come. Shun Li's response appeared. It's none of your business. Stop messaging. Meng Yan interpreted this as Shun Li's defense of her, and so did everyone else. With a soft voice, Meng Yan sent a voice message in the group. Shingu, thank you for your understanding. Truly, you must understand how one can say the wrong things when intoxicated, right? You know my tolerance isn't very good. Having been roommates for 3.5 years, Chuli knew more than just Meng Yan's drinking habits. With an expressionless demeanor, Chuli sent a message to the group, serious in tone. Yes, I know. When you're drunk, you not only say the wrong things but also end up in the wrong dorm. Remember the time you drunkenly stumbled into Professor Wang's room? Meng Yan was taken aback by Chuli's sudden interjection. In her memory, Chuli had always been the quiet type, engrossed in her studies, oblivious to the world outside. How did she come to know about the affair with Professor Wang? More importantly, how dared she speak of it in the group chat? Meng Yan abruptly responded. Gripping her phone, her teeth clenched in frustration, yet hesitant to act rashly, fearing that any additional words from her would provoke Chuli to utter more damaging revelations. Taking a deep breath, she ultimately settled for sending an awkward emoji in the chat before falling silent, attempting to move past the incident. The group chat finally quieted down, and Chuli exited the conversation interface. Turning her head slightly, she met He Nanxu's gaze. Clutching her phone, Chuli felt a twinge of guilt. After all, her situation with Shun Li had become her most embarrassing predicament. However, He Nanxu did not press her for explanations, simply suggesting that she add his other account for personal matters, which he preferred to discuss there. Chuli promptly extended her phone to add him. 40 minutes later, Chuli followed He Nanxu to his residence. He stood at the entrance, bending down to present her with a pair of soft white slippers. They fit perfectly and felt delightful. Should she find anything unsatisfactory, she was welcome to change it. Instinctively, Chuli responded, "This place is lovely. I really like it here." The house boasted an elegant minimalist design, exuding an air of opulence that harmonized with his demeanor. Standing before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room, she gazed at the riverside scenery, utterly captivated. He Nanxu stood behind her, admiring her silhouette. Clad in a cheongsam, complemented by a cream shawl, her graceful figure was effortlessly beautiful, even from behind. You must not have slept much last night. You should take a nap. I'll call you when lunch is ready. He Nanxu's voice snapped her back to reality. Chuli nodded in agreement, acknowledging her fatigue from the late night and early morning. "So, my ruemes." He Nanxu gestured with his hand. Chuli walked over to that direction, opened the door, then turned back to gently close it behind her, treating him as merely a housemate. Lying on the soft, inviting bed, she initially anticipated some difficulty in adjusting to the new surroundings. However, she soon drifted into a deep slumber. When she awoke, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Refreshed, Chuli stepped out of her room, faintly catching the aroma of cooking wafting through the air. Upon entering the dining area, she unexpectedly encountered the man, dressed in a shirt and slacks, tying a black apron around his waist, carrying a bowl of soup as he emerged from the kitchen. Awake? He Nanxu placed the bowl on the dining table, just as he was about to call her for lunch. Chuli was momentarily at a loss for words. She had assumed he would have someone else prepare the meal. Little did she know he had cooked himself. Had she known, she would have offered to assist him. How could she possibly sleep when her boss was preparing lunch? As Chuli was feeling frustrated, He Nanxu softly called out to her, "Mrs. He." It seemed to serve as a reminder that their relationship had transcended that of mere employer and employee, evolving instead into that of husband and wife. Chuli candidly replied, "I apologize, but I still feel more comfortable viewing you as my boss. This is not your issue, it is mine. It is my inadequacy in fulfilling my role as your husband that has led to your discomfort." No, that was not her intention. He Nanxu disregarded her unease, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Mrs. He, grant me some time. I shall strive to perform well." Chuli's mind was a tumultuous mess. Why was the narrative unfolding in such an increasingly perplexing manner? Chapter 7, Isn't It Lovely? My wife, Chuli, sat down at the dining table with a hint of skepticism. She must have only slept for an hour or two, yet during that brief interlude, he prepared a meticulously crafted meal of 3 dishes and a soup, each bursting with flavor and aroma. Upon tasting a bite, she was genuinely astonished. She had never anticipated that He Nanxu could cook, and with such finesse. Chuli harbored a slight aversion to food. It seemed she held no particular fondness for it, merely consuming what was necessary to sustain her bodily functions. However, at that moment, she quietly savored her meal, experiencing a sense of indulgence in the culinary delights. On weekends, He Nanxu was equally occupied. During their meal, he received 2 phone calls, both concerning work matters. "I have to fly to Haishur today and won't return for about 3 days. I haven't informed my family about our marriage certificate yet, as I don't wish for them to think I am merely finding someone to placate them." Chuli thought to herself, "Isn't that precisely what you are doing?" Yet, upon reflection, there was merit in his words. Although he had indeed sought someone to appease his family, he could not allow them to perceive it as such. With a calm demeanor, the man laid out his plans. "I have already told them that I am seeing someone I care about. Once I return from Haishur, I will find an opportunity to introduce you to them. In 2 months, I will inform them that our relationship is stable and we intend to get married." Chuli felt an unsettling dissonance. "If that is the case, why did you not follow this protocol from the beginning?" "Because I couldn't wait. After all, we are destined to get married. What difference does it make whether it is 2 months earlier or later? If the time is right, we shall proceed." Chuli contemplated this. Indeed, he was exceedingly busy. "Then, I shall defer to your arrangements." She increasingly felt a clarity in her understanding. He Nanxu not only extricated her from her aunt's grasp, but also promised her a residence in Jingzhou post-divorce. Moreover, devoid of any expectations regarding love, she mused that this contractual marriage, this transaction, was indeed not to her detriment. It alleviated many of her worries and afforded her numerous advantages. After their meal, He Nanxu departed for his business trip to Haishur. Chuli remained in the spacious abode, refraining from wandering aimlessly. Rarely did she find herself with such leisure, so she spent the entire afternoon quietly seated on the living room sofa, engrossed in books and films. As evening approached, a domestic helper arrived to prepare dinner. "Good evening, Mrs. He." Chuli hesitated for 3 seconds before accepting the title. She politely informed the helper, "I will be dining alone tonight, and since I had a substantial lunch, I currently lack an appetite. Please feel free to prepare a smaller portion." "Understood." Meanwhile, on the other end, aboard a flight from Jingzhou to Haishur in first class, a flight attendant refilled the cup of hot tea for the man seated by the window. Despite having encountered numerous distinguished elites, the flawless countenance of the man, coupled with his regal, aloof demeanor, compelled her to steal glances. The more she looked, the more enthralled she became, eventually succumbing to an irresistible allure. However, the man's gaze seemed perpetually fixated on his phone screen, offering no spare glance to those around him. The flight attendant, piqued by curiosity, cautiously sneaked a glance at his device. There, displayed on the screen, was a photograph. The image depicted a woman clad in a creamy silk nightgown, engrossed in a book while seated on a sofa. From the flight attendant's vantage point, the woman's full face remained obscured, yet her silhouette exuded an undeniable elegance and beauty. The attendant couldn't help but stretch her neck for a better view, yet still saw nothing. At that moment, the man turned slightly, lowering his voice to inquire, "Did you see clearly?" A wave of anxiety washed over the flight attendant, fearing she had overstepped and displeased him. Cold sweat trickled down her back, and as she frantically sought words to say, she noticed the man's long, pale fingers, distinctly jointed, extending the phone towards her. He calmly lifted his eyelids. His tone surprisingly gentle. "Isn't she lovely? This is my wife." The flight attendant, still shaken, exhaled deeply and quickly replied, "Indeed, sir, your wife is truly beautiful." Her spontaneous words rang true. He nonchalantly retrieved his phone, returning his attention to the screen. The flight from Jingzhou to Haishur would take 2 hours. At 9 o'clock, He Nanxu landed at Haishur Airport. Upon disembarking, he called Chuli, informing her of his arrival and his journey to the hotel. Startled, Chuli sat upright in bed. "So, Mr. He, is there something you need me to do?" She had always perceived He Nanxu in the role of a boss, and it took her a moment to adjust, assuming his late-night call concerned work matters. Observing her startled reaction, He Nanxu smiled faintly. His voice laced with a hint of languor. "You've misunderstood. I merely wish to inform Mrs. He of my itinerary." Inform? The term seemed to tread upon forbidden territory. Chuli found herself uncertain of the man's intentions and cautiously replied, "All right, in the future, I shall also inform you of my whereabouts. Rest assured, during our marriage agreement, I shall not act recklessly." He Nanxu mused that her professional ethics were indeed commendable. After a brief silence, he chose to bypass her comment, saying, "I have nothing else. Do rest early. Good night." "Good night." As she watched the phone screen dim, He Nanxu couldn't help but smile wryly. Since last night, he had not closed his eyes. Sleep evaded him, akin to the state induced by a mildly intoxicating drink. Neither fully inebriated nor entirely sober, caught in a liminal space between reason and chaos. The following day, Chuli returned to her apartment, intending to gather her belongings for her move to He Nanxu's residence. A proponent of minimalism, she methodically sorted through her possessions, decisively discarding items she deemed unnecessary. After tidying the living room, she proceeded to the study, where she organized her computer and work documents. In a moment of distraction, her gaze fell upon a thick, yellowing notebook on the bookshelf. She picked it up and flipped it open. That was her physics notebook. On the first page, her characters were inscribed in meticulous regular script. Goal, Kyoto University. During her high school years, she struggled significantly with certain subjects, particularly physics, which left her with dismal grades. Yet, if she aspired to gain admission to Kyoto University, she knew she could not afford to falter in any regard. As she flipped through the densely packed notes, it felt as though she were transported back to those sleepless nights, grappling with herself, pushing through exercises to the brink of exhaustion. The sense of pressure, even when recalled now, left her with a suffocating sensation. She moved slowly, rigidly, turning the pages one after another. Upon reaching the 25th page, she noticed a name nestled among a plethora of formulas. The name had been deliberately placed in an inconspicuous corner, written in minuscule letters, as if she feared its discovery. Yet, it still caught her eye instantly. Chapter 8. That's enough. Chuli stared intently at the name for a few seconds. Then, she closed her notebook and tossed it into a black garbage bag. She spent 2 hours meticulously packing 3 suitcases, seemingly all her belongings. Subsequently, she called the moving company to transport her things to He Nanxu's place. Her efficiency was remarkable. In no time, she had organized everything in her new home. Within half a day, the moving process was complete. Just as she settled down to take a moment's rest, her phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she noticed an unfamiliar number that she had not saved. She answered the call and held the phone to her ear, calmly inquiring, "Hello, who is this?" There was a moment of silence on the other end. Chuli furrowed her brow in confusion and repeated, "Hello, this is Zhou Chuli. Who am I speaking with?" "It's me." Chuli paused, lowering her gaze, and said nothing. "You've blocked my number and deleted me from WeChat?" The man's voice was languid, his tone consistently nonchalant. "We're done," she replied. "To be precise, we never really began." Her unwavering calm stirred rare emotions within Shunli. "Are you certain you want to end this?" "What else is there?" Chuli retorted. "You've already won your bet. My existence holds no significance for you anymore." But Chuli, in my experience, no woman has ever been the first to initiate an ending. Chuli's tone remained indifferent. "Then let me be the exception. Shenli shuklad legally. I have no intention of allowing that." Chuli felt a tightness in her chest. Was it not her choice to begin or end things? Was she merely a pawn for his amusement? Was this truly entertaining? She discreetly steadied her breath and stated, I no longer have feelings for you. Surely, you have no precedent for relentlessly pursuing a woman, do you? From high school to university and into her career, Chuli had not once failed to notice his flirtations with others, witnessing the constant revolving door of women by his side. He navigated relationships with ease, severing ties without hesitation. Chuli had always been perceptive. The only time she had been naive was when she watched the comings and goings of others, foolishly believing she might be his last. How audacious of her! Shunli, that's enough. Please don't contact me again. After uttering her final words, she hung up without allowing him a chance to respond. In a lavish private room filled with indulgence, Shunli tossed his phone onto the coffee table and retrieved a cigarette from the pack, placing it between his lips, his expression dark and brooding. Brother Shun, what's wrong? A wealthy young man lit Shun Li's cigarette and casually asked. Shun Li curled the corners of his mouth in a faint, sardonic smile, a blend of jest and seriousness. I've been dumped. The young man stared in disbelief, his eyes wide as he repeated each word slowly. You were dumped? He could hardly believe it, seeking clarification once more. You mean she broke up with you? No. Which woman possesses such audacity and uniqueness, capable of ensnaring you? Shunge? Shunli exhaled a heavy cloud of smoke, his inner agitation unmitigated, and commanded silence. With that, he lost all interest, donned his coat, and turned to leave. His assistant, Ji Yong, parked the car in front of the club, and Shunli approached, opening the rear door to take a seat. Having indulged a bit too much in libations that evening, he leaned back wearily against the seat and closed his eyes. Ji Yong, glancing at the man in the back seat through the rearview mirror, casually inquired, Where to, Shunge? Anywhere, Shunli replied. After a moment's consideration, Ji Yong suggested, Shall we head to Zhou Chuli's place? Shunli slowly opened his eyes, a cold smirk escaping his lips. Are you unaware that she has broken up with me? Ji Yong was momentarily taken aback, instinctively asking, Is what she said genuine? When she says it's over, does it truly mean it's over? Ji Yong, Shun Li's assistant and a childhood friend, was well acquainted with the subtleties of Shun Li's life. He understood that the women surrounding Shun Li came and went, be they sultry, gentle, charming, or dignified debutantes. None held significant distinction in Shun Li's world. With a mere beckon, they would come forth. With a dismissal, they would depart. In matters of romantic entanglements, Shun Li consistently occupied the dominant position. Ji Yong continued, Zhou Chuli is introverted, the type who struggles with self-expression and revealing her emotions. At the class reunion last night, she lost face in front of so many peers, and in a moment of impulsive anger, she fled. Now, she must be grappling with her emotions, torn between wanting to reconcile and her pride. Ji Yong paused. While his words may be harsh, the reality remained. If you haven't had your fill yet, a few soothing words might persuade her to agree to a reconciliation. Ji Yong was aware of Zhou Chuli's 8-year-long secret infatuation with Shun Li, even serving as a witness to this unvoiced longing. She believed she concealed it well, that no one would discern her feelings. Yet, no matter how well one hides, could one truly keep 8 years of devotion under wraps? Shun Li's dark brows furrowed, revealing his discontent, likely a result of his inebriation. He refrained from responding to Ji Yong, merely expressing his irritation with a terse home. Home? Ji Yong could not decipher Shun Li's intentions, for he seldom engaged with the concept of home. The dashing and affluent air, for him, it seemed, home was never a sanctuary. Once a race car driver, he now owned his own racing team and various investments, enjoying a lifestyle of freedom and boundless wealth. Yet, he typically either slept in his studio or rotated among luxurious 5-star hotels. His sudden mention of returning home left Ji Yong perplexed as to where that might be. Surely, it could not be his parents' residence? After pondering for a while, Ji Yong suddenly recalled that not long ago, Shun Li had acquired a lavishly furnished villa in Liyuan. I understand, Shunge. After Ji Yong finished speaking, he steered the vehicle towards the intersection ahead, making a U-turn and proceeding in the direction of Liyuan. Chapter 9. The Boss's Beauty. The employee's glory on a bustling Monday. Chuli found herself ensnared in a whirlwind of tasks. Upon returning to her office after a project meeting, she realized that the workday was drawing to a close. Just as she settled into her chair, her colleague, Zhou Chuli, approached her with enthusiasm. A new Thai restaurant has opened nearby. Chuli, shall we dine there tonight? I'll treat you. Despite her lack of appetite, Chuli couldn't resist the eager glint in Zhou Xunyue's eyes and nodded in agreement. Sure. Zhou Xunyue was an alumna of Peking University, like Chuli, but she had ventured to work for a prominent company in the United States after graduation. Having returned to China just a month ago, she had recently joined Yahoo Group. Her vivacious and extroverted nature contrasted starkly with Chu Li's demeanor. Yet, she thoroughly enjoyed interacting with Chu Li. The reason? Simply put, she was an ardent admirer of beauty and preferred the company of those who were aesthetically pleasing. Naturally, as her relationship with Chu Li deepened, she came to appreciate her as a truly worthy friend. Although Chu Li initially did not pay her much attention, Zhou Xingyue's persistence won her over. After work, the two ventured to the Thai restaurant where Zhou Xingyue ordered an array of must-try dishes: mango sticky rice, tom yum shrimp soup, grilled pork neck, green papaya salad. The table was laden with culinary delights. Can you guess why I chose to join Yahoo? Zhou Xingyue suddenly shifted the conversation. Without hesitation, Chu Li replied, companies like Yahoo are the first choice for many capable individuals. It had been her own first choice after university. Yahoo Group, illustrious since the previous century, now spans various industries including finance, commerce, real estate, healthcare, and high technology. Zhou Xingyue beamed at her, saying, to be honest, the reason I wanted to join Yahoo is because our boss is incredibly handsome. I wouldn't want to toil away for someone unattractive. Chu Li was taken aback by her unconventional reasoning. Zhou Xingyue unabashedly confessed her admiration for their boss, stating, I came to this company to chase stars. He Nanxu is an industry benchmark and my idol. As she spoke, she reached for her phone, conspiratorially revealing a cherished photo. To be precise, it was a photograph of He Nanxu. Chu Li glanced at it, momentarily captivated. The image seemed to capture him at a social gathering. It was far from the raucous nightlife. Instead, it depicted him in a tranquil tea house, dressed in a charcoal gray overcoat that accentuated his broad shoulders. He sat gracefully at a tea table, brewing tea. The warm, soft lighting enveloped him in a serene glow, illuminating his striking features. Even from the photograph, Chu Li felt as though she were inhaling the rich, deep aroma of ebony, evoking a sense of purity and profundity. The aura and relaxed demeanor of the superior were masterfully conveyed by him. Zhou Xingyue, a striking beauty standing at 1.7 meters tall, gazed with starry eyes. Resembling an eager admirer, and eagerly inquired of Chu Li, isn't he handsome? The beauty of the boss is the pride of the employees. This sentiment was undeniably valid. By the way, since you've been employed for a while, have you heard any gossip about the boss? His private life is exceedingly low-key, despite his fame. There seems to be no trace of information online. Chu Li cautiously asked, What do you want to know? Like, is he dating? Is he married? Does he have any ambiguous relationships with the opposite sex? At this, Chu Li's heart skipped a beat. She observed Zhou Xingyue's excitement and felt a mixture of hesitation. Zhou Xingyue seemed to sense something was amiss, her gaze contemplative as it settled on Chu Li. What is wrong, Chu Li? Nothing. After a few seconds, Chu Li regained her composure, feeling somewhat more lucid. I'm sorry, yeah. Huh? Zhou Xingyue was taken aback, puzzled by the sudden apology. I'm sorry. I've kept some things from you. Just as Chu Li felt her inner turmoil intensifying, her phone chimed. A message from He Nanxu appeared. Are you off work yet? Chu Li set down her chopsticks and replied candidly. I'm off work, having dinner with colleagues. After sending the message, she took a photo of the restaurant and sent it. Unexpectedly, the other party sent back a video. Chu Li immediately recognized it was filmed in a hotel room. The camera panned around the spacious room, seemingly capturing every corner. What does this mean? Chu Li wondered if she was expected to provide a video update as well. So, she quickly recorded a video and sent it back. However, she was unaware that her video inadvertently captured Zhou Xingyue's face, along with her emphatic remark, I believe the boss has definitely had women. He Nanxu paused for a few seconds before replying with a question mark. It was only then that Chu Li realized the implications. She discreetly calmed her breathing, her fingertips hovering over the screen as she typed and deleted repeatedly. He Nanxu, intrigued. Observe the message interface displaying the other party is typing, sensing her inner conflict. After a minute or two, perhaps feeling that further justification was futile, she finally replied, "Sorry, boss. I was just gossiping about your love life with colleagues." He Nanxu responded, "I understand." Understand what? Like a chain reaction, after sending his message. Zhou Xingyue suddenly exclaimed, her expression tinged with alarm. "What's wrong, Yaya? The boss just announced it on his social media." Chapter 10. His adored one Chuli felt a twinge of anxiety as she accepted the phone that Zhou Xingyue handed her. With a hint of skepticism, she glanced at the screen and was astonished to find He Nanxu had posted something related to his personal life on his work WeChat account. It was evident to Chuli that the photograph was taken at the very home he had taken her to just days prior. The image captured the silhouette of a woman, elegantly clad in a crescent-white qipao, standing before a grand floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the scenery beyond. The caption read, "She said she really likes it here." Chuli felt a momentary daze. To her, that day spent at his home seemed like an utterly mundane morning. A marriage devoid of affection felt akin to a mere partnership. Naturally, the concept of marriage did not evoke the emotions one would typically associate with such a union. Yet, as she beheld the photograph and its accompanying words, a warmth surged through her heart, albeit sluggishly. How beautiful that silhouette was. Zhou Xingyue had never witnessed Chuli in a qipao, and even if given 100 chances to guess, she would never associate the woman in the qipao at He Nanxu's home with Chuli. Unable to suppress her excitement, Zhou Xingyue exclaimed, "Just by looking at this picture, I can tell they are a couple. One glance at that back view, and you can imagine she is undoubtedly stunning. This is how it should be. Beautiful people should be together. Just think of how blissful it must be to wake up every morning and see each other's faces. Am I right? I was just saying that someone of his stature, nearing 30, surely must have a woman by his side. And lo and behold, just as I say it, he posts about her on his social media. How remarkable." Zhou Xingyue was so enthusiastic that Chuli felt reluctant to interrupt her. However, it was curious that He Nanxu, who rarely posted anything on his work account throughout the year, suddenly shared such significant news. Avoiding Zhou Xingyue's gaze, Chuli absently remarked, "I don't know." In any case, once He Nanxu's news spread, it felt as though an earthquake had rocked their company. Chuli watched as a flurry of likes and congratulatory messages swiftly filled his post. In a moment of impulsiveness, she liked the post herself, not entirely aware of her own intentions. The following day, as Chuli arrived at the office, it seemed that everywhere she turned, whispers of the boss's woman echoed around her. In the morning break room, a group of young employees buzzed with excitement. Can you guess whether the woman the boss brought home is his girlfriend, fiancée, or wife? One voice, barely above a whisper, chimed in, "Couldn't it just be a casual sleepover? Don't kid yourself. That's highly unlikely. You can tarnish anyone's reputation with your words, but don't you dare tarnish our boss's. Just look at him. Does he seem like the type to engage in reckless romantic escapades? Indeed, do you believe that the boss would be the type to bring a fling home and boast about it on social media? His affection must be overflowing from the screen. Clearly, he is enamored. Perhaps she didn't sleep well last night." Chuli's mind felt hazy. She feigned calmness as she walked over, brewing a cup of coffee as if she had heard nothing, before returning to her workstation. Chuli thought that a cup of coffee would invigorate her, hoping to regain her composure, but to her dismay, the situation worsened by afternoon. She touched her feverish forehead, certain she had caught a cold. Just then, manager Zhao Yunming approached her desk, subtly raising his chin to signal her that there was a gathering in the evening and she was to attend. Chuli inquired, "What gathering?" "Dinner with the folks from the Zhongwan project," Zhao Yunming replied. "This is an opportunity for you. Who in this company has a better chance than you? I wouldn't even invite just anyone." Chuli opened her mouth, intending to respond, but the words caught in her throat. She simply nodded, "All right." After work, Chuli followed the manager and several senior executives, along with key project members, to the venue for the dinner. It was a renowned Chinese restaurant in Jingzhou. The 30-minute journey commenced an hour early, yet they still arrived 2 minutes late due to the evening rush hour. Upon entering, Zhao Yunming sheepishly apologized for the wait, exclaiming, Come, let me take a drink for my tardiness." He filled his glass to the brim and downed it in one swift motion. Standing behind him, Chuli glanced at the gathering, A multitude of sharply dressed individuals, all prominent figures in Jingzhou, some of whom frequently graced the evening news. Among them, Chuli appeared the youngest, to the extent of feeling somewhat out of place. After his self-imposed penalty drink, Zhao Yunming proceeded to introduce the attendees. Chuli was the last to be introduced. "This is Zhou Chuli, our project liaison." With that, Zhao Yunming gestured for her to raise a toast to several people, encouraging her to seek their guidance in her future endeavors. Although Chuli had little experience with the social intricacies of such gatherings, she understood the dynamics. In these settings, it was common to see young and attractive women, and Chuli felt less like a participant in project discussions and more like an entertainer. At that moment, all eyes turned toward Chuli. Regardless of their intentions, the scrutiny felt somewhat oppressive. However, she hesitated not, offering a gentle smile as she picked up a bottle of wine and a glass, stepping forward to address the table. "Hello, everyone. I am Zhou Chuli, and I look forward to your guidance in the future." Clearly, some were taken with her charm. A man seated at the head of the table appraised her with a discerning gaze. The man, in his 40s, did not exhibit the typical signs of middle-aged indulgence. Clad in a well-fitted suit, he exuded an air of superiority as he inquired, "Chuli? Which Chu? Which Li?" Before Chuli could respond, Zhao Yunming, perceptive as ever, discerned the man's intent. "The Chu from beginning and the Li from dawn. That name has a rather melodic ring to it. Chuli, please pour a drink for Secretary Huang." Chuli, not one to indulge in alcohol frequently, felt her stomach churn uncomfortably after just one sip. Yet, under Zhao Yunming's urgent prompting, she steeled herself against the discomfort and poured another drink into her glass. The room was enveloped in silence, the sound of pouring liquor resonating clearly, just as everyone focused their attention on Chuli preparing to serve the drink. The previously closed door of the private room swung open, momentarily halting her actions. Instantly, all gazes shifted toward the entrance, and a palpable astonishment filled the air. Chapter 11. Is it because of her? A tall and imposing man approached them, casually removing his suit jacket and handing it to his assistant. Dressed in a simple white shirt and black trousers, complemented by gold-rimmed glasses, he exuded an air of sophistication and refinement. "Wait a moment. Why is He Nanxu here?" Zhao Yunming had previously confirmed He Nanxu's itinerary with the president's secretary, knowing he was scheduled for a business trip to Haishur for a few days. Although he was due to return today, his flight was set to land around 6 in the evening, making it impossible to attend the dinner at 7. Moreover, with a multitude of tasks awaiting his attention, his presence at such a gathering seemed unnecessary. "President He, how come you?" Just as Zhao Yunming attempted to speak, the previously lauded Secretary Huang swiftly rose from his seat and approached He Nanxu, extending his hand. "I heard from Manager Zhao that you were too busy to attend the dinner, which was quite regrettable. What brings you here now?" He Nanxu's gaze fell evenly upon the woman holding a wine glass, a faint smile gracing his lips. "In such an important setting, I certainly must be present." At that moment, as their eyes met, Chuli was momentarily taken aback, her hand gripping the glass, stiffening slightly. Secretary Huang promptly raised his glass to toast He Nanxu, delivering a flurry of polite and formal remarks. Setting aside the fact that He Nanxu was considered the god of wealth in Jingzhou, with the Yahweh group under the He family significantly boosting the city's GDP, it was only natural for him to show utmost respect to such a young junior. Tracing back 2 generations of military connections within the He family, He Nanxu leisurely picked up a teapot from the table, pouring himself a cup of tea. "I do not indulge in alcohol, so I shall toast with tea instead." Secretary Huang paused momentarily, but quickly adapted. "Indeed, tea is preferable. Excessive drinking can harm one's health." He then poured out his wine, replacing it with tea. "Let us all raise a toast to President He." At the conclusion of his words, everyone instinctively lifted their glasses. In the few seconds that Chuli contemplated her wine-filled glass, a hand reached out, taking it from her and placing it on the table. Before offering her a cup of tea, he possessed exceptionally beautiful hands, well-defined fingers with visible veins that drew one's gaze. Chuli bit her lips softly and whispered, "Thank you, President He." He Nanxu said nothing further, averting his gaze from her. Perhaps by a twist of fate, she found herself seated beside him. Throughout the dinner, the atmosphere was lively, and He Nanxu maintained a relaxed demeanor from start to finish. Chuli sat quietly, perhaps influenced by his presence. Feeling her previously taut, nerves began to ease. However, possibly due to the wine she had consumed, her stomach felt somewhat unsettled. She thought of eating something to alleviate the discomfort, but upon glancing at the dishes before her, nothing seemed appealing. Among such esteemed individuals, she dare not fidget with the dishes. After all, at this age, could one still be so picky? A low, teasing voice suddenly whispered in Chuli's ear. She quickly turned her gaze to the person beside her. There stood He Nanxu, who had reached over to turn the table, placing a plate of vibrant green vegetables, one she had been eyeing for quite some time, before her. Every gesture of He Nanxu was under the scrutiny of all present, and their subtle exchange was immediately magnified in the eyes of onlookers. Chuli sensed the intentional and unintentional glances from everyone drifting towards her. Even Secretary Huang, with a knowing tone, remarked on He's attentiveness to his subordinates. Little did he know, He Nanxu merely lifted his gaze nonchalantly and replied, "I'm not so indulgent. I treat all my subordinates this way." The implication lingered in the air. This subordinate was extraordinary. Chuli was taken aback that He Nanxu would openly show such favoritism in front of so many witnesses. Among those present, who was not astute, they all clearly understood the nuances within his words. It remained uncertain whether He Nanxu's protection of Chuli stemmed from professional or personal motives. Nonetheless, they would think twice before harboring any ill intentions towards her in future project discussions. During the dinner, Chuli listened as He Nanxu discussed project matters with them. The issues that had troubled her seemed trivial in his presence. He sat there, discussing budgets and collaboration plans, ensuring the maximization of his interests. His demeanor appeared calm, yet the pressure he exuded left others hesitant to speak freely. Chuli found herself irresistibly drawn to him, stealing glances, one glance, then another, unable to articulate the reason behind it. Perhaps the fatigue from travel had rendered him slightly weary. He loosened his tie with 2 fingers and, in a deep, languid voice, stated, "The budget and collaboration plans are finalized. The contract will be drafted tonight for Secretary Huang's signature. Once the contract is signed, our cooperation will be established. I'll make a request on my behalf that Secretary Huang, for my sake, refrain from making things difficult for my staff." "Mr. He," Secretary Huang interjected, "to say make things difficult is rather severe. Our collaboration with Yahoo Group has always been about mutual benefit. The higher-ups have consistently supported Yahoo Group. When has there been any difficulty?" He Nanxu raised an eyebrow, his seemingly casual demeanor concealing an undeniable intensity. "I'm not referring to the higher-ups, but Secretary Huang." At that moment, Secretary Huang felt a jolt in his chest, racking his brain for any misstep that might have prompted such a remark from He Nanxu, until he inadvertently caught sight of Chuli sitting beside the man. It was as if a sudden clarity had illuminated his thoughts. The dinner concluded just shy of 9 o'clock in the evening. Gradually, everyone began to depart. Chuli stood beside He Nanxu, maintaining a respectful distance. He Nanxu took a long stride toward her, opening the door of the back seat for her. "Let us go home." The words flowed from him so naturally, yet Chuli paused, taken aback. The concept of home felt oddly unfamiliar to her. Throughout the journey, Chuli's mind was preoccupied with thoughts, while the man seated beside her remained remarkably quiet. He rested one leg over the other, reclining against the car's seat, his eyes closed in repose, likely weary from the demanding workload of recent days. According to Zhao Yunming, this dinner gathering was not originally part of his itinerary, yet he chose to attend. Was it because of Chapter 12, Madam He. I hold a certain sentiment for Chuli, yet I refrain from inquiring further. After all, should my questions yield a different outcome, it would only serve to highlight my own presumptuousness. Moreover, it is evident that in the grand scheme of his vast endeavors, how could she possibly compare to the billions he has invested in? His presence here seems more logically tethered to concerns over the project. Apologies. In a moment of tranquility, He Nanxu heard a soft and cautious voice beside him. He opened his eyes and turned his gaze towards her. Chuli slightly held her breath, admitting, "I did not conduct myself well at the dinner gathering today." He Nanxu chuckled at her remark. "What performance is required at a meal? For me, as long as you have eaten and drunk satisfactorily, that is enough." Chuli furrowed her brow, recalling the tumultuous churn within her stomach after that drink. If you had not been present today, I might have simply been unable to navigate such a situation. She pondered that she could have been inundated with alcohol, perhaps losing control during the dinner, thereby affecting. Wasn't I there? Without allowing her thoughts to delve into graver consequences, He Nanxu interrupted, his voice calm and steady. Madam He, I was there. Chuli's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, her gaze fixed on He Nanxu, filled with a hint of confusion, yet accompanied by an unrecognized sense of reassurance. He Nanxu closed his eyes once more, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon returning home, the two parted ways, retreating to their respective rooms. Each chamber was spacious, equipped with a bathroom and a lounge. Chuli mused that she could spend the entire day within her room without feeling stifled. After taking a shower and changing into her pajamas, she lay in bed, tossing and turning, yet sleep eluded her. Meanwhile, He Nanxu was also awake, soaking in a bathtub while conversing on the phone. You truly have a girlfriend now? How come I have heard nothing of it until now? Did you simply pick someone off the street to appease your family? The elder's voice was stern. He Nanxu smirked, half joking and half serious. Did you not insist that I marry this year? With such pressure, it would be understandable if I were to resort to such measures. For the past 3 years, has there not been similar talk? Yet, when have you ever heeded my words? The elder, since his retirement, had taken to tending to flowers and birds, seemingly particularly invested in He Nanxu's marital affairs, fantasizing about the day he would be entertained by a few chubby little grandchildren. I ask you, what has prompted you to listen this year? He Nanxu replied, when the opportunity arises. The elder was unaware of the specific opportunity He Nanxu referred to, yet he was well aware of his grandson's character. From a young age, He Nanxu had always been a man of meticulous planning, cognizant of every step he took. To randomly wed a woman merely to placate his family was decidedly not in his nature. With this thought, the elder inquired further, which young lady has captured your affection? What is her name, her age, her occupation, and what is her family situation? Since you have chosen to embark on a romantic relationship, it is evident that you are aiming for a meaningful outcome. Do share your thoughts with me. He Nanxu, without any intention of concealing, began to speak. Zhou Chuli, 25 years old, a graduate of Jingzhou University, is an employee at Yahoo Group. Tragically, her parents passed away when she was just 15, and for the past years, she has been residing with her uncle. Once He Nanxu finished speaking, the old man fell into a long silence, his voice taking on a more serious tone. She is not from your circle, is she? The old man believed He Nanxu ought to comprehend the nature of his social circle and the type of individuals within it. This was not mere arrogance born from privilege, but rather an undeniable fact. So what? The only response to the old man's inquiry was a nonchalant retort. I will bring her into my circle, integrate her into my world. Is that not sufficient? He Nanxu's voice remained calm and slow, interrupting the old man. You should trust my judgment and my capabilities. I would never be interested in someone unworthy of me, nor do I need to benefit from a marriage to someone I do not love. You need not worry that my choice will affect the family or the company. I will take responsibility for every step I take. In just a few sentences, he rendered the old man speechless. I have made my situation clear to you. I hope that during this time, neither you nor my parents will seek her out. Our relationship is not yet solid enough to withstand your interference. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that my parents and I are the sort of villains? The old man's expression darkened. He retorted, and what do you mean by a relationship not being solid? She has yet to show any interest in me. Upon hearing this, the old man was left speechless for quite some time. It dawned on him that he was the lesser party in this relationship. After an unknown period of silence, the old man finally spoke again. His tone, typically stern, softened considerably. Your parents and I are not those who fail to discern right from wrong. Since you have decided to pursue this relationship, we will cooperate. You say the young lady is not yet interested in you. Why not bring her home? We can have a discussion with her. Is that not feasible? That may not work. He Nanxu replied, her nature is quiet, and she is slow to warm up to others. She will not easily allow someone in her life. Everything must come gradually. I will handle her feelings. Very well, then. I shall end the call for now. He Nanxu, the old man hesitated, words stuck in his throat. He Nanxu chuckled lightly. Grandfather, it is late. Even men cannot endure disturbances at this hour. With that, he tossed the phone aside, stood up from the bathtub, and walked to the shower to rinse off. The old man, hearing the sound of rushing water through the receiver, began to grasp the meaning behind those words. Frowning, he promptly ended the call in silence. After washing up, He Nanxu emerged from the bathroom clad in a black silk nightgown. As he stepped outside and passed by the guest room, he paused for a few seconds. The individuals within the room were likely still awake. He heard the sound of her phone ringing, soon followed by the call being answered. Sitting on the bed, Chuli held her phone, glancing at her aunt's late-night call with a hint of exasperation. As soon as the call connected, an exuberant voice resonated from the other end, announcing that the dowry had been received, the car chosen, and a house inspected. She had selected a spacious 300-square-meter residence, and the assistant had paid the full amount without batting an eye. Which wealthy benefactor did you manage to find? Zhou Chuli. I never imagined you possessed such remarkable prowess. Her uncle, visibly concerned, interjected, Chuli, please tell me, who are you marrying? Make sure you aren't being deceived. With a dismissive roll of her eyes, her aunt retorted, what kind of swindler would invest such a substantial sum? What do they possibly gain? She then added, regardless, I approve of this marriage. You must bring him home soon for us to meet. She was eager to see what kind of golden son-in-law Chuli had reeled in. Chuli felt a buzzing in her ears. Her already anxious nerves were further frayed. Her aunt continued her fervent discourse. Oh dear, if your late parents knew you were marrying so well, their spirits would surely rejoice. Chuli closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, thinking to herself that she would address it later. As she had been quite busy recently, she offered a perfunctory response before ending the call. Parched and restless, she contemplated heading to the kitchen for a glass of water. However, as she pulled open the door, she was met with the sight of a man standing outside. Chapter 13. Why am I nervous if I won't touch you? Chuli lifted her head, meeting his gaze. Her eyes were slightly red, and she was clad in a thin nightgown, tossing and turning in bed for quite some time. Her hair was tousled, giving her an air of dishevelment. Instinctively, she considered turning around to close the door to her room, but found the notion rather absurd. Instead, she mustered a smile and remarked, what a coincidence. As she spoke, she awkwardly attempted to fasten a button that had come undone at her chest. For some inexplicable reason, the small button stubbornly refused to cooperate after several attempts. Perhaps her nervousness was too palpable. The man curled his lips in a teasing manner, his tone laced with tenderness. Why are you so anxious? I want to touch you. His words only deepened her embarrassment. He gazed at her reddened eyes, refraining from asking further questions, and simply said, I'm going to make some noodles. Would you like a little? Chuli recalled the dinner earlier that evening. Indeed, He Nanxu had scarcely touched his food. She had been rather reserved herself, consuming only a few vegetables and a small portion of rice. While she wasn't particularly hungry, the memory of his culinary skills from their last encounter tempted her. Well, I suppose I could have a little, she replied. I can assist you. Although preparing a bowl of noodles hardly required assistance, He Nanxu did not decline, merely nodding in agreement. Together, they made their way to the kitchen. The refrigerator was stocked with ingredients, and Chuli selected a handful of leafy greens, washing them meticulously by the faucet. Meanwhile, He Nanxu boiled water and fried some eggs. Once the water reached a rolling boil, he added the noodles and prepared a broth in a smaller pot, working with a rhythmic grace that made Chuli feel somewhat in the way. Before long, the noodles were ready, and he served her a bowl first. Chuli instinctively said, You eat first. I'll serve myself. In her uncle's household, there had been an unspoken rule. Unless her uncle and aunt initiated the meal, she could not start eating herself. Consequently, she had developed the habit of waiting for others to begin before she would do so. He Nanxu, holding the bowl of noodles in one hand, grasped her wrist with the other, leading her to a counter in the dining area. Gently releasing her hand, he placed the noodles on the table and pulled out a chair for her, looking at her with a calm invitation. Go ahead and eat. His demeanor was tender yet firm, an invitation that was hard to resist. Thank you. Chuli finally acquiesced, sitting down to eat the noodles in quietude. She consumed her meal slowly. He Nanxu sat across from her, observing as she leisurely finished her small bowl. I'd like a bit more, she surprised herself by saying. Help yourself. There's plenty left in the pot, he encouraged. Chuli carried her bowl back to the kitchen, serving herself another helping. The broth was rich and flavorful, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't see how you prepared that broth earlier. Could you share your secret with me?" The preparation of these noodles is quite convenient. Perhaps I shall attempt to make them myself in the future. He Nanxu remarked, "If you enjoy them, I shall make them for you again next time." Chuli's heart fluttered, and she hesitated in her response. "Mr. He, your time is precious. There is no need for you to go to such lengths for me. I'm not deserving of your efforts in preparing a meal. You are deserving." Chuli pondered these simple words deeply and soon came to a realization. Mrs. He indeed deserved such consideration. Yet, she found it difficult to place herself in Mrs. He's position. During the duration of their agreement, Chuli did not wish to enjoy the privileges associated with Mrs. He's status. However, if she were to continually express such sentiments, it would seem she lacked appreciation for his kindness. A burden weighed upon her heart. How could one be so ungrateful? Accustomed to indifference from others, she found it disconcerting when someone treated her with kindness. Turning to He Nanxu, she said earnestly, "If there is anything you need me to assist with or undertake, please do not hesitate to let me know. I shall spare no effort in helping you." Chuli thought that should he extend kindness towards her, it would not be right for her to simply bask in it without reciprocation. Observing her cautious demeanor at all times, He Nanxu felt as though a thorn had pricked at his heart. Despite the turmoil within, he maintained a calm expression and replied, "All right." Chuli exhaled a sigh of relief. "I am full now." After a short while, she set down her chopsticks. "Shall I return to my room to rest?" Once she returned to her room, having satisfied her hunger, Chuli quickly felt drowsy. She extended a hand from beneath the covers to turn off the crystal chandelier above her, opting for a wall lamp instead. Chuli had a small habit of leaving a wall lamp on while she slept. This room fortuitously had a wall lamp, and its design, a gardenia, was one she particularly cherished. She felt quite pleased. The following morning, as Chuli emerged from her room, she noticed He Nanxu was absent. The housekeeper informed her that he had left not long ago. "Sir said you must remember to have breakfast. He fears you may not be accustomed to accompanying him to the office, so he has arranged for a driver to take you. From now on, the driver will transport you to and from work." After just a few days of interaction, Chuli had grown accustomed to He Nanxu's meticulousness and thoughtfulness. At times, she pondered her good fortune in having stumbled upon such a remarkable opportunity. In the office that morning, as Chuli grappled with a series of data on her computer screen, a message popped up on her phone. "Boss, come to my office." Chapter 14. Will she exit his office in tears? Although Chuli had been employed at Yahoo Group for 3 years, her visits to the president's office had been infrequent. Upon receiving a directive from her superior, she felt a twinge of confusion but did not dwell on it. Grasping her phone, she exited her office and made her way to the elevator, pressing the button for the floor that housed the president's office. As the elevator doors opened, Chuli encountered several executives from the marketing and R&D departments. She offered a brief greeting, but they seemed preoccupied, their faces etched with worry, as if they had lost half their spirits. It was truly terrifying. Despite the imposing stature of the R&D department head, a towering figure at 6 feet tall and weighing around 160 pounds, Chuli perceived a hint of vulnerability emanating from him. During the recent meeting, He had unleashed a verbal barrage that could pierce through the toughest of defenses. Chuli felt a sense of foreboding rising within her. She recalled the scene, but could not decipher its implications. Throughout her years of acquaintance with He Nanxu, she had never witnessed him lose his temper. Yet, she was acutely aware of the fear he instilled in everyone at the company. Though he never resorted to shouting or throwing objects to express his anger, a mere glance or a casual remark from him could convey an unmistakable aura of authority and decisiveness. The marketing manager, visibly rattled, chimed in, confessing that he had been avoiding the president's office lately, fearing a confrontation. Chuli felt a flutter of anxiety within her. As she observed the ascending numbers on the elevator display, it mirrored the rapid beating of her heart, which seemed poised to leap into her throat. With a chime, the elevator arrived. The executives snapped back to reality, exchanging incredulous glances as they registered that they had reached the president's floor. Who pressed the button? No one spoke. Amidst the crowd, Chuli, who had been overlooked, cautiously emerged from the corner and whispered, "It was me." At her words, all eyes turned to her, a collective gaze filled with sympathy and pity, making her feel like a fragile creature in their midst. Her heart raced, and taking a deep breath, she stepped out of the elevator. Just as the doors were about to close, she faintly heard the hushed murmurs of the executives behind her. "Really? This girl looks so delicate. How can she withstand President He's treatment?" Will she come out in tears? The question lingered in the air. What could she have possibly done to offend him? Chuli stood before the slightly ajar office door, gently knocking. "Come in." His deep, steady voice dispelled her chaotic thoughts, and she entered, closing the door behind her. Chuli paused in her tracks, contemplating why she felt compelled to shut the door. The scenario of a powerful boss and a young, beautiful female employee alone in a closed office invites a plethora of imaginative interpretations. Chuli, mustering her courage, ventured to oppose him. "Mr. He, this may not reflect well." The man seated at the desk lifted his gaze to her, teasingly remarking, "If you do not close the door, and someone witnesses what transpires between us, wouldn't that be even more detrimental?" "What transpires?" Chuli lowered her eyes slightly, lost in contemplation. He Nanxu rose and approached her, casually shutting the door behind him. The soft click of the door closing sent a heavy pulse through Chuli's heart. After considerable mental preparation, she finally spoke. "Mr. He, you once mentioned that marriage is merely a formality for you." "And then?" He Nanxu pressed on, his expression inscrutable. Chuli stared at him in astonishment, pondering how he could have forgotten his own words. "So, does that mean after marriage we can maintain a respectful distance? If I am unwilling, we need not fulfill the duties of a couple. And if I prefer to keep our relationship private, you will agree to confidentiality?" The notion of engaging in anything inappropriate within the confines of the office was utterly unacceptable to her. He Nanxu displayed a peculiar smile. "Understood, Mrs. He." Each time he referred to her as Mrs. He, it felt so natural that Chuli worried he might one day inadvertently call her that in front of others at the company. His office was expansive, spanning 200 square meters, with designated areas for work, meetings, and relaxation. Chuli observed as He Nanxu moved to the relaxation area, retrieving something before approaching her once more. As he drew closer, she realized he held a delicately crafted thermal lunchbox. "This is your lunch," he offered. "So, he summoned her to the office merely to provide her with a meal? Isn't this a bit excessive?" "I usually eat in the company cafeteria," she replied. "Is that so?" He Nanxu countered lightly, causing her to feel somewhat guilty. Typically, her meals were rather haphazard. At times, she even forgot to eat amidst her work. Most days, she managed just 2 meals, often at irregular intervals. As Chuli pondered her response, she noticed He Nanxu's voice had grown more serious. "If you do not start eating properly and on time, you will be required to come to my office daily for your meals." After considerable thought, she realized he must have his reasons for this insistence. Her health had been poor lately, with her stomach issues flaring up frequently. How could Mrs. He be a frail and sickly individual? It would not bode well for him to bring her home under such circumstances. With this in mind, Chuli obediently accepted the lunchbox from his hands and promised earnestly, "I will take care to eat well." "Then be good," he replied. Chuli felt her cheeks warm, her mind operating sluggishly like an antiquated machine. What was happening to her lately? She truly believed that she was not the type to be easily startled. She had always been calm and clear-headed, much like a tranquil lake. However, now, whenever she faced He Nanxu, her mind became cluttered with chaotic thoughts, leaving her restless, as if a depth charge had been cast upon the still surface of the water. Was this relationship exerting too much pressure on her? Undoubtedly. Holding her lunchbox, Chuli endeavored to maintain a relaxed demeanor. "Shall I take my leave now?" Upon receiving a nod in response, she quietly departed. Today, her work had proceeded exceptionally smoothly. As she prepared to head home punctually, she received a message from He Nanxu. "Just to inform Mrs. He, I will be attending a gathering with friends tonight and will likely return home around 10 o'clock. Chapter 15. The unspoken secrets. He Nanxu's message was met with an immediate response, arriving within mere seconds. "All right, received. Feel free to play until whenever you wish." He Nanxu's gaze lingered on the words displayed on his screen, his eyes narrowing slightly. He inquired, "Is it permissible to stay out all night?" Chuli responded, "Of course." This was his freedom. Chuli's understanding of a contractual marriage was that they need only appear together when required. In the absence of such necessity, each could pursue their own pleasures. Naturally, Chuli had no desire for such play. However, if He Nanxu did, she would not stand in his way. A faint, self-mocking smile tugged at the corners of He Nanxu's lips. He chose not to reply to Chuli's message, opting instead to turn off his phone and cast it aside. At a premier private club in the capital, He Nanxu arrived fashionably late. The door to the private room swung open, revealing a lively gathering within. A group of young men and women lounged on expansive sofas, a circle of liquor bottles adorning the table, the rich aroma of alcohol wafting through the air. The delicate sparkle of crystal light fell, refracting a scene of extravagant indulgence. Song Yu, having grown impatient from waiting, was contemplating placing another call when He Nanxu made his timely entrance. "Wait, Asu, you came alone?" Song Yu glanced behind him, confirming the absence of anyone else, his handsome face registering a hint of disappointment. "Where's your woman? Why didn't you bring her along?" He had seen the affectionate posts on social media, which had previously led to rumors that He Nanxu refrained from marriage because of him, leaving Song Yu to bear the brunt of public scrutiny. He was eager to meet the one who had supposedly liberated him from such injustice. He Nanxu settled onto the sofa. The lighting in the room was soft, casting a gentle glow on his chiseled features, revealing no imperfections, exuding an air of nobility. He chose a secluded spot, clearly disinterested in the gathering. Were it not for Song Yu's persistent invitations, he likely would have declined to attend. Noticing He Nanxu's apparent displeasure, the others greeted him politely before discreetly withdrawing. The man leisurely poured himself a glass of liquor and took a sip with little emotion. This unexpected behavior caught Song Yu off guard. He Nanxu was not known for his fondness for alcohol. What prompted this sudden indulgence? Yet, Song Yu didn't dwell on it, stubbornly taking a seat beside him, pressing, "Is she not coming?" He Nanxu clenched his jaw, refusing to lift his gaze. "No." Song Yu extinguished his cigarette with a frustrated click of his tongue, appearing even more disheartened. "Are you truly with her? I thought you had someone in your heart all along." This sudden announcement must have some underlying issue. The Song and He families shared a long-standing friendship, and having grown up together, Song Yu had gleaned some of He Nanxu's hidden truths, such as the existence of someone special in his heart. Song Yu sighed deeply, suddenly feeling a complex mix of emotions. It was perplexing, but seeing you turn your affections elsewhere left me with an undeniable sense of loss. After all, in this circle, it is rare to find a pure-hearted champion of love, especially one like He Nanxu. Such a contrast, such a rarity. Yet, I never anticipated he would change his heart. In order to appease his family, he casually sought companionship. I thought you would wait indefinitely. The man, who had been the subject of countless discussions, lifted his gaze, finding Song Yu's incessant chatter tonight as bothersome as the incessant chirping of cicadas in a tree. "Why do you assume that I was waiting?" "What?" He Nanxu took another sip of his drink, enunciating each word carefully. "I was waiting for her." In He Nanxu's life, passive waiting had never been his first choice. Yet in this matter, he had no alternative but to wait. "Do you mean the woman you just announced is the one you have always cherished?" Song Yu had already magnified the photo He Nanxu posted on social media, scrutinizing it repeatedly. However, after all that examination, it only revealed a silhouette, offering no discernible details. He Nanxu shot a cold glance at him, sharp as a knife. "Stop referring to women coming and going. That is your sister-in-law." "Sister-in-law?" Song Yu, dropping his frivolous demeanor, asked earnestly, "What do you mean?" "I married her." His tone was neither loud nor soft, and in the lively atmosphere of the private room, it was quickly drowned out. Nevertheless, Song Yu was certain he had heard correctly. "You are married." Song Yu stared at He Nanxu in disbelief, his voice rising several octaves. This outburst attracted the attention of everyone in the room. "Wait, what did they just hear? He Nanxu is married?" Someone, filled with curiosity, could not help but inquire, "Mr. He, which esteemed young lady is your bride?" Such a significant event, and yet there was no hint of it at all. However, upon reflection, it was not entirely without notice. Rumors had circulated that the daughter of the mayor of Jingzhou was infatuated with He Nanxu. The mayor and He Nanxu's father had both endeavored to facilitate this match. For a time, the circle buzzed with talk of their impending union. "Mr. He, your bride is not truly the daughter of the mayor of Jingzhou, is she?" "Absolutely not." Before He Nanxu could respond, Song Yu interjected, in his eyes There is no room for anyone but his beloved. Song Yu was acutely aware of the situation's intricacies. The mayor's daughter had pursued He Nanxu fervently for a time, and they were indeed a suitable match, with both families covertly encouraging the union. He vividly recalled the spirited and willful young lady who, in her fervor, had once shown up at He Nanxu's residence in the middle of the night. Despite her year-long ardent pursuit, He Nanxu had never allowed her close. From the moment she was born, the pampered young lady had sailed smoothly through life, but now she found herself facing an unprecedented setback, completely losing control. With tears in her eyes, she defiantly questioned him. He Nanxu, what makes you think I am unworthy of you? In terms of family background, education, and beauty, I am among the elite. I possess a heart that loves you dearly. You will regret missing out on me. At that moment, Song Yu was also present. To be candid, he found himself somewhat aligned with the young lady, for her words were undeniably reasonable. However, He Nanxu's response left a profound impression on him. The man gazed calmly at the tear-streaked face of the young lady and, with nonchalance, stated, "Why should I regret? Throughout my emotional journey, I have had but one choice, and you have never been within the realm of my considerations." Chapter 16, Darling. Wait for me, Song. You had always known that someone like He Nanxu would not be a person lost in love, neglecting the bigger picture. In matters of affection, his principles were unwaveringly formidable. Having sat in the private room for merely a quarter of an hour, He Nanxu would casually glance at his watch every few minutes. He had promised to return home by 10 o'clock, yet it was barely 8 in the evening, indicating he still had to remain seated for another half hour to be on time. The atmosphere was painfully dull. He Nanxu languidly swirled his wine glass, his gaze fixed on the undulating, crimson liquid. It was evident to onlookers that his thoughts were far removed from the gathering. He was clearly preoccupied with his beautiful wife at home. After all, a moment of intimacy is priceless. He should indeed return to savor it. Someone jested lightheartedly. Song Yu, with a cigarette between his lips, squinted thoughtfully at He Nanxu, realizing the remark held a kernel of truth. He addressed He Nanxu, suggesting, "If you truly cannot bear to stay here, why not return home and indulge?" The emphasis on the word indulge drew laughter from the group of men present. Surprisingly, He Nanxu did not take offense. Setting down his glass, he rose, a rare smile gracing his lips. "You are right. It is getting late. I should head back. My wife is afraid of the dark. She has just moved in with me, and I worry she might struggle to sleep. Goodness, how pampered she must be." In an instant, the expressions of those in the room varied. The women looked at the other woman with envy, while the men appeared rather incredulous, pondering how indulgent this was. In their circle, relationships between men and women often seemed entangled with ulterior motives. Is there still such a thing as pure love in this day and age? Before they could fully digest this revelation, He Nanxu's figure had already vanished from their sight. He exited the private room, traversing a spacious corridor toward the elevator. The gentle illumination spilled from the edges of the walls and floor, framing his relaxed silhouette. Lost in thought, he retrieved his phone from his trouser pocket and dialed a number. The phone rang twice before being answered. A woman's slightly breathless voice came through. "Hello." He Nanxu furrowed his brow slightly and asked softly, "What's wrong?" "I just finished showering. I heard the phone ring urgently from the bathroom and rushed out." "Is there something you need, boss?" He Nanxu replied, "During off hours, could you refrain from calling me boss?" "All right." "Mr. He." He Nanxu paused for a few seconds, listening as her breathing gradually steadied before he spoke again. His tone was languid and gentle. It was nothing of great significance, merely a desire to inform her, "I might return an hour earlier than planned. Please wait for me." And then, Chuli, regaining her composure, did not inquire further and simply responded, "All right." Just as He Nanxu was about to hang up, a commotion arose in the distance. He lifted his gaze and, among the throng, spotted a familiar figure, Chunli. It is not uncommon to encounter him here. After all, he is a frequent patron of this elite private club. The moment Chunli raised his eyes, he too spotted He Nanxu. Although both are quite renowned within their affluent circles, their interactions have been rather limited. Chunli abruptly halted in his tracks, inexplicably entranced, fixating on the individual across from him. Yet He Nanxu, devoid of any discernible emotion, averted his gaze as if Chunli were invisible, continuing his phone conversation. However, when he spoke, he directly addressed the person on the other end, exclaiming, "Wife." Be a good girl and wait for my return, all right? The group on the other side was momentarily taken aback. Wife? When did He Nanxu get married? Even Shunli found himself astonished. The man hailed as the most eligible bachelor desired by women in Jingzhou had, surprisingly, tied the knot. On the other end of the line, Chuli felt her heart flutter at his affectionate term, wondering what had transpired in that fleeting moment that he suddenly adopted such an intimate persona. With no time to ponder, she promptly responded in kind, all right, I'll wait for you. Husband. Yet, the word husband felt awkward on her tongue, as if it burned. To He Nanxu's ears, however, it was music, a sweet symphony that instantly elevated his spirits. With a satisfied smile, he strode past the incredulous gazes of those around him, as if he had just triumphed in battle, and entered the elevator. As Shunli brushed past He Nanxu, a wave of inexplicable tumult surged within him. He wore a cold expression, scoffing derisively, wondering if marriage was truly something to take pride in. The young gentleman beside him seemed to sense Shun Li's discomfort and interjected. In this circle, most unions are mere business arrangements. They are, at best, emotionless plastic couples, presenting a facade of deep affection in public while indulging in their own pursuits behind closed doors, utterly hollow. Shunli remained silent, prompting the young man to continue with fervor. If you were to desire marriage, it would be an effortless endeavor, wouldn't it? Just approach that Chuli. I bet if you simply asked her if she'd marry you, she'd be rushing to present her household registration with glee. I even heard she's liked you for 8 years. My goodness, 8 years. Could there be anyone so foolish? A soft laugh escaped Shunli's throat at the thought. He recalled a few days prior when the woman had calmly and resolutely stated over the phone, Shunli, let us end this here. Please don't seek me out again. A wave of annoyance washed over him. Shunli turned on his heel, heading toward the elevator. The young gentleman, bewildered, hurried after him, asking, Brother Shun, why is the gathering ending so early today? Aren't we going to continue the festivities? Shunli barely flicked his eyelids, exuding an air of weariness and indifference. Just as he finished speaking, a soft feminine voice chimed in, Brother Shun, allow me to accompany you to a different venue. I assure you it will be quite entertaining. The woman was tall and voluptuous, adorned in a black deep V knit bodycon dress. As she spoke, she emerged from the crowd, her feet swiftly pursuing the man. Her body seemed to glide towards him, devoid of rigidity, her soft chest brushing against a strong, muscular arm, laden with suggestive implications. I shall indulge you in whatever manner you desire, ensuring your utmost enjoyment. She seemed to convey. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she added playfully, rest assured, I'm nothing like Zhou Chuli, who lacks any semblance of allure. At that moment, Shunli abruptly halted. A palpable chill enveloped the surroundings, freezing the atmosphere. Just as the woman boldly sought to advance further, the man seized her wrist with a firm grip, flinging her hand away. His dark eyes, glimmering with a sardonic smile, locked onto hers. Indulge in whatever manner you wish. Meng Yin, do you not fear that I might utterly ruin you? Chapter 17. It seems there's no aftermath. Shunli possessed a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes. Those around him frequently jested that even when gazing at a dog, such eyes could evoke a sense of profound affection. Yet, at this moment, the depths of his dark orbs were laden with a heavy malice. Meng Yin felt a flicker of fear as she beheld the man's gaze. Yet an undeniable desire stirred within her. She mused if she could indulge in ecstasy with him in bed. Would that not be a form of pleasure? If He Nanxu were the man every woman in Jingzhou yearned to marry, then Shunli might very well be the man every woman in Jingzhou longed to bed. Brother Shun, you're still angry with me, aren't you? In truth, Meng Yin was not entirely oblivious to Shunli's emotions. She discerned the ire he harbored towards her, and she was acutely aware of its origin. At the class reunion, she had indeed overindulged in drink, prompting her to utter those words to Zhou Chuli. Yet she also acknowledged her jealousy had driven her nearly mad. How could she? How could he? The man's usual nonchalant demeanor vanished in an instant. What gives you the right to meddle in my affairs with her? Brother Shun, get as far away from me as possible. If you dare to appear before me again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Meng Yin was taken aback by his sudden, fierce outburst, instinctively retreating a step. With a pair of innocent, reddened eyes, she watched as Shunli turned away from her, entering the elevator without sparing her a glance. Shunli was beset by turmoil, a surge of pent-up frustration constricting his chest. After departing from the club, He drove his Ferrari to the Dongshan racing base. The roar of the engine echoed as he sped down the road, the dazzling neon lights of the city center quickly receding behind him, the car plunging into the seemingly endless winding mountain roads. The racetrack was nestled within a valley, with perilous cliffs looming just beyond the barriers, rendering it a thrilling and dangerous venture. Chun-Li pressed the accelerator to the floor, racing upward with blinding speed. Under the somber cloak of night, the red Ferrari blazed like a flickering flame. Impassively seated within the car, he lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling the smoke. Once he finished the cigarette, he picked up his phone to browse through his contacts. Numerous accounts of so-called ex-girlfriends cluttered his communications, each devoid of any labels. He could scarcely recall who was who or when they had shared a moment. The chat with Chuli was buried far beneath the rest. Though he typically refrained from scrolling through his chat history, on this occasion, he inexplicably exhibited an unusual patience, delving down to retrieve his conversation with Chuli. He discovered their last exchange, time-stamped on the evening of their university reunion at 8:08. She had written, "I have something very important to ask your opinion on. I wonder if you would be willing to share." At that time, Chun-Li had likely been drinking with others, neglecting to check his phone, hence he had not replied. Soon after, Chuli arrived at the reunion. However, it wasn't long before Meng Yin caused a ruckus, leading to a bitter fallout between him and Chuli. After that, it seemed there was no aftermath. As Chun-Li gazed at the line of text on the screen, he pondered what she intended to ask him. What was it that she was willing or unwilling to do? The man's long fingers hovered over the input box of the chat interface, lingering in uncertainty for an indeterminate time before ultimately pressing the back button. He then casually scrolled up and tapped on a profile picture, a woman's selfie. She possessed an ethereal beauty, with softly curled black hair framing her delicate oval face, her features exquisitely refined. The man, his expression devoid of emotion, typed a brief message, "Bulgari Hotel, come over." In the opulent presidential suite, a woman clad in a seductive black lace nightgown sat upon the plush bed, her impatience evident as she observed the man, who had clearly bathed but stood with his back to her by the floor-to-ceiling window, unresponsive. Frowning slightly, she descended from the bed, slipped on a pair of soft slippers, and tiptoed towards him. She reached around from behind, encircling his lean, muscular waist. "Shingo," she called softly, her voice both gentle and alluring. "Aren't you going to sleep?" As she spoke, her hand found its way to the sash of his bathrobe. Giving it a gentle tug, in matters such as these, she was indeed quite experienced. Her hands began to roam upward, igniting a spark of desire. Feeling the taut muscles beneath his skin, she melted into a puddle of longing before he had even made a move. To her surprise, Shungu still remembered her. The woman vividly recalled their last encounter a year prior at a gathering hosted by a wealthy patron. That patron had been fond of her, showering Chun-Li with favors. But what had Chun-Li said back then? "Oh," he remarked, "I do not fancy this type." With her delicate and ethereal features, she had dressed demurely that day, purposefully crafting an image of innocence before everyone. Perhaps he was not fond of the obedient type. Thus, this evening, the woman had intentionally taken a different approach, adorning herself in a fiery and alluring manner, confident that her skills and understanding would please him. She thought to herself that he would surely be satisfied tonight. Yet, to her dismay, no matter how her hands caressed him, he remained aloof. Resolutely, she knelt at his feet, squeezing between his legs. Her crimson lips parted, ready for the next move, but the man coldly grasped her chin, lifting her from the floor. His expression hinted at disappointment. With such a face, yet dressed so, skillfully attending to him, it was utterly incongruent. Realizing the absurdity of his thoughts at that moment, Chun-Li found himself amused. A self-deprecating smirk graced his lips as he walked over to the coffee table, bending to pick up a phone, locating the woman's account, and transferring a significant sum of money to her. "Not in the mood tonight. Consider this a compensation for your time. You may leave now." "Shingo, leave," he commanded, his mood shifting like the wind. The woman sensed his unpredictable temperament and refrained from provoking him further, understanding the futility of such actions. Comprehending the situation, she accepted the transfer, changed her clothes, and departed quietly. Chun-Li found himself devoid of sleep, seated there, consuming alcohol throughout the night. Meanwhile, He Nanxu departed from the Capital's club and returned home at precisely 9 in the evening, an hour earlier than he had initially planned. The hall was illuminated by bright lights. A woman, clad in a soft, creamy white loungewear, sat on the sofa, engrossed in the television. She was obediently waiting for his return. Upon hearing the approaching footsteps, she snapped back to reality and rose from the edge of the sofa. "You're back," she remarked. He Nanxu responded with a soft Chi Li tentatively inquired, "Mr. He, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" "Yes," he replied as he settled onto the edge of the sofa. Chi Li followed suit. However, upon his first utterance, she felt a sense of unease. "I saw someone tonight at the Capital's Club." Chapter 18. Is divorce the only thought occupying her mind? Upon hearing the mention of the Capital Club from He Nanxu, Chuli instinctively averted her gaze. She was acutely aware that the Capital Club was the premier establishment in Jingzhou and a favored haunt of Shunli. Furthermore, their recent university reunion had also been held there, which left her with a sense of unease whenever the location was referenced. Who could it be? Chuli did not anticipate hearing any answers from him. Yet, He Nanxu had pricked her heart by uttering Shun Li's name. Wait a moment. Chuli quickly reflected, realizing that although she had harbored a secret affection for Shun Li for 8 years and had officially dated him for a month, He Nanxu should remain oblivious to this. After all, prior to their marriage certificate, her relationship with He Nanxu had been merely that of superior and subordinate. She had never publicly proclaimed her feelings or past relationships. At the very least, her colleagues were unaware of such matters. Soon, it dawned on Chu Li that hearing the name Shen Li from He Nanxu was decidedly peculiar. She recalled the hasty nature of their marriage agreement, where they had failed to delve deeply into each other's pasts. His sudden mention of Shun Li made her wonder if he had conducted some investigation and sensed something amiss, prompting him to confront her. Forfeiting her struggle, she decided against evasion and chose to be candid. "I don't know if you are aware, but Shun Li is my ex-boyfriend. However, before we obtained our marriage certificate, we had already severed ties. If this matters to you, we could terminate the agreement." Terminate the agreement? With every minor disturbance in their relationship, was her mind consumed solely with thoughts of divorce? He Nanxu regarded her intently, asserting, "His lack of appreciation for you is his fault. It has no bearing on you." Listening to his gentle, husky voice, a flicker of unease and tension arose within her. She gazed into his eyes, deep as the ocean, drawing her in. At that moment, she did not comprehend how swiftly she would succumb. "I do not intend to confront you," he continued, his tone perpetually unhurried, emotions unwavering. He seemed never to lose control. Even later, when pressed to his limits in their intimate encounters, he remained gentle and considerate towards her. "What I mean is, as long as you see clearly, do not allow yourself to be ensnared by a past relationship that ended without resolution. Always remain true to yourself and prioritize your own well-being." Chuli had not anticipated He Nanxu would impart such wisdom. Her thoughts became a whirlwind, and her hands, resting on her lap, clenched tightly in an effort to maintain composure. She parted her lips, some words lingering on the tip of her tongue, before being swallowed back. Ultimately, she simply nodded in silence. An ephemeral silence enveloped them. He Nanxu appeared somewhat fatigued, lifting his hand to press firmly against his temple. The 2 glasses of wine consumed that evening had indeed unsettled his stomach. Chuli sat close to him, faintly catching the subtle scent of alcohol that clung to him. "Are you feeling unwell from drinking too much? Would you like me to prepare something to sober you up?" He Nanxu glanced at her with skepticism. "You know how to do that?" Chuli merely acknowledged with a hum, choosing not to divulge that her knowledge stemmed from Shun Li, a man who had never touched alcohol. She discreetly made her way to the kitchen and began her tasks. Before long, she emerged with a bowl of honey pear water, placing it before him, and cautioned him about a few matters. It was best not to sleep immediately after drinking, nor to take a shower right away. "I'll be in my room. If you need anything, just call me." He Nanxu felt that his condition was not as dire as she suggested, yet he said nothing further and acquiesced. "All right." Only then did Chuli return to her room. She deliberately left her door ajar, lying on the bed without a hint of drowsiness. Her ears perked to catch any sounds from outside. Throughout the night, He Nanxu remained quite awake, not troubling her at all. At times, he loathed this perpetual state of alertness, knowing he could have taken advantage of the alcohol to act on his impulses. The next morning, Chuli was roused by her aunt's phone call. Her voice was weak and somewhat hoarse. "What is the matter?" "What do you mean, what is the matter?" Her aunt, detecting her drowsiness and indifference, raised her voice, sounding like a horn. It's such an important day. You don't remember? Chuli had stayed awake until after for the previous night and was still dazed. She opened her phone as calendar and stared at it for a while before the realization hit her. Today was her cousin, Zhou Mingyau's birthday. This day had been one of the most significant occasions in her life for the past decade, since her birthday was merely a day apart from her cousin S. Her uncle and aunt had long established a tradition of celebrating her birthday a day early alongside her cousins. Every year, the day was filled with festivity. Today is your and Yao Yao's birthday. Your uncle has thoughtfully planned several tables and invited numerous friends and family. You must remember to bring your husband home to celebrate. Chuli lay motionless, gazing at the ceiling, and after a long pause, she quietly replied, "I want TB coming back today." "What do you mean, Zhou Chuli? Have you hooked a wealthy man and raised your standards? You can't be bothered now. Besides, we are simply trying to celebrate your birthday out of goodwill. Are you truly unaware of your blessings? Had it not been for us, you might have never been able to afford your education, let alone have a warm meal, much less enjoy the life you have now." Chuli had heard such sentiments countless times, to the point where she could recite them by heart. At first, when she listened, she would inconsolably hide under the covers and weep throughout the night. However, she has long since become numb, immune to such emotions. Recently, her work has been demanding. Just as she was about to refuse further discussion, her aunt, with formidable assertiveness, threatened her, declaring, "If you do not come today, I will go directly to your company to find you, and I shall also speak to your boss." What kind of person exploits their employees daily? He is your employer, not your spouse. He does not merit such loyalty from you. Chuli was well aware of the tempestuous nature of her aunt. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her rising frustration and attempted to reason with her. "You would do well not to make a scene. You cannot contend with someone like that." The woman disdainfully clicked her tongue, thinking, what is there to fear? Is it not true that Chuli has ensnared a wealthy and influential man? What does it matter if her job is jeopardized? There will always be someone to support her and her family. Enough said, it is settled. If you do not come tonight, you shall face the consequences. With that, the woman hung up the phone before Chuli could utter a word. Lying in bed, Chuli pondered for a while. After much contemplation, she resolved to keep this matter from He Nanxu for the time being. In her relationship with him, she had steadfastly maintained a stance of discretion. Should the day come when their agreement concluded, they could part ways amicably, as if nothing had transpired. Furthermore, there lingered a sense of inferiority within her. She did not wish to introduce He Nanxu to her aunt and family, nor did she want him to witness the murky and dark past she preferred to forget. Chapter 19, she did not wish to. That day, after work, Chuli informed He Nanxu that she would be dining with friends and would return home later. He Nanxu seemed oblivious to her unease, merely responding with a simple okay. Without further inquiry, this allowed Chuli to breathe a sigh of relief. Her cousin, Zhou Mingyao's 21st birthday celebration, was set in a luxurious 5-star hotel, where even a single table of delicacies would cost a fortune. When Chuli arrived, the gathering was already in full swing. The entire venue was adorned with an Alice in Wonderland theme, ethereal and dreamlike, resembling a fairy tale. With a magnificent 8-tiered cake prominently displayed and gifts piled high beside it. Zhou Mingyao, pampered like a little princess, had 3 exquisite gowns for the evening, one of which was a designer dress worn by a celebrity. Chuli casually chose a seat. The attention of the guests was focused on the stage, so she glanced up to see Zhou Mingyao joyfully interacting with her parents. Occasionally, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Despite the years that had passed, Chuli had never truly felt part of that laughter and joy. It seemed rather mundane to her, and she quickly averted her gaze, lifting a glass of juice to sip slowly. Time slipped by unnoticed. The host announced the next segment, singing the birthday song and cutting the cake. It was at this moment that Uncle Xiao Ruifeng spotted Chuli in the corner and called out cheerfully, "Chuli, come up. It's time to cut the cake." Normally, she would have obliged, as she had done countless times before over the years. However, this time, she remained seated, unmoving. Someone had once advised her to always stay true to herself and prioritize her own feelings. Today was not her birthday. She did not wish to go on stage, did not want to join in the cake cutting, nor pretend to be joyful. She simply did not want to. Under the scrutinizing gaze of many, Chuli shook her head and calmly replied, "No, you all go ahead. The family on stage did not anticipate her refusal. Aunt Tang Monli, caught off guard, displayed her displeasure openly, thinking, "This ungrateful girl. We have given her ample respect, yet she shows us none in return." She shot a warning glare at Chuli. But Chuli remained unperturbed, steadfast in her seat. Tang Monli was nearly provoked to anger, but Xiao Ruifeng discreetly tugged at her sleeve, urging her softly, "Don't make a scene. Have you considered where the funds for such an extravagant birthday party come from? Moreover, if you truly antagonize Chuli, she might share this with her husband." His words instilled a modicum of caution in Tang Monli. After much deliberation, she decided to swallow her indignation. Thus, amidst the harmonious and cheerful birthday song, the family completed all the ceremonial rites. Following the ceremony, the banquet commenced, with Uncle Xiao Ruifeng leading his wife and daughter in toasting each table of relatives and friends. As she approached the table occupied by Chu Li, Tang Monli's sarcastic remarks, laden with a hint of mockery, pierced the air. "You are becoming increasingly obstinate as you grow older. Are we, as your elders, unable to manage you? You must understand the hardships we endured to raise you. It was no small feat. Be grateful. And do not become an ungrateful wolf that turns its back on its benefactors. Are the betrothal gifts, the car, and the house not sufficient tokens of our kindness?" Tang Monli found herself momentarily silenced by Chu Li's nonchalant retort, her brows furrowing in feigned indignation. "Is our kindness to you merely something to be measured in monetary terms?" Unperturbed by her duplicity, Chu Li replied calmly, "If it is not to be measured in money, then perhaps you could return the money to me." "Oh, you are truly something else." Tang Monli thought that something was off about Chu Li that evening. Normally, she was obedient and considerate, yet she seemed to have morphed into an entirely different person. If this conversation continued, she feared she would lose the argument and ruin her precious daughter's grand birthday celebration. "Enough. I do not wish to discuss this further today." With a stern expression, Tang Monli stormed off. Finally, silence enveloped Chu Li. After the dinner, a plethora of entertainment activities awaited, yet Chu Li chose not to linger. After exchanging a few words with her uncle, she hailed a taxi and departed. When the driver inquired about her destination, Chu Li hesitated for a moment. At that instant, she felt like a drifting reed upon an expansive water surface. Uncertain of her direction, her gaze fixated ahead. The city was splendid and vibrant, yet her eyes reflected a barren desolation. After a brief pause, she finally provided an address. "To Yahweh Group, please." The driver expressed mild surprise, asking if she was heading to the office at such a late hour. Chu Li smiled softly and replied earnestly, "Indeed, it cannot be helped. After all, I am passionate about my work." By the time Chu Li returned to the office, it was already 9 in the evening, and she found herself alone. She powered on her computer, opened a document, and played soft background music. The tension that had long enveloped her began to ease slightly in that moment. Time slipped by unnoticed. When Chu Li eventually lifted her gaze from the screen and glanced at her phone, she realized it was nearly midnight. Stretching lazily, she tidied up briefly and prepared to leave the office. In the early hours, the core area of Jingzhou's CBD remained brightly lit and bustling. Vehicles and pedestrians swarmed the streets, as if the evening rush hour had just commenced. Standing by the roadside, Chu Li attempted to hail a taxi. The winter night air was biting, causing her to frown as she yearned to escape the chill. However, taxis were scarce that evening. Nearby, a group of fellow workers, just off their shifts, stood with drooping spirits akin to wilted morning glories, all grumbling as they waited. Suddenly, an exuberant voice broke through the monotony. "Wow, look up quickly. My goodness, it's breathtaking." Gasps of awe followed in a chorus. Everywhere, people raised their phones to capture the spectacle above. Chu Li paused for a moment, taken aback. Amidst a chorus of astonished gasps, she gradually lifted her gaze. Upon this sight, she was suddenly rendered speechless. Chapter 20. A grand confession in the bustling central business district of Jingzhou. Magnificent skyscrapers stand proudly along the riverbank. Dozens of buildings simultaneously illuminated their lights in a dazzling birthday celebration. Words scrolled across the facades. "To my dearest, happy birthday! May all your wishes come true." Chu Li gazed upward, her heart quivering intensely. Before she could fully grasp the moment, She saw the iconic landmark of Jingzhou, a massive outdoor advertising screen dominated by an old photograph from years past. In the image, a young girl danced gracefully. She wore a white ballet tutu, her feet pointed delicately, arms extended elegantly, neck held high, like a noble and exquisite swan. Amidst the darkened stage, a single beam of light illuminated her, rendering her beauty as if filtered through a dreamlike haze. At a glance, Chuli recognized herself. It was a picture from her performance at the National Grand Theater when she was 15. Overwhelmed, she felt warmth enveloping her, dispelling the chill that threatened to freeze her. Wow, how captivating. How can someone look so stunning from just a silhouette? A girl beside her couldn't resist snapping numerous photos, wondering if this was a tribute to some major star. However, she recalled that even tributes to top-tier celebrities had never been this extravagant. Such grand displays were uncommon, and yet this one was anonymous. Bystanders were left to ponder who could orchestrate such a generous tribute and to whom it was directed. Chuli's mind raced. Who possessed a photograph of her from a decade ago? Who would choose to unveil it in such a spectacular manner after 10 years? Without revealing their identity, the girl beside her exclaimed, "Such wealth, yet they engage in pure love and secret admiration." Secret admiration? Chuli murmured instinctively. The little girl, catching her words, leaned in enthusiastically with her bright, curious eyes. "Can't you see? He doesn't even dare to write her name, nor show her face, let alone his own. What else could it be but secret admiration?" Chuli stood there, tongue-tied, unsure of how to respond. Finally, she managed to utter, "He must have his own reasons." "Perhaps," the girl replied, shaking her head, though her heart remained perplexed. Chuli raised her gaze, finding a fleeting moment of tranquility amidst the surrounding commotion. She fixated on the photograph, as if being drawn back in time to that cherished period of her life. In the office of the president at the Yahoo Group building, the room remained dim. He Nanxu stood before a vast wall of floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at the brilliant spectacle illuminated by the grand old photograph. The vibrant lights cast a kaleidoscope of colors upon him, leaving him momentarily entranced. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed until a sudden ring of a mobile phone shattered the silence. He glanced at the caller ID on his screen and, after a brief moment, picked up the call. Song Yu's tone was languidly self-satisfied, laden with a sense of entitlement. "I handled this rather well, didn't I? Just tell me how you wish to express your gratitude. I'll keep track of our favors. You may claim them whenever you desire, and I shall comply with your wishes." "Oh, how delightful it is to hear such words." Song Yu smirked with satisfaction before probing further, but on another note. "If you're intent on expressing your affections, why so discreetly? Why not orchestrate a light show at the Yahoo Group and celebrate your birthday on their grand screen? Wouldn't that create more of a stir than the Central Tower?" The Central Tower, a landmark of Jingzhou, belonged to the Song family. A few days prior, He Nanxu had unexpectedly called Song Yu, requesting that the outdoor screen of the Central Tower be reserved for him on this day. Song Yu was perplexed until today, when he witnessed a scene that left him utterly astonished. It was not the scale of the event that took him aback. He had seen countless grand occasions, but rather an old photograph, beautifully preserved despite the passage of time, that evoked his awe. Furthermore, he was struck by the realization that He Nanxu had cherished this photograph for so many years, concealing such deep emotions over time. Yet, as he thought further, Song Yu recalled the many years he had known He Nanxu and understood his character well. He could sense He Nanxu's methodical patience in this matter and suddenly grasped the truth. He Nanxu indeed harbored feelings for that person, but in his life plan, love was not the sole priority, particularly considering his esteemed position. However, hadn't he already won her heart? Hadn't they obtained their marriage certificate? Why this secretive display? He should openly reveal his affections. Song Yu struggled to comprehend He Nanxu's restraint. He felt an urge to announce it to the world through a loudspeaker. He Nanxu chuckled self-deprecatingly. "We may have the marriage certificate, but I haven't fully won her heart yet. Can I be honest with her? I fear it might frighten her." Song Yu found it difficult to empathize with Chu Li's emotions, but He Nanxu could. He understood her sensitivity and insecurities, as well as her clarity and independence. Having endured many hardships, she could not afford to act recklessly without considering the consequences. From the beginning, she had never intended to fully embrace this marriage or accept him. Thus, he resolved to take things slowly. When Chuli returned home, it was already 1 in the morning. She intentionally lightened her footsteps, quietly entering the house, assuming that He Nanxu would be asleep at such a late hour. To her surprise, upon pushing the door open, she was greeted by bright lights. A man clad in black pajamas lounged on the sofa in the living room, his long legs crossed, seemingly waiting for her. A sudden sense of unease gripped her heart. She glanced at the wall clock, then at the alert He Nanxu, and hesitantly inquired, "Why are you still awake?" "I was waiting for you to return." He Nanxu gazed at the person a few meters away, whose face was marked by a hint of guilt, and smiled slightly. "Madam He, staying out overnight is not permissible." Chuli averted her gaze, avoiding his eyes, and pressed her lips together. At that moment, she was unaware of what had come over her. In a sudden rush of emotion, she softly accused him. "You seem to have double standards." He Nanxu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "In what way do I exhibit double standards? You attended a gathering with friends last night, and I mentioned you could stay out. Why is it that when it comes to me, it is not allowed? Then let it be this way. Neither of us shall stay out overnight." Chapter 21. The couple's circle of friends Chuli gazed at him, seemingly in disbelief. Forcing herself to take a few seconds to swiftly digest the situation and quell her wandering thoughts. "Very well," she mused. "Adhering to the agreement is a mark of professionalism. If there's nothing else, I shall return to my room. You should take a day off today." Chuli paused momentarily, perplexed. "What? Isn't today your birthday? Take the day off to relax. You must be worn out from your recent busyness." "You know today is my birthday?" Chuli blurted out in surprise. For many years, she had celebrated her birthday a day in advance with Xiao Mengyao, and over time, it seemed that no one remembered the actual date of her birthday. At times, she herself would even forget. He replied thoughtfully, "Isn't that something I ought to know?" Chuli found it difficult to decipher He Nanxu's intentions. Nonetheless, she was genuinely grateful that he remembered her birthday. "Since you, the boss, have suggested I take a day off tomorrow, I will not hesitate to do so. I truly will take it. The past few days of relentless work have been exhausting, and since I've completed everything due for tomorrow by working overtime tonight, a day of proper rest is certainly warranted." As for birthday gifts, He Nanxu was about to say something, but Chuli quickly interjected, "I don't need any gifts." However, the mere mention of gifts prompted her to recall the sensational birthday event that took place in the CBD area of Jingzhou that evening. In the blink of an eye, it had made headlines, sparking a flurry of discussions. Her social media feed was flooded with images from the event. Even Zhong Xingyue had called her immediately, inquisitively asking if she had witnessed the grand spectacle across from the Yahoo Group's central building. Goodness, what a display! Who is so fortunate? Chuli silently rejoiced. Despite the commotion surrounding the event, no one knew she was the guest of honor. After all, there were no names or photographs associated with it. Just her, fully aware of the truth. Similarly, she did not wish for He Nanxu to know any of this. In their relationship, the sudden emergence of an ex-boyfriend or a secret admirer would surely complicate matters for him as her current partner. Her thoughts spun like a wheel. He Nanxu observed Chuli, her eyes downcast, standing before him lost in contemplation. After a considerable pause, Chuli finally regained her composure and, feeling somewhat guilty, turned to walk toward her room. "Chuli." Just as she turned, she heard his gentle, resonant voice from behind. "Happy birthday." Chuli's figure froze for a moment, and after what felt like an eternity, she slowly turned back, offering him a faint smile. "Thank you. This truly is the happiest birthday I have experienced in the past decade." "That is good to hear," he replied. At around 7 in the morning, Chuli called her manager, Zhao Yunming, to verbally request a day off. Typically a person inundated with tasks, he surprisingly acquiesced to her request without hesitation. Chuli settled herself, turning off her phone and casting it aside, then resumed her slumber beneath the quilt. This nap was so profound that it felt as though she had drifted into an abyss. When she finally awoke, it was already 5 in the evening. Sitting up in bed, she tilted her head towards the window. Snow was falling again. How beautiful it was! In the dusky twilight, the snowflakes danced gracefully to the ground. Chuli picked up her phone and moved to the window, capturing several photographs. After a meticulous selection, she chose the one with the most exquisite composition and profound ambience to share on her social media. No caption accompanied it, just a cheerful emoji. Within a minute of posting, she received a like. Quickly checking, she saw it was from He Nanxu. Fortunately, it was from his personal WeChat account, which made it seem less out of place. As she pondered this, He Nanxu sent her another message. Awake now? Feeling a bit bashful, she replied, yes, just woke up. I made a reservation at a restaurant for dinner. Chuli hesitated for a few seconds before responding, all right. She intended to inquire about the time and location, so she could head over later, but before she could finish typing, he sent another message. Just wait at home for me. I'll come pick you up in about an hour. Considering that there was ample time, she remained seated on her bed, leisurely scrolling through her phone. At that moment, Zhou Chuli sent her 2 screenshots. Look, your couple S social media with the boss. Chuli was taken aback. What did couple S social media even mean? With a mix of skepticism, she opened the images and discovered that He Nanxu had posted a photo a few days prior, standing by the window, admiring the snowy scene. However, Chuli was not someone who frequently perused social media. Occasionally, she might scroll through, but she rarely ventured beyond the initial few posts. It is clear she had overlooked He Nanxu's post. Now, prompted by Zhou Chuli, she felt an urge to delete it. Yet, he had just liked her post, and deleting it would appear rather deliberate. After a brief, internal struggle, she ultimately decided against altering her social media. Suddenly reminded of something, she reopened her own social media, scrolling down through her posts. The frequency of her updates was scant, perhaps 4 or 5 a year. She meticulously reviewed those posts. Soon, she discovered something troubling. A month ago, she had shared a photo taken from the passenger seat of a car. The composition was somewhat deliberate. It appeared to capture the scenic view outside the car window. But the man's right hand, resting on the steering wheel, was also visible. That was the day she first went out with Chun-Li. He had come to the office to pick her up after work. She vividly recalled that day. He had brought her favorite mousse cake and taken her out to dinner, followed by a movie. On the way, he purchased a bouquet of roses from a child selling flowers by the roadside, presenting them to her. It was also on that day that they held hands for the first time and embraced. These moments once led Chuli to feel as if she glimpsed a ray of light in a dark corner. She was so elated that she wished to share her joy with the world, yet she treaded carefully, fearing the discovery of her secret. Thus, she posted a moment on her social media, visible only to herself, stating, "Happiness feels like a dream." Memories surged forth, and with her eyes lowered, she tightened her grip on her phone. She had thought that during her last visit to the apartment to clear out her belongings, she had discarded many relics associated with Chun-Li, erasing his presence from her life. However, these sudden reminders revealed to Chuli that she had not severed ties completely. Silently, she steadied her breath and promptly deleted the post. Yet, as she scrolled further, she stumbled upon a photograph, a story vividly etched in her memory. It was during her university days. On that day, the class had gathered for a meal, and after the event, a group emerged from the restaurant, only to be met by a heavy snowfall. It was the first snow of that year in Jingzhou. At the time, Chuli was engrossed in a Korean drama, which featured a popular line. As long as you watch the first snow with the one you love, you can be forever happy together. She could not recall what had possessed her, but amidst the snow, she took a selfie. While it appeared to be a solitary capture, a tall figure in a black windbreaker blurred in the background. The caption for that post read, "Watching the first snow together." Chapter 22, allow me to introduce my wife. Zhou Chuli. Chuli gazed at the photograph, unable to tear her eyes away. Her mind was a tumultuous whirlwind, with fleeting thoughts racing through her consciousness. Yet she could not grasp any of them. After what felt like an eternity, she finally deleted the post from her moments. When He Nanxu returned home, Chuli had just finished tidying up as she emerged from her room. She had donned a cream-colored coat and applied a subtle touch of makeup, dispelling the lethargy of a day spent in slumber. She appeared vibrant and full of life. In contrast, He Nanxu, clad in a tailored suit that accentuated his tall and slender frame, exuded an air of aloof elegance as he stood before her. Upon entering, Chuli was immediately captivated by his striking visage. It took her a moment to realize that he held a bouquet of pure white gardenias in his hands. With a mixture of surprise and delight, she inquired, "Do you also like gardenias?" "Indeed," he replied, placing the bouquet in a vase on the coffee table in the living room. I haven't spent much time here, and the decor is rather sparse. If you have any ideas, feel free to arrange it. Oh, all right. Chuli's gaze remained fixed on the bouquet of gardenias. Their casual placement on the coffee table undeniably added a splash of color to the home. She felt somewhat lost in thought, reminiscing about her childhood, when a bouquet of gardenias always adorned their living room. Back then, her parents were deeply in love. Her father, a man of great sentiment, would often stop on his way home from work to buy flowers for her mother. Gardenias were her mother's favorite, as she believed their language represented eternal love and lifelong devotion. Chuli was fortunate to have been raised in a nurturing environment. Though her parents did not hail from affluent backgrounds, their hard work had paved the way for prosperous futures. Her father was the chief neurosurgeon, while her mother was a university professor. Chuli had grown up in a world of sweetness, but all that beauty came to an abrupt halt one fateful afternoon. As He Nanxu arranged the flowers, he turned to find Chuli's eyes glistening with unshed tears. He did not inquire about her feelings. Instead, he softly said, "Let us go out for dinner." He Nanxu chose a Chinese restaurant. Under the guidance of the waiter, they made their way to a pre-reserved private room. However, as soon as Chuli stepped inside, she sensed something amiss. Lifting her gaze, she halted in her tracks, perplexed, and glanced at He Nanxu. Were they certain they had not mistaken the room? Inside, a table full of unfamiliar faces awaited them, with only 2 seats remaining. In her astonishment, He Nanxu effortlessly wrapped his arms around her waist and guided her further in. "Allow me to introduce my wife, Zhou Chuli," he announced, his eyes casually surveying the group. "Please introduce yourselves." Song Yu sprang to his feet, as if propelled by springs. "So, this is the younger sister-in-law? It truly took my breath away. Seeing is indeed believing. Has he frequently mentioned her before?" Chuli felt somewhat bewildered. Song Yu immediately introduced himself, saying, "Hello, little sister-in-law. I am a friend of Sue. My name is Song Yu." "Hello." Chuli concealed the slight panic that arose within her and responded with an air of calmness. She genuinely did not anticipate that He Nanxu would bring her to such an occasion. Initially, she believed it was merely a simple dinner for 2. "Hi, sister-in-law. I am Su Jiayin, the cousin of Brother Su. I heard from him that you graduated from the business school of Jingzhou University. What a coincidence. I am currently studying there as well." Su Jiayin had more to share about this. "When Brother Su learned that I had been accepted, he praised me for my accomplishments. You must understand, it is quite rare to hear a word of commendation from him. After all, He Nanxu is a paragon of excellence. Who could possibly earn his praise?" Yet, not only did He Nanxu commend her, but he also gifted her a handbag and a supercar, leaving her in a state of bliss. The girl was merely 18 years old, full of vitality, her eyes sparkling like stars as she gazed at Chuli. "I have long wanted to meet you, and today I finally seized the opportunity." How long had she been waiting? It had been fewer than 10 days since she married He Nanxu. Chuli observed as person after person introduced themselves, her mind struggling to keep pace, leaving her little time to ponder the girl's words. She greeted them while attempting to memorize each person's name and identity. The last man to speak seemed somewhat familiar to Chuli, yet she could not recall where she had seen him before. "I am Fu Shiping." His words were succinct, indicating he was the quieter type. Chuli promptly responded. After the round of introductions, she felt a persistent tension within her. This was He Nanxu's social circle, a realm she had never before entered. She sensed her discomfort. He Nanxu casually pulled out a chair for her to sit down. "Today, I wanted you to meet some young people. I will take you to meet the elders of the family another time." He thought perhaps meeting peers of similar age would ease her discomfort. Chuli pressed her lips together and, after a moment, managed to utter a simple greeting. "There is no need for concern. Your in-laws are very amiable." Song Yu observed her with perceptive eyes, reassuring her, "Rest assured, little sister-in-law, just embrace your role as Mrs. He and refrain from overthinking." Although He Nanxu often found Song Yu's chatter bothersome, today his words resonated deeply. Su Jiayin quickly chimed in, "Yes, sister-in-law, you need not worry. They will surely take a liking to you." Take a liking to her? The first thought that crossed Chuli's mind was, why would they like her? For a long time, she had not even liked herself. At that moment, as darkness flickered in her eyes, He Nanxu placed a cup of tea before her. "If you are unwilling, then let us not meet. However, One cannot continue to evade forever. Chuli contemplated that during the negotiation of their agreement. Her primary role was to assist him in managing familial matters. If she could not fulfill even this obligation, then what significance would their pact hold? With this thought in mind, Chuli expressed to him, "I am available at any time. It depends on your arrangements." Inside the restaurant, the dining atmosphere was far more relaxed than Chuli had envisioned. He Nanxu was inherently a person of self-discipline and propriety, exuding an air of composed restraint. His friends mirrored this demeanor, displaying a harmonious balance in their conduct. They refrained from uttering words that might discomfort her or engaging in actions that would cause her unease. Chapter 23. The gathering after the feast. He Nanxu arranged a gathering at the Capital Club, inviting everyone to indulge in leisure activities. The Capital Club offered an abundance of entertainment options, some of which were rather extravagant. However, gatherings orchestrated by He Nanxu were typically quite pure. In the opulent private room, the finest wines were laid out, with men and women singing, drinking, and some engaging in billiards while others enjoyed spa treatments. In a moment of spontaneity, Song Yu proposed a card game amidst the cacophony. "Ah Su, come join us. We need you," he called, his enthusiasm palpable. He Nanxu glanced at the woman beside him, poised to speak, but she smiled brightly and replied, "You go ahead and enjoy. I won't be in your way." With that, she left He Nanxu and settled onto the sofa beside Su Jiayin, who was engrossed in a game. She retrieved her phone and casually chose a drama to pass the time. As He Nanxu was sent to the card table, he shuffled the cards, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the corner. Song Yu teased, "You might as well tie a rope around your waist to keep her close. You seem so afraid she'll slip away." Fu Shiping chimed in, "Even tying her up wouldn't help." Song Yu, visibly anxious, pondered how to remedy the situation, knowing it was not a topic suitable for discussion in this setting. Fu Shiping shot He Nanxu a knowing look. "I know you excel in many areas, but I'm unsure about that particular one." Understanding dawned on Song Yu as he scanned the table, almost wishing he could see through the cards to He Nanxu's trousers. After all these years of brotherhood, he had observed enough to know He Nanxu was quite capable. Only from a distance did Chuli, the only woman present, hear the men's light-hearted banter. He Nanxu, lost in thought, remained silent. He was known for his skills at the card table, consistently performing well, much to the chagrin of Song Yu and Fu Shiping, who found themselves at a disadvantage. Frustrated, Song Yu reached for a cigarette from a nearby pack, hoping to calm his nerves. Yet before he could light it, He Nanxu extinguished it, tossing it into the ashtray. "Your sister-in-law can't stand the smell of smoke." Relenting, he accepted this, but after losing 3 rounds consecutively, Song Yu could no longer tolerate it. "Little sister-in-law," he called out, raising his voice to catch Chu Li's attention, who had been engrossed in her drama. "Do you play cards?" he inquired. Chu Li shook her head. "I haven't played much." "Come join us," Song Yu urged enthusiastically. Chu Li hesitated. Her limited experience with cards stemmed from team-building events at work, where she was often called upon to participate. "I really don't know how to play. The last time I joined a team event, I lost 1,000 yuan after just an hour," she stated earnestly, eliciting laughter from everyone. Song Yu waved her over. "Perfect. You can come practice your skills. Next time, you'll surely dominate." Chu Li, feeling somewhat hesitant, cast her gaze towards He Nanxu. He Nanxu smiled at her, inviting her over to join. With no further means of refusal, Chu Li approached him. He Nanxu signaled to the waiter to bring an extra chair beside him. Naturally, Chu Li seated herself next to He Nanxu. Observing this, the players at the table couldn't help but think they resembled a harmonious couple. He Nanxu casually draped his long arm over the back of her chair, exuding a relaxed demeanor, encouraging her to play without fear. However, Chu Li was aware that the stakes were high. They sometimes gambled with significant items, such as when Fu Shiping lost a limited edition supercar to He Nanxu at the card table, and for that matter, there was no need to mention Song Yu. Reluctantly, Chu Li began to play, struggling to grasp the cards in her hands, which seemed to form a crooked line before her, leaving her utterly bewildered. Just then, a hand reached in from the side, deftly grasping her cards. The long, slender fingers, pale and well-defined, resembled a work of art. In a matter of moments, the man had organized her cards with ease. As Chu Li gazed at the neatly arranged cards, a sudden clarity washed over her mind. As if a light had been turned on, Chuli was intelligent. Her previous inability to play stemmed from a lack of patience from others to teach her, and she had muddled through by sheer chance. Yet, with such an excellent teacher in He Nanxu before her, she quickly began to understand the intricacies of the game. After 4 or 5 rounds, she had already grasped the essential principles. In less than an hour, she felt she had truly gotten the hang of it. "Asu, why don't you stop directing? Let the little sister-in-law have a turn," she suggested, perhaps caught up in the excitement. Her curiosity piqued. She glanced at He Nanxu, who regarded her with a look of indulgent affection. "All right, go ahead," he replied. Thus, Chuli eagerly faced off against seasoned players like Song Yu and Fu Shiping for 3 consecutive rounds. To her surprise, she emerged victorious each time. Song Yu clicked his tongue in approval, remarking, "Not bad. Your teacher is excellent, and you have a strong sense of comprehension." Chuli nodded eagerly, acknowledging He Nanxu's skill as a mentor, recognizing that it was primarily due to his guidance. "Little sister-in-law, you're quite impressive. Shall we play a bigger round?" Despite being a few years older than Chuli, Song Yu's affectionate term of little sister-in-law felt warm and familiar. In that moment, Chuli seemed to lose herself amidst the enthusiastic calls. "What do you mean by a bigger round? If you win, you can have whatever you desire. If you lose, how about making Asu drink 3 glasses of wine?" Chuli found herself momentarily perplexed by Song Yu's intentions. He did not wait for her to ponder further and had already shuffled the cards. "Let us begin." Thus, Chuli found herself coaxed and tricked into starting this round. He Nanxu's eyes were sharp, fully aware of Song Yu's schemes. Yet, the atmosphere was filled with laughter and cheer. Watching Chuli gradually accept his circle and integrate into the group, He Nanxu allowed the moment to unfold, indulging them. In this round, Chuli unexpectedly lost quite swiftly. In truth, the victories that Chuli secured against them in the initial 3 rounds were only possible because Song Yu and Fu Shiping deliberately let her win, allowing her to lower her guard. Subsequently, they ensnared her into their trap. Chuli and them were akin to a naive little rabbit amidst cunning old foxes. "A little sister-in-law, what will you do? You've lost," Song Yu remarked with a teasing tone. "Your husband is to drink 3 cups of wine, but, do you know, he doesn't handle alcohol well, managing only 1 or 2 cups at best. Too much, and he might suffer an allergic reaction." It was at this moment that Chuli realized she had fallen into a trap, a wave of anxiety crashing over her. The severity of an allergic reaction from excessive drinking weighed heavily on her mind. Knowing he was sensitive to alcohol, why did she make such a wager? Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck her. He Nanxu indeed could not tolerate much alcohol. Perhaps a small cup would be manageable, but 3 full cups. That was certainly too much. She had witnessed the consequences of his overindulgence once, and it was dire. "I thought we were only betting on a single round. I saw you play well and win several times in a row, so I assumed you would win this one too," Sonya casually remarked. "If you prefer that your husband doesn't drink, you could simply kiss him for 3 minutes instead." "A kiss? For 3 minutes?" Chapter 24. "I have little experience. You must be mindful of me." Chuli's eyes widened in disbelief. She felt as though she were being roasted over an open flame. Without a moment's hesitation, she blurted out, "Is it permissible for me to have 3 drinks?" Sonya replied no. Chuli, aware of her disadvantage, bit her lip. As she contemplated articulating further, she noticed He Nanxu lifting a glass of wine from the table. "What is the harm in 3 drinks?" he mused, taking a sip, causing Chuli to instinctively grasp his hand. How could she allow him to risk an allergic reaction to alcohol merely to settle the debts of her lost wager? She could only blame herself for not recognizing Song Yu's trap from the outset and foolishly leaping into it. Of course, she could have chosen to walk away, sulking with indignation. However, Chuli felt such behavior would be utterly lacking in grace. After all, in the eyes of He Nanxu's circle of friends, they were newlyweds, engaging in this game without any malicious intent. What harm could there be in kiss? It would be far more problematic if there were none at all. Chuli's mind raced, igniting with sparks of thought. Perhaps a kiss would suffice. Her voice trembled as she spoke. "What if we just share a kiss?" The man's gaze darkened, his Adam's apple moving slowly as his deep, resonant voice brushed against her ear. "What did you say?" In truth, he had heard her clearly the first time, but he granted her a second chance to reconsider. Her voice had grown faint. I said, what if we just kiss? However, I must confess I have little experience in such matters, so you may need to guide me. 3 minutes? Chuli pondered. How could a kiss possibly last 3 minutes? Wouldn't her lips grow sore? Would she struggle to breathe? If she were overwhelmed by the kiss? In an instant, her thoughts spiraled, her cheeks and ears ablaze. To He Nanxu, this display appeared as a tantalizing and unspoken invitation. He acknowledged that his desires never required her provocation. Merely gazing upon her sufficed. The seemingly aloof and dignified man was, in truth, a tempest of conflicting thoughts. At that moment, Chuli inhaled deeply and leaned closer to him. Their breaths intertwined. Her rosy lips parted, but before she could utter another word, the man's lips met hers. Initially, it was a mere brush, one touch, then two. Chuli mused that if such gentle contact constituted a kiss, maintaining it for 3 minutes was not out of the question. In the private room, every gaze had converged upon them at that instant. It felt as though everyone held their breath. No, Song Yu silently mused, bewildered that it was Chuli being kissed. Why were they all so emotionally invested? Were they genuinely excited to witness He Nanxu kissing? It seemed they truly were. Song Yu found himself momentarily unable to look He Nanxu in the eye. Having grown accustomed to He Nanxu's aloof and frigid demeanor, the current scene prompted a flurry of chaotic thoughts in his mind. He couldn't help but wonder if a man like He Nanxu would be equally genteel in bed or reveal a wild side in stark contrast. Goodness, Song Yu muttered to himself, his expression betraying a sense of disbelief. Just as Chuli thought the kiss should conclude with a mere gentle touch, He Nanxu suddenly rose, pivoted her chair, and turned her to face away from everyone. He leaned in, his arms bracing the sides of her chair, enveloping her entirely in his towering presence. Chuli found herself ensconced in an impenetrable cocoon, shrouded in dim shadows. Lifting her gaze, she encountered his crimson eyes. He Nanxu prided himself on his self-control. Yet in that moment, the spark of desire ignited within him, revealing an undeniable longing to possess her. He lowered his head once more, kissing her fervently. Chuli was ensnared in the fervor of his kiss. Warmth radiated through her body, as if every inch of her being was set ablaze by his fire. The sensations exchanged between their lips left her overwhelmed. In a flurry, she closed her eyes, her hands, pressed against his chest, moved erratically, inadvertently feeling the strength of his heartbeat, compelling her fingertips to curl. He Nanxu observed her every reaction intently. Suddenly, he recalled her cautious words earlier. I lack experience in such matters. You may need to be mindful of me. The tension in his temples throbbed, and the veins in his hands, resting against the chair's back, bulged with strain. Despite the overwhelming intensity, he ultimately halted. He was not the type to recklessly pursue his own pleasure alone. In truth, He Nanxu possessed an extraordinary talent in all endeavors. As their affection deepened in the future, he would come to know every secret of her body, ensuring she was always left utterly satisfied, leaving Chuli to lament why she hadn't indulged in such bliss sooner with him. Forgive me, he murmured, his lips grazing her ear, his voice resonating like a low bass. Chuli gazed at him innocently, believing He Nanxu to be disinterested in such matters. Yet, only moments ago, she had nearly drowned in his kiss. It became apparent that he was not devoid of interest. He simply excelled in restraint over indulgence. He was suppressing his desires with sheer rationality. No one witnessed the intensity that transpired between them. They only observed He Nanxu rising, leaving the woman with dazed eyes and swollen, moist lips. That will be all for today. Before the onlookers could react, He Nanxu effortlessly lifted the entranced woman from the sofa and departed the private room. Chuli buried her head deep into his broad, warm chest, resembling a small ostrich. It was until they exited the room that she pinched her palm, forcing herself to regain composure. Please, put me down. I can walk on my own. Although her legs felt somewhat weak, she was not at the point of requiring someone to support her while walking. Regarding the earlier incident, I can comprehend it. Before he could finish his words, Chuli interrupted him, acknowledging that it was her gambling that had caused him trouble, vowing not to associate with him again. Furthermore, they had merely been performing in front of others, portraying a deeply affectionate couple. These were merely matters stipulated in their agreement. Rest assured, I shall cooperate with you fully in this regard. She had thoroughly convinced herself of this. He Nanxu, with a resigned smile, gently set her down. At this moment, Chuli dared not glance at him again, walking silently beside him. Despite her intention to maintain some distance, from behind, they appeared remarkably well-matched. Not far behind them, a group emerged from the private room. One keen observer fixated on their figures. Am I mistaken? Is that Zhou Chuli? And who is the man accompanying her? Chapter 25, Then She Will No Longer Seek You Out? As he spoke, the man retrieved his phone and snapped a photograph, sending it to Shunli. Brother Shun, I spotted a woman at the club in the capital. She seems to be Zhou Chuli, and she is with a man. Upon receiving the message, Shunli was dining with someone. He cast a fleeting glance at the photo on his phone screen and, without the need to enlarge it, immediately recognized the figure as Chuli. His expression remained inscrutable as he averted his gaze and continued his meal. However, he appeared to lack appetite, devoting the entire evening to attending to the person across from him. He meticulously sliced a piece of steak and offered it to her. Thank you, big brother. The girl's voice was sweet. Noticing Shun Li's delayed response, the wealthy young man could no longer contain himself and called directly. Brother Shun, where are you? In the midst of dinner with my sister, Shun Li replied. Oh, which sister is it this time? It's been almost 10 days since you broke up with Zhou Chuli. How can you still be thinking of her? I must have been careless and sent you random messages. The young man spoke with enthusiasm. Should I invite your sister to join us? I have 2 other sisters here, and I guarantee you will have a hearty meal tonight. Shun Li's tone grew serious. Enough. This is my biological sister. Keep your voice down. Do not corrupt the young one. The wealthy young man paused, quickly realizing the implication. He was aware that Shun Li indeed had a half-sister, merely 4 years old. Thus, tonight, he was not indulging in a lavish feast with a romantic partner, but rather dining with his little sister, enjoying a children's meal. Clearing his throat awkwardly, the young man conceded, All right, I understand now. I won't disturb you. Take good care of your sister. Shun Li tossed his phone aside. The girl across from him, while stuffing her mouth with steak, mumbled, Brother, after I finish eating, can you take me to the amusement park? I want to ride the Ferris wheel and the carousel. By the way, where's that beautiful sister from last time? Let's invite her too. She really likes me and is willing to play with me. The little one looked up at him, her sparkling eyes filled with eager anticipation. Yet, Shun Li felt a heaviness in his heart, as if he were struggling to breathe. He coldly replied, What beautiful sister. Forget her. The little girl rolled her eyes and huffed. The really, really beautiful sister. The one who watched Princess Elsa with me at your house. How could you possibly forget her? Shun Li forked a piece of steak into his mouth, replying, There are plenty of beautiful sisters. I will find you another one tomorrow. No, I want that one. Shun Li was speechless, pondering what enchantment Chuli had cast upon the child. She had only met her twice, yet the little girl could not seem to forget her. During the months Shun Li had been with Chuli, it had not been a constant companionship. When he had the time, he would pass by her office to pick her up after work, and they occasionally met on weekends, always bringing the little one along. In a fleeting moment when Shun Li lowered his gaze, the little one beside him clung affectionately, saying, Brother, I want that sister. I only want that sister. A 4-year-old child, whose spirits could be easily lifted with a kind word. Yet, at that moment, Shun Li found himself at odds with the innocence of youth. I have broken up with that sister. Do you know what breaking up means? It means I will no longer seek her out, and we shall not see her again. The little girl's brow furrowed, resembling a tiny caterpillar, and with a sweet voice, she inquired, Then she won't come looking for you again? Shun Li's jaw tightened, emotions swirling in his eyes, self-mockery, irony, and a hint of a struggle he was all too aware of. Noticing her brother's silence, the little one, frustrated, leaped off the chair, nearly tumbling to the ground. If you won't go find her, then I will. Xiangwan, stop right there. The girl ignored him and dashed forward, her fluffy pale yellow princess dress swaying as she ran, a matching large bow on her dark hair bobbing with each step. Shun Li leisurely set down his chopsticks, and, as the little one exerted herself to reach the door, he took a long stride to follow her at a relaxed pace, intending to scoop her up. Yet, she struggled against his embrace, as if she were a small creature that could not be contained. He mused that he had never endured such tribulation even during romantic pursuits. Brother, a person like you will never win over a beautiful sister. Shunli chuckled lightly. What do you know? The little one seemed to be intentionally vexing him, repeating, You won't win over a beautiful sister like that. Shunli, now exasperated, glanced at her, who said I was pursuing anyone. Xiangwan sighed deeply. Oh, brother, I'm so disappointed in you. Shunli, weary of discussing adult matters with a 4-year-old, firmly picked her up and left the dining area, subsequently returning to the car. He fastened her seatbelt and said, I'll take you home. The little one remained sulky, crossing her arms and turning her head toward the window. Her cheeks puffed in indignation. Approximately half an hour later, Shunli parked in front of a villa. He called Ms. Lin Xiuji. I've brought your daughter back. She is downstairs. Please come and get her. You can take her upstairs. I have something to attend to and cannot come down. Shunli glanced at his watch, pondering what business could possibly be so pressing at this hour. You're not planning to have another baby, are you? You seem rather adept at causing a fuss. What nonsense are you spouting? I merely wish for you to come up and sit for a while. Is there even room in your home for me to sit? After a long silence, the other end eventually hung up without a word. Approximately 10 minutes later, a woman who was impeccably groomed, exuding elegance even in her hair, emerged from the villa. Shunli raised an eyebrow, observing that a woman nourished by love indeed appeared much more radiant. Lin Xiuji, accustomed to Shun Li's nonchalant demeanor, carefully lifted her daughter from the front passenger seat and earnestly advised him, What about you? Shouldn't you consider engaging in a meaningful romance, finding someone to marry, and then? At this moment, the cheerful little girl, Xiangwan, raised her voice joyfully, interjecting, And have a lovely baby just like me. Shunli maintained his indifferent tone, even tinged with a hint of playful irreverence. What are you thinking? Am I so free? Ms. Lin Xiuji attempted to articulate further, but Shunli had already started the car, vanishing into the silent embrace of the night in the blink of an eye. Chapter 26. The unspeakable dream. Shun Li drove back to Liyuan, a villa he had recently acquired. Normally indifferent to home life, he had found himself residing there frequently of late. Upon his return, he first indulged in a refreshing shower, and after emerging, he intended to recline upon his bed. However, as he lifted the covers, a calico cat sprang forth, mewing at him insistently. Upon noticing the cat hair adorning the bedding, he frowned in irritation. He promptly retreated to his study, intending to engage in a game on his phone, when suddenly a notification from his university group chat popped up. Shunli inadvertently tapped on it and saw someone inquire, Did you catch the birthday tribute at the Central Building at midnight? Do you know who orchestrated it? Who was the leading lady? The university group was bustling with activity. After graduation, many had chosen to remain in the sprawling metropolis of Jingzhou to pursue their careers. Living in the same city, they occasionally connected for meals or leisure activities. Moreover, a few particularly enthusiastic members would eagerly disseminate any tidbit of news, igniting lively discussions among the group. Shunli observed several photos being shared in the chat. Although typically disinterested in such trivial gossip, something compelled him to click on the images. The birthday tribute at the Jingzhou CBD was grandiose, with a photograph of a ballet dancing girl dominating the expansive outdoor screen of over 3,000 square meters. Shunli's gaze lingered on that image. Despite being merely a shot of her back, it inexplicably stirred a sense of familiarity within him. As he focused on the picture, messages in the group cascaded like a torrential downpour. This photo is stunning. She exudes an air of elegance and beauty. Not attractive, someone lacking charm cannot command such a spectacle. True, the vast outdoor screen hardly reveals any flaws in her figure. The image of the ballet dancer conjured a vivid memory in Shun Li's mind. He suddenly recalled the New Year's Eve gala during their senior year, where a girl clad in a white ballet tutu danced gracefully on stage. It was the first time he had witnessed the radiant brilliance of Chuli. Chuli had transferred to Jingzhou No. 1 High School in her second year. Her demeanor was solitary. She preferred solitude at all times, often requesting to sit in the backmost corner during class. As for her appearance, she habitually wore thick-framed glasses and maintained heavy bangs year-round. Her uniform perpetually a size too large, hanging loosely on her frame. Yet, despite her attempts at concealment, her naturally graceful figure was undeniable. Shunli had overheard a few boys in the restroom once boast, Zhou Chuli definitely has a C-cup. No way. She wraps herself like a mummy. How can you even tell? 2 days ago, during physical education class, Huang Qingqing and her friends cornered her in the restroom and doused her with a bucket of water. The school uniform clung to her body, prompting her to flee in embarrassment, her movements ungraceful. I had never witnessed such a well-developed girl at school. However, I heard she used to dance ballet. How could someone with such ample curves possibly excel in that? You seem to know quite a bit. After all, it's hard to overlook someone with such a provocative figure. As the conversations continued, Shunli chose to tune out the more distasteful remarks. Upon returning to the classroom, he saw the very girl who had been the subject of their gossip, diligently focused on her work. He took his seat, having been placed at the back due to his height of 1.8 meters since the beginning of his first year. He scanned Chu Li with a discerning gaze, pondering if those people were truly blind. She appeared to be nothing more than a studious bookworm. Chu Li remained oblivious to the malicious rumors surrounding her, having never paid them any heed. It wasn't until the school's online forums and various groups began to circulate stories that she had lost her virginity, with claims of who had slept with her, that the commotion reached a fever pitch. It seemed only then did she realize the extent of the gossip. Yet, she remained foolishly passive. Instead of devising a response to the slander, she sneaked out during evening study hours and stood on the school rooftop. By coincidence, Shunli, in a foul mood that day, was also on the rooftop, seeking solace in a cigarette. His thoughts wandered as he gazed upward, the clock hands hovering just past midnight. His phone vibrated incessantly, but he coldly silenced the group messages and tossed his phone aside before moving to the window. Watching the delicate snowfall, he found himself lost in contemplation, consuming one cigarette after another. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chuli sat on her bed, observing the clock hands cross midnight. She felt that day had passed slowly yet fulfillingly, and she was happy. The only discomfort stemmed from her boundary-crossing encounter with He Nanxu. That kiss still made her cheeks flush with warmth. Taking a deep breath, she lay back, closed her eyes, and attempted to dismiss the memory. But the image replayed incessantly in her mind like a film. She recalled how the kiss began tenderly, only to shift unexpectedly to something more aggressive. Just when she was gripped by fear, it suddenly softened. Chuli was uncertain of He Nanxu's thoughts during that moment. She tossed and turned for what felt like an eternity, finally drifting into a restless sleep around 2 or 3 in the morning. Little did she know, her dreams would not grant her peace. She experienced an unprecedented dream, one intimately connected to He Nanxu, leaving her speechless. Upon awakening the following morning, Chuli felt an overwhelming sense of unease, making it nearly impossible for her to face herself, let alone cast a glance at He Nanxu. She felt an acute sense of having overstepped boundaries. Thus, after preparing herself, she contemplated slipping away to work unnoticed. However, He Nanxu caught sight of her and called out, "Aren't you going to have breakfast?" "Oh, I want to be dining at home today. There's a delightful breakfast shop near the office that I intend to visit this morning." Chuli quickly fabricated a plausible excuse. He Nanxu paused for a moment, pondering her words, and inquired, "Is it truly delectable? Take me along to try it." Chuli hesitated, her lips parting as if to articulate something, but ultimately swallowed her words under He Nanxu's scrutiny. "Well, all right then." This morning, He Nanxu personally drove her to the office, and with familiarity, she guided him to the quaint establishment. It was the morning rush, and the shop was bustling. She ordered several of their signature dishes to go and returned to He Nanxu's car, handing him a box of soup dumplings and a cup of congee. She couldn't resist praising. "The soup dumplings here are quite delightful. You should definitely give them a try." Although generally indifferent to food, she occasionally indulged in a basket of these dumplings, making this place one of her frequent haunts. "If you enjoy them so much, perhaps the owner should open a branch in the cafeteria at Yahoo. Let me know what you like, and I'll arrange for those shops to be established in the Yahoo cafeteria." Initially, Chuli believed he was jesting, yet as days went by, she was astonished to discover that the expansive company cafeteria had indeed opened several of her regular eateries. After finishing her breakfast and returning to the office, it was still early. Several colleagues were seated at their desks, sipping coffee and engaging in idle chatter. Suddenly, the conversation gravitated towards the birthday support event that had taken place at midnight the previous day. Even after a full day and night, it remained a trending topic online. Chuli felt her thoughts swirling chaotically. Who could that person be? In a moment of clarity, she recalled that the Central Tower was owned by the Song Group. To validate her thoughts, she conducted a thorough search and soon found the legal representative of the Central Tower, whose name was unmistakably Song Yu. This namesake Song Yu was likely the friend He Nanxu had introduced her to yesterday. However, in the heat of the moment, she hadn't connected the dots, and it would have been inappropriate to inquire in front of so many people, leading to her missed opportunity. Yet, she had exchanged contact information with He Nanxu's relatives and friends. Consequently, Chuli sought out Song Yu's WeChat ID. After a moment's hesitation, she sent him a message. Chapter 27. Do not favor those whose hearts belong to others. When Song Yu received a message from Chuli, he was momentarily taken aback. Through that text, he could sense Chuli's cautious and tentative demeanor. She inquired, Song Xiao, may I ask you something? If it's inconvenient for you to share, it's perfectly fine. Please consider that I never asked. Song Yu smirked slightly, his voice laced with playful intrigue as he replied with a voice message. Please, dear sister-in-law, do speak freely. I assure you, I will leave no stone unturned. Chuli hesitated, her slender fingers hovering over the input box of the chat interface, mentally drafting her query, pondering how to articulate her curiosity without appearing peculiar. It's like this, she typed slowly, each word taking a few seconds to materialize. I noticed a birthday tribute on the outdoor screen of the Central Tower last night, which I found rather coincidental, as it was also my birthday yesterday. By the way, do you know who sent that birthday support? After meticulously reviewing her message, she pressed the send button. Song Yu squinted slightly, contemplating the words displayed on the screen. After a brief moment of reflection, he decided to call Chuli directly. Chuli was taken aback by Song Yu's straightforwardness when the call came through. She hurriedly grabbed her phone and retreated to a more secluded corner before answering. Oh, you're asking about that? I know about it. She detected a hint of amusement in his voice. It was sent by a friend of mine. A friend? Chuli exclaimed, disbelief evident in her tone. How could that be possible? Why not? Song Yu replied confidently. Let me tell you, I have a friend who has harbored feelings for a girl for many years, but he has kept it deeply concealed, even from his family and friends. He can only discreetly arrange these gestures, hoping to bring a smile to the girl he adores on her birthday. Regardless of Song Yu's reassurances, Chuli found it hard to accept. You must be fabricating this, she suggested, skeptical of his claims. They were from entirely different circles, and the idea of a friend of his having cherished feelings for her seemed implausible. Yes, you. I wouldn't lie about this. Lying would be beneath me, Song Yu insisted with fervor, gradually instilling a sense of self-doubt in Chuli. She pondered, indeed. Anything could happen in this world. After all, her marriage to He Nanxu was quite unfathomable as well. After much contemplation, Chuli reluctantly began to entertain the notion of Song Yu's friend. However, she resolved that if such a friend truly existed, moderation would be the wisest course of action. After all, she was already wed to He Nanxu. She did not wish to inconvenience others or disrupt the nature of their contractual marriage. Feeling compelled to address the situation before it spiraled further, Chuli pursed her lips and thoughtfully remarked, if someone has harbored unrequited feelings for a long time, shouldn't they consider letting go? Song Yu suddenly felt a bit bewildered. What did you say? I replied, the friend you've secretly admired for many years. Shouldn't you let go? Why? Because the girl he fancies may already have someone she adores, and their relationship is unlikely to yield a favorable outcome. Moreover, harboring unrequited feelings can be quite distressing. Just as over the years, she must have caused him some turmoil as well. Furthermore, she had previously contemplated that if an ex or an unrequited admirer were to emerge during her relationship with He Nanxu, it would undoubtedly add to his troubles. I believe you should advise your friend not to develop feelings for someone who has another in their heart. It is quite possible that Song Yu's friend is also associated with He Nanxu. If that is indeed the case, then Chi Li's sentiments should resonate with him. She hopes that the unrequited admirer understands that she is now He Nanxu's wife, devoted to her marriage and her husband, and that he should refrain from making grand gestures that could jeopardize her relationship and emotional well-being. However, Song Yu misconstrued her words. Oh no. Although he had long known that his sister-in-law had once cherished someone, he never anticipated that, even after marrying a Su, she would still hold on to those feelings. He persistently probed, Are you certain of this? If you were in my position, would you feel the same? Chili softly affirmed, I am quite certain. I would feel the same way. In that moment, Song Yu resembled a wilting morning glory, and, after a brief silence, he could only feebly utter, "All right, I understand." He ended the call with Qi Li and promptly sent a message to He Nanxu. Your sister-in-law says not to develop feelings for someone who has another in their heart, as it can cause distress. When Song Yu sent this message, He Nanxu was engaged in a meeting. He noticed his phone illuminating on the table. The text from Song Yu appeared. Do not love someone who belongs to another. Such feelings can lead to turmoil. He did not inquire about the context behind Song Yu's words. He merely repeated the phrase in his mind and grasped the underlying implications. Perhaps no one could comprehend the weight of such a statement more profoundly than he. President He? Assistant Lu Ming, observing He Nanxu's fixation on his phone screen without any reaction, could not help but approach him, bending slightly to remind, "Do you wish to say something?" Today's meeting involved major shareholders and executives from the Yahoo Group, discussing developmental strategies for the upcoming year. During the meeting, some shareholders expressed dissent regarding one of He Nanxu's decisions. An elder shareholder, leveraging his status as a company veteran, voiced his concerns with righteous fervor, arguing that the initial investment in the project was excessively high and that it pertained to an emerging industry in which no one else was currently involved, thus presenting inherent risks. He Nanxu casually remarked, "You're an old shareholder. Surely, you're not in antiquity yet?" This comment twisted the expression of the man it was directed at. Strangely, after uttering those words, He Nanxu fell silent, his gaze fixated on the screen of his phone, oblivious to what he was observing. In the conference room, the soft and tranquil lighting cast a gentle glow upon the man's stern visage. He remained mute, yet the oppressive aura emanating from him was suffocating. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until his attention finally shifted away from the screen. The Asia Exchange Group, having been established for 60 years, functioned like a finely tuned machine, with all present being integral components, regardless of their significance. The attendees perceived that his words served to validate their roles. However, before they could express any emotions, he coldly interrupted them. Yet, over time, machines deteriorate, and components must be replaced. Relying solely on antiquated parts, how could one possibly sustain the machine's efficient operation? He Nanxu turned his gaze towards the elderly shareholder, who had just reddened with indignation during the meeting. Wouldn't you agree? The elderly shareholder opened his mouth, yet it felt as though a thorn lodged in his throat rendered him speechless. He Nanxu rose to his feet, asserting, "My promise to all shareholders is that I will consistently elevate the stock price. Under my stewardship, Asia Exchange will flourish in a positive direction. If there are any lingering doubts, now is the time to voice them. I wish for no dissenting opinions to arise following today's meeting." Chapter 28. Please don't be sad. The meeting had occupied the entire morning. At noon, Zhou Xingyue invited Chu Li to join her for lunch at the company cafeteria, engaging in light conversation as they savored their meal. It seems the boss is not in the best of spirits today, rather, feeling downcast. Chu Li paused momentarily as she picked up her food. How do you know this? Has something happened? I heard there was some unpleasantness with certain shareholders during the meeting. Zhou Xingyue replied, but I think a person like President, he shouldn't let a trivial disagreement affect his mood so profoundly. He's not the type to be bothered by such minor matters. Chu Li silently agreed, reflecting on her impressions of He Nanxu, whose composure was as unyielding as a mountain. His cold, noble visage seldom betrayed any emotion. Yet, the fact that he could be so evidently distressed today raised questions. What could possibly possess such formidable influence over him? Perplexed, Chu Li felt an inexplicable wave of emotions rise within her, diminishing her appetite to the point where she could barely eat. In the afternoon, she contemplated sending him a message to inquire about his well-being. However, considering it was work hours and he might be preoccupied, she decided against it, reasoning that she could simply ask him when he returned home in the evening. As evening descended, Chu Li returned home punctually from work. The housekeeper had already prepared dinner. Upon sitting at the dining table, she noticed that only her portion had been made. Is Mr. He not joining us for dinner? Yes. He called to say he wouldn't be coming back, the housekeeper replied. Oh, did he mention when he would return? The housekeeper chuckled awkwardly. How would I know such details about when he comes home? That's not something I, as a servant, will be informed of. Reporting? The term stirred a flurry of thoughts in Chu Li's mind. She took out her phone, scrolling through WeChat, messages, and call logs. All pristine and empty. The man who usually kept her updated on every trivial matter had shared nothing with her today. With her gaze lowered, she sat quietly at the dining table, eating her meal in silence. After dinner, she moved to the living room and sank into the sofa, idly turning on the television. Yet, after 2 hours of watching, she remained oblivious to the plot unfolding on the screen. As the clock struck 11, He Nanxu still had not appeared, nor had she received any messages from him. Unable to contain her anxiety any longer, she felt compelled to uncover the source of this unusual behavior. Thus, she decided to call He Nanxu. The phone rang several times before it was answered. "What is it?" His voice was husky and weary. Chuli quickly organized her thoughts, her heart racing as she asked, "Mr. He, where are you? Why haven't you returned today?" Before He Nanxu could respond, Chuli spoke again. "Please do not misunderstand. I am not trying to manage or track your whereabouts. It's just that you mentioned before that we should not stay out late. I noticed you have not returned yet, so I wanted to ask if we still need to adhere to that rule. Of course, if you are busy with something outside, you may continue. I will hang up now. I have no pressing matters. I am nearly home," he replied in a tone devoid of emotion. Chuli felt a sense of relief. "Oh, all right." In the underground parking lot, He Nanxu sat in his car with the window open, having remained there for 3 hours. His long fingers rested on the window ledge, holding a burning cigarette. It was only when the ember neared his fingers, the heat becoming unbearable, that he returned to his senses and discarded the cigarette, but, in truth, he seldom indulged in smoking or drinking. During his adolescence, he was surrounded by rebellious boys who began to smoke, drink, and even engage with women, but his family never permitted such indiscretions. He was expected to be cultured, to stay within boundaries, and to maintain control. From a young age, he had been constrained. Over time, he had grown accustomed to self-discipline. In this relationship, he had often wished to lose control, yet his damned rationality always restrained him. Chuli did not expect that less than 5 minutes after hanging up, He Nanxu would return. The moment she saw him enter through the door, she instinctively rose from the sofa, gazing at him intently. As he walked toward the sofa, he loosened his tie hanging around his neck, revealing signs of fatigue. "Why are you still awake?" "I couldn't sleep, so I thought I would watch some television," he replied. "It's quite late. You should rest." Chuli responded with a soft HM. He did not say much more and turned ahead toward the bedroom. Watching his retreating figure, she inexplicably called out, "Mr. He." He Nanxu halted and turned back. "Is there something else? Did something unpleasant happen today?" He seemed taken aback by her concern, the question catching him off guard for a few seconds. Chuli explained, "Word has spread in the company that you had a long meeting this morning and you appeared to be in a bad mood afterward." The tension in He Nanxu's lips eased slightly as he calmly acknowledged, "Yes, that is somewhat true." Indeed, it was just as she had said. Chuli, too, was a reticent person. She habitually bottled up her emotions, rarely seeking solace, and had never learned how to comfort others. Clumsily, she searched her mind for words of consolation. After a prolonged silence, she managed to utter, "Please don't be unhappy anymore, all right?" As soon as the words left her mouth, she felt a wave of embarrassment. What a foolish attempt at comfort. To her surprise, He Nanxu responded earnestly, "All right." Chuli was left utterly bewildered. "I am no longer unhappy, Mrs. He." "Really?" All my unhappiness, perhaps, ceased after I laid eyes upon her." Chapter 29. A heart-wrenching scene recently. Chuli had observed that He Nanxu had been exceedingly busy. Consequently, their interactions at home had diminished significantly. Each morning, she would awaken to find him already departed for the office, returning only well past 11 in the evening, an hour when she would typically be asleep. Yet, on several occasions, sleep eluded her, and she found herself lying in bed, straining to hear any sound from outside. However, He Nanxu always returned home with barely a whisper, almost imperceptibly. Suddenly, Chuli recalled that there were surveillance cameras in the hallway. She hurriedly opened the monitoring software and accessed the footage. Sure enough, she discovered that He Nanxu had just arrived home. He settled onto the sofa in the living room, reclining against the backrest, with not a single light illuminated. Were it not for the faint glow of the neon lights filtering through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, she might have failed to discern his presence entirely. He sat there quietly, allowing the relentless waves of solitude to gradually envelop him until he became indistinguishable from it. Chuli mused that they had promised each other on that fateful night that there would be no more sadness. Yet, he appeared as though he was still burdened by it. She remained transfixed on the monitoring screen for an extended period, mirroring his stillness. Eventually, she let out a soft sigh and set her phone aside. In the oppressive silence, He Nanxu first detected a faint click sound, causing his eyelids to flutter. Almost immediately, he heard the slow, deliberate footsteps approaching. Instinctively, he rose to his feet and turned on the lights in the living room. Just as a woman clad in a creamy silk nightgown emerged from the bedroom, making her way toward him. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, a flicker of surprise flashed across He Nanxu's gaze. "You're not asleep yet?" he inquired. "I went to bed around 9, but I just woke up feeling a bit thirsty, so I got up to find some water," Chuli replied, striving to appear composed as she brushed past him and headed toward the kitchen. The sprawling expanse of their residence rendered the kitchen quite distant from the living room, and it felt like an eternity before she finally arrived. Standing by the island, she poured herself a glass of water, taking a moment to catch her breath. After finishing, instead of returning to the living room, she opened a refrigerator and retrieved some ingredients, deciding to prepare a bowl of noodles. He Nanxu waited for 10 minutes in the living room without seeing Chuli emerge from the kitchen. A slight furrow formed on his brow as he strode toward the kitchen. From afar, he noticed her flitting about with a touch of clumsiness. Mimicking his previous method, she had ignited 2 burners, one for boiling noodles and the other for broth. Yet, it was evident that she was still somewhat inexperienced. He Nanxu approached and offered his assistance. "Let me handle the seasoning." Chuli readily entrusted the task to him. Out of the corner of his eye, He Nanxu observed her adding an excessive amount of noodles into the pot. "Are you very hungry?" he asked. "Just a bit," she confessed. "I simply couldn't sleep and wanted to find something to occupy my time." Before long, Chuli gazed at the pot of noodles, nearly overflowing, and cautiously remarked to the person beside her, "I think I may have cooked too much. Would you like to help me eat some?" He Nanxu likely remained unaware that she had intentionally prepared an excess. However, He Nanxu perceived all her emotions and thoughts, choosing not to expose her intent, but merely smiled gently, willing to assist. Chuli hurriedly retrieved 2 bowls, meticulously portioning the noodles and broth. The pair settled at the dining table, where a serene silence enveloped them during the meal. Halfway through, Chuli could no longer contain herself and uttered, "In truth, you are truly remarkable, exceptionally so." Startled by her sudden words, He Nanxu's hand paused midair with the chopsticks. He lifted his gaze toward her, his dark eyes gleaming with intrigued curiosity. "And then," she continued, "someone like you must have no insurmountable obstacles, and nothing could ever bind you. Whatever you undertake, success is surely yours." Prior to him, Chuli had never encountered anyone so flawless, a paragon in every regard, devoid of even the faintest imperfection. His smile deepened. Yet there was a hint of concealed melancholy in his eyes as he mused. "How can you be certain that I have no challenges, that nothing can restrain me, that I will succeed in all my endeavors?" Chuli felt a slight stiffness from his nonchalant retort and murmured, "Then, do you harbor some untold secret?" He met her gaze, softly replying, "Indeed." Chuli found herself irresistibly drawn into his eyes, momentarily ensnared in a disorienting illusion, as if she herself were the insurmountable obstacle in his life. "No, Zhou Chuli, you are being rather presumptuous." Quickly regaining her composure, she averted her eyes, feigning interest in her noodles, and inquired, "What is that secret of yours?" A trace of self-mockery flickered across He Nanxu's lips, though Chuli remained oblivious. "As for that secret, it is perhaps best that you remain unaware for now." "Why?" she pressed. "You would be unhappy to hear it." Chuli was left pondering the nature of such a secret that could evoke discontent merely by its revelation. Yet, she had no intention of prying further. After all, incessantly probing would only serve to rub salt into his wounds. "I wish you to swiftly overcome this hurdle and not to be ensnared by it." "Thank you." Their eyes met, and in that moment, an unspoken understanding passed between them, culminating in a shared smile. Following their meal, Chuli retreated to her room, while He Nanxu experienced a slight uplift in his spirits. Indeed, it remained true. Upon seeing her, all his discontent dissipated. In recent days, he had deliberately attempted to maintain distance from Chuli, prompted by her words, "Do not fall for someone whose heart belongs to another, as it may cause confusion." Thus, he attempted to spend an entire day without seeing her. Subsequently, he discovered that this felt like an excruciating form of torment. The following morning, He did not rise early before leaving his home. He had intended to share breakfast with Chuli and accompany her to the office. However, by 7:30, there was still no sign of life from her room. He waited for another 10 minutes, yet the silence persisted. He promptly approached her door and gently knocked twice. Chuli, he called out several times, but no one responded. Realizing that something was amiss, he could not afford to ponder further and opened the door. Upon entering the room, he was met with a heart-wrenching sight. Chapter 30. I want you to need me. Chuli lay on the bed, her complexion pale and her body curled up. The creamy silk nightgown clung to her skin, soaked in sweat. She gripped the sheets tightly, her expression a blend of restraint and agony. He Nanxu rushed to her side. Kneeling on one knee, his voice laced with concern, Chuli, what is wrong? In a faint whisper, Chuli replied, I suddenly have a bit of a stomachache. Could you please fetch me 2 pills from the table? His gaze darted to a white bottle on the desk, and, without hesitation, he retrieved 2 pills and poured her a glass of warm water. Chuli swallowed the medication with the water, but relief did not come swiftly. The pain rendered her unable to straighten her back. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and endured, yet she could not conceal the tremor in her breath. His deep, gentle voice floated to her ears, change your clothes. I will take you to the hospital. A visit to the hospital was indeed necessary. Yet Chuli wished not to burden him. With great difficulty, she opened her eyes and responded, You should go to work first. I'll manage for a bit later. I can ask the aunt to take me for a checkup. You need not accompany me. Chuli was no stranger to enduring discomfort. She was well aware of her own body. This was merely a minor issue, a simple stomachache. A recurring ailment that could be remedied with a couple of pills and perhaps an intravenous drip. Moreover, she understood that He Nanxu's schedule for the day was quite packed. There was truly no need to trouble him. I will accompany you, he insisted. I don't need you to, she countered. You do, he replied firmly. Confusion clouded her mind as she gazed at him, questioning. Why? His demeanor remained calm, yet his words detonated within her like a bomb dropped into tranquil waters. Because I want you to need me. Perhaps it was the turmoil within her stomach that left her so disoriented that she struggled to comprehend the meaning behind his words. More precisely, she was at a loss as to what he meant by that statement. Observing her distress, He Nanxu did not allow her the luxury of further indecision. He turned to her wardrobe, selecting an outfit for her, and summoned the housekeeper, who often assisted with meals, to help Chuli change. He waited outside. Before long, the housekeeper emerged, signaling that all was ready. He Nanxu returned to the room, and as Chuli attempted to rise from the bed, he swiftly approached, bending down to lift her effortlessly into his arms. In that moment, encased in his embrace, his towering figure felt like a fortress, providing her with an overwhelming sense of safety. As they journeyed to the hospital, he drove with both speed and steadiness, his focus on the road. Yet his peripheral vision invariably fell upon the passenger beside him. It was evident that she feared inconveniencing him. Throughout the ride, she refrained from expressing her pain, striving to maintain an appearance of ease, as if that could alleviate some of his burdens. In the brief pause, while waiting for the traffic light, He Nanxu observed her hand discreetly kneading her abdomen. However, perhaps due to her fatigue, she ceased her movements after 1 or 2 attempts. It was at this moment that He Nanxu extended his hand. His broad, warm palm, through her down jacket and a thin sweater, rested gently on Chuli's abdomen, leaving her momentarily incredulous. She stiffly turned her head to gaze at the individual beside her. Yet, his calm gaze remained fixed on the flowing traffic ahead, his hand continuing to softly draw circles on her stomach. Does this feel any better? Chuli parted her lips, unable to feign a lie, replying, a bit better. That's good. Thus, throughout the journey, he navigated with one hand on the steering wheel while the other provided a comforting pressure on her abdomen. Upon arriving at the hospital, the doctor promptly conducted an examination on Chuli. Do not worry, the doctor reassured them. There is nothing serious. It's merely the result of prolonged work stress compounded by poor dietary habits. We'll administer some fluids. Turning to the patient lying on the bed, the doctor added, Your husband is here with you. Please rest well. When the 4 is finished, just ring for assistance. Also, remember to take care of yourself, eat properly, and avoid excessive pressure. Chuli nodded in acknowledgement of the doctor's advice. After administering the 4, the doctor exited the room, leaving Chuli alone with He Nanxu. You need not say anything, Just close your eyes and rest. Perhaps sensing her guilt, He Nanxu interrupted her before she could speak. Chuli felt a measure of reassurance and obediently shut her eyes. She slept for a long while, and upon awakening, it was already evening. Her gaze wandered around the warmly lit hospital room until it settled on He Nanxu, who stood by the window, speaking softly on the phone. Clad in a dark shirt and suit pants, he exuded an air of elegance with his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs. He appeared effortlessly captivating, like a picturesque scene. Chuli quietly observed him for quite some time until He Nanxu concluded his call. Upon turning around, he caught her beautiful gaze fixed intently upon him, leaving her momentarily embarrassed as she quickly averted her eyes to the ceiling. He chuckled lightly and approached her, teasing, "If you wish to look, feel free." "I don't mind." Chuli feebly defended herself. "I wasn't looking." In a playful mood, He Nanxu prodded, "If you weren't looking, is it because I'm unattractive?" "Not at all," Chuli hurriedly replied. His face was truly a masterpiece from the hands of Nuwa herself. How could it be anything less than striking? He Nanxu sat down beside her bed, his dark, profound eyes fixed upon her. The expression within them was intricate, seeming to scrutinize with calmness while also harboring a hint of lingering affection. An undercurrent of emotion swirled between them. Chuli felt as though her body were ensnared by an unseen force. After a prolonged silence, the atmosphere thickened with unspoken words. He inquired of her, "What is your true opinion of me?" Having just awakened, Chuli's mind was in disarray. Faced with the man's sudden proximity, she hesitated, yet spoke with candor. "I am not quite certain." The once rigid impressions she held of him appeared to shatter during their brief interaction. At this moment, it was challenging for her to swiftly define him. "Then why not look at me and ponder it thoroughly?" After a considerable pause, Chuli took a deep breath, propped herself up from the bed, and leaned against the headboard. She regarded him earnestly and then stated with sincerity, "You are handsome, kind, and in general. Everything about you is wonderful." He seemed unfazed by her response. "Since everything about me is wonderful, have you ever considered trying your luck with someone as splendid as I?" Chapter 31. Deeply entrapped and sinking, Chuli stood motionless, her gaze fixed upon him, resembling a still image. She appeared tense, her erect posture akin to a string drawn to its utmost limit, poised to snap at any moment. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before she finally stirred, contemplating, "Shall we give it a try?" I believed we were already in the midst of trying. When we first entered into this contractual marriage, it was with a tentative mindset, seeking mutual benefit, was it not? My notion of trying embodies a genuine exploration of emotions, an earnest endeavor to nurture this relationship towards a positive direction, rather than merely enduring until we inevitably part ways. Chuli's mind felt ensnared in a fog, utterly at a loss for how to respond. "You need not rush to answer. Should my actions cause you discomfort, you may halt at any time." He pondered whether harboring feelings for someone who has affections for another might burden her. Thus, he resolved to be forthright, gradually usurping that person's place. The brilliance of He Nanxu lay in his remarkable ability to maintain a delicate balance in all endeavors, even in the realm of ambiguity. With every step he took forward, she found herself irresistibly drawn in, ensnared deeper and deeper into his orbit, oblivious to her predicament. By the time she became aware, she would be thoroughly entrapped, unable to extricate herself. Under He Nanxu's insistence, Chuli took 2 days to recuperate at home before returning to the office. After graduating, she joined Yahoo Group, initially relegated to minor roles in significant projects. Now, she adeptly managed various domestic and international project connections, becoming an indispensable member of the team. Her professional capabilities and work ethic were widely acknowledged. Despite her impressive skills and excellent communication abilities, Chuli was inherently quiet, reserved, and not particularly adept at social interactions. She possessed a strikingly beautiful face that immediately captured attention. Yet her demeanor was exceedingly calm and understated, as if she habitually positioned herself in a space free from scrutiny. At the elevator, the project manager, Zhao Yunming, happened upon Chuli and casually inquired, "Are you feeling better?" "Thank you for your concern, Manager Zhao. I'm much improved," she replied, as was her custom. She treated her superiors, colleagues, and clients with polite formality, seemingly unfazed by any incidents that transpired, appearing agreeable. In reality, However, her inner depths remained difficult to access. By the way, we have a new colleague in our department. Could you mentor her? She is around your age, and I believe you two, being young and attractive, would get along splendidly. Chuli, without giving it much thought, responded, sure. Oh, right. Although there were only the two of them in the elevator. Zhao Yunming lowered his voice slightly, as if their conversation were meant solely for their ears. This new colleague hailed from a well-connected family. Her uncle held a position in the government of Jingzhou, the very same Secretary Huang we met last time. You surely remember him, don't you? A flicker of confusion crossed Chu Li's eyes, but she nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I do. Zhao Yunming found her subdued demeanor somewhat perplexing and felt compelled to gently reiterate. Having shared all this, do you grasp my meaning? Chu Li offered a faint smile, indicating her understanding. I understand. I will take good care of her. Relieved, Zhao Yunming exhaled, good, as long as you comprehend. Just then, the elevator reached its destination. The two exited in succession, making their way toward the office. With still about 10 minutes left before the workday commenced, the atmosphere in the office was lively. The new colleague had generously brought coffee for everyone, enthusiastically distributing cups to each person. Both male and female colleagues received the drinks with smiles, expressing their gratitude. From Chu Li's vantage point, she could only observe the woman's silhouette, a black coat discarded on a nearby desk, while the woman wore a striking red blouse and a form-fitting skirt, exuding an alluring charm. Ah, what a bustling morning, Zhao Yunming declared upon entering the office, instantly drawing the attention of all present. The new colleague turned with a cup of coffee in hand. Smiling, Manager Zhao, I prepared. Yet before she could finish her sentence, her gaze fell upon the woman behind Zhao Yunming, causing her words to falter. Chu Li then recognized the new colleague's face. A self-deprecating smile tugged at her lips. Sometimes, fate plays its tricks. Noticing the sudden tension in the air, Zhao Yunming was at a loss as to what had transpired. He slightly shifted to provide Chu Li a clearer path and introduced her. This is our department's new colleague, Huang Qingqing. He then turned to Huang Qingqing. This is Zhou Chuli. If you follow her closely during this period, you will surely acclimatize quickly. Her capabilities are top-notch in our department. Huang Qingqing maintained an expression of surprise for what seemed an eternity. Eventually, she managed to force a smile, perhaps masking her feelings well enough that no one discerned her inner turmoil. What a coincidence, an old classmate. Old classmate? The office colleagues were now the ones taken aback. Indeed, we were quite close back then. Huang Qingqing's gaze remained fixed on Chu Li since their eyes first met. ISNT that right? Chu Li? The final words left her lips like a needle piercing Chu Li's skin, leaving her feeling utterly uncomfortable. Without a hint of blood, yet impossible to withdraw, Huang Qingqing extended the cup of coffee she held towards Chu Li, saying, Old classmate, please enjoy this coffee. Chu Li met her gaze with a calm expression, showing no intention of accepting the offering. This reaction somewhat surprised Huang Qingqing. She had anticipated nervousness, confusion, perhaps even averted eyes. Alternatively, she expected Chu Li to obediently accept the coffee and express her gratitude with a simple thank you. Who could have foreseen that she would so unceremoniously leave her standing awkwardly before the crowd? I have a sensitive stomach. I've given up coffee, Chu Li stated, brushing past her and heading to her own workstation. Huang Qingqing's composure began to wane, her heart feeling as if it were being scratched by a cat's claws. Fine. If she refuses to acknowledge the courtesy, then she must not be surprised if, next time, the coffee ends up splashed across her face. Chapter 32. Don't be too sensitive in the restroom. Chi Li stood before the wash basin, her hands gently submerged under the flowing water as she washed them at a leisurely pace. The crisp sound of high heels echoed behind her. Raising her gaze slightly, she glanced into the bright mirror. Through its reflection, she saw Huang Qingqing, arms crossed, a smile dancing on her lips as she approached. Memories that Chi Li had thought long buried suddenly surged forth, reminiscent of new sprouts breaking through the earth after a rain. Quite well for yourself, old classmate, Huang Qingqing remarked, positioning herself behind Chi Li and scrutinizing her through the mirror. With her tall stature, softly curled black hair, fair skin, and an exquisitely natural face devoid of makeup, it was undeniable that Chi Li had transformed remarkably. Huang Qingqing clicked her tongue, reflecting on how, back in high school, the boys had sharper eyes than the girls, Despite Chili's awkward appearances, they could still see the beauty within her, often fantasizing about her. Yet, you were only worth $100 for a night. How cheap could you be? Years had passed, yet Huang Qingqing remained unchanged. Chili slowly dried her hands and turned around. She took out her phone, activated the camera, and aimed it at Huang Qingqing's brazen face. If you guarantee that everything you just said about me is true, then say it again for the camera. Tell me who I have slept with. If you're too afraid to speak, it will prove that your words were mere slander and defamation, and I will utilize every avenue to defend myself. Huang Qingqing's expression visibly faltered, her bravado wavering. Who do you think you're intimidating? No, this wasn't T right. The once reticent Li now dared to intimidate others? Just as Huang Qingqing was about to retort, she bit her lip and fell silent. She had just joined Yahoo Group and was aware not to stir up too much trouble, while knowing whose territory it was. In truth, Huang Qingqing's decision to join Yahoo was impulsive. Her family was well off, and she had no need to work as an ordinary employee. It was merely because she had glimpsed the president of Yahoo Group at a recent banquet and felt an inexplicable infatuation. She had always harbored a penchant for celebrity adoration, traveling incessantly both domestically and abroad in pursuit of stars, without any real direction in life. Upon seeing He Nanxu at the banquet, she felt an overwhelming urge to pursue him. However, he was no ordinary celebrity. Hence, she whimsically thought to come to Yahoo Group for a fun experience, intending to leave once boredom set in. Fortunately, her uncle had connections and opened a back door for her, allowing her to enter with relative ease. Nevertheless, her uncle had cautiously advised her to behave, emphasizing that Yahoo Group was no place for antics. Thus, she resolved to take her time, opting for subtlety in her mischief. She would ensure Chili's downfall without drawing attention. Huang Qingqing regarded Chili thoughtfully, suddenly finding the situation increasingly intriguing. At least this period at Yahoo would not be dull. During her mundane high school days, it was this transfer student who brought her boundless amusement. All right, enough of that. Put your phone away. I merely heard about it. That's what everyone said back then, Huang Qingqing remarked nonchalantly, shrugging her shoulders, despite having uttered those unflattering words herself. Relax a bit. Don't be so sensitive. After all, it has been quite some time since then. With that, she pretended to reach out as if to pat her shoulder, but before her hand could descend, Chuli raised her own hand sharply, forcefully striking it back. Huang Qingqing's expression soured, her lips twisting in anger. Enough. I warn you. Keep your distance in private. After saying this, Chuli brushed past her without a second glance. Huang Qingqing clenched her fists in fury, wishing she could deliver a slap, just like before. Upon returning to the office, Chuli resumed her work as if nothing had transpired. Throughout the day, Huang Qingqing indeed refrained from approaching her, instead mingling with other colleagues. Her vibrant personality and the exuberance typical of a wealthy heiress endeared her to everyone, filling the office with laughter that drifted into Chuli's ears. Huang Qingqing caught a glimpse of Chuli, engrossed in her work at the computer, and smirked disdainfully, thinking that soon she would make Chuli relive those high school sentiments. Indeed, Chuli was experiencing them again. In the past, Huang Qingqing had shamelessly rallied their classmates to bully and ostracize her. Those 2 years had been a relentless torment for Chuli. Perhaps having endured such days repeatedly made her acutely sensitive to that feeling, especially with the instigator, Huang Qingqing, merely a few meters away. However, she would not succumb to helplessness, panic, or numbness as she had before. Damn, this is incredibly annoying. While her colleagues laughed heartily with Huang Qingqing, Zhou Xingyue rolled her eyes to the heavens and approached Chuli, snatching the Bluetooth headset from her desk. Since early morning, this office has been as noisy as a marketplace. Is that woman out of her mind? Chuli, may I borrow your headphones? I can't bear to hear her voice any longer. Chuli nodded. Go ahead, use them. After spinning around like a top for what seemed like ages, Huang Qingqing finally sauntered back to her workstation, took a side profile photo of Chuli, and posted it on her social media. The caption read, "Guess who she is? The target has appeared. Haha, game on." Within minutes, the post garnered several comments. Guess what? I de-recognize her even if she turned to ash. Has it really been nearly 8 years since we graduated from high school? Every time there's a gathering among classmates, she has never been present. nor has anyone mentioned any connection she might have had with others over the years. No way, Qingjie. You can still track down this prey? Impressive. What scheme does Qingjie intend to concoct this time? As Huang Qingqing perused the comments on her screen, she pondered deeply. Indeed, how should she proceed this time? This particular moment on her social media was set to partial visibility. Those who could view it were primarily her high school classmates, including those who had once bullied and ostracized Chuli. The sole exception was Shunli. Huang Qingqing had forgotten to block him, neglecting to shield the one person who had once offered assistance to Chuli during their school days. By the time Shunli stumbled upon this post, it was late at night. He fixated on the photograph displayed on the screen, absorbing the careless remarks, and suddenly, a multitude of memories from high school resurfaced, stirring a sense of agitation within him. After a brief pause, he picked up his phone, located a number, and dialed. Having recently lost his phone, he had acquired a new one and purchased a new SIM card. Naturally, Chuli was unaware that this unfamiliar number calling her late at night belonged to Shunli. She answered the phone with a calm and composed demeanor. "Hello, this is Zhou Chuli. May I ask who is calling?" On the other end, he let out a self-deprecating chuckle. "It's me, Shunli." Chapter 33. Witnessing his darkness. More than once in an instant, Chuli thought she was hallucinating. She clutched her phone tightly, refraining from uttering a sound. Her initial impulse was to terminate the call. Yet before her hand could release the device, she heard him casually inquire, "Has Huang Qingqing started working at your company?" Chu Li's dark lashes fell, concealing her emotions. He only heard her respond flatly, "How do you know? I saw her moments on social media." Naturally, Chu Li had no means of contacting Huang Qingqing and was unaware of what she might post. However, she was certain it was nothing good. She remained silent, choosing not to engage. It seemed an eternity passed before she heard a soft click. Shunli flicked open a lighter and ignited a cigarette. "You're all grown up now. You wouldn't be foolish enough to remain silent while being bullied, would you? My matters are none of your concern." Shunli chuckled, amused by her retort. "What is this? Do you truly dislike me now?" Dislike? That hardly applies. Throughout all, she had never harbored hatred or disdain for him. Even when she had heard his words at the class reunion, she had felt nothing of the sort. Shunli suddenly became curious. "What do I mean to you now?" Chu Li's expression was devoid of emotion. Her voice was soft yet resolute. "You are no longer present. You are no longer my heart." It was as if she were conveying this truth to him, while simultaneously reminding herself. Shunli paused for a few seconds, then extinguished his cigarette, lowering his head with a gradual smile, as if seeking affirmation. "Is that so?" "Indeed." After prolonged silence, the man scoffed. Well, you've done well." Before Chuli could respond, it was Shunli who hung up first. She sat on her bed, clutching her phone, staring at the dimming screen like a withered bud. Thus, she remained there, lifeless, throughout the night. The following day, fatigue etched across her face. She was compelled to apply an exquisite layer of makeup to mask her weariness before heading to the office. Upon her arrival, Huang Qingqing approached her desk, a hefty document in hand. It was still early, and the office was nearly empty, with only the two of them present. Initially, Chuli assumed Huang Qingqing had a work-related query, but she soon realized her expectations were too high. "Zhou Chuli, you truly are remarkable. I haven't even done anything yet, and you've already gone and complained." Chuli cast a cold glance at her. "I have no idea what you're barking about." "Still pretending, are we?" Huang Qingqing's voice dropped, her frustration palpable, yet she struggled to maintain her composure. Her expression twisted into a forced smile. "Take a look for yourself." Huang Qingqing tossed her phone onto Chu Li's desk. The illuminated screen displayed a segment of chat history, conversations between Huang Qingqing and Shunli. The exchange began at 11 o'clock at night, with Shunli having screenshotted Huang Qingqing's post regarding Chu Li and sent it to her, followed by a line of text. "You have spent your entire life engaging in foolishness, and yet you possess a certain tenacity. May I inquire if you wish to experience the taste of repeating past mistakes?" Chuli stared blankly at her phone screen. At first, she struggled to comprehend the meaning behind the words. However, the screenshot was undeniably connected to her. Was he threatening Huang Qingqing on her behalf? Unlike Chuli's confusion, Huang Qingqing was acutely aware of the situation. As she gazed at the chilling phrase, "repeating past mistakes," a wave of goosebumps washed over her. She vividly recalled that winter, when she and a group had cornered Chuli in an alley, tearing apart her school uniform, preparing for the malevolent figure who appeared in the dead of night. This was an experience she had endured at the hands of Shun Li. Huang Qingqing's expression grew serious. Enraged, she clenched her teeth and demanded, "What is your relationship with Shun Li?" Chuli replied coolly, "What does it have to do with you?" Seeing that she could extract no information from Chuli, Huang Qingqing took a deep breath and retorted with a sneer, "Don't think I'm unaware. You and Shun Li were involved back in high school. Go on, record this on your phone. I dare you to deny it." Chuli replied, "Are you finished?" "Not by a long shot." Huang Qingqing had always been the queen bee at school, sailing through life without hardship. The only setback she had encountered was with Shun Li, and it was due to Chuli. Thus, her anger was directed at both of them. "You two make quite the pair. Someone like you deserves a scoundrel like him. I wonder if you're aware of his past. If not, let me enlighten you. He is just like his worthless father, toying with women's emotions. Have you been watching television? Recently, there's a trending drama featuring a female lead younger than Shun Li by 3 years. Guess what? His father intends to marry her and make her his stepmother. But Shun Li is even more promiscuous than his father. He dares to sleep with his father's women. He even slept with his future stepmother and was caught in the act by his father. If the Shin family had paid off a few million to cover it up, that scandal would have been all over the news. Are you out of your mind to be infatuated with such a scoundrel?" As Huang Qingqing spoke, she scrutinized Chuli's face, attempting to detect any sign of a crack in her composure. However, no matter how vehemently she expressed her rage, Chuli remained calm and serene, like a still pond. This left Huang Qingqing feeling as though she had amassed all her strength for a fierce blow, only to find it dissipating against a soft cushion. Finally, Chuli uttered, "He is not a scoundrel." She had witnessed his darker side, not once but multiple times. Thus, Huang Qingqing's reminders of his character were unnecessary. Chuli did not regard him as a scoundrel. In their relationship, one might question whether he was truly in the wrong or if he could be deemed a scoundrel. In reality, perhaps he was not. She had merely immersed herself in her unrequited feelings for the past 8 years. Ultimately, it was a consequence of her own making. Huang Qingqing stared incredulously at Chuli, astonished that after her fervent outburst, she received such a dismissive remark. Enraged, she turned to leave, muttering veiled threats under her breath. "Just you wait." Chuli was accustomed to Huang Qingqing's temperament, so she remained unfazed by her morning outburst. Seated at her workstation, she focused intently on the computer screen. Yet, in a moment of distraction, the data on the screen gradually morphed into the chat history between Shun Li and Huang Qingqing. Even more absurdly, perhaps due to Huang Qingqing's incessant mentions of Shun Li throughout the day, that night, as soon as she fell asleep, Chuli dreamt of Shun Li, reminiscing about their high school days. Chapter 34. I perceived she dreamt of standing on a rooftop of her school, enveloped by a shroud of darkness. The wind that night was fierce, cutting through her skin like a blade. Her frail body resembled a desiccated leaf hanging from a branch, easily dislodged by the slightest gust. Yet, her toes persisted, inching forward with determination. The edge of the rooftop was scarcely wider than the span of 2 feet. It took her an eternity to extend her toes outward until half a foot dangled precariously in the void. She struggled, yearning to conclude it all. Just as she contemplated taking that final step, a casual voice drifted from beside her. "Are you performing in a drama?" Chuli's body stiffened abruptly. Her hands, hanging at her sides, clenched into fists, fingers digging in her palms, numb to the pain. She tilted her head, seeking the source of the voice. A faint red ember flickered a few meters away, dancing at the tip of a man's fingers. As her senses returned, she caught a whiff of the subtle scent of smoke carried by the wind. He chuckled softly. I asked, "Are you acting a drama?" Though she could not discern his face, the sound of his voice was unmistakable. He was the boy seated at the narrow aisle that separated them. Chuli had transferred to Jingzhou No. 1 High School nearly 2 months ago, and in that time, their exchanges could be counted on a single pair of hands. A self-deprecating smile tugged at her lips as she responded to his inquiry. It should be a horror drama. Ah, had I not been here today, it might indeed have turned into a horror story. But you should be grateful that I am. The young man rose leisurely, moving towards her with the ease of one treading upon solid ground amidst the encroaching darkness. He extinguished his cigarette, extending his hand until it hovered just at the edge of her clothing, a mere fingertip away. In a typical drama, this would be the moment a male protagonist reaches out to rescue his female counterpart from the brink of death. Chuli stood frozen in astonishment, unable to move. Shen Li, however, exhibited remarkable patience in their standoff. He could have easily pulled her down, but once accomplished, she might ascend once more, again and again. Thus, he remained, hand outstretched, waiting for her to willingly place hers in his. Of course, should she choose to disregard his gesture and leap, that was her decision to make. Time slipped away, second by second. Chuli thought he might relent, given Shen Li's notorious reputation for being reckless and unrestrained, a wild spirit thriving in chaos. Yet, on that particular night, he was as earnest as a devoted believer. The moment Chuli let her hand fall into his palm, she felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Once he guided her down from the rooftop's edge, she immediately released his grip, crouching against the cold wall, burying her head in silence. Shen Li stood beside her, offering no disturbance, merely lighting another cigarette. Once she regained her composure, he finally spoke. Having resolved your matters, it is now your turn to assist me, is it not? Chuli's voice was rendered hoarse by the wind. What did you say? Restore my innocence. After Shen Li uttered these words, he bent down, grasped her wrist, and forcefully lifted her from the ground, leading her down from the rooftop. The surroundings became glaringly bright. As he began to pull her towards the classroom, Chuli instinctively shook her hand, attempting to break free. However, his grip was exceedingly strong. The more she struggled, the tighter he held her, to the point where she felt her wrist bones might shatter. With no other option, Chuli had no choice but to comply. At this time, everyone was engaged in evening self-study. The classroom was enveloped in silence, occasionally interrupted by hushed whispers. Suddenly, the classroom door was kicked open, creating a commotion that startled the class, drawing dozens of eyes to them. Shen Li brought Chuli before a tall, slender boy, releasing her wrist only to seize the boy by the collar of his uniform, lifting him from the desk as one might lift a chick. It was you who claimed that Zhou Chuli was no longer a virgin, that she slept with me? Standing behind Shen Li, Chuli felt a sense of bewilderment. She was the type to immerse herself in her studies, and only recently had she become vaguely aware of the chaotic rumors circulating outside. What she anticipated was that Shen Li was also a victim. It dawned on her what Shen Li meant by restore his innocence. The boy, fully aware of Shen Li's notorious reputation as a school bully, turned pale as paper, too frightened to fabricate a lie, stammering, "No, I was just joking." Shen Li scoffed coldly. "Why didn't you joke about me sleeping with your mother instead?" He tightened his grip on the boy's collar, demanding an apology. The boy, trembling in fear, looked at Shen Li. "I'm sorry." Shen Li slightly tilted his head, casting a glance behind him. "What is the name of the person who made such baseless claims?" "I'm sorry." The boy felt as if his breath was caught in his throat, on the verge of gasping for air, hastily adding, "I'm sorry, Zhou Chuli. I was the one who started the rumors. I will post a clarification immediately and publicly apologize." Only then did Shen Li loosen his grip a little. "Let me make myself clear. If I ever hear such nonsense again, each of you will face the consequences." Chuli awoke from the dream at 3 in the morning. The wall lamp shaped like a gardenia emitted a warm, yellowish light, soothing Chuli's anxious heartbeat. She threw off the covers and stepped out of bed, donning a pair of soft slippers as she ventured outside to pour herself a glass of water. To her surprise, upon passing through the hall, she found He Nanxu reclining on the sofa in a shirt and trousers. Lately, work at the company had been particularly demanding, and He Nanxu had likely returned home around 10 that night. However, Chuli was somewhat puzzled. Why hadn't he gone to his room to sleep? Surely, this position was uncomfortable for resting. Chuli treaded lightly, cautiously approaching his side, torn between the desire to awaken him or not. However, to her surprise, as she drew near, the figure reclining on the sofa opened his eyes. A pang of guilt struck Chuli's heart. Had she disturbed him? No, he replied, slightly adjusting his posture as he leaned back against the sofa. After a brief pause, he continued, "I sensed your presence." Though it sounded somewhat absurd, the truth was indeed as he stated. Chapter 35. The urgency of parenthood. He Nanxu spoke with such solemnity that Chuli felt a tinge of embarrassment to continue the conversation. She deftly shifted the topic, inquiring, "Isn't it uncomfortable to sleep on the sofa? Would you prefer to return to your room?" He Nanxu withdrew his gaze from her and replied, "You need not concern yourself with me. I shall take a shower first and retire shortly thereafter." "Oh, very well," Chuli said, turning toward the kitchen. After pouring herself a glass of water, she returned to her room to sleep. He Nanxu sat on the sofa, unsure how long he had maintained that position before finally rising and making his way to the bathroom. During the day, as they were both engrossed in their demanding jobs at the large company, opportunities for their encounters were scarce. Recently, he had been frequently working late, and by the time he returned home, Chuli had already retreated to her room for the night, and he found it inappropriate to disturb her. Nevertheless, he was aware that she was a restless sleeper, often rising in the middle of the night to quench her thirst in the kitchen. After drinking, she would either sit alone in the living room for a while or stand aimlessly on the balcony, lost in thought. On the balcony, He Nanxu had recently arranged for a cluster of gardenias to be planted, which had become Chuli's favorite spot in the house. If he had not seen her throughout the day, he would wait on the sofa until she returned. Today, fortune smiled upon him. He had indeed waited in vain. In the steamy ambience of the bathroom, a gentle mist enveloped the glass, and in the dim light, his well-defined physique emerged, exuding an aura of strength. He stood beneath the cascading water, allowing it to wash over him, yet could not cleanse the burgeoning desires within him. His thoughts were consumed by her. He leaned back against the cold wall, eyes closed, for the restraint he had exercised had reached its limits, and every inch of his being was taut with tension. The following day was a weekend. Chuli awoke early but lingered in bed, feeling that rising held little purpose, until nearly 9 o'clock when she finally ventured out. He Nanxu, a man of habit, had already completed his morning workout and emerged from the home gym clad only in a white t-shirt and casual trousers. A fine sheen of perspiration clung to his clothing, accentuating the contours of his muscles. His physique was particularly appealing, not overly bulky, but rather the kind that appeared leanly toned in clothing and impressively sculpted without. His fair complexion paired with such musculature created an alluring presence. As Zhou Chuli would say, such a body was indicative of a man who knew how to please. "Wait a moment, Zhou Chuli, were you contemplating so early in the morning?" Startled, Chuli snapped back to reality, her gaze darting away. "Good morning," she greeted awkwardly. He Nanxu offered a faint smile, replying, "Good morning." He gestured for her to proceed to the dining area for breakfast, reminding her, "The doctor advised you to eat well and rest adequately. You mustn't exhaust yourself to the point of hospitalization again." "Oh, all right." With that, they parted ways. Chuli headed to the dining room, while He Nanxu went to the bathroom. He Nanxu's phone had been left behind in the restaurant. While dining, Chuli heard it ringing incessantly several times. Glancing over, she noticed the caller ID displayed grandfather. She hurriedly took the phone and approached the bathroom door, gently knocking. "Mr. He, your grandfather has been trying to reach you. He's called 2 or 3 times. Is there something particularly important he wishes to discuss?" The sound of running water ceased within. Shortly thereafter, a faint click was heard as the bathroom door opened, revealing arms speckled with droplets of water. Chuli promptly handed the phone to him. It seemed inconvenient for He Nanxu to answer directly, so he switched it to speaker mode and set it aside. Before she could turn away, she faintly caught the old man's voice. "How are things progressing with the girl you like?" He Nanxu replied, "Very well. Since that is the case, do you have plans to bring her home for a visit? Your parents are eagerly anticipating it." He Nanxu teased, "Aren't you eager as well?" "Of course I am. My meeting gift is already prepared, just waiting for you to bring her back. Yet here you are dawdling." Standing at the door, Chuli felt somewhat taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that He Nanxu would speak of her so naturally with his family, even though they had never met her. It seemed they were filled with expectation and kindness toward her. Perhaps it was a case of loving the house and the crow. They trusted He Nanxu's judgment, and consequently, they also trusted her, the one he had chosen. However, recalling the reasons behind their initial decision to marry, she felt a twinge of guilt, a sense of wrongdoing in playing with another's emotions. In that moment of distraction, she faintly overheard the old man discussing weddings, banquets, and eventually even the topic of children. Finally, he sighed and mused, "When will you and that girl you like have child?" The day before, old Master Tang had hosted a 100-day banquet for his great-grandson, and upon seeing the child, her mother could hardly contain herself, constantly holding and cooing at the baby, nearly taking him home. He Nanxu merely raised an eyebrow and replied succinctly, "Hung up." Upon hearing this, Chuli quickly turned and left. It was not until half an hour later that He Nanxu emerged from the bathroom. He walked to the dining area, pulled out a chair, and sat down opposite her, glancing at the untouched food on the table. "What is wrong? Is breakfast not to your liking?" "No," Chuli replied, biting her lip. "I was waiting for you to eat together." He Nanxu chuckled softly and poured her a glass of milk. He acted as though nothing had transpired. Yet, considering all that had been said in the bathroom, particularly the old man's apparent encouragement, she wondered if He Nanxu felt any pressure. After much contemplation, Chuli cautiously probed, "Do your family members hope you will have children soon?" After all, in a family of such stature, one would assume they place significant importance on heirs. He Nanxu lifted his gaze towards her and inquired, "Did you hear that phone call just now?" Chuli nodded, expressing her concern. "I can't shake the feeling that we may be acting unjustly. Your family genuinely desires for you to have a stable home, to lead a fulfilling life, to marry and have children. Yet, by merely placating them, are we not being excessively unreasonable?" He Nanxu paused for 2 seconds, reflecting. "So, when I previously asked if you would be willing to genuinely explore our feelings together instead of merely going through the motions until we inevitably part ways, it all seems to circle back to you." Chuli had not anticipated that the entire discussion would ultimately rest upon her shoulders. After all, it appeared that she alone was adopting a dismissive attitude within this relationship. He Nanxu, perceiving her unease, reassured her, "You need not burden yourself excessively. The decision to have children primarily rests with you, as you are the one who carries them. Neither I nor my family possess the right to insist that you must bear children or dictate how many. If, in the future, you choose not to have any, that is entirely your prerogative." Chapter 36. Finally engaging in something long desired, He Nanxu's words were as sweet as honey, enveloping Chuli in a haze of contemplation. Uncertain whether this was merely a sugar-coated proposition, she found herself lost in thought for a considerable time. He Nanxu deftly shifted the topic, inquiring about her plans for the weekend. "Well, I don't have any specific plans," she replied. "How do you usually spend your weekends?" "I typically stay at home," she answered. "Would you like to go out today?" He Nanxu proposed. Chuli appeared to be someone unaccustomed to declining invitations, as she lowered her gaze and held onto her cup of milk in silence for a moment, ultimately conceding with a simple "all right." "Shall we invite your friends and Jiayin as well?" He Nanxu asked. Chuli recalled her last birthday, when He Nanxu had introduced her to his friends and cousin, assuming this outing would be another group affair. "What are you thinking, Mrs. He?" He Nanxu glanced at her, his tone clearly expressing reluctance. "Are you bringing along a third wheel for our date?" "Date?" A blush crept across Chuli's cheeks, her heart racing heavily. She parted her lips, intending to voice her thoughts, yet the words remained unuttered. He Nanxu had previously assured her that if his actions ever made her uncomfortable, she could call for a halt. However, at the moment he uttered the word date, she felt no aversion. Rather, a subtle emotion tugged at her heartstrings, one that she could not quite identify. When it came to the venue for their date, He Nanxu presented her with numerous options: camping, art exhibitions, luxury shopping, or attending a jewelry gala. And finally, one last choice. With a flourish, He Nanxu produced 2 tickets from his home, as if by magic. "Shall we attend a performance together?" he proposed. Chuli's gaze fell upon the tickets, revealing 2 passes for a ballet performance at the National Grand Theater. Deep within her, a once still pond began to ripple with excitement. She looked at He Nanxu with a curious expression. "How did you suddenly think of going to a ballet?" she inquired. "This doesn't seem to fall within your usual interests." He Nanxu remained calm, his demeanor betraying no hint of emotional fluctuation. "I seem to have forgotten to mention that my mother is the principal dancer at the China Song and Dance Theater. Such information could easily be found online. However, Chuli was someone who rarely concerned herself with matters unrelated to her own life. During her time at Yahoo A Group, she focused solely on her daily tasks. And after agreeing to marry He Nanxu, She seemed to have neglected the notion of conducting such background checks. Reflecting on it now, she realized she had been remiss. "I see," she murmured softly, her gaze drifting back to the tickets, lost in thought. He Nanxu did not rush her. After what felt like an eternity, Chuli finally lifted her head and spoke to him in a hushed tone. "Let us go see the ballet performance." The performance was scheduled for 3 in the afternoon. This marks the return of Chuli to this place after a decade. This time, she finds herself seated in the audience. The lights gradually dim, and the music begins to play softly. On stage, young ballerinas dance gracefully, appearing almost ethereal. Chuli sits quietly, her gaze seemingly fixed on the stage since her arrival at the theater. However, He Nanxu's eyes remain steadfastly on her. In his view, she is the most radiant presence. Even when she does nothing but sit there, when Chuli inadvertently catches him looking at her, she is momentarily taken aback. How does one describe that gaze? It reveals nothing overt, yet seems to harbor a multitude of emotions. She chooses not to dwell on such complexities, instead curling her lips into a gentle smile and asking, "Why aren't you watching the performance?" He Nanxu leans back lazily in his seat, his words imbued with a hint of profundity, suggesting that perhaps he has witnessed a breathtaking performance before, and now everything else seems rather mundane by comparison. "Have you seen this before?" she inquires. "Many years ago," he responds, and she finds herself somewhat surprised. "You still remember it after all this time?" "Indeed," he replies, as if speaking to her, while simultaneously lost in his own thoughts. "I don't quite understand why it has lingered so long in my memory. Surely, many must have been captivated by her that day. Yet, what is it that makes his recollection endure?" Noticing that he seems ensnared in a memory from the past, Chuli refrains from interrupting him and redirects her gaze toward the stage. As the performance nears its conclusion, she suddenly turns to He Nanxu with a request. "Could you please take a photo of me?" "Of course," he replies, accepting the phone she hands him. "How would you like it to be framed?" "Primarily, just a shot of me with the stage," she clarifies. He Nanxu appears to understand her intent, slightly leaning back in his seat to capture a photograph of her alongside the stage. When Chuli glances at the picture, she can't help but give him a thumbs up. "You took it beautifully. It's simply that you look good in every shot," he replies. Feeling a touch embarrassed by his compliment, she averts her gaze, focusing instead on the screen. She studies the photograph for a long while, contemplating its significance, and ultimately decides to take a snapshot of the 2 performance tickets she has, posting it on her social media. Chuli is not one to frequently share on social media. Sometimes an entire year passes with barely 2 posts. However, she did share something just days ago, an update related to the first snowfall, which prompted a teasing remark from Zhou Chuli about it being a couple's post with her boss. As she reflects on this, she begins to craft her caption, "Finally accomplished something I've long wished to do." Indeed, it has been a desire to return here for quite some time, yet for many years, she lacked the courage to confront this place. Today, she realizes that she can face the past with such tranquility, reconciling with it. Upon exiting the theater after the performance, the clock strikes 5 in the afternoon. He Nanxu drove to a nearby large supermarket. "What do you want to eat?" "Let's buy some ingredients. I will cook for you." Chuli instinctively replied, "There's no need to trouble yourself. I can just eat something light in the evening. It's not a bother, and you shouldn't settle for anything less," He Nanxu said as he unfastened her seatbelt. "Come on, Mrs. He." Thus, Chuli found herself led into the supermarket by He Nanxu, who pushed a shopping cart alongside her. "Just grab whatever vegetables you like," he encouraged. "Can you cook all this?" she inquired. "I can manage the basics," he replied after a brief pause. "And for what I don't know, I can learn." Chapter 37. The perspective of an extraordinary boyfriend. The two began their excursion in the fresh food section. Standing beside He Nanxu, Chuli observed as he placed item after item into the shopping cart. It was unclear whether He Nanxu was unfamiliar with certain products due to his infrequent visits to the supermarket or if it was simply his tendency to select only the most expensive items. Whenever Chuli spotted the same product, he would invariably choose the one with the highest price. In fact, Chuli pointed to a bottle of orange juice, noting that it was priced significantly higher than another brand, yet she believed that the latter had a superior taste. Upon hearing her words, He Nanxu returned the orange juice to the cart and instead selected the alternative she had mentioned. As if recalling something, she lamented, "However, I've heard that this brand may go out of business due to poor management." He Nanxu cast a glance at the bottle of orange juice, understanding why it occupied the least favored spot on the shelf. The two continued their journey, but this time, Chuli began to take the lead. When shopping, she habitually compared prices, flavors, and the freshness of ingredients, meticulously selecting her choices. Thus, she was confident that her selections would not disappoint and would also save money. He Nanxu, half joking and half serious, teased her, "I'm fortunate to have a wife who knows how to manage finances." Chuli smiled shyly, acknowledging that he certainly did not lack money, and her frugality was hardly a virtue in his eyes. "It's merely a habit from my previous life," she replied. "I'll work on changing some of my less desirable habits." He Nanxu instinctively patted her head and advised, "Just remember to get enough rest and eat well." After spending half an hour in the supermarket, they filled a shopping cart with their purchases. Seeing He Nanxu carrying several large bags, Chuli quickly moved to his side, offering, "Let me help you. Just stay close to me and don't wander off," he replied, though his words were somewhat exaggerated, given that she was hardly a child who could get lost in a supermarket. She closely followed his pace. The two returned to the car with their items, and a few minutes later, He Nanxu drove them into the underground parking lot of their home. Once upstairs, Chuli categorized and organized their purchases, while He Nanxu took a bag of ingredients into the kitchen. Each was engrossed in their tasks, creating a wonderfully harmonious atmosphere. Before long, Chuli had arranged everything neatly. In her leisure, she picked up her phone and checked WeChat, discovering new updates on her recent moments post. There were likes and comments. "Songyu. Oh dear. Someone needs to practice their photography skills. It doesn't do justice to their beauty." Su Jiayin. "Sister-in-law, are you starting a beauty management class? I would kneel to learn." Zhong Xingyue. Wow. An extraordinary boyfriend perspective. "Sister, are you secretly dating behind my back?" As soon as Zhong Xingyue's comment surfaced, several colleagues in the office echoed her sentiments. Even manager Zhao Yunming couldn't help but interject, "No way. Our colleague Zhou Chuli loves her work so much that she practically lives in the office for 20 hours a day. When would she have time for romance?" Zhou Chuli. "Heed my advice. You are still young. Focus on your career. A husband can never provide as much as a boss." "Haha, to be honest, Chuli, are you perhaps dating someone within the company?" "What? You mean internal affairs?" Zhou Chuli was perplexed as to how her friends could draw such elaborate conclusions from her social media post. The more they speculated, the more uneasy she felt. Were they all amateur detectives? She hesitated, her fingers hovering over the screen, unsure of how to respond to their comments. She seemed inept at fabricating lies. After much contemplation, she silently tucked her phone away without uttering a word. She made her way to the kitchen, where He Nanxu was nearly finished preparing the meal. "Is there anything I can assist with?" she inquired. He Nanxu pointed to her phone, suggesting, "Call the auntie. I'll ask her how to make that 3-flavor soup." The 3-flavor soup was the auntie's specialty and one of Zhou Chuli's recent favorites. "All right." Zhou Chuli dialed the auntie's number, placing the phone on speaker. As He Nanxu conversed with her, he signaled for Zhou Chuli to take a break, suggesting she must be weary after a long day. Weary? Exhausted? Reflecting on her day, Zhou Chuli realized she had slept in until after 9, enjoyed breakfast and lunch prepared by the auntie, attended a performance with He Nanxu in the afternoon, and visited the supermarket before returning home. He had prepared dinner while she had merely indulged in leisure. How could she possibly be tired? "Be good, wait outside, and don't create any chaos," He Nanxu gently urged, effectively ushering her out of the kitchen. Approximately 40 minutes later, He Nanxu had prepared 3 dishes and a soup. Zhou Chuli felt a surge of purpose as she busied herself with serving the food. Upon seeing her set the table, He Nanxu instinctively took out his phone to capture the moment. "Do you want to post this on social media?" he asked with interest. "No. I merely want to take a picture because it looks so appealing. Besides, I've already posted today. It would seem rather odd to post again, wouldn't it? After all, I used to be quite disinterested in sharing such things." Moreover, she had just posted a photo from the ballet performance, which had led her colleagues to nearly uncover a hidden scandal. Now, she hesitated to post again, fearing it might stir up unnecessary attention. "Have you already posted?" He Nanxu realized, glancing at his phone. Upon seeing her post of the picture he had taken along with her caption, He smiled softly, his eyes radiating warmth and affection. Meanwhile, at the Jingzhou Club, the WeChat Moments post by Chuli fell under the gaze of another. "What are you looking at?" Shunli observed his assistant. Jiang, fixated on his phone for 2 or 3 minutes. Jiang hesitated for a few seconds, then handed his phone to Shunli. "I see that Chu Li seems to be enjoying a performance with friends and has posted about it. Moreover, in the photos, she appears to be quite happy." Jiang found it difficult to fathom the sight of Chu Li standing joyfully beside another man. He had anticipated that, after her breakup with Shunli, Chu Li would be despondent for an extended period or perhaps eagerly seek reconciliation. Yet he was taken aback that after all this time, she had not done so. Shunli fixated on the photo of Chu Li alongside the stage, narrowing his eyes slightly. After a moment of silence, he suddenly smirked. "Who do you think she went with?" Jiang was genuinely uncertain. To his recollection, Chu Li had not been particularly close with anyone. Just as Shunli was lost in contemplation over the photograph, a man casually interjected, "Are you still going to honor that bet for last time?" Chapter 38. Cementing an improper relationship, Shun Li slowly directed his gaze towards the speaker. A casual smile adorned his face, yet his voice turned icy. "You seem rather invested in my affairs." The man, oblivious to Shun Li's displeasure, lounged on the sofa with an air of nonchalance. "Honestly, Shun, is there truly a difference between a woman like Zhou Chuli and the others you keep around?" In the eyes of this dandy, the women in Shun Li's life fell into 2 categories, one being Zhou Chuli, unique and singular, and the other comprising all the rest, lumped together into a generic type. Shun Li extracted a cigarette from the pack, placing it between his lips as smoke spiraled upward, obscuring his roguishly handsome yet carefree visage. After a considerable pause, he casually inquired, "What do you mean by a woman like Zhou Chuli? What is she exactly?" The man's brow furrowed in confusion. He thought it was evident. Surely, anyone with eyes could discern the stark contrast between Zhou Chuli and the other women. With a dismissive click of his tongue, the man continued, "Let us put it this way. The other women you pursue are merely after your wealth, seeking to share your bed for various reasons. Zhou Chuli, on the other hand, seeks your genuine affection." He shook his head with a scoff, adding, "Tell me, is she foolish? Why pursue your sincerity when she could enjoy a more tangible pleasure with you?" This group of men, accustomed to a life of indulgence, often spoke with a reckless abandon. A few of the other wealthy young men chimed in, acknowledging the rarity of encountering such innocence and compliance within their circle. Yet, it is often those who seek sincerity that prove to be the most formidable. What is so frightening about that? Aren't these women merely naive and easy to manipulate? A little kindness from you, and they cling on like a relentless vine? The collective gaze of the group shifted toward Shun Li, as if demanding affirmation. "Isn't that right, Shun?" A wave of irritation surged within Shun Li, his expression hardening as he remained silent, pressing the barely smoked cigarette forcefully into the ashtray. Gradually, the others began to sense the shift in his demeanor. His handsome features clouded as if a storm were brewing. "Shun, what is the matter? Are we saying something you find displeasing?" Someone ventured cautiously. "Or is Zhou Chuli truly unique in your heart compared to the others?" Perhaps the effect of the evening's libations had muddled his thoughts, a chaotic swirl in his mind akin to a mass of thick paste. At that moment, the words Zhou Chuli had spoken not long ago surfaced with alarming clarity. "Shun Li, this is it. Do not seek me out again. You no longer hold a place in my heart." Less than an hour after their parting, she had severed all means of contact with him. In the days following their separation, she continued to lead a tranquil and stable life. Thus, whether he existed in her world was of little consequence. Did she yearn for his sincerity? Did she truly harbor such affection for him? Shunli let out a sardonic laugh, dismissively remarking, "What difference does it make? Wasn't he at all willingly offered?" On Monday, as Chuli arrived at the office, she sensed something amiss. Where was her employee badge? The Ahui group had a clear mandate. Employees must wear their badges during work hours. She distinctly remembered bringing it with her that morning. After rummaging through her bag once more to no avail, she considered the likelihood that she had left it in He Nanxu's car, as she had traveled to work with him that morning. With this thought, Chuli promptly sent He Nanxu a WeChat message. "Boss, I believe I left my badge in your car." His reply came swiftly. "I have it. Would you prefer to come to my office to retrieve it?" Or shall I come down to return it to you? After a moment of deliberation, she responded, I'll come find you. All right. Chuli tucked her phone away, exited her office, and made her way to the elevator, pressing the button for the executive suite. She feigned composure as she knocked on the office door. However, upon entering, an immediate sense of discomfort enveloped her. To her surprise, several senior executives occupied his office, seemingly engaged in a critical discussion. Chuli stood rigidly, caught in a moment of indecision, unable to proceed or retreat. Numerous pairs of eyes fixed upon her, regarding her as an unexpected intruder in their sanctum. He Nanxu, however, remained unfazed. He picked up her badge and a black hair tie that she had inadvertently left in his vehicle, presenting them to her with a gentle reminder not to forget them next time. The senior executives in the office appeared momentarily stunned, including Zhao Yunming, Chu Li's direct supervisor. What was this? How could such personal items as Chu Li's badge and hair tie end up in He Nanxu's possession? Feeling a weight of embarrassment, Chu Li accepted the badge and hair tie, hurriedly stuffing them into her coat pocket. She merely uttered a thank you to Mr. He before departing the executive office. Upon returning to her own office, Chu Li's unease deepened, prompting her to send He Nanxu another message. Mr. He, I think you should be more cautious in the future. She carefully crafted each word. Situations like earlier can easily lead others to suspect something amiss between us, which could be detrimental to our relationship. He Nanxu, intrigued, inquired, What do you perceive our relationship to be at present? Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Li replied, An improper relationship. He Nanxu's emotions grew complex. They were legally married, having obtained a certificate. How could it now be deemed an illicit affair? Yet, in Chu Li's eyes, their union was a contractual marriage, and they had agreed to keep their marriage concealed from the world. Concealed? Did that not imply a certain degree of secrecy? Moreover, office romances are inherently taboo, and when the boss himself is leading the charge, one must surely exercise even greater caution. Thus, this suggests the presence of an inappropriate relationship, does it not? Chu Li felt her self-assessment was quite accurate. She stared at the screen for an extended period, yet He Nanxu did not reply to her messages. Monday was exceedingly busy, having not worked late for a while. Chu Li inadvertently found herself staying until 10 o'clock in the evening, utterly exhausted. Just as she was preparing to return home for some much-needed rest, a message from He Nanxu arrived. Come to my office. Chu Li slowly sent back a question mark. I have a bed in my office. Chu Li. He Nanxu's office spanned over 200 square meters, complete with all necessary areas for work and relaxation. He thought it might be inconvenient for Chu Li to head home so late, so he suggested she could rest in his office for the night to avoid unnecessary travel. However, upon seeing Chu Li's two perplexed question marks, he was suddenly struck by a whim and decided not to reveal the truth, instead teasing her with a playful remark. Madam, he says we have an inappropriate relationship, so if such things have been mentioned, they should be substantiated, correct? Chu Li let out a silent sigh, contemplating the notion that the aloof and dignified boss wished to formalize an inappropriate relationship with her. Before she could fully process this, another message from He Nanxu appeared. Are you coming? It felt like an invitation. Chapter 39. May I not turn off the light in the president's office? He Nanxu reclined comfortably in his chair, his long legs crossed, idly toying with a fountain pen as he slowly rotated in his chair. 20 minutes had elapsed since he sent that message, yet she still offered no response. He remained composed. Meanwhile, outside the office, Lu Ming was perplexed. It was rare for his boss to avoid overtime, and yet he lingered in the office for 4 hours without returning home. After another few minutes, the elevator doors opened to reveal a strikingly tall woman, arms laden with a substantial stack of documents, making her way towards the president's office. Lu Ming squinted, recognizing her as the president's wife. Madam, good evening, he greeted as she approached. Upon hearing Lu Ming's salutation, Chu Li's already taut nerves threatened to snap. She lowered her voice and quickly instructed him. Just call me by my name while at the company. Lu Ming nodded in understanding, having been by He Nanxu's side long enough to adopt a composed demeanor. Rest assured, Madam, I will exercise discretion, he implied, indicating he would not disrupt the delicate nature of their relationship. He gestured for her to enter. President, he has been waiting for you for quite some time. Has he been waiting long? Chu Li tightened her grip on the documents. hesitating for a few seconds before finally stepping forward. The office door was slightly ajar. She gently knocked twice, and upon receiving the invitation to enter, she pushed the door open. He Nanxu appraised her, taking in the sight of the documents she carried. With a meaningful tone, he remarked, "Madam, your cover-up efforts are quite commendable." Chuli's mind was in turmoil, filled with chaotic thoughts. Noting her expression, He Nanxu raised an eyebrow and got straight to the point. "Go take a shower." "Excuse me? I prepared some clothes for you. After a shower, you can rest. Working late can be exhausting." Chuli softly acknowledged with a faint indeed feeling fatigued. "Then you should go," he encouraged. After some reflection, Chuli concluded that she ought not to overthink the situation. Perhaps He Nanxu genuinely intended for her to rest here for the night. Having already expressed her weariness, she was certain he was not the type to impose. She could comfortably spend the night here and leave early the next day, which would indeed save time and trouble. Thus, she placed the stack of documents on the desk and proceeded further inside. He Nanxu relocated to the tea room, indulging in the rare leisure of brewing tea. His method was a delight to behold, and soon, the subtle fragrance of fragrant would fill the air. Meanwhile, Chuli finished her shower and changed into clean pajamas as she walked toward the bedroom. The large bed was adorned with deep blue bedding, exuding a crisp, refreshing ambience that seemed somewhat discordant with her own presence. Chuli found herself somewhat uncomfortable in the unfamiliar bed. As she sat there, the drowsiness that had initially enveloped her began to dissipate, leaving her increasingly alert. Her heart raced with anxiety as she remained stiffly seated at the edge of the bed, casting occasional glances towards the now-closed bedroom door. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, and the clock on the wall had already struck midnight. Just as she felt sleep slipping away entirely, she faintly heard the sound of footsteps approaching the door. A sudden jolt of apprehension coursed through her, and without a moment's hesitation, she threw back the covers and lay down, shutting her eyes tightly. A soft click echoed in the quiet room as the door creaked open. In the dim light, a man clad in a black nightgown walked slowly to the bedside. He settled down, gazing at her with a clarity of thought that mirrored a tranquil lake, yet he chose not to confront her. Instead, he merely adjusted the covers that had become tangled in her haste, revealing one of her feet awkwardly exposed. Chuli felt the embarrassment of her other foot nearly digging a hole into the sheets. She wondered how long He Nanxu intended to linger beside her. As tension mounted within her, she held her breath, her eyelashes fluttering gently. When she felt on the brink of suffocation, she exhaled softly and finally opened her eyes. Sitting upright against the headboard, she hesitated, pondering whether her question was truly naive. "Where do you plan to sleep tonight?" He Nanxu's voice, laced with amusement, replied, "Are you considering offering me half of the bed?" This was his usual demeanor. Despite his commanding presence, he always relinquished the choice and control to Chuli. She bit her lip, maintaining silence for a while before responding with measured deliberation, "I suppose so." This elicited a hint of surprise from He Nanxu. "Why so? Why?" Chuli recalled the day she had visited the hospital for stomach pains when He Nanxu had urged her to give a try. Genuinely explore the potential of their relationship rather than merely coasting along until they inevitably parted ways. She was uncertain if her decision tonight stemmed from a fleeting impulse. Yet, she reminded him, "You did say I could call it off at any time, didn't you?" He Nanxu exuded an air of calm, which instilled a sense of security within her. "Of course," he affirmed. Thus, Chuli subtly shifted her body to the side, positioning herself in the center of the bed, genuinely offering him half of the space. He Nanxu regarded her with an unambiguous gaze and stated, "Before we share this bed, I hope Mrs. He does not misunderstand my intentions." "What do you mean? I am a normal man." To be candid, Chuli had long believed He Nanxu to be someone devoid of carnal desires. Their cohabitation had maintained distinct boundaries, obscuring his true desires from her view. Now, with his deliberate reminder, she felt compelled to muster her courage and reply, "I understand." "Very well, then let us sleep." He Nanxu lay down beside her, his hand resting on the switch of the wall lamp. Chuli instinctively pressed down on his hand, pleading silently, "Could we perhaps leave the light on?" Chapter 40. The stolen kiss. When Chuli slept, she preferred to leave a light on. She found it difficult to adapt to the pitch-black darkness of the night, which brought to mind numerous unpleasant memories, instilling in her an instinctive fear of the night. He Nanxu hesitated for a moment at the switch. It was not his intention to make Chuli uncomfortable. He merely wished for her to realize that she could fall asleep without relying on that light with him by her side. They lingered in a standoff for several seconds. Chuli, slow to regain her composure, sensed that something was amiss. She had reflexively reached for his hand to turn off the light, causing her to lurch towards him, resembling a small kangaroo clinging to the man. Feeling somewhat intrusive, she attempted to pull away, only to be held in place by his hand at her waist. Her soft body pressed against his broad, powerful chest, the distance between them nearly non-existent. His slightly heavy breath brushed against her ear, warming her to the point of reddening her earlobes. "Is it all right to turn off the light?" he asked, a smile playing on his lips, his voice a tender whisper reminiscent of lovers' sweet nothings. Chuli's face flushed, her mind too flustered to contemplate anything else. She simply replied, "Whatever you wish," feigning composure as she shifted away from him and lay back down. Turning onto her side, she positioned herself against the edge of the bed, facing away from him. He Nanxu reached out and switched off the light. Instantly, darkness enveloped her, constricting around her like a vice. Chuli found it somewhat difficult to breathe, as if experiencing a panic response. At that moment, a hand reached out, resting on her waist, pulling her into his embrace, forming a side-hugging position. Strangely, Chuli felt no discomfort. Rather, she felt as though she were nestled within a protective shell, enveloped in a profound sense of security. A thought suddenly flickered in her mind. She wanted to give He Nanxu a chance. He was such a wonderful person. Surely, trying wouldn't be a loss, would it? This thought echoed repeatedly in her mind, only to be suppressed time and again. Chuli wrestled with her feelings, torn between conflicting thoughts. Yet, amidst the collision of these two notions, she surprisingly found herself drifting off to sleep. He Nanxu listened to her soft, even breaths, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his lips. She slept soundly, while he feared he would spend the night awake. Even his breaths were filled with desire, a yearning he struggled to contain. He suddenly recalled the day of Chuli's birthday, when he took her to the Jingzhou Club. There, she had been tricked by Song Yu, and he fuck-sipping into kissing him for 3 minutes. Her timid words, "I don't have much experience with this, so you might have to take care of me," lingered in his mind for a long time, making him hesitant to act on his feelings. His throat moved slightly as desire surged in his dark eyes. He leaned down, placing a gentle kiss on the crown of her dark hair. His tone was so tender it could drown a person. "Good night, Mrs. He." The following day, the long-awaited warmth of the winter sun filtered through the loosely drawn curtains, creating a sense of comfort and ease. Chuli, wrapped in her blanket, lazily turned over, just as she was about to adjust her position to continue her slumber. A sudden jolt of realization struck her mind like a thunderclap, startling her into wide-eyed alertness as she sat up in bed. She hastily reached for her phone and, to her dismay, discovered it was nearly 10 o'clock. A chill ran through her, prompting her to quickly get dressed and depart. Though He Nanxu's office was expansive, it had but a single exit, necessitating passage through his working area. As Chuli traversed the corridor and approached a closed door, she instinctively pulled it open. Beyond lay He Nanxu's workspace, and with her mind solely focused on making her escape. She failed to notice until it was too late that there were others present in his office. Not just one, but a group, management personnel from the Zhongwan project team. This morning marked the commencement ceremony for the Zhongwan New District project, originally scheduled for 10:30. Chuli was specifically assigned to host the event. Realizing the time, her temples began to throb with anxiety. How could a diligent worker make such a grave error? What's gotten into Chuli this week? I've called her a dozen times this morning, and not once did she answer, Zhao Yunming remarked, his face taut with concern as he intermittently checked his phone. Unable to contain himself, he muttered his frustration aloud. Just then, a peculiar sound caught everyone's attention, and their eyes instinctively followed the source. They quickly spotted a door behind He Nanxu ajar, revealing a foot that swiftly retreated, hidden from view. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Zhao Yunming's eyes widened in astonishment, recognizing the silver high heels, somewhat familiar, yet he couldn't quite place where he had seen them before. The expressions on the faces of the others were as varied as a painter's palette, except for He Nanxu, who remained unfazed, as if accustomed to such occurrences. "That's my wife." "Wife?" The office erupted in a chorus of disbelief. Zhao Yunming stammered, "But, when did you get married?" He Nanxu casually replied, "What? Do I not seem like a married man?" The silence that followed was deafening. They all wished to boldly proclaim, "Boss." Don't you have an inkling of how you come across as a married person? He Nanxu found their expressions amusing, urging them on, go ahead. Tell me how I don't seem like a married man. No one had anticipated that at such a critical moment. He Nanxu would draw them into a discussion about his private life. To them, his personal affairs had always been shrouded in mystery, and no one dared to speculate. Primarily because he left them with no tangible evidence to discuss. There wasn't even a woman in his orbit with whom he appeared to have an intimate relationship. As He Nanxu observed their reactions, it was as if he encouraged them to speak freely. However, those of a more mature age, possessing a certain finesse in their dealings, seemed reluctant to engage in conversation. Even Zhao Yunming appeared to hesitate in his words. It was a younger girl who, after some deliberation, earnestly spoke up. Generally speaking, when it comes to significant life events such as marriage registration, it is customary for both parties to announce it on social media. Among ordinary individuals like us, this is the norm. For someone of your stature, Mr. He, if you were indeed to marry, it ought to be the headline news in Jingzhou, a trending topic online for days on end. Yet, there's been not a whisper of such news. The girl, catching a glimpse of Zhao Yunming from the corner of her eye, continued, "Look at Manager Zhao. He is wearing a wedding ring. It's evident he is married." Wedding ring. He Nanxu contemplatively glanced at his own empty hand. Indeed, it would be prudent to wear one. At that moment, the others remained oblivious to the true intent behind He Nanxu's inquiries. Until later, when they repeatedly witnessed their boss unabashedly showcasing the signs of his married status in front of others. With He Nanxu having broached the subject to such an extent, the girl boldly inquired, "Mr. He, which esteemed young lady is your wife?" The rest leaned in, eager for the answer, only to be met with the response, "My wife prefers to remain private for the time being." No wonder they could find no trace of his significant other. Perhaps realizing her question was too forward, the girl quickly added, "Then, I wish Mr. He a joyous marriage and a harmonious union. Madam, he is truly fortunate to be married to someone like you." He Nanxu smiled faintly and replied slowly, "No, you have no idea how much effort I expended, nor how fortunate I am to possess such a blessing." Chapter 41. You may have indulged me too much. Chuli hid behind the door, her heart filled with unease as she waited for several minutes. Yet, those brief minutes felt like an eternity to her. The project launch ceremony was set for 10:30. Only half an hour remained. If she delayed any longer, she feared she might as well be traveling by rocket to arrive on time. "I have already coordinated with Secretary Huang. The launch ceremony has been postponed to 11, He Nanxu announced, scanning the individuals in the office. "You may proceed with your preparations." Zhao Yuming's brow furrowed deeply. "I wonder what is happening with Zhou Chuli. She is fine." "What?" "I said she is fine." He Nanxu's hand, which had been resting under the desk, was now playfully toying with a butterfly knot hair tie. She had a tiring night and is catching up on her sleep. "You need not worry. She will arrive punctually at the launch ceremony." Zhao Yiming felt a strange disquiet at these words, yet he could not pinpoint why. Time was of the essence, and with little opportunity for contemplation, he simply replied, "All right, President He, I understand," before swiftly exiting the president's office. Once the door to the office closed, He Nanxu turned his chair back and glanced towards the slightly ajar door. "Madam He, there is no need to hide any longer." Chuli cautiously peeked her head out from behind the door, her gaze sweeping across the expansive office until she felt it was finally safe to step out in her high heels. "Why didn't you wake me this morning?" Chuli instinctively complained. "Did you put my phone on silent and turn off my alarms?" "I distinctly remember setting several alarms last night." As soon as she finished speaking, she was taken aback by her own words. Wait, was she still half asleep? How could she speak to He Nanxu in such a tone, setting aside the fact that they were in the office and he was her superior? Chuli rarely lost her temper with anyone, especially with someone as kind as He Nanxu. She was not one to be easily provoked. She had no reason to be upset. I'm sorry." She stumbled over her words. "I don't know why I said that. I isn't how I should speak to you." However, He Nanxu seemed entirely unperturbed by the incident. He stood up, approached her, and gently placed the hair tie in her hand. Then deftly tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. "Quite well, Madam He. You have finally dared to express your displeasure towards me," he remarked with a tone of casual acceptance. Chuli looked up at him, incredulous. Was he truly not mocking her? Taking a deep breath, she slowly uttered, You may have indulged me too much. To the extent that I have become reckless, audacious, and even bold enough to express anger towards you. He Nanxu spoke with an air of nonchalance. I indulge myself. You need not concern yourself with that. Each of He Nanxu's words struck Chuli in a way she had not anticipated. Chuli was still racking her brains, trying to comprehend why she had so impulsively lost her temper with He Nanxu. Despite her efforts, clarity eluded her. He Nanxu reached out, gently caressing her soft, long hair. Aren't you going to prepare? Otherwise, we'll truly be late. It was only then that Chuli belatedly grasped the urgency of the situation. She discreetly slowed her breathing and, regaining her composure, departed the CEO's office, clutching the documents that had remained untouched on his desk since yesterday. The inauguration ceremony for the Zhongwan project was taking place at Zhongwan Technology Park. Chuli arrived 15 minutes early at the venue, finally exhaling in relief. The morning had been nothing short of a false alarm. Zhao Yunming spotted her and, without uttering a word, scrutinized her from head to toe. Although he had been seething over her refusal to answer calls or messages, the sight of her face seemed to dissipate much of his ire. Chuli possessed a striking beauty. In contrast to her calm and gentle demeanor, her features were vibrant and radiant, as if meticulously sculpted by divine hands, leaving no room for imperfection. Coupled with her tall stature, fair skin, and cascading, slightly curled black hair, she embodied every element of beauty. Today, she wore a stunning red velvet mermaid gown, captivating to the utmost degree. Zhao Yunming cleared his throat lightly, his comment ambiguous. Are you here to walk the red carpet today? Chuli thought to herself that it was not her intention to dress this way. She had not returned home the previous night and had not prepared any attire. The outfit she wore, including the gown, had been arranged by He Nanxu's assistant. She replied candidly, this dress was provided by the people from the CEO's office. Chuli offered this explanation because the gown was a high-end designer piece, and she feared Zhao Yunming might misconstrue the situation. After all, as the host of such a significant company event, it was reasonable for the CEO's office to take an interest in her attire. Chuli wished to say more, but Zhao Yunming's gaze suddenly fixated on the silver-pointed heels she wore. His eyes widened in surprise, mouth slightly agape. He stammered, "Oh, those shoes." Chuli hesitated. "These shoes are my own." She rarely wore high heels, and this particular pair was one she frequently donned, making it a comfortable choice for the event, thus avoiding the need for a break-in period. However, Zhao Yunming's mind was consumed by a recent memory from the CEO's office, the sight of those silver heels peeking from behind the door. He pointed at Chuli. Chuli looked at the astonished Zhao Yunming, puzzled. What is wrong with me? At last, Zhao Yunming's mind began to connect the dots. Chapter 42. Indulgence will only harm you. He couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. You have excellent taste, aligning with Mrs. He. Chuli's brow twitched imperceptibly as she tentatively inquired, What, Mrs. He? Zhao Yunming wore an expression that suggested her ignorance, stating, You clearly missed an explosive scene this morning due to oversleeping. He animatedly recounted the dramatic events he had witnessed in the CEO's office earlier that day. I am certain that Mrs. He was wearing a pair of shoes just like yours. Chuli silently took a step back, wishing to conceal her shoes beneath the hem of her gown. This style is quite trendy this year. Many people are wearing it. It is indeed beautiful. Zhao Yunming intended to say more, but, glancing at the stage and then at the time, his brow furrowed deeply. The event is about to commence. You should hurry. This occasion cannot afford to falter, especially with the boss and various city leaders present. Be attentive. Chuli replied, I will, and proceeded toward the host platform. The opulent banquet hall, adorned lavishly, welcomed numerous esteemed guests. Below, senior executives from the Yahoo Group and key city officials had taken their seats, while colleagues from the project department found their places in the rear. The venue gradually quieted, all eyes fixating on the stage. Upon seeing Chuli in a striking red gown making her way to the platform, the newcomer Huang Qingqing was left speechless in astonishment. What does this mean? She isn't even the main character today. Why is she dressed so beautifully? This remark was overheard by Zhong Xingyue, who shot her a glare and retorted. What do you mean she isn't the main character? She is the main character today. Huang Qingqing exclaimed. How can that be? In such an important event, how could she possibly be the focus? Zhong Xingyue had long been displeased with Huang Qingqing's haughty demeanor. You, the newcomer, still do not comprehend how remarkable Chu Li is in our department, do you? Her beauty is merely the least noteworthy of her attributes. In over 3 years, she has successfully managed numerous significant projects. Shall I enumerate them for you? Huang Qingqing remained silent, her face set in a sullen expression as she sat in a dim corner of the audience. Her eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness as she watched Chu Li step into the spotlight. That ugly duckling has transformed into a beautiful swan. How ironic, isn't it? Huang Qingqing was seething, her mind racing with thoughts of why she deserved this. Esteemed guests, good morning. Welcome to the launch ceremony of the Zhongwan New District Project. The melodious voice of the woman seemed to cut through the noise, captivating everyone's attention at once. Under Chu Li's skilled hosting, the entire event proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Wow, incredible, Zhong Xingyue muttered beneath her breath, hastily taking out her phone to capture a couple of photos of stage. A girl nearby leaned in with curiosity and asked, "Hey, Yuejia, what are you photographing?" Don't you think that moment when President He stood side by side with Chu Li was reminiscent of, what? A wedding ceremony for a pair of newlyweds? The combination of that red gown with the tailored black suit truly resembled a wedding. Did you notice how, when Chu Li descended the stage, her dress was rather unwieldy? President He bent down to help her with it. How considerate. Yuejia, however, wore a serious expression as she reminded her, "Our boss is married. Be cautious with your assumptions. Indulging in such thoughts could lead to trouble." Zhong Xingyue silently captured several atmospheric shots before putting her phone away. At that moment, the reticent Huang Qingqing finally spoke up, sneering, "Who knows, in a few days, she might sneak into the boss's bed, hoping to become our boss's wife." As Huang Qingqing's words hung in the air, both the girl and Zhong Xingyue turned to look at her in unison. The girl quickly made a gesture to Huang Qingqing to keep her voice down, anxiously saying, "Lower your voice. President, he cherishes his wife. We heard him talking about her in the office today. Every word and action shows how he holds her in the highest regard." Zhong Xingyue felt an overwhelming urge to silence Huang Qingqing. Why is she so fond of spreading rumors? On her very first day, she suggested that Chu Li might be involved with the manager. If it weren't for the clarity of mind among our department, her few words could have led to rampant rumors, jeopardizing the girl's reputation. Huang Qingqing felt a pang as Zhong Xingyue openly confronted her. On her first day at work, she had witnessed Zhao Yunming showing concern for the recently discharged Chu Li, which only fueled her speculations. Still, she stubbornly insisted, "I've known Zhou Chuli since high school. I know her better than you do." She used to associate with the school bully, and with that kind of backing, she walked with an air of confidence. She certainly knows how to attract men. Zhong Xingyue nearly rolled up her sleeves to confront Huang Qingqing. "Could you please be quiet for a moment?" In Zhong Xingyue's eyes, Chu Li was like a pure moon in the sky, untouchable and untainted. Yet every word from Huang Qingqing felt like dirt being thrown at her. It infuriated her. Fortunately, the girl sitting between them discreetly pressed down on Zhong Xingyue's hand, advising, "Yuejia, calm down. If this escalates in such a setting, it would be disastrous." Thankfully, nothing untoward occurred, and the event concluded successfully. Backstage, Zhao Yunming gave Chu Li a thumbs up. "Earlier, several city leaders were praising you to President He, saying you are beautiful, composed, and exceptionally capable. They couldn't stop extolling your virtues, even making President He beam with pride." Chu Li felt embarrassed by Zhao Yunming's words and softly replied, "They are just exaggerating." Zhao Yunming suddenly recalled the expression on He Nanxu's face moments ago, and a hint of profound meaning flickered in his eyes. He murmured to himself, pondering why he felt such elation today. After all, he was typically the type to remain inconspicuous at the office. Unable to comprehend the source of his joy, he decided not to dwell on it further. In celebration of our project's successful commencement, I have organized a departmental gathering this evening. Let us all relax and enjoy ourselves. The treat is on me. After a brief pause, Chu Li acquiesced. Zhao Yunming declared that the venue would be the Beijing Club. After work, colleagues from the department arrived sequentially at the gathering place. A lively group chatted and laughed as they made their way to the private room. This time, old Zhao was willing to splurge. Such a venue would surely consume his entire monthly salary. Thankfully, it was the boss covering the expenses. Initially, old Zhao had trouble securing a reservation, but the boss intervened, stating that everyone could indulge freely tonight, as he would settle the bill. Really? Indeed. The boss insisted that today was a particularly special occasion worthy of celebration. Chuli, however, did not follow the main group. Zhou Xingyue felt a bit unwell and had gone to the restroom, leaving Chuli patiently waiting in the public area with her bag. She lowered her head slightly, engrossed in her phone, responding to messages. He Nanxu had mentioned he would come to pick her up shortly. Chuli was uncertain when the gathering would conclude. Yet she did not decline his offer to collect her. She sent a cute cat emoji in reply, followed by a simple okay. Staring at her phone screen, she could not tell whether it was the adorable cat emoji or something else that caused the corners of her lips to curve upward, a smile blossoming across her face. Was she truly this delighted? Suddenly, a familiar, nonchalant voice rang in her ears, causing her to grip her phone tightly. Chapter 43. Bloom at that moment. A series of images began to fill Chuli's mind. She had thought that in such a vast city, unless they deliberately sought to meet, they would remain strangers for a lifetime. Moreover, she had been intentionally avoiding him in recent days. Yet, one day, without any forewarning, they encountered each other again, just as she had resolved to completely sever ties with him. Shenli stood 2 paces away from Chuli, his figure distinctly tall. Yet there was an air of languor and nonchalance about him. He tugged at the corner of his lips and cast a glance at her phone screen, casually inquiring, "Who are you chatting with?" His natural demeanor momentarily created the illusion that their past grievances had never occurred. Chuli pinched her palm, regaining her composure. She turned off her phone and placed it back in her bag, then lifted her gaze to the man before her. This handsome face, now so close, appeared somewhat unfamiliar. After all, she was more accustomed to his profile and silhouette than to his frontal visage. She met his gaze directly. "I am chatting with my husband," she said suddenly, her tone slow and gentle, yet it struck Shenli's ears like a clap of thunder. Shenli found it utterly laughable, absurd. Was it a figment of his imagination, or had her words betrayed her control? After all these years of knowing her, he was acutely aware that there were no male friends in her life who could be deemed close enough to marry. How could she have learned to lie so swiftly? His tone did not sound mocking. Rather, it carried an intimacy reminiscent of flirtation between men and women. Shenli had always possessed such an air. With his soulful eyes, he could soothe her when he was in a good mood, often making her feel as if she were cherished. During the month of their courtship, Chuli had been deeply ensnared by him. But now, the dream had dissipated. "I truly am married," she reiterated calmly, looking at him. "You know me. I am well behaved. So I wouldn't lie." In truth, Chuli had once resented being labeled as the good girl, for Shenli had never favored docile women. A silence settled between them, and the smile at the corners of Shenli's lips gradually faded. Had she, merely after hearing those words, turned around and hastily married someone? She was quite absurd. He did not believe her declaration. "Chuli, I have told you, in my world, it is not customary for a woman to initiate an ending." He maintained that same superior posture, one she had grown accustomed to. Throughout this exchange, she remained composed, devoid of any hysteria. "I'm married now. Please conduct yourself accordingly." Shenli, amused by her response, remarked, "Is this what your 8 years of love has come to?" Chuli lowered her gaze, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. "So, you're aware that I loved you for 8 years." Hearing such a definitive confession of love from Chuli sent an unexpected ripple through Shenli's heart. Growing up in an environment devoid of affection, one inevitably comes to loathe those who trample upon the sanctity of emotions. Deep within, he softened slightly, shifting the conversation as he addressed her. "There seems to be a misunderstanding between us regarding the wager. If you wish to hear my explanation, I am willing to provide it." However, Chuli shook her head, resolute. "I no longer wish to listen. Now, please, allow me to speak my mind." She spoke earnestly, each word deliberate. In that moment, standing before Shenli, Chuli was the familiar figure he had known for 8 years. Yet she also appeared as a completely unfamiliar and newly blossomed version of herself. "For so many years, I have passively awaited your decisions. In matters of affection, I'm a timid soul. I once believed my desires were modest. I thought simply standing by your side would suffice. Yet, when I found myself truly with you, I suddenly felt the stirrings of ambition within me. I yearn for a love that is unwavering and unreserved, akin to the love my parents shared. Yet, I understand that you are not lacking in admiration, nor will you ever love just one person wholeheartedly. Chuli's eyes, unbeknownst to her, began to glisten with unshed tears. You have witnessed my most wretched moments. At 15, after the passing of my parents, I became a child no one wanted. Within a mere year, I was shuffled between my uncle and several relatives. Eventually, I was sent to live with my uncle and transferred from Nanxing to Jingzhou. I had hoped for a fresh start, but it seemed my new classmates did not welcome me either. Those years led me to feel like a discarded piece of refuse, a pariah to be avoided. Yet prior to that, I had once been cherished. I was like a blooming flower, not a withered branch. Raising her hand, she discreetly wiped away the moisture from her eyes and offered a faint smile. She thought, perhaps having once experienced the beauty of blooming, she could not help but feel a lingering dissatisfaction despite her past desolation. She longed to nurture herself once more, hoping for a day when she could blossom again. Shunli stood silently, absorbing each of her words. I never had the chance to convey this before, but I wish to tell you now that even if you initially engaged with me merely out of a wager, even if that month was a game for you, it matters not. Though I passively awaited your choice, I actively presented myself before you. It was all of my own volition. Nonetheless, I hope that from today onward, we can bring this to a definitive close. Shun Li's expression darkened. He scoffed lightly, questioning her. Aren't you afraid of regretting this? Did he not perceive the step he had taken toward her? Chuli remained silent for an extended period. When she finally spoke, her voice was soft yet imbued with strength. I am not afraid. Chapter 44. The ex-boyfriend and the husband. Chuli was unaware of the source of her own confidence, yet within her heart lay an inexplicable resolve. In stark contrast, Shunli appeared to have indulged a bit too much in alcohol that evening. A heavy gloom enveloped him like a stone lodged in his chest, suffocating him to the point of discomfort, with a dull ache pulsating at his temples. At that moment, Zhou Xingyue emerged from the restroom. Chuli, I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting, she exclaimed, linking arms with Chuli, brimming with enthusiasm. Let us hurry. But before she could finish, her gaze fell upon the strikingly handsome figure standing at the entrance of the ladies' room. Who is that stunning man? She mused aloud. I hope he is not one of those good-looking creeps. Chuli's long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she turned to Zhou Xingyue, hastily urging, Yeah, let us go. Just as she attempted to slip past the imposing figure blocking her path, a hand shot out from the side, seizing her wrist and pulling her away from Zhou Xingyue. Drawing her close to him, the refreshing chill of his mint-like presence enveloped Chuli, and with merely a fraction of his strength, he rendered her incapable of breaking free. In disbelief, Chuli lifted her gaze. Zhou Xingyue stood nearby, bewildered, her large eyes wide as saucers. Instinctively, she stepped forward, shielding Chuli protectively, akin to a hen guarding her chick. Who are you? If you don't release her, I'll call the police. Yet Shunli did not even glance in her direction. His unwavering gaze was fixed solely on Chuli. Do you believe that this is how we sever our ties? Chuli was perplexed about what remained unresolved between them. During their month together, what was there that could not be clarified? There were no financial entanglements, no physical complications. Was it merely that simple hand-holding and embrace that he sought to settle scores over? Shunli let out a self-deprecating chuckle, reminding her, the stray cat you picked up that day when I drove you home is still with me. You don't want it anymore? Taken aback by his words, Chuli pursed her lips and replied, Then you should return it to me. Shunli suppressed the turmoil within him, maintaining an outward calm. It stubbornly refuses to leave my side. Before Chuli could respond, he continued, You promised to celebrate Nguyen's 5th birthday with her this month. Are you simply going to abandon that commitment? Do you have any idea how she cries for you every night? I will call Nguyen and explain everything. Shunli, and also, you said you wanted to. I no longer desire anything. Chuli lightly interrupted him. He initially intended to say, Don't you still long for a home? Thus, he had recently purchased a villa in the pear orchard. Yet, her composed demeanor at that moment extinguished all his emotions. He questioned himself. What was he truly doing? Such impulsive words nearly escaped his lips. The hands that grasped hers slowly released their hold. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Chuli seized Zhou Xingyue's hand and walked forward without looking back. They ventured far until Shun Li's figure vanished from sight, at which point they finally halted. The previously motionless Zhong Xingyue began to regain her senses, her expression contemplative. Your earlier conversation didn't sound particularly innocent, did it? Chuli did not beat around the bush and replied. That was my ex-boyfriend. Zhong Xingyue wore an expression of knowing revelation. Sister, you've indeed been secretly dating behind my back. Chuli quietly remarked. We've already broken up. Zhong Xingyue seemed to recall something, her demeanor turning serious as she inquired. Wait, what about that post you made last time? Who took that photo? Chuli instantly recognized which photo Zhong Xingyue referred to. Yeah, although this may sound utterly baffling to you. I hope you can promise me to remain calm. Chuli sought to preemptively prepare Zhong Xingyue. She no longer wished to keep secrets from her. She felt that telling one lie would necessitate many more, especially when dealing with a friend like Zhong Xingyue, which left her feeling weary and guilty. Hence, she resolved to reveal the truth. I'm married, and the photo you mentioned was taken by my husband. Unsurprisingly, Zhong Xingyue was nearly startled into a scream by this sudden revelation. Fortunately, Chuli was quick to cover her mouth. Seizing the moment, Chuli boldly continued, however, our marriage is a contractual one, and our relationship isn't very stable at the moment. Therefore, I regret to say that I cannot disclose his identity to you just yet. Zhong Xingyue pushed Chuli's hand away from her mouth, gasping for breath to regain her composure. She seemed to have much to say, yet as she opened her mouth, all her thoughts coalesced into 4 simple words. Sister, that's impressive. She truly hadn't anticipated that someone who appeared so docile could be so audacious behind the scenes. Of course, this was not meant as a derogatory remark. It merely redefined her perception of Chuli. Chuli was at a loss for where to begin her explanation. Zhong Xingyue, however, smiled broadly, seemingly unbothered. It's all right. While maybe a bit nosy, I have my limits. Since you mentioned your marriage is contractual, it's only natural to adhere to that agreement. You don't need to elaborate further. I understand. Come on, the gathering has been underway for quite a while. When Chuli and Zhong Xingyue arrived, everyone was already settled, and a lively atmosphere filled the room. The two immediately spotted Huang Qingqing, who blended effortlessly into the crowd. She first ignited the atmosphere in the private room with a lively and energetic dance track, and then brazenly downed a glass of red wine, prompting the gentlemen present to erupt in applause for her. What a two-faced person! Zhong Xingyue cast a disdainful glance, unable to refrain from commenting. You act one way in front of men and another in front of women. You have no idea. She hesitated, wanting to reveal how Huang Qingqing had been spreading malicious rumors about her in secret, yet she worried that Chuli might feel uncomfortable hearing it. Just as she was contemplating, Chuli smiled faintly. I already know. Just stay away from her. Zhong Xingyue linked her arm with Chuli's and found a corner to sit down on the sofa. The table was adorned with an array of exquisite and expensive drinks. Zhong Xingyue, enticed, poured herself a glass of brandy. As the liquor slid down her throat, she squinted her eyes in delight, savoring the experience. This taste is exhilarating. The high-proof spirit went down as easily as water for her. And just as she was about to pour herself a second glass, Chuli suddenly grasped her hand. At first, Zhong Xingyue thought Chuli was going to advise her to drink less, but to her surprise, Chuli said, I want a glass too. Zhong Xingyue paused, taken aback. She had rarely seen Chuli drink before. What has gotten into you today? Chuli smiled, seemingly indifferent, claiming that she wanted to try it today, simply because she had never drunk before. Before Zhong Xingyue could react, Chuli had already taken the bottle from her hand and poured a small glass for herself, taking a sip. The flavor was potent, a bit harsh on her throat, an experience entirely new to Chuli. She tilted her head back and downed the small glass in one go. This startled Zhong Xingyue immensely. No, Chuli, take it easy. Don't follow my lead. This drink is strong and has a hefty aftereffect. Chuli shook her head. I'm fine. Saying this, she quietly poured herself another little drink. At this point, Zhong Xingyue began to sense something was amiss. Chuli, was she feeling down and seeking solace in alcohol? Surely, that so-called ex-boyfriend must have been the source of her distress. Her brows furrowed tightly. Worried that Chuli might get drunk, she hastily shoved a skewer of barbecue in her hand, saying, Here, Eat something else first. Don't just drink. Today, there was not only alcohol, but also a table full of delicious food. However, after Zhou Xingyue had just eaten 2 skewers, she saw Huang Qingqing swaying a bottle of liquor, ready to play a game of truth or dare. This old-fashioned game, enduring through time, struck Zhou Xingyue as quite absurd. Yet, the people in the private room were all the more enthusiastic. After the beer bottle spun on the table for 5 or 6 rounds, the neck pointed directly at the exasperated Zhou Xingyue. Huang Qingqing still wore that insincere smile as she looked at her. Beautiful. Will you choose truth or dare? Zhou Xingyue retorted inwardly. Can I choose to give you a slap instead? Seeing that Zhou Xingyue remained silent, a male colleague chimed in to support Huang Qingqing. It's just a game. Let us join in and have some fun. We all know each other well, so what is there to be shy about? Zhou Xingyue found herself somewhat vexed and casually remarked, truth or dare? Huang Qingqing raised an eyebrow, effortlessly taking command of the game. All right, let us proceed as per the rules. Everyone will take turns asking questions, starting with Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, a fresh in turn, sat there pondering deeply until an idea seemed to dawn upon her. Tentatively, she inquired, Sister Xingyue, if you had to choose an ideal partner from everyone present, whom would you select? As soon as the words left her lips, the gaze of a dozen men converged upon her, accompanied by a few chuckles. Zhou Xingyue took a bite of her barbecue, indicating that the question posed no challenge. She casually draped her arm over Chu Li's shoulder and boldly declared, I choose Chu Li. Xiao Chun quickly corrected her. I meant a romantic partner. Zhou Xingyue retorted, can't my ideal partner be a woman? Xiao Chun was momentarily taken aback, realizing the implication. What do you mean? Zhou Xingyue lifted her chin, a cheeky glint in her eye, surprised. Huh? I'm AT. Her just sent waves of astonishment rippling through the crowd. Chu Li, who had been enveloped in a melancholic mood for quite some time, found herself smiling at Zhou Xingyue's antics. Leaning closer, she whispered, take it easy. I'm married. Don't ruin my reputation by letting my husband hear this. Zhou Xingyue shrugged indifferently. What is there to fear? Your husband isn't omnipresent. How could our private conversations reach his ears? He is not in our circle. Chu Li replied, well, unfortunately, he is very much in the same circle. The game continued, and the participants began to understand why such a seemingly mundane game was so popular at the table. Fueled by alcohol, the combination of exhilarating and daring games sent adrenaline coursing through their veins. However, tonight, Chu Li felt somewhat out of sorts. The effects of the drink she had consumed began to manifest, her cheeks and ears flushing a deep red, accompanied by a disorienting sensation as if she were walking on clouds. In her hazy state, she noticed the bottle of liquor spinning on the table gradually coming to a halt, its mouth pointing directly at her. Wow, congratulations to our next lucky winner. Huang Qingqing's voice rang in Chu Li's ears like thunder. Chu Li weakly squinted and looked up at Huang Qingqing, who wore an innocent expression, exuding a demeanor that suggested, don't be so sensitive. We're merely playing a game. The bottle simply landed on you. It's not my fault, old classmate. You and T back down now, would you? If you prefer not to play, just drink 3 bottles instead. Huang Qingqing gestured towards the liquor on the table. Everyone followed her finger, gazing at the premium brandy. Drink 3 bottles in one go? Are you trying to kill someone? Zhou Xingyue interjected, unable to contain herself, her tone laced with exasperation. By a stroke of fate, it was Huang Qingqing's turn to pose the question, and the bottle's neck fortuitously pointed towards Chu Li. With a smile, Huang Qingqing declared, as I mentioned, the rules of the game were established from the outset. If you don't believe me, just ask the others. Don't waste time, old classmate. What will you choose? Truth, dare, or drink 3 bottles? Zhou Xingyue, observing the situation, urged, Chu Li, you should choose truth. After all, one speaks truth to people and fabricates tales to apparitions. Who can discern the authenticity of one's sincerity? All eyes were now intently fixed on Chu Li, and in that moment, if she chose to withdraw in indignation, Huang Qingqing would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to twist the narrative. Conversely, if she decided to engage, who could predict the mischief Huang Qingqing might concoct? Just as the vibrant atmosphere plummeted to a frigid standstill, the door to the private room swung open. creating a startling commotion. All eyes were drawn towards the entrance, and upon seeing who it was, everyone froze in astonishment. Mr. He? In an instant, everyone rose to their feet, save for Chuli, who lagged slightly behind. The effects of the alcohol weighed heavily upon her. She felt lightheaded, as if her very being were encased in iron. Chapter 45. Shall we give it a try? If you are uncomfortable, I shall cease the moment. Chuli stood up. A fleeting darkness enveloped her vision. Fortunately, she was steadied by the swift hands of Zhou Chuli, allowing her to regain her balance. He Nanxu's gaze landed on her, discreet yet penetrating. Feeling a tinge of guilt under his scrutiny, Chuli lowered her head. I have a gathering tonight as well. I merely passed by to take a look. You may continue your revelry without concern for me. A voice, soft and sweet, immediately interjected, Mr. He, why not join us? Huang Qingqing, after several days of employment, finally seized the opportunity to engage closely with He Nanxu, her entire demeanor radiating excitement as her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Zhao Yiming also smiled and quickly approached, welcoming Mr. He to join in the fun. He Nanxu raised an eyebrow, uttering a simple, all right, before finding a place to sit. Coincidentally, the only suitable spot available was beside Chuli. Unbeknownst to her, the moment he settled next to her, her heart began to thump rhythmically, akin to a drumbeat. Have you had too much to drink? He casually inquired, his tone seemingly nonchalant. Chuli endeavored to project a casual demeanor in return. Thank you for your concern, Mr. He, but I have only had one glass. He Nanxu's gaze shifted to the high-proof brandy on the table, pondering how one could arrive at the decision to consume a drink. Upon deeper reflection, the question seemed somewhat peculiar. Just then, Zhou Xingyue, not fully processing the situation, leaned in and earnestly whispered, It's because Chuli just encountered her ex-boyfriend. Her spirits are low. Ex-boyfriend? He Nanxu responded with a measured, almost indifferent inquiry. Is that so? His expression remained relatively gentle, yet sent a jolt of unease through Chuli. She hesitated, ultimately whispering, Mr. He, it's not as you think. Since entering the room, all eyes had inevitably gravitated toward He Nanxu. His every action became a focal point of interest, drawing the curious gazes of all present. However, their conversation was deliberately muted, and coupled with the lively music in the private room, the crowd failed to discern the content of their exchange. He Nanxu was a man of propriety, and in such an environment, his demeanor was notably restrained, prompting no further speculation from the group. Yet, Huang Qingqing's mind was tumultuous with thoughts. Observing the proximity of He Nanxu and Chuli, her expression soured instantly. Seeking to assert her presence, she exclaimed, Mr. He, we were just playing a game of truth or dare, and it happens to be Chuli's turn. She's being coy and reluctant to participate. Huang Qingqing directly placed the spotlight on Chuli. Without a flicker of her eyelids, Chuli stated, I choose truth. The crowd leaned in with anticipation. Huang Qingqing's eyes darted as she feigned deep contemplation, then posed a provocative question. When did you first engage intimately with your ex? The inquiry sent a ripple of excitement through the assembly as they raised their glasses, urging her on. The surrounding clamor surged like a relentless tide, drawing everyone into its fervor. Yet, amidst the revelry, one individual stood apart, a mere observer. He Nanxu, ensconced in the dim interplay of light and shadow, lit a cigarette, the wispy blue-gray smoke obscuring his handsome features. The moment the question was posed, Chuli instinctively turned her gaze toward him, and he met her eyes. His seemingly nonchalant glance, however, bore down on her with an oppressive weight, akin to a heavy storm cloud looming above. The delicate whiteness of her hand tightened, her mind swirling in confusion. Yet her words emerged with clarity. I have not had any relations with him. As these words fell, disbelief flickered across the faces surrounding her. Yet perhaps restrained by the imposing presence of He Nanxu, they refrained from voicing their skepticism too bluntly. So, you have a platonic relationship? One queried. Does such a non-physical romance truly exist in today's society? Chuli paused for several seconds before responding. Indeed, we dated for just a month before parting ways. A month of dating without intimacy. A somewhat plausible explanation, albeit rather mundane. Just as the onlookers began to withdraw their attention from Chuli, preparing for the next round of inquiries, Huang Qingqing, feigning surprise with her phone in hand, remarked, Are you certain you aren't lying? Chuli's cold gaze met hers. Would you like me to undergo a medical examination to prove my virginity? That icy stare momentarily stunned Huang Qingqing, as if a blade had sliced through her skin. The more she observed Chuli, the more unfamiliar she became. Colleagues who had worked alongside Chuli for a long time seemed utterly taken aback by her chilling demeanor and assertive words. In their minds, she had always been a gentle, unassuming individual. Yet now, she resembled a prickly hedgehog, bristling with defensiveness, poised for confrontation. Huang Qingqing, undeterred, pressed on. Really? I had thought you and your ex became involved the year you graduated high school. What nonsense are you spouting? Chuli retorted. What nonsense? Just take a look for yourself. Huang Qingqing scrolled through her phone for what felt like an eternity before finally locating the desired image. She extracted a photograph from her album and displayed it for all to see. Chuli followed her gaze. Upon seeing the photograph, her body stiffened, as though paralyzed by an unseen force. It depicted a scene by the seaside at night, illuminated by a bright bonfire. A young girl in a floral dress reclined against a tent adorned with twinkling lights, her eyes closed in slumber. Draped over her was a loose-fitting black windbreaker, one that did not belong to her. The owner of the coat, a boy clad in a white t-shirt, was kneeling beside her, kissing her lips. Shunli had kissed Chuli when she was 18. Yet, Chuli remained oblivious. How could such a thing have transpired? How could it be? Huang Qingqing reveled in the bewilderment that played across Chuli's face. After graduating from high school, during the summer break, a gathering was organized by someone in our class, and many attended. To my surprise, you were among them. Even more astonishing was your indulgence in alcohol that night. You, the epitome of a well-behaved girl. How could you consume so much? Huang Qingqing's drawling tone dripped with sarcasm. Later, you became intoxicated and leaned back to sleep, while someone witnessed Shunli stealing a kiss from you and captured it in a photograph. In your drunken state, you might have been oblivious to this incident, but surely you were aware of Shun Li's notorious reputation? That evening, he had the audacity to kiss you in secret. Could there have been more? The once boisterous private room gradually fell into silence as Huang Qingqing's words, delivered with pointed precision, landed heavily in the air. The expressions on everyone's faces morphed dramatically, as if they were painted with vivid hues. Huang Qingqing absorbed it all, relishing the spectacle of their colorful reactions, which only fueled her excitement. Such scandalous behavior under the influence of alcohol is all too common, especially considering Shun Li's actions. Are you certain? Enough? A cool, low-toned voice suddenly pierced through Huang Qingqing's elaborate narration, interrupting her flow. She looked up to find none other than He Nanxu, the one who had silenced her. A sudden flutter of anxiety gripped her heart as she hastily attempted to explain, Mr. He. The man discarded his half-consumed cigarette into a glass filled with drinks, raising his gaze enough. His displeasure was unmistakable. Typically, his unassuming demeanor was enough to instill fear. But the current situation made his irritation all the more palpable. Huang Qingqing, usually so audacious, dared not provoke him further. Pouting slightly, she silently tucked away her phone and retreated to her seat. Zhao Yunming, perceptive as ever, stepped in to ease the tension. Isn't it normal for teenagers to be a bit restless? In my view, the affection between young boys and girls is pure. My wife was my high school classmate, and just holding hands back then made me blush for ages. Oh, I didn't realize old Zhao was so shy back in the day. Indeed, Zhao Yiming chuckled. I was nicknamed the Shy Grass. So how do you maintain your composure now, with such a thick skin? Laughter erupted, swiftly shifting the topic. Someone mused quietly. If a relationship can blossom from school uniforms to wedding gowns, how beautiful would that be? I truly envy you. Listening to the gossip around her, Chuli inhaled deeply, holding her breath. Like a thief, she furtively cast glances at the person beside her. He Nanxu initially pretended to be oblivious to her wandering eyes, but her furtive glances were too frequent to ignore. By chance, their gazes collided, whether it was the wine or not. Chuli felt she glimpsed something akin to jealousy in He Nanxu's eyes, an unwilling, begrudging jealousy. The game continued, though I lost count of how many times we played. The beer bottle spun around the table, circling endlessly. Fortunately, the nozzle, reminiscent of a gun's barrel, no longer aimed at Chuli. In its final rotation, it pointed towards the most prominent figure present. As the bottle's opening aligned with He Nanxu, Chuli's brow furrowed slightly. Zhao Yunming, however, chuckled nearby, remarking on the bottle's keen sense of propriety, urging to see which fortunate soul would pose a question to President He. Having consumed 2 bottles that evening, Zhao was quite tipsy, squinting as he scanned the room until his gaze settled on Chuli. "Your turn, Comrade Zhou Chuli," he declared. Chuli had no desire to be that fortunate soul. After consuming her drink, her mind felt entangled, like a knot of rope. Amidst the light-hearted nudges, she turned to He Nanxu, her emotions a tangled web, and asked, "President He, do you choose truth or dare?" "Dare," he replied, leaving Chuli momentarily speechless. The challenge lay in the balance. She could not dismiss it, lest she appear a coward unwilling to challenge her superior. Yet she could not be overly audacious and offend him in public. It was a conundrum, as she racked her brain for ideas. A fleeting thought illuminated her muddled mind. "Reveal something you have long kept hidden." This question certainly fell within the realm of dares, and the curiosity surrounding He Nanxu's secrets was palpable. However, she had relinquished control, leaving the answer in his hands. Whatever he chose to disclose would be acceptable. Wouldn't it? Zhong Xingyue, overhearing, was thoroughly impressed, discreetly giving Chuli a thumbs up. He Nanxu cast a meaningful glance at Chuli, though she remained oblivious to the significance behind it. "Does it count if the person I like doesn't like me back?" The collective gasp echoed in unison, reminiscent of a rallying cry. This revelation was utterly shocking, even causing Chuli's inebriation to wane. She pondered his words silently. He liked someone who did not return his feelings. Was this the reason he felt indifferent towards whom he married? Because the one he cherished did not reciprocate? Thus, it mattered little whom he wed. Chuli discreetly steadied her erratic breathing and lowered her gaze, her trembling lashes veiling the tumult of emotions in her eyes. As for the later portion of the gathering, Chuli retained little memory. Under the influence, He Nanxu escorted her home. The vehicle halted in the underground garage, and with deliberate slowness, she opened the passenger door. Despite her carefulness, she stumbled as she exited. Her heel caught awkwardly, eliciting a muffled groan of pain as she winced. He Nanxu approached her, bending down to assist. He gently removed her high heel, his long, pale fingers cradling her ankle as he tenderly massaged it. The discomfort gradually dissipated. Chuli lowered her gaze to the man's dark, lustrous hair, her emotions surging within her. She pondered how they could maintain a sense of tranquility after enduring that game. After all, in that very game, her ex-boyfriend had surfaced, alongside the one he desired yet could not attain. Just as Chuli found herself lost in thought, the man, who had been kneeling to soothe her ankle, suddenly lifted her high-heeled shoe in one hand and swept her up in the other, his formidable strength making her feel as though she were aboard a remarkably powerful elevator. He carried her effortlessly towards the elevator. With keen awareness, Chuli pressed the elevator button and opened the door to their room. He gently placed her on the sofa and fetched a pair of soft, fluffy slippers for her to wear. "Next time, refrain from drowning your sorrows over your ex-boyfriend, all right?" Unexpectedly, this newfound peace was swiftly shattered. Chuli attempted to explain, yet found herself at a loss for words, her mind foggy and her thoughts insufficient to articulate her feelings, realizing that speaking more could lead to further misunderstandings. After donning the slippers, she stood up and mumbled, "I understand," before turning to head toward the room. However, before she could take a step, He Nanxu encircled her waist from behind. With his gaze lowered, a wry smile tugged at his lips as he confessed, "I could be jealous." Before Chuli could fully grasp the situation, the man's thumb caught her chin, turning her face toward him, and he leaned in to kiss her from the side. Chuli felt his loss of control. His tongue pried open her lips, invading her mouth with fervor. A jolt of electricity coursed through her body, causing her to tremble involuntarily. She found herself responding to him against her will. Amidst the dance of their lips and tongues, she faintly heard his husky, restrained inquiry. "Shall I get a try? If you feel uncomfortable, I will stop." Chapter 46. Do you want me? Chuli's face was flushed, her beautiful, dark eyes shimmering with a thin veil of moisture as she gazed at him in a daze. Although it was merely the beginning, He Nanxu felt as though he had truly overwhelmed her. The still-dazed Chuli was oblivious to how their setting had shifted from the living room to the bed. In the dimly lit room, their figures intertwined. The moonlight streamed through the window, draping the space in a sheer, milky veil. The silhouette above Chuli appeared to her as a vague and ethereal presence, almost surreal. He positioned his hands beside her, pressing down with his warm, firm chest, their bodies so close that their heated breaths mingled, heightening the tension between them. "Chuli, look at me." He too seemed to struggle against his own restraint, the veins on the back of his hand protruding with effort, his usually stoic face now glistening with a fine sheen of sweat. Chuli obediently met his gaze, her lips parched and red, swallowing hard. The woman beneath him resembled a rose, delicate and capable of yielding water. He lifted a hand, his warm fingertips gently caressing her soft lips, his deep voice laced with temptation. "Who am I? Who am I?" Chuli blinked slowly, her gaze fixed on him as if in a trance. After what felt like an eternity, she whispered, You are He Nanxu." In that moment, his resolve shattered completely. He chuckled softly. "I am He Nanxu, so tell me, do you want me?" Chuli's eyelashes fluttered, and, as if under a spell, she wrapped her arms around his neck, her voice quivering with a hint of softness. "I'm afraid." She did not say, "I do not want you." She merely expressed her fear. He Nanxu was uncertain if he was taking advantage of her vulnerability. All he knew was that she had not declined him. He leaned down, planting kisses first on her forehead, then her eyelids, her nose, and finally her lips. He tenderly explored her mouth, murmuring in a husky tone, "Do not be afraid. I will be gentle." From start to finish, he did not hastily seek to fulfill his desires, but instead focused solely on pleasing her. He treated Chuli as though she were the most precious treasure in the world. The following morning, the dawn's light lifted the veil of the night. Chuli stirred, rubbing her aching head as she awakened in bed, her sleep-laden eyes falling upon a figure standing by the window. He was clad in a white bathrobe, the ties loosely knotted at his waist, engaged in a phone conversation. "The meeting this morning has been postponed by half an hour." "Yes, I'm still at home." Unbeknownst to her what the other party said, he chuckled softly, his voice warm and indulgent as if it could flow like water. "My wife had too much to drink last night." Yes, rather clingy. Chuli stared blankly at his silhouette for several seconds, fragmented memories from the previous night flooding her mind. She recalled drinking a glass of wine, its potent effect lingering. She found herself entwined with He Nanxu. Tumbling onto the bed, she clung to his neck, unwilling to let go, whispering her fears. Subsequently, her memory became hazy. The only clarity she retained was the sensation that lifted her into the clouds. She was ensnared in the fervor he ignited within her, every inch of her body aflame. Chuli tightly embraced the duvet draped over her, her delicate face flushed as if scorched by fire, just as she blushed and struggled to recollect the events. He Nanxu abruptly ended the call and turned away. Chuli was caught off guard, locking eyes with him, her demeanor akin to a fawn lost in the woods. When had he awakened? He Nanxu approached the bedside, illuminated by the soft morning light, his body marked by her handiwork. Her bite marks adorned his neck, and on his back, hidden from her view, were distinct scratch marks. Chuli found it impossible to meet his gaze, let alone confront her own reflection. She berated herself internally for having indulged in alcohol the previous night. Gradually, she sank deeper under the covers, wishing to bury herself entirely. Yet, He Nanxu chose that moment to sit beside her and gently pulled the duvet from over her head. Chuli felt as though she was stripped bare, overwhelmed by unease. The man's warm gaze rested upon her. "Madam He, are you dissatisfied with my performance last night?" His words only intensified the flames of her embarrassment, stoking the fire that had already ignited within her. "Could we not mention last night? I had too much to drink." He Nanxu arched an eyebrow slightly. "And so, can we pretend nothing happened?" She yearned for the tender reassurance he typically offered, hoping for a response that would soothe her anxiety. However, to her dismay, He Nanxu bluntly stated that what occurred had indeed transpired. It could not simply be erased, just as he had seen that photograph the night before. He wished he could dismiss it as if it were inconsequential. But was that truly possible? He patiently reiterated, "I apologize. Last night was my fault, but I cannot act as though nothing happened." Chuli quickly interjected, "I am not blaming you." Her frustration was directed more at herself. Throughout their relationship, He Nanxu had remained steadfast, his gentle and considerate nature unwavering, even in the intimacy of the bedroom. Last night, it was she who had overstepped, who had offended, who had lost control. He Nanxu tenderly stroked her soft, long hair, as one might soothe a small kitten. Strangely, under such comfort, Chuli gradually regained her composure. Are you feeling better? Shall you rest at home today? No, Chuli replied instinctively. I have rested enough. I am going to work. Remaining at home all day, lying in bed, would undoubtedly lead her to revisit the memories of last night's madness. That morning, Chuli chose not to accompany He Nanxu to the office. Perhaps it was due to He Nanxu's consideration for her delicate, paper-thin visage that he deliberately chose to keep his distance from her. Chuli sat in the office in a daze, staring blankly at the computer before her desk. Zhou Chuli placed a portion of her favorite soup dumplings on her desk and gently touched her forehead, expressing concern. Your face is so flushed, Chuli. Are you coming down with a fever? Startled from her reverie, Chuli hastily replied, No, it's likely just a hangover from last night's drinking. Zhou Chuli seemed to recall something, her brow furrowing slightly in embarrassment. Last night, you clutched the boss's sleeve and called him hubby. Thankfully, it was just me there at the time. Imagine how awkward it would have been if the others had heard. Chuli was taken aback. Is that so? She raised her hand to press heavily against her temples, reflecting on how indiscreetly she had behaved the previous night. No, she decided. She must not dwell on it any further. She needed to divert her attention to something else. At that moment, Zhao Yunming entered the office. Comrade Zhou Chuli, could I trouble you with a task? Eager to find something to occupy herself, Chuli quickly stood up. Of course, Manager Zhao. What do you need? I need you to go to Zhongwan this morning and help me with a meeting. I'm tied up with something and can't leave. Chuli nodded. All right. Zhao Yunming handed her a stack of documents, adding, Whenever I entrust a task to you, I feel completely at ease. The meeting was scheduled for 9:30 a.m. Receiving this task on short notice, Chuli noted the time constraint. To make matters worse, upon arriving at the Zhongwan project building, she discovered the elevator was out of service. With only 10 minutes until the meeting was set to commence, she realized the conference room was merely on the 6th floor. Surely, climbing one floor in a minute and a half would suffice, she thought, and she began her ascent. However, the remnants of her hangover lingered, making her effort considerably challenging. As she reached the 4th floor, her phone, nestled in her pocket, began to ring. Balancing herself on the stair railing, she fished the phone out and answered, her breath coming in quick gasps. Hello? On the other end, there was a moment of silence. Glancing at the caller ID, she was surprised to see it was He Nanxu. Zone, do you need something? She inquired, still catching her breath. What are you up to? He asked, sounding somewhat breathless as well. I'm climbing stairs. I'm here for a meeting at Zhongwan, but the elevator is being repaired. Oh, I see. I thought. He hesitated mid-sentence. What did you think? She prompted. I thought you were still in bed. Why would you think that? Because you sound quite breathless, as if last night. In bed. His unexpected straightforwardness made Chuli blush instantly, and she felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. Yet, as she pondered the situation, she realized her breathlessness from the previous night was indeed linked to him. Could she be so out of breath alone in her bed? Certainly. Chuli would not voice such sentiments openly. She feigned calmness, stating, I must attend a meeting shortly. Unless you have urgent matters, I shall hang up now. The other end remained tranquil, responding, All right, you may disconnect. Chuli promptly ended the call. She finally arrived at the conference room, just in time. Recalling her recent conversation with He Nanxu, she endeavored to steady her breath, waiting until she achieved complete composure before pushing the door open. On the other side, at Yahweh Group, the meeting, delayed by half an hour that morning, was finally convened. He Nanxu occupied the principal seat, seemingly lost in thought. The attendees observed him in a rare moment of distraction during such a gathering. Whispers had circulated earlier in the day, suggesting that the relationship between Mr. He and Mrs. He was not as harmonious as it appeared. This speculation arose after He Nanxu inadvertently disclosed a shocking secret while engaging in a game of truth or dare with the project team, stating, The person I admire does not return my feelings. According to rumors from the project department, they had previously witnessed He Nanxu displaying apparent affection for his wife in his office. Thus, in light of his recent remark, it could be inferred that Mrs. He no longer harbored affection for him. He Nanxu's seemingly distracted demeanor this morning led many to ponder whether he was troubled by familial issues. The attendees silently speculated among themselves. Mr. He, a senior executive seated below him, gently prompted, "May we commence the meeting?" The man withdrew his gaze from the screen of his phone and replied softly, "Yes." At that moment, everyone was entirely focused on his every move. He placed his phone back on the table, and for reasons unknown, casually unfastened 2 or 3 buttons of his shirt. Was it too warm? Unlikely, as the temperature was only a few degrees today. "Mr. He, is the air conditioning set too high?" His attentive assistant, Lu Ming, inquired as he approached. "No," the man replied, his tone laced with a hint of languor. "It's merely a slight discomfort in my neck." The attendees' gazes followed his indication to his neck, where a faint bite mark was visible. "This is a little quirk of my wife. I beg your pardon for the spectacle." Chapter 47. Perseverance to the end, is it not? What is the purpose of this early morning commotion? Is it merely to torment the canine companions? Who exactly proclaimed that Mr. He and Mrs. He are experiencing marital discord? Just observe how overt the hints of intimacy are, how imbued with the essence of a couple-s affection. In the blink of an eye, the year has drawn to a close. As the year-end approaches, Chuli finds her workload increasingly demanding. Her uncle, Zhou Ruifeng, calls to inquire about her holiday schedule. Chuli replies gently that she has another week to go. The company's annual meeting is impending, and once it concludes, she will be able to take a break. "Will you be spending the new year at your uncle's this year?" Zhou Ruifeng sighs deeply. "It has been 2 years since you last celebrated with us." The last time Chuli joined them for the new year, his wife, in a fit of passion, struck Chuli across the face, scolding her not to return and disrupt their joyous celebrations. Since then, Chuli has indeed refrained from coming back during the festive period. Zhou Ruifeng carries a tinge of guilt in his heart. Chuli has always been a well-behaved and obedient child. Throughout her years living in their home, she has never caused them trouble. She diligently managed household chores within her capabilities, meticulously accounted for every penny spent, and even began working part-time during her university years, alleviating their financial burden. Moreover, she was able to contribute 2,000 yuan to the family each month. Eventually, she relinquished the opportunity to pursue a graduate degree, and upon graduating, her remarkable abilities earned her a recommendation for an internship at Yahoo. In a mere 3 years, she successfully completed several S-grade projects, earning substantial bonuses. During a time when her uncle faced business difficulties, she generously lent him several 100,000 yuan. Whatever she supposedly owed them had long been repaid. "Why not return to celebrate the new year with us this year?" Zhou Ruifeng mused. "Ah, if only your parents were still around. You would surely be the happiest child in the world. Alas, during this season of family reunions, you are all alone. It pains your uncle to see you like this." Chuli's voice was calm to the point of seeming cold. "Uncle, have you forgotten? I am married now." Zhou Ruifeng was momentarily taken aback. It had been some time since he had heard anything about Chuli's spouse, and she had never mentioned him in their conversations. If not for the extravagant bridal gifts and the new house and car she had provided for her family, the notion of her marriage would feel like a mere illusion. "What you mean is..." "My meaning is, Uncle, you need not worry. This new year, I shall not be alone." Zhou Ruifeng held onto the phone, caught in a moment of stalemate with Chuli, before finally exhaling a sigh. "As long as you're doing well, that is enough." With no further words exchanged, he hung up the call. Chuli sat quietly on the bed, devoid of any inclination to sleep. Time passed without her notice until the screen of her phone, resting on the bedside table, illuminated, signaling a new WeChat message from He Nanxu. Upon opening her phone, she discovered a screenshot of the family group chat from the He family. The origin of the matter lies with He Nanxu's 18-year-old cousin, Su Jiayin, who recently began a romantic relationship at school. She expressed her intention to bring her boyfriend home during the upcoming New Year celebrations for her family to meet. Su Jiayin's mother promptly addressed her in the group chat, saying, "Oh, you little girl, do you understand anything? At just 18, what are you doing bringing a boyfriend home? Look at your brother Su, nearing 30 and still hasn't brought a wife home." Su Jiayin retorted, "If brother Su never brings a wife home for the rest of his life, does that mean I can never bring a boyfriend home?" Her mother clarified, "That is not the point. It's about the order of age. You wouldn't want to embarrass your brother in front of relatives and friends. Grandfather, he chimed in. Enough of this. It's too shameful. Su Jiayin conceded. All right, I will reluctantly consider it, mainly because I fear Brother Su might feel envious or unsettled. During festive seasons, the topic of marriage seems to be an unending jest, and even the affluent He family is not spared from this custom. Nevertheless, the unmarried younger generation of the He family remains unperturbed, as all scrutiny falls upon He Nanxu, the man nearing 30 who has yet to bring home a wife, making him the focus of attention. Chuli scrutinized the chat records, her fingertip lingering on the screen as she hesitated for a long moment. Pondering the intent behind He Nanxu's message, she cautiously suggested, in fact, it is not embarrassing at all. Your family may have misconceptions about you. He Nanxu inquired, what misconceptions? Chuli replied, you have no idea how sought after you are in the marriage market. You are the man every woman in Jingzhou dreams of marrying. This was, of course, merely gossip shared by Zhong Xingyue, who claimed that a poll initiated on a certain portal site had garnered participation from hundreds of thousands, with He Nanxu winning an overwhelming 99 of the votes. He Nanxu asked, does that include you? His sudden counter-question caught Chuli off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. She contemplated the query seriously. To be frank, had he not asked, she would not have considered whether she wished to marry He Nanxu. Initially, their marriage agreement had merely been the most advantageous choice for her under the circumstances. She had simply gone along with it. Deep down, she recognized that He Nanxu, with his attributes, epitomized the ideal type that could unite women's aesthetic preferences. However, after much internal deliberation, she still found herself unable to provide him with a definitive answer. It was not that she lacked an answer. Rather, she was afraid to voice it. He Nanxu stared at the screen for an extended period, waiting for her response, and it appeared he had already come to an understanding. He decided not to press her further. Yet, just as he was about to set aside his phone, unexpectedly, Chuli responded. However, instead of addressing his question, she shifted the topic, proposing, how about I accompany you home to meet your family this new year? Upon reading her message, He Nanxu momentarily thought he was seeing things. He meticulously focused on the line of text on the screen, confirming, do you agree? Initially recalled the attentiveness of He Nanxu towards her during this time, and she no longer felt shy, replying, I do. How should one describe He Nanxu at this moment? He resembled a victorious general. With a flick of his fingertips on the screen, he located the WeChat group chat that had surpassed 99 messages. First, he shared a photo of their marriage certificate. Subsequently, he sent a voice message. His languid tone, though seemingly unremarkable, dropped words that detonated like a heavy bomb in the calm depths of the ocean. This Chinese New Year, I invite you all to return to the He family residence, without exception. Prepare your meeting gifts, for I am bringing my wife home. The group fell into a silence that lasted a full 2 minutes. 2 minutes? Really? Su Jiayin's voice suddenly broke through, bursting with excitement. That's wonderful. I can see my beautiful sister-in-law again. Old Master, he immediately fetched his reading glasses, scrutinizing the marriage certificate photo repeatedly. After a thorough examination, even the well-versed elder could not help but exclaim, this girl is truly stunning. He Nanxu, I knew you had good taste, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent. Previously, Old Master, he had inquired about Chuli from He Nanxu, who had truthfully recounted her background. At that time, the elder's first impression was that, according to her identity and background, she was certainly not from the same circle as He Nanxu. However, now, gazing at the ethereal beauty captured in Chu Li's marriage certificate photo, he was indeed astonished. Standing alongside He Nanxu, the term well-matched was most fitting. Su Jiayin, having met Chu Li once, eagerly sent a voice message to attest, I have seen my sister-in-law. She is even more beautiful in person than in the photo. He Mama, who rarely spoke in the group, sent a lengthy message. Ah Su, you married just like that. What are you thinking? Can things be done properly in such a rush? Why didn't you discuss it with the family? We haven't prepared anything for the girl. This is truly neglectful and lacking in decorum. He Nanxu's mother was a gentle, cultured woman with a remarkable ability to empathize. Considering it from a woman's perspective, she increasingly felt that He Nanxu had acted inappropriately. He Baba, a devoted husband, upon hearing his wife's words, chimed in, you indeed did not handle this well. In the pursuit of your wife, you could learn a thing or two from your father. He Mama gazed at the photo on the marriage certificate, thoroughly pleased, but as she continued to look, she furrowed her brow in puzzlement and muttered to herself, "Why does this girl seem somewhat familiar?" Immediately, she sent a voice message to He Nanxu. "Ah Su, have I encountered the girl you are with before?" Leaning back on the sofa, He Nanxu appeared relaxed and at ease. He curled the corner of his lips and replied, "You have. I can give you a hint at the National Grand Theater." Mother, he grasped her phone, contemplating for a moment, when a sudden realization seemed to dawn upon her. A fleeting expression of surprise gracing her elegant, gentle features. "Is it her?" She pondered. "It is her," replied He Nanxu. Recalling a distant encounter, "Mother," he murmured, "how could it possibly be her? Why could it not be her?" He Nanxu responded with calm assurance. "Aksu, do not misunderstand. That is not what I meant. I merely did not expect you to wait for a girl for such an extended period." He Nanxu's gaze fell upon the pristine white gardenias on the balcony as he quietly remarked, "Perhaps it is because I may never again encounter someone who makes my heart flutter at first sight. Thus, even if it means relentless perseverance, I wish to attain her. It is either none at all or solely her." As she recalled the impending meeting with He Nanxu's family, Chuli began to feel anxious. "Will there be many people there?" She feigned composure. "Could you help me sort things out? I must start preparing New Year gifts for everyone, or I fear I might run out of time. I'm uncertain of their preferences. I wish." He Nanxu calmly interrupted, "You are mistaken." "What do you mean?" "It is they who will prepare gifts for you," he stated matter-of-factly. He Nanxu could already envision the scene of that day. She would undoubtedly be treated like a national treasure. Chuli regarded him with a hint of skepticism. He Nanxu offered her a reassuring look, urging her to relax. "That is your family. There is no need to be overly formal. My family, they are quite easygoing. I understand. If his family were unkind, how could they raise someone as remarkable as He Nanxu?" Chuli's previously tense demeanor softened significantly. She sat quietly at the dining table, savoring her breakfast. Halfway through her meal, Chuli's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at it, noting an unfamiliar number. Recently, she had grown wary of unknown calls. For the first time, she chose not to answer. Yet, the caller persisted, dialing repeatedly. He Nanxu cast a casual glance at her phone screen. Not answering, without waiting for her response, he set down his chopsticks. "Or perhaps, if I am here, it is inconvenient for you to take the call? Would you prefer I step away?" "No," Chuli replied, just as she answered the call. Before she could speak, a childish voice chimed from the other end. Brother, sister has answered the phone. Is this 11?" Chuli paused, momentarily taken aback. She held the phone closer, scrutinizing the number once again, slowly recognizing it. It was the same number that Shunli had called her for many days prior. Chuli could recite Shunli's previous number by heart. However, after losing his phone and obtaining a new number, she had failed to recognize it. 11? Chuli tentatively inquired. "It's me. Sister, do you no longer want 11?" The little one was initially quite joyful, but after uttering just a few words, her voice became choked with emotion. "You can be angry with brother, but why won't you play with me anymore?" "I'm sorry, 11." Listening to the child's cries, Chuli felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. "I will come to see you in a couple of days, all right?" "Really?" "Indeed. That's wonderful." After a moment's contemplation, Chuli gently inquired, "11, could you, and the phone your brother?" The little one, oblivious to the complexities of their relationship, scampered over to Shunli, extending the phone to him. "Yes, brother, sister wants you to take the call." This caught Shunli somewhat off guard. With a subtle smirk, he took the phone and placed it to his ear. "What's the matter?" Chuli paused for a few seconds before asking, "Have you told Nwan about our breakup?" "I have, but do you expect a 4-year-old to grasp so much?" The affection of a child is remarkably simple, to the extent that it deterred Chuli from using harsh words to explain her current relationship with Shunli in front of Nwan. It made her feel as though she were harming the innocent. Chuli steadied her breath. A casual glance across the table revealed the man seated opposite her, and in that moment, she felt a renewed clarity. "You see, I need your cooperation to help Nwan detox from her feelings for me. Nwan is your sister. I no longer belong in her life. Furthermore, I'm married now, and I must cultivate my own existence." Chapter 48. Aren't you afraid they might reignite? "Ah, marriage?" Shunli acknowledged that every time he heard those two words, an uncomfortable sensation washed over him, akin to being pricked by a multitude of needles. He was reluctant to engage in any discourse on the matter with her. Thus he instinctively chose to disregard it. A cold laugh escaped his lips, his gaze laced with a profound sarcasm. Are you attempting to implicate my entire lineage? Anyone connected to me must be eradicated from your life? Chuli wanted to clarify that this was not the case. Although she and Shunli shared the same classes throughout high school and college, they had never belonged to the same social circle. Consequently, her life did not encompass many individuals associated with him. Only one, Warm. However, she refrained from elaborating further, responding in a subdued tone, yes. Her temperament prevented her from uttering particularly venomous words in life. Yet at that moment, she endeavored to present herself as a sharp and acerbic individual. So, could you kindly stop pestering me? It becomes quite bothersome. Chuli feigned a facade of toughness. Yet inside, she felt utterly devoid of confidence. It was a stark reminder that for many years, she had been silently entangled with him. Unable to delve deeper into the matter, she maintained her indifferent tone. I will visit Warm after work tomorrow. Are you free tomorrow night? Hearing those words, Shunli's mood inexplicably improved. He smirked slightly, his tone teasing. What? Are you inviting me? Chuli's fingers, clutching her phone, momentarily stiffened. Instinctively, she lifted her gaze to catch a glimpse of the man across the table, who was leisurely peeling a fragrant tea egg and placing it into her bowl. She averted her eyes, evading his gaze. Shunli's words carried an ambiguous undertone, characteristic of his demeanor. Chuli, with utmost seriousness, reoriented the conversation. Did I not just mention that I require your cooperation? Therefore, I would like to request that you bring a girl along tomorrow. Someone who would treat Warm kindly, a type she would undoubtedly like. Had she not just told him to sever Warm's feelings for her? If treated with such cold indifference, disappearing from a child's world without a trace seemed excessively cruel. Thus, Chuli contemplated finding a substitute for Warm. Children are inherently innocent and easily placated. As long as that woman genuinely cared for Warm, the child would surely come to like her. At that point, she could gradually withdraw, securing an exit without repercussions. Yet, what she believed to be a well-thought-out arrangement sounded jarring to Shunli. His expression darkened, as if shrouded in ink. How adept you were at planning. Chuli immediately detected the sarcasm in his tone, but remained unfazed. I merely hope this matter can be resolved swiftly. Warm is just a child, in need of adult guidance. She does not exclusively require me. She simply has yet to find a suitable substitute. You are rather heartless. Chuli furrowed her brows, falling into silence. She felt the term heartless should rightfully belong to him. Let this be it. I shall hang up now. Tomorrow evening at 6, bring Wan to that restaurant we visited last time. Remember to also bring along a sister that Wan would fancy. Chuli mused, feeling that her intentions were sufficiently clear. She believed that Shunli, being her brother, must surely comprehend what kind of person Wan adored. Shunli, in truth, was an exemplary brother, although in his life's blueprint, there were no plans for marriage or children. He would undoubtedly pour his affection into Wan. During the brief month they spent together, Chuli had glimpsed another facet of him. Having known him for 8 years, she once thought she understood him well, yet at this moment, her heart felt a tumult of complexities. What manner of person was he, really? A certain photograph flashed through her mind, one where he stole a kiss from her by the seaside. For days, she had consciously tried to erase that image from her memory, yet it stubbornly lingered like a thief, always lurking in her vicinity. After hanging up, Chuli momentarily lost control of her emotions, sitting in silence, her gaze vacant and lost in thought. He Nanxu did not disturb her throughout. However, when Chuli finally regained her composure and met He Nanxu's gaze, a wave of guilt washed over her, akin to being caught in a misdeed. She wanted to explain, but the matter was too convoluted to clarify in a moment. He Nanxu's eyes resembled bright mirrors, reflecting all her hidden thoughts before him. You need not explain anything to me. Handle your own affairs. A flicker of shock crossed Chuli's eyes as she hesitated, finally nodding after a lengthy pause. Meanwhile, in the pear orchard, Wan's face remained sour after her brother ended the call, her brows knitted in concern. Brother, is the sister truly not needed anymore? The little one asked earnestly, tilting her head upwards. Shunli lowered his gaze, his expression cold and unsmiling. Indeed, they do not need me anymore. After a brief pause, recalling Chuli's words, he added, and they do not need you either. To Wan's ears, this sounded alarmingly like a threat, and she promptly burst into tears. You bad brother. I don't want you anymore. All right then. Shunli remained unfazed by her antics, gesturing towards the door. You may go home to find mother now. Upon hearing this, Wan defiantly marched to the sofa, grabbed her little backpack, and began stuffing her belongings into it. Toys, snacks, fairy tale books. Eventually, she even managed to squeeze in a flower-patterned cat along with a bag of cat food. Before long, her backpack was bulging at the seams. The poor cat was crammed into that tight space, gasping for breath and mewing pitifully. Yet, the little princess was resolute, unwilling to back down. Do you intend to suffocate it? Shunli furrowed his brow at the sight. I do not wish to harm it. I merely desire to take it away. The little princess declared earnestly, it will be happy only if it follows me. Shunli remained silent, but before he could utter another word, the little princess had scampered off, resembling a thief who had absconded with his cat. Shunli cast a sidelong glance at his assistant, who remained rooted to the spot like a statue. Return her, he commanded. Jiang nodded, acknowledging, understood, Brother Shun, and promptly set off to follow her. Yet, after merely 2 steps, Shunli called him back. Remember to bring the cat back. Huh? Shunli reiterated coldly, bring the cat back. Do you not comprehend? Jiang was not lacking in understanding. Rather, he found it perplexing that the cat, which Shunli had previously intended to part with, was now something he wished to retain. The following evening, when Chuli had gone to fetch Wan for dinner, He Nanxu arranged a meeting with Songyu, and Fu Shiping, along with others, made their appearance at a club in the capital. The group was utterly bewildered by Chu Li's decision to approach Shunli. Are you truly this bold, brother? Allowing your wife to meet her ex-boyfriend is one thing, but you aren't even keeping a watchful eye? Songyu expressed his anxiety. Are you not concerned they might rekindle their romance? He Nanxu lazily lifted his eyelids to glance at the frantic Songyu. What is there to fear? Songyu rolled his eyes in disbelief. I urge you not to be overly optimistic. While He Nanxu refrained from placing anyone to monitor the situation, he himself had taken measures to keep a close watch. He retrieved his phone and displayed a photograph before Songyu's eyes, saying, Look, they resemble a happy family. In the photo, Chuli was at a Western restaurant, slicing steak for an adorable little girl, while Shunli poured juice for her. Another image captured Wan perched on Shunli's shoulders, with Chuli standing beside him, the 3 of them strolling towards an amusement park. Do you not feel a hint of urgency? Songyu gritted his teeth, seizing the rare opportunity to present his frustration to He Nanxu. You are well aware that my sister-in-law has harbored a crush on him for 8 years. From high school to university, those are the most beautiful years of her life, and she has spent them on that man. Do you grasp my meaning? Shunli is an irreplaceable presence in her life. And what are you? Merely the backdrop of her splendid youth. Despite Songyu's impassioned outburst, He Nanxu remained steadfast, unshaken. I'm legally bound. What is there to fear? Songyu silently derided in his heart. Were it not for that marriage certificate, I wonder if he would still be so brazen. Regaining his composure, he settled onto the sofa, brushed the ash from his fingertips, and contemplated further. Do you not find these images distasteful? Shouldn't you devise a strategy to separate them? I understand there are things you cannot express openly to your sister-in-law, so allow me to speak on your behalf. He Nanxu casually replied, No need. After repeated attempts, Songyu finally felt defeated, shaking his head in frustration. Brother, your confidence is astounding. In the dimly lit private room, He Nanxu sat composedly, idly toying with a silver lighter in his hand. His pitch-black eyes seemed unfathomable, and he was uncertain whether he was speaking to others or merely conversing with himself. It was not mere confidence, it was faith in her. He believed in her ability to navigate through it all and trusted that she was a resolute individual. Having resolved to put an end to her affection for that person, she would never look back again. Chapter 49. The substitute tonight. Chu Li was feeling discontented. After work, she promptly picked up Wan as per their arrangement from the previous night. She fulfilled her uncompleted promise by taking her to savor her favorite steak, followed by a visit to the amusement park, where they rode the Ferris wheel and the carousel. Everything unfolded according to plan, save for one glaring error. Shunli did not heed her instructions. He failed to present an appropriate substitute. Why won't you cooperate with me? Chuli could not restrain herself from questioning Shunli while Wan rode the carousel. Upon reflection, She should have anticipated Shun Li's noncompliance. After all, he had always been a wild spirit, thriving in his own way, and had never been one to dutifully follow others' plans. To her astonishment, Shun Li unexpectedly replied, "I am not being uncooperative." Chuli furrowed her brow slightly, looking up at him, awaiting further explanation. "You mentioned a substitute. Having known me for so long, do you see anyone around me who resembles you? In just one day, where am I to find such a person?" It had been noted by the wealthy young men who had once surrounded Shun Li that the women in his life could be categorized into two types, one being someone like Chu Li, and the others falling into a different classification altogether. Chu Li soon realized that the women who had come and gone in Shun Li's life over the years indeed bore no resemblance to her. After all, he never favored her type from the very beginning. "I am not asking you to find someone like me. I simply need you to seek out someone who will wholeheartedly cherish Wan, someone she will genuinely like." Shun Li let out a light scoff, his gaze falling upon the child on the carousel, her eyes gleaming with joy. "Stubborn as she is drawn to someone like you. With her slight frame, she is utterly devoted to you despite her rebellious spirit." Taking a deep breath, Chuli felt a swirl of confusion in her mind. "What do you intend to do? This cannot continue." Observing her eagerness to distance herself from him, Shun Li not only showed no restraint, but rather leaned in closer. "Why not encourage your husband to be a bit more magnanimous?" Shun Li mused, noting her urgent desire to clarify her relationship with him, likely due to her husband. "Shun Li," Chu Li replied calmly, her gaze unwavering and devoid of any evasion, "I am truly feeling weary." She could now candidly acknowledge that her past feelings for him had been exceedingly burdensome. "I wish to sever our ties. It has nothing to do with my husband. I simply desire to conclude this once and for all." Her emotionally detached words struck deeply at Shun Li's heart. A wave of frustration surged within him. With a grim expression, he contemplated lighting a cigarette, but the winter wind was too fierce that night, thwarting his attempts to ignite it twice. Growing impatient, he discarded both the lighter and the cigarette into a nearby trash bin. "You mentioned that you are married. May I inquire as to the identity of your spouse? Do you possess a photograph of your marriage certificate? Please present it to me now." Chu Li had indeed conveyed the news of her marriage to Shun Li on numerous occasions, but this seemed to be the first time Shun Li had confronted the matter earnestly. Yet, there was a flicker of hesitation in Chu Li's gaze, as she harbored her own reservations. To begin with, her marriage to He Nanxu had been a contractual arrangement, and she had never intended for this relationship to be made public. Furthermore, she feared it might cause distress to He Nanxu. Given the tumultuous and dark past she had endured, both in her feelings for Shun Li and over the past decade, this left her feeling as though she could not dare to plunge headlong into anything once more. "Is this truly amusing to you?" Chu Li's tone grew more intense. She had made it clear that she wished to delineate boundaries. She had assumed that, given Shun Li's proud disposition, he would certainly lose interest in her. Yet, it seemed that despite her attempts to shake him off, he remained unfazed. "I understand now. It's I who initiated the breakup, declaring an end to our relationship, which must have left you, who has never suffered a loss in the presence of a woman, feeling quite embarrassed." "Very well," Chu Li continued, perhaps spurred by his insistence, her usual calm demeanor giving way to a sense of reckless abandon. "I take back what I said earlier. You may now shake me off again, as you do with those other women. Would that suffice?" Shun Li's gaze, tinged with curiosity and a hint of amusement, settled upon her face, which was slightly flushed with anger. "You may retract that statement, but I will not shake you off as I do those other women." Watching the eagerness in Chu Li's eyes, a yearning for him to dismiss her, these words caught in Shun Li's throat. He let out a self-deprecating laugh. In this world, are there truly ifs and buts? What if he had not been provoked that night and had not blurted out those words? What if she still loved him and had never mentioned a breakup? No, there are no ifs or buts. In truth, Shun Li understood this better than anyone else. "Sister." Suddenly, a cheerful voice shattered the tension between the two. Wan, having just dismounted the carousel, approached with a lively bounce. In an instant, the gloom that had shadowed Chu Li's face dissipated. She crouched down to stroke Wan's head. "Wan, shall we go buy a gift later? Your birthday is just around the corner, and I might not have time to celebrate with you next year." Wan furrowed her little brows in confusion. "Oh, why not?" "Because." Chu Li's mind raced, desperately trying to concoct a suitable excuse. After a moment of thought, she glanced at Shun Li, who appeared detached from the situation. With a determined sigh, she blurted out, "Because your brother is going to date a new girlfriend, which means there will be many beautiful sisters around him. If I keep playing with you, your brother and those lovely sisters might become quite upset." Shun Li looked at her, amused by her twisted logic. He had never seen this side of Chuli before. She resembled a cunning little fox. However, the little one, Xiang Nuan, clung to Chuli, unwilling to let go. "This is simple. I'll just stay with you, and we can forget about our brother, right?" Chuli was at a loss for how to explain such intricate matters to a child. Just then, her phone began to ring. She retrieved it from her bag and was surprised to see it was a call from He Nanxu. After a brief pause, she ultimately decided to answer the call in front of Nuan and Shun Li. In a soft and gentle voice, she uttered, "Husband." On the other end, He Nanxu seemed to pause for 2 or 3 seconds before responding with a light chuckle. "I'm here." Chapter 50. Let him go. He glanced at the time. It was already past 9 in the evening. "I intended to inquire when you planned to return so that I might come and fetch you." Just as I was about to respond, Chuli initially thought it best to decline his offer, fearing it might be too much of a bother. However, recalling how gentle and considerate He Nanxu was in such matters, she found herself changing her words at the last moment. "I'll send you my location shortly." The other end acknowledged with a simple okay, and then the call ended without further disturbance. As soon as Chuli put her phone away, the little one leaned in closer, her round eyes blinking curiously. "Sister, who called you?" Chuli replied truthfully, "It was my husband." Although Nuan might not fully grasp the nuances of such relationships, Chuli patiently and gently explained, "He's a very handsome older brother who treats me well and lives with me." At this, Nuan furtively glanced at her own older brother, who was wearing an expression that was decidedly sour. After a moment of contemplation, she asked earnestly, "Does that older brother get angry with you, scold you, or have a sulky face, sometimes ignoring you?" Chuli smiled and shook her head. "No, he wouldn't do that." Well then, Nuan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. She was an astute child, understanding far more than Chuli had anticipated. "So, sister, are you going to abandon my brother for that older brother who treats you so well?" Her innocent words posed a starkly realistic choice. Chuli refrained from observing Shun Li's expression at that moment, choosing instead to respond to Nuan's inquiry. "Yes." Nuan pressed her lips together. "I see." Initially, Chuli was puzzled by what Nuan had come to understand. It was only later, when Nuan seldom sought her out or called her, that Chuli belatedly realized the implications. The little princess waved goodbye. "Bye-bye, sister. I had so much fun today." "Thank you." With that, she turned and tugged at her brother's arm. "Brother, let us go home." Shun Li stood in the dim light, his expression shrouded in ambiguity as he faced away from the light. It was unclear what thoughts occupied his mind at that moment. Regardless of how much the little one tugged at his arm, he remained still. Chuli paid little mind to his thoughts, deciding to turn away first. "Goodbye, Nuan." After bidding farewell to Nuan, Chuli left the amusement park without looking back. Her silhouette swiftly vanished from their sight. To Chuli's surprise, He Nanxu arrived sooner than expected. Just as she exited the amusement park, she spotted a black Maybach parked at the roadside with its hazard lights flashing. She quickened her pace and opened the passenger door. "You arrived quite swiftly." He Nanxu smiled faintly, not confirming or denying her statement. "I was playing cards with Song Yu and Fu Shiping at a club in the capital. We finished earlier than anticipated, and when you sent me your location, I happened to be passing by." Jingzhou is indeed a vast city. However, ever since Chuli became involved with He Nanxu, she has felt that the city has shrunk significantly. This is due to the serendipitous encounters with him that seem to occur everywhere. For instance, during weekends, while shopping with Zhong Xingyue, she often runs into him. At departmental gatherings, he happens to be dining at the same restaurant with friends. One evening, after finishing her shift, she whimsically decided to visit the Riverside Square to watch a fireworks display, only to find herself unexpectedly colliding with him amidst the throngs of people. He appears to materialize in her life at any given moment. Chuli smiles to herself, thinking how fortuitous it is. He Nanxu, in a playful mood, teases her, indeed. What a coincidence. "So, Mrs. He, do you believe we are fated?" After a moment of earnest contemplation, Chuli, who is typically cautious with her words, finally responds, "Well, it seems there is a bit of fate involved." After considerable thought, she delivers this tentative conclusion. He Nanxu is pleased with her answer and drives home in high spirits. Just then, at the amusement park exit, Shunli watches as Chuli enters a sleek black Maybach, noting the license plate number with keen precision. Unfazed, he calls Ji Yang, requesting, "Help me look up a license plate number." Although he hasn't begun his inquiry, he already has an inkling, as there are but a handful of individuals in Jingzhou who flaunt such ostentatious plates. Before long, the new year arrives. He Nanxu is finally taking Chuli back to the ancestral home. The He family estate is a picturesque garden nestled amid mountains and water, resembling a living watercolor painting. The He family has prepared extensively for this day, adorning the courtyard with vibrant red decorations, creating a festive and bustling atmosphere. Although He Nanxu is the only child, his grandfather has 5 siblings, all of whom have contributed to the expansive family lineage. Additionally, He Nanxu's mother hails from a prestigious family, resulting in a multitude of guests at the He residence that day, ranging from octogenarians to infants barely a month old, all gathering to partake in the festivities. The black Maybach comes to a halt within the courtyard of the He ancestral home. Chuli sits in the passenger seat, her back rigidly straight, her hands nervously clasped together on her lap. A thin sheen of perspiration forms in her palms. He Nanxu instantly perceives her unease. He exits the car, walks around to the passenger side, opens the door, and gently takes one of her hands, intertwining their fingers as he helps her out of the vehicle. Before they even step inside, word is already spread, and guests from all directions converge, braving the frigid weather to welcome them. A sea of well-dressed individuals greets them. The He family possesses remarkably fine genes. Their appearance and poise unmistakably stand out in the crowd. To Chuli's surprise, it is none other than the patriarch who leads the welcoming party. The elder, having served in the military in his youth and later entering politics, embodies the military legacy that has characterized the He family since his generation. Despite the fact that the esteemed Mr. He has now retired from his high office, he remains remarkably influential and renowned in both political and business circles. Chuli was somewhat taken aback as she observed the elderly gentleman, dressed in traditional Tang attire, exuding vitality and vigor. She promptly joined He Nanxu in addressing him as grandfather. Mr. He cast a discerning glance at Chuli, his expression one of satisfaction as he remarked, "I knew Axu had an eye for talent. He truly has a knack for judging character." Before Chuli could utter a word, Mrs. He emerged from the crowd and grasped her hand tightly. She had previously inquired about Chuli's experiences over the years from He Nanxu, and she found it difficult to fathom how the once graceful and noble girl, akin to a swan, had endured a decade shrouded in darkness and turmoil. "Hello, Chuli. I'm Ax's mother. I never imagined that after 10 years, we would have the chance to meet again." Upon hearing these words, Chuli was momentarily taken aback. "Mrs. He mentioned meeting again? Had they crossed paths prior?" Holding her breath, Chuli cautiously inquired, "I beg your pardon. Do you mean?" Chapter 51. I hope you thrive after leaving me. He's mother, filled with joy, inadvertently let slip a few words. Yet, she quickly became aware of her surroundings, her gaze cautiously landing on He Nanxu. A subtle gesture from He Nanxu communicated his intent, and she comprehended his meaning. After a brief pause, she remarked, "I wonder if Asu has ever mentioned that I used to perform classical dance. I have graced the stage of the National Grand Theater numerous times. Perhaps about a decade ago, where I witnessed one of your ballet performances." As she spoke, Chuli sensed an impending revelation. Her striking eyes widened slightly, betraying her astonishment. "You, remember? Of course, how could I forget? I specialize in the study of dance, and I am particularly attuned to individuals of your prodigious talent, those who are simply unforgettable." At this point, He's mother cast a glance at her son, silently acknowledging that it was not just her who possessed an impeccable memory. However, He Nanxu seemed reluctant to bear past matters so overtly before Chuli. Ultimately, the young man's emotional affairs were not hers to meddle in. Thus, she swallowed her words, hesitating to reveal more. Beside them, Su Jiayin could not suppress her exclamation. "Ah, so there is such a connection between aunt and sister-in-law. The workings of fate are truly remarkable." She turned her gaze towards He Nanxu, as if eager for validation. "Brother Su, Isn't that so? At that moment, the man's gaze fell slightly, fixated on the individual beside him. Since returning, his eyes seemed to be glued to her, unwavering in their focus. Su Jiayin's bright voice failed to draw He Nanxu's attention away from Chuli. Chuli, belatedly aware of the intensity of his stare, felt as if she were engulfed in flames, warmth flooding through her. In the next instant, she heard his deep, resonant voice. What exists between us is not mere fate. Fate is beyond human control. What we share is a matter of choice. If the distance between them spanned 100 steps, He Nanxu mused, he had already traversed 99. The remaining step appeared deceptively brief, yet felt like an insurmountable chasm. Perhaps it was merely Chuli's illusion, but she seemed to glimpse a flicker of concealed melancholy in his eyes. Before she could delve deeper into her thoughts, the elder He calmly beckoned the group to enter the house. It's cold outside. Don't just stand there. Didn't you all say you prepared gifts for Chuli? Come, let us present them. We can't all be like a Su, lacking in decorum, whisking someone away without a hint of ceremony. This remark was a playful critique from He Nanxu's mother. She sighed softly as she looked at Chuli, lamenting, alas. No engagement, no wedding, no honeymoon, not even a ring. What on earth is a Su doing? Chuli was taken aback by He's mother's public reproach of He Nanxu. In truth, He's mother embodies an intellect and grace, coupled with a gentle temperament. She must have empathetically considered Chuli's plight from a woman's perspective, realizing the unfairness of her situation, which likely prompted her unusual remarks towards He Nanxu. However, He Nanxu appeared completely unfazed by his mother's words, as they were indeed grounded in reality. Just as Chuli attempted to offer an explanation, she noticed that he did not grant her the opportunity to do so, instead taking her hand and leading her into the hall. To her astonishment, amidst the throngs of guests, each individual had prepared gifts, some even presenting more than one. Chuli received them one after another, busily calling out to people and expressing her gratitude, striving to remember each warm and enthusiastic soul. Before long, the gifts had amassed into a considerable pile within the hall. Concerned that Chuli might tire from the overwhelming generosity, He Nanxu took it upon himself to assist. The ease with which he accepted the gifts made Chuli feel somewhat embarrassed. She softly whispered in his ear, "Mr. He, is this perhaps not quite appropriate?" At that moment, a hint of disappointment crossed her mind, contemplating how to handle such kindness and gifts if their agreement were to conclude and their relationship were to end. Before she could fully contemplate the implications, He Nanxu lifted his hand to gently tousle her lustrous hair, chuckling lightly as he remarked, "There is nothing inappropriate about this. Should you ever decide to divorce me, you could sell these gifts and easily purchase 3 apartments in Jingzhou." Chuli lowered her gaze, pondering, "Mr. He, are you jesting with me?" He Nanxu gradually suppressed his smile, articulating each word with precision. "I am not joking. Our agreement spans 2 years, and if, after that time, I have failed to inspire in you the desire to continue our life together, I sincerely hope you thrive after parting from me." The thought of thriving after leaving him echoed in Chuli's mind, as she silently questioned whether she would truly fare better without him. Just as she found herself drifting into a daze, she heard He Nanxu's gentle voice calling her. "If the prospect of our divorce brings you even a modicum of sorrow or reluctance, might you promise me to reconsider?" He seemed to see through all her thoughts, piercing directly into the depths of her heart, exposing the truths she least wished to confront. Chuli pressed her lips together, momentarily at a loss for words. Her once tranquil and indifferent heart now resembled ripples upon a still lake. He Nanxu regarded her for a long moment, and not receiving an answer, he simply smiled and said, "Let us eat first. You have 2 years to ponder this matter. There is no rush to provide me an answer just yet." Chuli felt a twinge of confusion. When did you begin to alter your perspective? She distinctly remembered their initial discussions about the agreement, but at some point, He Nanxu's demeanor, and perhaps his feelings towards her, had undergone a profound transformation. What if I were to assert that I have not changed and have been resolute in my feelings for you from the very beginning? The sudden depth of emotion left Chuli somewhat at a loss. She pondered for quite a while before finally replying that it seemed rather unlikely. Naturally, He Nanxu would not delve into an explanation regarding such possibilities. "Well, let us set these matters aside for now and proceed to dine." The feast was as grand as a state banquet. In the elegantly appointed and upscale restaurant, He Nanxu seated Chuli at the main table. He served her soup and delicacies, even donning disposable gloves to peel a few shrimp for her. As her appetite was modest and her pace leisurely, He Nanxu remained consistently patient and attentive. The guests at the table had never witnessed He Nanxu attending to someone in such a manner. They were left utterly astonished. Yet, what Chuli herself failed to realize was that she seemed to be gradually acclimating to He Nanxu's kindness toward her. After dinner, a group of young relatives set off fireworks in the spacious courtyard of the old residence. These were no ordinary fireworks. They were crafted by China's most renowned pyrotechnician, an artist of international acclaim, whose creations typically graced significant formal occasions both domestically and abroad. All of this is orchestrated by Brother Su. Su Jiayin excitedly informed Chuli, sharing the story behind the pyrotechnic display. Brother Su even took the time to visit this master a while ago. From what I gathered, he intends to ask the master to design the fireworks for your wedding. Chapter 52, Another Kiss Wedding? Upon hearing this, Chuli felt her heart race heavily. She was aware that He Nanxu was an exceptionally meticulous planner, yet she had not anticipated that his schemes extended so far into the future. Unbeknownst to her, the image of her smiling up at the fireworks that night at Riverside Square lingered in He Nanxu's mind for many days thereafter. At times, He Nanxu had to concede to his own superficiality. He was utterly captivated by her exquisite visage. Once more, Chuli gazed up at the magnificent night sky adorned with fireworks, seemingly entranced by their beauty, her lips curving into a gentle smile. It had been a long time since she had experienced such a lively New Year's celebration. It had been far too long, and this exuberance was due to her presence. As if struck by a thought, Chuli retrieved her phone and handed it to Su Jiayin. "Sister Bao," she called, imitating the way the He family addressed Su Jiayin, surprised by how quickly she had blended in. "Could you please take a picture of me?" "Of course. I'm great at photography," Su Jiayin replied with a bright laugh as she accepted the phone from Chuli. "Besides, with a face like yours, every angle is perfect, truly a 360-degree beauty." He Nanxu approached from behind them, raising an eyebrow as he inquired, "Why not ask me to take it? Do you disapprove of my photography skills?" Chuli shook her head. "No, it's just that. I want to take a picture with you." The moment her words fell, she distinctly sensed a flicker of surprise in He Nanxu's eyes. Su Jiayin, upon hearing this, became instantly enthusiastic. "Great! I can handle this." She was no stranger to taking photos with her boyfriend and was adept at capturing such couple moments. Initially, Chuli merely wished to share a frame with He Nanxu, but she had not anticipated Su Jiayin taking charge with such seriousness. "You two step forward a bit, closer together." "Yes. Let us start with a shot from behind." As she spoke, Su Jiayin crouched down and snapped several shots in quick succession. The two stood together, doing little else, yet they appeared splendidly photogenic. Su Jiayin surveyed her work with satisfaction. Next, she fetched 2 fairy wands. "Brother Su, light these up. Then you two face each other, gazing deeply into one another's eyes. Make it poignant. You understand what I mean, right?" Chuli had not expected Su Jiayin to be so fervent. Observing her excitement, she felt it inappropriate to interrupt. While Su Jiayin continued to snap photos, she chattered to herself, "I must create a grid of 9 for you both. It's perfect for social media. Now for the next shot, Brother Su. Pick up sister-in-law and twirl her around while I capture the moment." Chuli was typically not fond of having her picture taken. At times, Su Jiayin spoke so rapidly that she struggled to grasp her meaning. Just as she pondered how to cooperate, He Nanxu enveloped her waist in his hands, lifting her effortlessly and spinning her around. The scene erupted in cheers and applause. Chuli still held the 2 fairy wands in her grasp. She opened her arms, gracefully spinning in circles, embodying the pure joy and freedom of a child. In the final photograph, Su Jiayin said, "Feel free to express yourselves." This posed a challenge for Chuli, as Su Jiayin had already captured 7 or 8 shots, making it seem as though they had exhausted all possible poses. The fireworks were at their most splendid moment. As Chuli pondered, He Nanxu bent down, encircling her waist with his large hand, and leaned in to kiss her. This marked their second kiss, and like the first, Chuli was unprepared. She tilted her head back to respond, rendered dizzy by the kiss. In that moment, He Nanxu felt like an addict, greedily savoring her essence. Her affection seemed tantalizingly distant, yet desire surged wildly within him. What should he do? How should he approach her? That sudden, overwhelming possessiveness threatened to consume Chuli. Her breath quickened, and her grip on He Nanxu's shirt tightened, as if seeking a point of reliance. To Chuli, He Nanxu was like a guiding light. Time lost all meaning. Finally, her heated lips were released. Her naturally rosy lips appeared even more vibrant, and upon closer inspection, they seemed slightly swollen. He Nanxu lifted his hand, gently caressing her lips with the warmth of his thumb. I'm sorry. Did I hurt you? Chuli's gaze drifted, colliding with his deep, smoldering eyes. She parted her lips to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. Fireworks erupted in succession across the vast night sky, yet all she could hear were her own rapid breaths and the pounding of her heart. In that suspended moment, Su Jiayin stealthily emerged from the side. Oh no, I'm done for, she stammered, avoiding He Nanxu's gaze. I was so engrossed in watching you two kiss that I completely forgot to take pictures. He Nanxu snapped back to reality, unsure whether he was teasing Su Jiayin or Chuli when he suggested, shall we kiss again for you to capture it? Su Jiayin, feeling inexplicably bashful, replied, Brother Su, please don't make the situation so awkward. In truth, Su Jiayin wouldn't mind witnessing another kiss. After all, He Nanxu's kisses were irresistibly captivating. However, she worried that her sister-in-law might not be able to handle it. Su Jiayin's eyes furtively assessed the disparity in their physiques, her mind filling with frivolous thoughts. Chapter 53. It resembles an official announcement of a relationship. She mused that her brother's hand could easily encircle her sister-in-law's delicate waist. Ah, such a captivating waist it is. With this thought, Su Jiayin's gaze lingered on Chuli with a hint of mischief. Though the night air was chilly, Chuli was bundled snugly in a cream-colored coat. Yet Su Jiayin seemed to possess a pair of discerning eyes, seeing through the layers with clarity. Chuli's figure was indeed striking, standing at 167 centimeters. Her frame was well-proportioned, not the kind that appeared gaunt and emaciated. Simply put, her curves were perfectly accentuated where they ought to be. The alluring silhouette left Su Jiayin envious, her mouth almost watering at the sight. She glanced down at her own chest, then turned to assess her backside, letting out a silent sigh. Having just celebrated her 18th birthday, surely there was still room for further development, right? What are you searching for? He Nanxu interrupted Su Jiayin's daydreaming, extending his hand. Give me your phone. Oh, all right. Su Jiayin, eager to please, handed her phone to He Nanxu, whispering playfully beside him. Although I forgot to take a photo while you were kissing just now, I actually recorded a video. With a teasing glint, Su Jiayin remarked, Brother Su, you're quite mischievous. You promised to take a photo, but you didn't cooperate at all. You even stuck out your tongue, which startled your sister-in-law. He Nanxu shot her a fleeting glance, his silence laden with a warning. Su Jiayin quickly replied, all right, I understand. I'll keep quiet. She was aware that her sister-in-law was sensitive and could hardly bear such teasing. If her sister-in-law caught wind of it, she would surely feel even more embarrassed. Being considerate, Su Jiayin distanced herself from the couple, soon joining the other younger relatives to play. He Nanxu stared intently at the video for a few seconds before silently pressing delete. He then handed the phone to Chuli, stating that it was all recorded. Chuli pressed her lips together, still tinted from the kiss, and took the phone, clutching it tightly. He Nanxu inquired, aren't you going to post it on your social media? I want to look at the photos first, Chuli replied softly. After a moment's hesitation, she unlocked the phone and opened the album. Su Jiayin indeed had a talent for photography. Each image exuded a captivating ambience, worthy of being a wallpaper. Chuli browsed through the photos and, after a long deliberation, selected two. One captured their silhouettes standing side by side beneath the fireworks, while the other depicted He Nanxu spinning her around in delight. In that photo, she waved two fairy wands joyfully, and he gazed up at her with an adoring expression. As Chuli looked at those images, she momentarily felt as if they were indeed in the throes of romance. May I use these two for my post? She asked, handing the phone back to him, seeking his approval. He Nanxu glanced at the two photographs, acknowledging their aesthetic appeal. However, one depicted a silhouette from behind, while the other was obscured by lighting, rendering the subject's features indistinct against the backlight. Although he couldn't present himself openly in her social circle, he found solace in this small concession. After all, even her ex-boyfriend, whom she had cherished for many years, had never been afforded the opportunity to appear in her online presence. He Nanxu, in a bid to calm his thoughts, quickly reassured himself. It was quite satisfactory, he mused. Upon receiving his tacit approval, Chuli resolved to share the images on her social media. He observed her demeanor, which was as meticulous as if she were undertaking a significant task, prompting a subtle smile to grace his lips. The photos required no editing, nor even filters. Chuli directly uploaded the original images. Yet, when it came to the caption, she found herself momentarily at a loss. The two images, when posted, could easily be misconstrued as an announcement of a romantic relationship. Realizing this implication belatedly, Chuli felt a pang of hesitation. However, having already reached an agreement with He Nanxu to share the post, she felt reluctant to back out now. With a conflicted gaze, she looked towards He Nanxu, perceiving her internal struggle, sensed that she awaited his encouragement to utter something along the lines of, "If you don't wish to post it, then don't." Yet, he remained silent, steadfastly gazing at her, his expression subtly urging her to proceed, as if asking, "Why haven't you posted it yet?" Reluctantly, Chuli averted her gaze and meticulously crafted her caption, "May the new year surpass the old." He Nanxu was the first to see Chuli's post. He contemplated the words, a hint of self-deprecation lingering in his thoughts. May the new year surpass the old. And what of the new person? Could they surpass the old one? In the pear garden, Shunli's new year unfolded quietly, much like a still pond. Yet this new year was expected to be different. Around 9 o'clock, Wan initiated a video call. Since their trip to the amusement park with Chuli, she had not sought him out again. Their mother, Ms. Lin Xiuji, had attempted to mediate, striving to mend the sibling relationship, but finding no signs of progress. Ultimately, she had to directly inquire whether Wan was upset with her brother. Wan harbored her grievances, feeling resentment towards her brother for losing the sister she adored. Because of him, she found it difficult to approach her sister without feeling awkward. Yet, after a considerable absence, she found herself missing him. "Brother, Happy New Year," Wan murmured softly into the phone. Shunli pondered why he was engaging in this childish stalemate. How could he bear to receive a call from her after all that had transpired? Hadn't she said she no longer wanted him? Feeling somewhat embarrassed by his words, Wan pouted, "If you keep this up, I might actually get a little angry." Shunli chuckled lightly, envisioning her as a small ball about to burst with frustration. He restrained himself somewhat, his body seeming to lack energy as he lazily reclined on the sofa, while the calico cat promptly curled up at his feet. He cast a glance over, observing for a good 10 seconds before leisurely retracting his gaze and softening his tone to speak with the person on the other end of the call. "All right, I understand. Wishing you a happy new year as well." Ms. Lin Xiuji took the phone from Wan, and Shunli regarded the woman on the screen, her well-preserved face seemingly untouched by the ravages of time. "Shunli, I sincerely apologize. I had initially planned to invite you for a New Year dinner, but due to Wan's father, you need not explain nor feel guilty. I had no intention of returning." Ms. Lin Xiuji sighed in resignation. "Shunli, I have matters to attend to. I must end the call." Before the other party could say anything further, Shunli abruptly disconnected the video call. Perhaps it was the few sips of alcohol that had stirred something within him, leaving him suddenly feeling stifled. He picked up his phone, intending to play a game to alleviate his mood, when yet another call interrupted him. It was a call from Jiyang. With a neutral expression, he answered and held the phone to his ear. "What is it?" "Shungu," Jiyang paused, his expression growing serious. "I have found out who the owner of that license plate is." Chapter 54. She made the right choice license plate number? Shunli's gaze grew colder as he lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, the white smoke seeping from his thin lips. The voice that emerged from his throat was low and heavy. "Who is it?" Jiang, though he found it absurd, reported honestly, "It's He Nanxu." Shunli's hand, holding the cigarette, abruptly halted. The cigarette snapped between his fingers. The identity of He Nanxu required no further elaboration from Jiang. Shunli's instinctive reaction was a derisive scoff, followed by a firm declaration, "Impossible." Jiang understood that Shunli's disbelief was entirely reasonable. He refrained from offering extensive explanations, opting instead to convey all he had discovered. "That car frequently visits the Capitals Club. I inquired with the manager, who confirmed that it indeed belongs to He Nanxu, supported by surveillance footage and photographs. As for Zhou Chuli's relationship with He Nanxu, Jiang paused for a few seconds before continuing. They're married. The husband she frequently mentions is He Nanxu. Do you even realize what you are saying? As Shunli appeared poised to erupt, Jiang, without a moment's hesitation, added, I have sent you their marriage certificate via WeChat. The words that had previously threatened to spill forth lodged like a thorn in Shunli's throat. His fingers tightened as he opened the photograph Jiang had sent. It was indeed the marriage certificate of He Nanxu and Chuli. The woman in the photograph wore a crescent white qipao, accentuating her flawless, jade-like elegance, while the man beside her exuded an equally extraordinary presence. Shunli's grip on his phone tightened unconsciously, his gaze fixed intently on the photograph. It seemed impossible for him to focus. The image swayed before his eyes, growing increasingly blurry. How did this marriage certificate come to light? Such a document is profoundly private. Shunli distinctly recalled how Chuli had spoken about her husband and her marriage last time, her demeanor shrouded in secrecy, clearly intent on concealing the truth. Moreover, her character did not lend itself to divulging such intimate details for public scrutiny. If that were the case, it must have leaked from the male party involved. Jiang, too, found it perplexing how he had acquired this photograph so easily. That day, when you were drinking at the Capitals Club, I came to pick you up and happened to see that license plate number on a Maybach in the underground parking lot. I asked the club manager, who promptly informed me that it was He Nanxu's car and even offered some corroborative surveillance footage and photographs. Subsequently, I followed the lead to investigate Zhou Chuli's marriage to He Nanxu, and unexpectedly, someone anonymously sent me this marriage certificate. The Capitals Club is the most prestigious private establishment in the region, highly esteemed for its discretion, which is among the foremost concerns of its clientele. As the club manager, how could one commit such a grave error, indiscriminately divulging customer information, especially that of He Nanxu? Shunli's innermost thoughts gradually found validation. It was likely that the marriage certificate was sent by He Nanxu himself, aware that Shunli was investigating him. In truth, Shunli's suspicions were entirely correct. He Nanxu had deliberately made it known to Shunli about his relationship with Chuli. He had never intended to conceal this connection from Shunli. He was not one to adopt a passive stance. Yet, he had to concede that, paradoxically, he had been passive concerning Chuli for many years. Now that he had finally married, he endeavored to steer everything onto the right course, resolutely refusing to allow circumstances to spiral out of his control once more. As for what Shunli would do next, He Nanxu deemed it inconsequential. What truly mattered was how Chuli would respond. Shunli inhaled deeply, closing his eyes, lost in a haze as he leaned against the sofa. Chuli was married. Her husband was He Nanxu. To outsiders, Shunli appeared rebellious, thriving in chaos, seemingly indifferent to all matters. Yet, at this moment, no one could fathom the sense of helplessness that burgeoned within him. Shunli was well aware that Chuli had been employed at Yahoo Group for over 3 years, and he knew that her immediate supervisor was none other than He Nanxu. The notion of their marriage sounded absurd, yet Shunli, in an instant, found himself believing it. Being in the same circle, he had heard numerous rumors about He Nanxu and had witnessed his methods and charisma. He understood the allure He Nanxu possessed as a man and recognized that if Chuli had indeed chosen to marry such a man, it was undoubtedly the right and worthy decision for her. Regardless of the reasons behind their marriage, Shunli had to acknowledge that Chuli had made a commendable choice. She had made a commendable choice. With a self-deprecating gaze, Shunli lowered his eyes, repeatedly reiterating this phrase in his mind. He sat there in silence, enveloped in an unprecedented confusion, even experiencing a fleeting moment of mental paralysis, until a message on WeChat brought forth 2 photographs. These images were sourced from a recent post by Chuli, sent to him by Jiang. Jiang had acquired Chuli's WeChat only a month prior. At that time, Shunli and Chuli were still in a relationship, and he had often entrusted Jiang to escort her when he was preoccupied. However, since adding each other on WeChat, they had never exchanged a word. Jiang was aware that Chuli had deleted all his contact information just an hour after their breakup. He speculated that perhaps his infrequent conversations with Chuli had rendered him forgettable, a mere overlooked fish in her life. Previously, Chuli had not been one to post frequently on social media, yet within this brief span, she had shared several posts, each time Ji Yang dutifully capturing and forwarding them to Shunli. As he gazed upon those photographs, an unrecognized flush of crimson crept into the corners of his eyes. Since everything has been progressing so smoothly, I would like you to investigate one more matter, which I believe will also be quite effortless. Shunli made the call to He Nanxu 30 minutes later. Indeed, he effortlessly acquired He Nanxu's contact information. Chapter 55. Shunli. You are out. He Nanxu was not surprised to receive a call from Shunli. Faced with the provocation of a rival, he merely smiled, his voice languorous, exuding an air of triumph. It's quite late. I wonder what brings young Master Shun to call me. Shunli closed his eyes, suppressing the tumult of emotions within him. You and Chuli have married. Haven't you? He Nanxu clicked his tongue. Only now do you realize? Isn't that a bit late? Why did you marry her? Of course, it was out of affection. What other reason could there be? He Nanxu's nonchalant response sank Shin Li's heart further into despair. A shadow flickered across his gaze as he retorted, Do you know her relationship with me? He Nanxu scoffed lightly. Just an ex-boyfriend she no longer wants. Is there something about that I should pay special attention to? She does not love you. His certainty was unwavering. Being with you was merely a pragmatic choice, a calculation of benefits. Indeed, Shun Li's assertion was not unfounded. He Nanxu could candidly acknowledge that Chuli's marriage to him was a result of his subtle coaxing and manipulation, a beneficial option presented to her when she was cornered. It was, in truth, devoid of genuine affection. And so what? She is now Mrs. He. He Nanxu effortlessly countered. You cannot possibly tell me you are only now considering a reconciliation? It's too late. Over the past 8 years, you had countless opportunities. But Shun Li, you lost her yourself. That statement pierced Shun Li's heart like a sharp dagger. In his imagination, this confrontation should have been a fierce battle. Yet He Nanxu had vanquished him without a single blow, leaving him in retreat. The moment He Nanxu spoke, Shun Li had already sensed his disadvantage. Sometimes, it's all about presence. At that moment, He Nanxu resembled a victorious general, while Shun Li felt like a defeated commander, one filled with reluctance over his defeat. Lost her? Huh. Can't I try to win her back again? His voice bore an unrecognized strain, as if he were speaking to He Nanxu, yet also to himself. A fleeting crack appeared in He Nanxu's indifferent facade upon hearing Shun Li's words. Over the past 8 years, Chuli had not received much response from him due to Shun Li's deliberate neglect. What if Shun Li had chosen to genuinely engage in this relationship? Though a ripple of emotion stirred within him, He Nanxu recalled that he had initially told Chuli he believed she could manage everything. He trusted that. She would not look back. Young Master Shun, are you attempting to negotiate? He Nanxu chuckled lightly, seemingly unperturbed by Shun Li's words. Perhaps it would be better to maintain some dignity and part ways amicably. Shun Li intended to say something further, but suddenly, a voice, both familiar and unfamiliar, resonated from the other end of the phone. Have you seen my facial cleanser? It's a green bottle. I distinctly remember bringing it here today, but I can't find it. Oh, and my hair tie. The moment the voice emerged, both individuals were momentarily taken aback. Shun Li felt his heartbeat freeze. He Nanxu was the first to regain his composure. You must have forgotten to bring the facial cleanser. As for the hair tie, it might have been left in the car. Chuli felt a twinge of embarrassment. For some inexplicable reason, she had recently developed a tendency to be forgetful. They had planned to stay overnight at the old residence, and Chuli had hastily packed a few items before coming, perhaps not as meticulously as she should have, leading to her leaving behind the cleanser. Should I ask Jiayin to bring you a bottle of facial cleanser? No, that's unnecessary. It's too much trouble. I can manage without it tonight. Very well, He Nanxu chuckled, naturally adding, in any case, I don't mind. Even if you forego washing your face and just lie on the bed, I have no objections. Chuli. They returned to the old residence today and were assigned to a room with only a single bed. Chuli pressed her lips together, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. And it became even more awkward when she accidentally noticed that He Nanxu seemed to be on a call, the phone screen illuminated, indicating an ongoing conversation. You're busy, so I won't disturb you. I'll go take a shower. All right, He Nanxu replied. I've prepared the water for you. A bath would be quite soothing in this weather. Chuli murmured a thank you and proceeded to the bathroom with her clothes in hand. He Nanxu watched her retreating figure for a few seconds, realizing the call had not yet ended. He smirked slightly, finding the situation rather amusing. Young Master Shun, it's quite late. My wife and I are about to retire for the night. Do you wish to continue listening? Each word from He Nanxu felt like a dagger to Shun Li's chest. His breath caught for a moment, and the turmoil within him was impossible to suppress. Even without visual confirmation, merely listening to their conversation conjured vivid imagery in his mind. Those who were aware of his relationship with Zhou Li in the past often remarked on how deeply she loved him, unable to fathom her standing beside another man, exuding happiness and ease. Yet now, her happiness and ease had become palpably tangible. But Shun Li was unwilling to acknowledge it. Are you attempting to flaunt something to me? Shun Li, accustomed to a carefree and reckless demeanor, exuded a sense of arrogance and nonchalance, as if nothing truly mattered to him, leading to his typically casual tone in conversation. However, at this moment, he felt that his every word was laced with biting sarcasm. I know her better than you do. She is a person who finds it difficult to be moved, yet once she does, her affections run deep. Even if we were to part ways, it is implausible for her to fall for you so swiftly and wholeheartedly. Are you fabricating this illusion for my sake to satiate your vanity or to mask your own insecurities? You're absolutely right. He Nanxu's expression remained unfazed, unyielding. She is not easily swayed. Once she develops feelings for someone, she clings to them steadfastly for a long time. Yet, you should also understand her. Once she decides to let go, there is no turning back. Shun Li, how many times must I reiterate? You are out of the game, but I still have a chance. Regardless of her feelings for me, the one standing beside her now is me. I am willing to invest a year, 2 years, or even longer to earn her recognition. Obscure emotions swirled within Shun Li's gaze as he gripped the phone pressed to his ear tightly. Yet he felt utterly powerless, as if he were a mere puddle of mud sprawled on the sofa. Thoughts flooded into his mind, and he desperately tried to seize something elusive. If you truly care for her, why did you not act sooner? He Nanxu scoffed coldly. Let me make this clear. No matter how you wish to play this, I will accompany you to the end. Chapter 56. Shun Li's perspective. The call was abruptly terminated. Shun Li sat motionless on the sofa, clutching his phone, resembling a statue carved from stone. In the midst of this lively and festive new year, the room was so quiet that one could almost hear the weight of his heavy breaths. Meow. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a cat's meow punctuated his vacant thoughts. Gradually, he lowered his gaze and noticed the calico cat had retrieved a hair tie from somewhere. The hair tie was of a simple, everyday design, a milky white satin that had faded with the passage of time. After all, it had been 7 or 8 years since its inception. Yet, it remained impeccably clean, without a trace of damage. Furrowing his brow, Shun Li bent down to retrieve the hair tie from the cat's mouth, wiped it clean, and turned to return to a room where he placed the hair tie in a drawer. This room had once been inhabited by Zhou Li. After purchasing the villa, she had stayed here only once. Every corner of the room bore traces of her presence. For instance, in the closet hung several of her garments, including coats, pajamas, and intimate apparel. A pink toothbrush holder adorned the bathroom's vanity, juxtaposed with his blue one, which was part of the couple's set. The green bottle of facial cleanser on the shelf was a brand she had favored, if Shun Li recalled correctly, since her university days. As he stepped outside, his gaze swept across the windowsill where 2 potted plants stood. One was a bouquet of roses, which he had purchased from a little girl selling flowers on the roadside after their first date, following a movie. She had a knack for arranging flowers and had even bought an exquisite white porcelain vase to complement the bouquet. Shun Li remembered how, after arranging the flowers, she had run up to him with the vase, inquiring if it looked beautiful. Indeed, the flowers were lovely. Yet, no matter how stunning they were, they paled in comparison to her radiant face. Beside the roses lay a bouquet of gardenias, her favorite flower. However, having been neglected for too long, both plants had long since withered. Shun Li belatedly realized that this house, which she had visited only once, was infused with her essence at every turn. He also came to the realization that on the day she came here, she genuinely envisioned this place as a home. Only by considering a place as home would she have taken the care to adorn it, hanging her personal garments in the closet. Shun Li reflected that had it not been for the events that transpired later, this empty, cold, An uninviting house would have been transformed into a warm and beautiful home by her touch. He pondered that he could have had a home of his own. Shunli had never felt a sense of belonging to a home since childhood. He grew up in a dysfunctional family. Just how dysfunctional was it? For instance, one day after school, he returned home to witness his father passionately engaged with two lovers in their room, while his mother pretended as if nothing had occurred, busily preparing a lavish meal for them in the kitchen, waiting for their indulgence to end before nourishing them. Shunli's parents were bound in a marriage of convenience, devoid of any emotional connection. Prior to their union, his father was a powerful and extravagant man, indulging in morally corrupt games within the ostentatious circles of the affluent. After their marriage, he strayed, resorted to domestic violence, and dabbled in illicit activities. In Shunli's eyes, he was the most despicable person in existence, without exception. As a child, he was not spared from the taint of his father's actions. He grew up under the oppressive regime of his father's brutality. He vividly recalls the first time he resisted the man's violence at the tender age of 10. The consequence was several broken ribs and 3 days confined in a pitch-black isolation room. Even though that incident nearly cost him his life, he never relinquished his struggle against him. At the age of 14, he finally achieved a measure of success. During a confrontation with his father, he managed to gain the upper hand for the first time. As his physique grew stronger and his rebellious spirit flourished, his father found it increasingly difficult to exert control over him. However, his mother, Madame Lin Xiaoji, was a different story. Her beauty waned with time, and her spirit dulled. She could hardly withstand his father's violence, each bout of abuse threatening to take half her life. One day, as he sat at the dining table, observing his mother's pallid, numb visage, he calmly suggested, "Why don't you consider divorce?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited in her dimmed eyes, yet she quickly retracted, shaking her head and responding, "If I divorce, what will become of you?" In this marriage, she had always been the weaker, passive party. When they wed, they signed a prenuptial agreement stipulating that if they divorced, she would receive nothing, not even custody of Shunli. "Do not concern yourself with my fate. Take care of your own," he declared at the age of 16, while Madame Lin had been ensnared by this marriage for 16 long years. She yearned to escape the cage that confined her, and Shunli was the very chain that restrained her flight. Now that the chain had loosened, nothing could hold her back. Shunli understood that Madame Lin had been awaiting his words. 3 days after he spoke them, she swiftly initiated divorce proceedings, leaving with nothing. 3 months post-divorce, she married an ordinary middle-aged man, reportedly her first love. He lacked the wealth and prestige of her previous spouse, yet he was honest, devoted, and cherished her deeply. Together, they cultivated a prosperous life, and she stood by him as he ventured into business, ultimately becoming a well-known figure in Jingzhou's commercial landscape. A woman nourished by love and material security can indeed transform into one of the happiest souls in the world. After Ms. Lin Xiaoji's marriage, Shunli once sought her out. However, on that day, she cautiously blocked him at the entrance of her villa, not daring to meet his gaze, and said, "Shunli, please do not misunderstand. It is not that I do not wish for you to visit me. Rather, we can meet anywhere else. You could inform me in advance when you wish to see me. Please do not. Do not suddenly intrude upon your life and disrupt your current existence. Is that it?" Ms. Lin Xiaoji fell silent, unsure of how to respond. In that moment, Shunli understood that he no longer had a home. It mattered little to him. He no longer desired one. In the 4th year of her marriage, Ms. Lin Xiaoji and her husband welcomed the fruit of their love. She joyfully called Shunli to inform him that he had become an older brother to a particularly obedient and delightful little sister. However, during the celebration of her sister's first birthday, as he arrived with a meticulously prepared gift, he overheard the couple's conversation backstage. "Why is he here?" Ms. Lin Xiaoji sighed helplessly. "I did not send him an invitation. He came on his own accord. What can I do? Would you have me expel him in front of so many people? Could you ensure he does not come near Wan? I fear she may be negatively influenced by him." As Shunli listened, he did not feel anger. Instead, he recognized the validity of their concerns. Is it not said that birds of a feather flock together? It seemed that those surrounding Shunli were equally unsavory. Moreover, he bore the tainted blood of his father. Genetic predispositions, after all, tend to be inherited. In the years following Ms. Lin Xiaoji's divorce, Shunli appeared to increasingly resemble his father. To the eyes of the world, he was merely a debauched scion. In elite circles, the scandals involving the Shun father and son were more sensational than any tale. Whispers circulated that one day Shun Li brought a woman home, only for her to be found in his father's bed that very night. There were even rumors that the two frequently engaged in threesomes together. Shun Li remained indifferent to the external gossip and did not mind his various companions occasionally ending up in his father's embrace. Until one day, he suddenly realized a girl unlike any other had entered his life. This piqued his interest profoundly. Chapter 57. Mrs. He, May I Kiss You? In the He family's old residence. Chuli took her time, spending nearly an hour and a half before emerging from the bathroom, freshly bathed. He Nanxu was already clean and waiting on the bed, clad in a black silk nightgown, reclining against the headboard while casually perusing a book to pass the time. Upon hearing a faint rustle, he lifted his gaze. Chuli, caught off guard, met his eyes and felt a momentary pressure. Aren't you asleep? Wasn't I waiting for you to join me? His tone was earnest, yet laced with an unmistakable intimacy. Despite being married for quite some time, Chuli and He Nanxu had only shared a bed once, in his office. He was the epitome of a gentleman, and that night there were no boundaries crossed. Reflecting on this eased her tension somewhat. Under He Nanxu's watchful gaze, Chuli languidly approached the edge of the bed and sat down. After a moment of contemplation, she furrowed her brow and confessed, I have a bit of a bad habit when I sleep. I tend to be restless. Sometimes I might talk in my sleep or even sleepwalk. Perhaps I should just sleep on the couch outside. As she spoke, she attempted to rise, but He Nanxu's long arm reached out, grasping her wrist and gently pulling her back onto the bed, bringing her closer to him. He casually draped a blanket over her. It's quite late. Must we continue this? I'm simply concerned that you might witness some of my ungraceful moments. I do have my pride, you know. What ungraceful moments? He Nanxu replied, leaving her momentarily speechless. He glanced at the clock, seemingly uninterested in further debate on the matter. All right then, let us sleep. His hand reached for the switch of the wall lamp. I usually leave a light on when I sleep alone. Chuli interjected, but you prefer it dark. She recalled that it had been the same in his office. Yet, that night, she had surprisingly managed to sleep well in the absence of light. Nodding, she conceded, all right, go ahead and turn it off. With a faint click, the light extinguished, and the room, now shrouded in darkness with the curtains tightly drawn, enveloped them in an inky blackness. Chuli's body tensed, akin to a string drawn taut. He Nanxu's arms settled around her waist as he turned her to face him, their noses nearly touching. She could feel the warmth of his breath against her ear, imbued with lingering affection. Chuli shut her eyes, appearing calm, yet her long, curled lashes trembled with each passing moment. She yearned to drift into slumber, but her troublesome mind remained acutely alert, even counting the rhythmic rise and fall of his breathing. Just as she began counting in her mind, nearing 100, she heard his deep, steady voice. Mrs. He, may I kiss you? Chuli froze, her heart suddenly soaring. Her fingers, resting beneath the covers, instinctively curled into a tight fist. She had intended to feign sleep. Yet the man firmly grasped her hand, intertwining their fingers, mercilessly dismantling her fade. His magnetic voice, tinged with a hint of hoarseness, questioned, if Mrs. He remained silent, shall I take it as acquiescence? In their previous 2 kisses, she had been utterly unprepared, as Su Jiayin suggested, perhaps startling her. Thus, this time, he endeavored to provide ample foreplay. His lips brushed against her earlobe, a particularly sensitive spot for her. The atmosphere had turned perilously charged. Finally unable to maintain her act, Chuli opened her eyes. At that very moment, his kiss lightly grazed her lips. Chuli's face had turned a deep crimson. Why did he seem to know her body better than she did herself? Was such a man, once in bed, a genius, a successful individual? He leaned closer, his lips mere inches from her ear, swallowing hard. Mrs. He, may I proceed? His inquiry was distinctly gentlemanly and considerate, as if he would halt at her slightest protest. Yet, Chuli felt entranced, as if lured into his tender snare. She struggled to regain her composure, her dazed eyes fixed upon him. Proceed? To where? Her innocent question stirred within He Nanxu a sense of guilt for tormenting this delicate flower. In that moment, she resembled a pure white gardenia, unworthy of desecration. He lowered his gaze, aware that in the darkness, he could discern nothing, yet somehow felt every emotion reflected in her eyes. To suppress his desires so rigorously was a source of discontent. He Nanxu had to admit that his attraction to Chuli was both psychological and physiological. Chuli gazed at him intently, her lips parting as if to speak, yet her throat felt constricted, rendering her voiceless. Chapter 58. Unhesitating Desires and Truth. Chuli has always been resistant to matters of love and intimacy. In her youth, the allure of her striking beauty and mature physique often subjected her to discomforting experiences. For instance, she was subjected to the scrutinizing gazes of others, their eyes appraising her from head to toe. She became the subject of unabashed discussions, where every inch of her was laid bare to public commentary, despite her efforts to dress modestly and simply. Yet, she felt as though their stares stripped her of all dignity. This troubling situation escalated following the death of her parents. Raised under the protective wings of her loving parents, Chuli was once a child enveloped in affection, possessing a vibrant confidence and an abundant spirit, often oblivious to the complexities of human relationships. Upon the loss of her parents, she was thrust into independence, compelled to navigate the trials of adulthood. Initially, she did not live with her uncle, but was taken in by a relative in the southern city. A man, cunning and deceitful, schemed to seize her parents' death compensation, promising to care for her as if she were his own daughter. Trusting his words, she followed him. Though he appeared amiable and honest, one fateful night, his true nature was unveiled as he tore off his fade. Under the influence of alcohol, he violently forced his way into her room, an event that Chuli would forever dread to revisit. Over the years, this nightmarish memory coiled around her like a vine, suffocating her with fear and despair during the darkest hours. She vividly remembers the day after, confronting the man at the police station, his grotesque demeanor reminiscent of a beast bearing its fangs. "I said I was drunk. I didn't even know it was you," he retorted. "Who told you to wear a skirt to bed at night? Dressed so provocatively. Weren't you just asking for it? Is this true?" Chuli repeatedly questioned herself, clad in a nightgown that fell well below her knees. Was there truly a fault in her attire? Yet, despite her attempts to cover herself thoroughly, she still faced a torrent of derogatory remarks about her. Each word cut deep, like a finely honed blade against her skin. Over time, she grew numb to the incessant cruelty. Although she eventually ceased to obsess over her modesty, the scars of her past left her wary of intimate connections with men. However, the man before her now appeared to be an exception. When he kissed her, whether with tenderness or fervor, she found herself capable of enduring it. Some truths she was reluctant to acknowledge, yet her body betrayed her with visceral reactions. When he embraced her, she felt a rush of anxiety, her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed. At that moment, as she held his hand, a subtle tremor coursed through her. In the dimly lit room, currents of emotion surged. He sensed her inner turmoil, and amidst the overwhelming desire, a flicker of compassion for her emerged. Ultimately, this tender sentiment eclipsed all else. He did not wish to impose upon her any further, suppressing the surge of emotion within him, and contemplated rising to take a shower. Slowly, Chuli released his hand, murmuring an apology, feeling a twinge of guilt. Hesitantly, He Nanxu inquired, "Do you dislike my touch?" "Not at all," Chuli replied instinctively, eager to clarify her feelings to prevent any misunderstanding. "I don't know how to explain. I don't dislike you, nor your touch. I simply—" The more she spoke, the more entangled she felt, occasionally finding herself quite vexed by this aspect of her character. Noticing the fluctuations in her emotions, He Nanxu gently traced the contours of her face with his fingertips, tenderly tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, soothingly stating, "I understand. You desire it, yet hesitate. It is not your fault." His nonchalant remark only intensified her embarrassment. With a languid tone that almost felt like jest, he mused, "I must continue to strive to inspire Mrs. He to feel inclined towards me. Perhaps one day, when we share the same bed, she will unhesitatingly wish for me." Chuli bit her crimson lips, momentarily a loss, caught off guard by He Nanxu's gentle attentiveness. He chuckled lightly, rising from the bed. In the darkness, as he departed, a wave of anxiety washed over her, prompting her to hastily sit up, clutching the blanket, and ask, "Where are you going?" "To the bathroom." "Hmm?" He paused for a moment, as if seeking her approval, asking, "Is it all right if I take care of it myself?" The tips of Chuli's ears flushed as if engulfed by flames. She lowered her gaze, her voice barely audible. "You don't need to ask me. All right, He Nanxu replied, and indeed proceeded to the bathroom. With a click, the bathroom door closed. Shortly thereafter, the sound of rushing water echoed from within, intertwining with the frantic beating of Chu Li's heart, reverberating like thunder in the stillness of the night. She lay in bed, eyes shut, yet sleep eluded her. After approximately half an hour, she noticed the noise from the bathroom had ceased, followed by the sound of steady, purposeful footsteps approaching the bedside. The man, infused with a refreshing aura, lay beside her. He Nanxu did not draw closer, for otherwise, they would be confined to the bathroom for the remainder of the night. The following morning, upon awakening, Chuli found He Nanxu's presence had vanished. Confused, she sat against the headboard, her mind still clouded and disordered from sleep. In her state of fatigue, her phone, resting beside the bed, buzzed to life. She picked it up to discover a New Year's greeting from Zhou Chuli. "Happy New Year, Chuli." Chuli promptly replied with her own wishes, "Happy New Year, yeah." Zhou Chuli responded with a watching closely emoji. Confounded, Chuli returned an inquiry with a question mark. "Zhou Chuli, you spent the New Year at your husband's place last night, didn't you? That courtyard is quite impressive, and the fireworks were beautiful." Chuli quickly realized that her post from last night had drawn attention. "Indeed," she replied, not bothering to conceal or deny anything. Zhou Chuli was the only person in the company who knew about her marriage. She recalled the last time Chuli spoke about her husband, mentioning their agreement to marry in secrecy, unable to disclose it to others. Hesitant, she inquired, "It seems like you and your husband share a good relationship." The photograph exuded intimacy, and the romantic, sweet atmosphere nearly overflowed from the screen, hardly resembling a loveless marriage of convenience. Upon hearing this, Chuli felt a ripple of emotion stir within her, like the surface of a lake disturbed by a gentle breeze. Remembering some events from the previous night, her fingers hovered over the screen as she slowly typed out her confusion. Yeah, may I ask you something? It was difficult for Chuli to voice her thoughts, but it seemed there was no one else but Zhou Chuli with whom she could discuss such perplexities. Besides, Zhou Chuli was likely quite experienced in this realm. Is it normal to desire intimacy with someone you do not love? Chapter 59. You seem to have a bit of a flirtatious nature. Zhou Chuli expressed her astonishment upon hearing such words from Chuli, observing Zhou Chuli's intense reaction. Chuli felt a pang of regret, wishing to retract her statement as if it had never been uttered. However, Zhou Chuli soon regained her composure and swiftly organized her thoughts. Zhou Chuli, the person you mentioned, who does not love yet desires to be intimate with him, is your contractual husband, correct? Faced with Zhou Chuli's candid and piercing inquiry, Chuli could not help but feel her cheeks flush. After much internal struggle, she hesitantly typed a single word on the screen, "Yes." "Then what are you hesitating for? Go ahead. Indulge yourself. With your legal consent, what is there to fear? Just enjoy it." Chuli replied, "But my feelings for him do not constitute a definitive affection." She was acutely aware that her marriage to He Nanxu had initially been a matter of convenience, a mutual arrangement. Subsequently, thoughts of exploring a deeper connection with him had crossed her mind, yet those thoughts did not stem from love. Rather, it was a recognition of his admirable qualities. Such qualities were captivating. Perhaps she was simply selfishly yearning to savor a taste of sweetness from him. Zhou Chuli shook her head vigorously. "Come on, sister. You're already contemplating intimacy with him, and yet you claim not to have feelings for him? You exhibit a touch of flirtatiousness." Chuli, she was truly at a loss for words. Zhou Chuli continued, "Even if you don't possess emotional affection for him, surely you must acknowledge some physical attraction, correct?" Noticing Chuli's continued silence, Zhou Chuli earnestly elaborated, admitting to having physical attraction is not shameful. That uncontrollable surge of hormones ignites your primal desires, compelling you to draw closer to him, to be intimate with him. This is entirely natural. According to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, the most basic level is physiological needs. Physical attraction is the foundation of love. Sister, do not waste your emotional energy in self-doubt regarding such matters. Respect the instincts of your own body. Let us not overlook that your husband comes from a well-off family. That spacious estate in Jingzhou must be worth at least 100 million, right? Moreover, just from seeing his silhouette, I can tell he is quite impressive. He certainly appears to be skilled in many areas. And if you do not seize this opportunity, you are bound to regret it. Zhou Chuli's unbroken stream of words left Chuli blushing as she read the messages. Just as she pondered how to respond, she heard He Nanxu's voice from behind her. "Have you been awake for long?" Startled, Chuli felt as though she had been caught in a guilty act, hastily dimming her phone screen and hiding it beneath her pillow. He Nanxu squinted slightly, observing her every move. Chuli instinctively averted his gaze, her voice soft and languid. "I just woke up. Shall we change clothes and go for breakfast together?" "Oh, sure." Chuli was well aware that soon they would be immersed in the bustling scene of a large gathering for a meal. Yet her heart was not as anxious as it had been earlier. The He family was indeed known for their warmth and amiable nature. She tossed aside the covers and rose from her bed, swiftly changing into a fresh outfit from the wardrobe. He Nanxu's gaze lingered thoughtfully upon her delicate, alabaster neck. Perhaps a turtleneck sweater instead? Initially, Chuli did not grasp his implication. Only when she noticed his unwavering attention on her neck did she stride to a full-length mirror. There, the conspicuous red mark of a strawberry hickey stood out vividly against her skin. Realizing the situation, she immediately dashed back to the wardrobe to don a turtleneck sweater, confirming that no trace remained before she felt at ease to venture out. After a simple morning routine, she accompanied He Nanxu to breakfast. Upon seeing Chuli and He Nanxu approach in harmonious stride, the He family regarded them with affectionate and approving glances. Chuli greeted her elders with utmost respect, having memorized their names and identities the previous day. "Come, Chuli, sit here." His mother beckoned, clearly fond of her, reserving a spot beside herself. Chuli felt delighted to sit next to her. He Nanxu, with his long strides, leisurely followed suit, embodying the essence of a wife's song and her husband's harmony. At the dining table, his mother gently inquired whether Chuli was accustomed to the dishes presented. "If you find them unpalatable, let a Su cook for you. His culinary skills are quite commendable." She recalled overhearing He Nanxu mention that Chuli enjoyed his cooking, which filled her with a sense of accomplishment. Having a son like He Nanxu, who excelled in every endeavor, was undoubtedly a source of pride for her. Upon hearing his mother suggest that He Nanxu cook for her, Chuli was taken aback. "How could that be? Why not?" His mother replied matter-of-factly. "A man who can cook is quite charming. Do not hinder your husband from showcasing his allure." Chuli was perplexed by such reasoning and glanced at He Nanxu, who merely chuckled softly as he set a bowl of oatmeal porridge before her, affirming, "Mother is right." Even the usually stern patriarch joined in, observing Chuli's bewilderment, and softened his tone to reassure her, "Do not fret. Consider this your home. If a Su mistreats you, I shall ensure justice is served." With the head of the family's words resounding, his father quickly chimed in, expressing his long-held belief that their family tradition upheld. Those who pamper their wives thrive. "A Su, treat your wife well. Take a cue from your father, understand?" As the conversation flowed, with each family member engaging with Chuli as if she were one of their own, He Nanxu found himself feeling a pang of sympathy for her amidst the light-hearted admonishments. However, He Nanxu remained unperturbed by these matters, attentively responding and absorbing everyone's words. "By the way, Chuli," Mama suddenly gazed earnestly at Chuli. "There is something I wish to discuss with you." Chapter 60. Following my wife's arrangements, initially, Chuli smiled gently. "You mentioned that Axum married me in such haste. I feel there should be more ceremony. When shall we arrange for our families to meet? We ought to plan an engagement banquet and a wedding properly." Mrs. E had long since gathered a thorough understanding of Chuli's past from He Nanxu. She was aware that Chuli had not fared well in the home where she had been staying. Over the years, she had navigated life with great caution, often sacrificing her own comfort. Mrs. E contemplated that Chuli deserved a grand entrance into their family. She should no longer endure any injustice. Mrs. E wished to demonstrate to those who had wronged and undervalued her that Chuli was, indeed, a cherished gem. Losing such a remarkable young woman would undoubtedly be their loss. Chuli recognized Mrs. He's goodwill and affection, yet she felt somewhat conflicted within herself. Unsure of how to respond, she noticed He Nanxu subtly taking over the conversation, suggesting that they could discuss the matter once Chuli had made her decision. His concern was that Mrs. He's eagerness might impose undue pressure on her. Mrs. He frowned slightly, conceding, "Very well." She then cast a knowing glance at her son, as if urging him to step up his efforts. She understood that Chuli's anxiety stemmed from her insufficient love for Axu, a love that, if truly profound, would conquer all obstacles. Chuli and He Nanxu spent 3 days at the old residence. Mrs. He intended for them to stay longer until the new year when work resumed. Chuli enjoyed her time at the He household, and just as she contemplated accepting Mrs. He's proposal, He Nanxu expressed his discontent. The house was too crowded. They had little time alone during the day. It felt as though everyone were gaping at a national treasure, surrounding Chuli incessantly. After all, having a long holiday, He Nanxu was unwilling to sacrifice his personal time. Thus, after dinner that evening, they returned to their own residence. He Nanxu had arranged their itinerary for the following days. 2 of those days would be spent at home, as Chuli indeed had a more introverted disposition, often finding solace in quietude. However, he also hoped to encourage her to explore new experiences and rediscover joy. When He Nanxu took Chuli to a ski resort in the southern suburbs, she felt as though she had stepped into a new world. Particularly when He Nanxu appeared before her clad in a pristine white ski suit as her instructor. The brightness around her seemed to intensify. How handsome, she thought. The casual athletic attire accentuated the man's tall and superior physique. Having grown accustomed to seeing He Nanxu in formal wear, this new appearance struck her as refreshingly different. He Nanxu, noticing the surprise in his wife's eyes, teased, "Are you tired of seeing me in the same attire every day? Perhaps you should decide what I wear from now on, according to your preferred style." "Not at all." Chuli hurriedly denied it and sincerely remarked, "I believe you are the most exquisite individual I have ever encountered who can wear shirts and trousers with such elegance that one never tires of the sight." He resembled a living mannequin. Those garments appeared more captivating on him than on professional models parading down high-fashion runways. He Nanxu observed her with a knowing gaze. Realizing that he was still considered handsome in Madame He's eyes, Chuli added, "You are inherently attractive." He Nanxu's lips curled upwards at her flattery, and he said, "Let's begin." He Nanxu patiently guided her through the nuances of skiing, starting with essential precautions before teaching her the foundational stances for gliding. He maintained a relaxed demeanor, leaning slightly forward while instructing her not to fix her gaze on the ground but to look ahead. Gradually, he adjusted her posture, advising her to bend her knees slightly. Before long, Chuli grasped some techniques and began to find a rhythm. Suddenly, she recalled the last time He Nanxu had taught her card games at the club in the capital. As someone who had never been particularly adept at cards, she experienced a moment of clarity under his casual tutelage. He Nanxu truly was an exceptional teacher. She softly inquired, "Is there anything you cannot do?" In Chuli's mind, He Nanxu was a decisive individual wholly devoted to his career, yet he possessed a multitude of unexpected talents, all of which he executed with utmost proficiency. He Nanxu noticed the curiosity in her eyes and smiled. "Is Madame He interested in me? Then take your time to observe and understand. Perhaps it will unveil more surprises." His voice, warm like a gentle breeze, caressed her ears amidst the chill of winter. Chuli momentarily lost her focus. She had always been someone who did not overly concern herself with the external world or others. However, she had to admit that there had been a unique exception over the years. During that time, it felt as though she had secretly installed a camera to capture every detail about him, shadowing his every move to deeply comprehend him. She had made considerable efforts to refrain from disturbing him, yet her attempts often resulted in unintentional disruptions. Emotionally, Chuli was somewhat oblivious. Faced with He Nanxu's invitation to gradually understand him, she shook her head, saying, "I do not wish to cause you too much trouble." "How could it be a trouble?" He articulated clearly, his words resonating in her slightly bewildered gaze. "Isn't it my honor?" Thus, Chuli spent 2 days at the ski resort, and under He Nanxu's patient guidance, she progressed from the practice area to tentatively navigating the green slopes. Indeed, Madame He possessed remarkable talent. Throughout these 2 days, the most frequent sounds she heard were his encouragement and praise. Such compliments had thickened her skin, nearly leading her to believe herself a prodigy. A hint of pride graced her expression as she realized that she too could be considered a natural talent on the ski slopes. He Nanxu gazed at her with affectionate admiration. "Indeed, your remarkable stamina has truly impressed me. The last time I was with Song Yu and Fu Shiping, Song Yu could barely manage 2 hours of skating before he was utterly fatigued. The following morning, he complained of a sore back and expressed a desire to never skate again. Upon realizing that her physical endurance surpassed that of Song Yu, Chuli was momentarily taken aback. Speaking of Song Yu and Fu Shiping, He Nanxu inquired. They've invited you to the Jingchang Club to play cards tonight. Will you go? Remembering how she had been outsmarted by Song Yu during their last card game, Chuli slightly furrowed her brow. Yet, she didn't wish for He Nanxu to perceive her as someone who could not bear to lose, so she replied, playing cards sounds fine. But could we perhaps avoid the Jingchang Club every time? She was aware that the Jingchang Club was an elite, exclusive, and opulent venue favored by their circle for leisure activities. However, the likelihood of encountering a certain individual there was considerably high. Chapter 61. An incident occurs. How could such an astute individual as He Nanxu fail to discern the evident expressions on her face and grasp her inner thoughts? He understood that Chuli wished to suggest a change of venue. However, He Nanxu, who had always indulged her, did not yield this time. We have grown accustomed to playing there. If you go a few more times, you should be able to acclimatize as well. One day, you too shall learn to face the past with dignity. Upon hearing He Nanxu's words, Chuli belatedly realized that her previous statement might have been somewhat inappropriate. I understand. Then let us go. As dusk fell, Chuli and He Nanxu exited the ski resort in the southern suburbs, and He Nanxu drove her directly to the capital's club. Song Yu had already set up the card game. Apart from him, Fu Shiping and another woman awaited them. Chuli did not recognize this woman. She must be a new companion of Song Yu. Little sister-in-law, we've been waiting for you. We are lacking one player, Song Yu said with a grin. Chuli glanced at the vacant seat and then at He Nanxu, a look of confusion in her eyes, as if to inquire, did they not save a spot for you? Song Yu chuckled, don't look, they haven't reserved a place for him. Just let him assist you as your strategist. Chuli was taken aback. Such a fortunate arrangement? Aren't you afraid I might win? Both Song Yu and Fu Shiping appeared nonchalant. What if you win a few coins? We will be delighted. This remark brought a smile to her face. Yet, observing Song Yu's shrewd demeanor, Chuli couldn't shake the feeling that there was a catch. He Nanxu, wrapping his arm around Chuli's shoulders, guided her to the card table, half jokingly yet earnestly stating, do not be afraid. Your husband is here. Upon hearing this, Song Yu feigned a look of sourness, as if he had consumed a jar of vinegar, and remarked, what a display of affection. Your sweetness is overwhelming. You ought to apologize. He Nanxu, uninterested in Song Yu's banter, merely gestured for Chuli to begin playing. Chuli felt little trepidation, with He Nanxu as her strategist. She felt secure, and the presence of Song Yu and Fu Shiping, though seemingly daunting, was surprisingly approachable, making interactions quite pleasant. However, shortly after sitting at the card table, her phone rang. Chuli glanced at the phone resting on the edge of the table and was startled to see it was a call from her university class monitor. Recalling the events of the last gathering he organized, her heart stirred uneasily. Thus, she pretended to ignore the first call and did not answer. Yet, the calls continued in rapid succession. Confused, she hesitated before finally pressing the answer button. Classmate Zhou Chuli, where are you now? The voice on the other end was tinged with urgency. Chuli was uncertain why he inquired about her whereabouts, but she did not intend to lie outright, so she replied, I'm out with friends, playing cards. Playing cards? His voice rose in disbelief, becoming somewhat jarring. Do you know that Shunli is in trouble? Upon hearing this, Chuli's fingers instinctively tightened around her phone. Shunli has encountered trouble? Chuli was at a loss as to what had happened, seemingly unprepared for such an unexpected turn of events. She yearned to utter something, yet her throat felt constricted as if gripped by an unseen hand. She parted her lips, but no sound emerged. The once lively card table fell silent due to this brief interlude, all eyes fixated upon her. One particular gaze was impossible to ignore. Chuli, unable to evade it, met his penetrating stare. The moment lingered, as if he could see through her very soul. She averted her eyes, her dark lashes fluttering delicately. Silent and unseen, Shunli had suffered a serious accident at the racetrack last night. His car had flipped over, the severity of his injuries unknown to her. Whispers suggested that he might never race again. At the tender age of 15, he had earned his racing license through rigorous training and examinations, becoming the youngest F1 driver in the country, a figure of immense prestige in international racing circles, revered as a deity of the track. Chuli found it difficult to believe, instinctively exclaiming, an accident? Impossible. How could this happen? The class leader sighed helplessly, despite Shun Li's exceptional skills. Racing inherently teetered on the edge of danger, offering no guarantees of safety. Moreover, he had not participated in racing for the past 2 years, seldom training in the manner befitting a driver, which inevitably led to a decline in his proficiency. Coupled with his reckless betting last night, his fate seemed almost preordained. Chuli's typically gentle demeanor turned suddenly cold as she discreetly steadied her breath, her voice taut and strained. Betting? Why does he have such a penchant for it? The class leader quickly grasped the implications of her words. Their last gathering had ended in discord, particularly after the vile taunts directed at Chuli by some men, laden with crude insinuations. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the most profound hurt inflicted upon Chuli stemmed not from those shameless remarks, but from the realization that Shun Li had aligned himself with such base behavior. The very boy who had once rescued her from the precipice of bullying and harassment had, in that moment, become complicit in the sordid mockery. This betrayal was perhaps the primary catalyst for her resolute decision to sever ties with him. In truth, the incident surrounding the recording and the betting was steeped in misunderstanding, and I wish to clarify. The class leader, well versed in the intricacies of social dynamics, had been the linchpin in many gatherings during their university days. He happened to be present at the time of the betting incident. Surely, you know him better than I do. Though he appears carefree and indifferent to everything, once something captures his attention, he becomes ensnared in a profound struggle. He has inadvertently uncovered certain secrets about Shun Li, and after a moment of contemplative silence, he finally speaks. You see, he is quite the object of affection among girls. Yet he typically disregards the good girls. It is not that he finds them dull or lacking in intrigue. Rather, he feels a reluctance to lead them astray. However, you are an exception, a unique case that compels him to reach out, drawing him into the depths of despair. Chapter 62. Your current situation is quite perilous in this world. There exists a multitude of life paths. Some individuals flourish in the sunlight, while others become ensnared in the mire, in the shadows where light fails to penetrate, fostering decay and foulness. In his youth, the boy once yearned for salvation. With eager eyes, he gazed at the throngs around him, hoping someone might cast him a lifeline. Yet, some merely laughed dismissively, others observed with indifference, and some were powerless to assist. From an early age, Shun Li was compelled to understand that the only one capable of rescuing him was himself. Thus, he engaged in countless struggles against his own demons. Through each act of self-rescue, he emerged as a battle-scarred survivor. However, on a fateful day, when he was barely clinging to life, he encountered a girl who stirred his heart for the first time. Subsequently, he found himself acutely aware of his repeated entanglements. He knew all too well that a future together was impossible, and that any union would inevitably lead to separation. Yet he still chose to pursue what he knew to be futile, crafting a pitiful excuse for himself. Shun Li had even entertained the notion that perhaps there existed another possibility for him and Chuli, if only they could wallow in the muck together. Then they might remain united eternally. Chuli, are you listening to me? The class monitor's voice trembled through the silence on the other end of the line. He was a meddler by nature, inexplicably attempting to act as a mediator for two who had already parted ways. Recalling Chu Li's earlier mention of playing cards with others, he feared that his call might interrupt her enjoyment, potentially dampening her spirits. I must ask you one more thing, do you truly no longer have feelings for Shun Li? The fact that Chu Li had harbored a secret affection for Shun Li for 8 years was no longer a secret. 8 years. How could one simply dismiss such emotions without a trace of longing? Now, he perhaps comprehended certain truths and had gained clarity regarding his own feelings. Realizing what he ought to do, if only she would turn back, surely they would. Before the monitor could finish his thought, he heard a beep. The call had been abruptly terminated. He was taken aback. In his recollection, Chuli had always been a polite and gentle girl. It was utterly uncharacteristic of her to hang up without a word. The call had lasted approximately 4 minutes. Those 4 minutes felt interminable. Chuli, holding her powered-off phone, raised her gaze. To her surprise, the players at the table remained remarkably calm, displaying no hint of suspicion, as if she had merely taken a commonplace call, and now the game could resume. Little sister-in-law, it's your turn, draw a card. Song Yu gently tapped the table twice, offering a reminder. At his words, Chuli hesitated momentarily before placing her phone down, extending her hand to draw a card, which she then retrieved to lay before her. She appeared remarkably composed, as though unaffected by the unfolding circumstances. However, when it came time to play her hand, her true colors were revealed. Despite possessing a promising set of cards, she managed to squander them entirely. Both Song Yu and Fu Shiping won several rounds against her, to the point of feeling somewhat embarrassed. Consequently, the two of them began to coordinate their efforts, attempting to feed her advantageous cards, yet she remained stubbornly unresponsive. Song Yu and Fu Shiping exchanged knowing glances, studying He Nanxu's demeanor, while the other attendees harbored their own secret thoughts. Naturally, aside from He Nanxu, who maintained an air of calm indifference. Suddenly, he gently restrained Chuli's hand just as she was about to play her card. Chuli felt her previously feigned composure shaken, as if a tiny creature had stung her, causing a ripple of unrest and anxiety to spread from that subtle pain. After a brief moment of hesitation, she seemed to summon a sense of resolve and finally turned her gaze toward He Nanxu. She intended to say something, yet he casually interrupted her thoughts with a single remark, perhaps out of a sense of having been cooped up for too long, stating, "I see you are feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Would you like to step outside for some fresh air?" Chuli paused for a moment before processing his words. Well, since he had afforded her this courtesy, she decided to accept it. She had to admit that her emotions were indeed rather inexplicable at this moment. Not wishing to lose face in front of so many people, she pulled out her chair, stood up, and made her way outside to collect her thoughts. Chuli's figure quickly faded from the sight of the others. Song Yu, being particularly perceptive, caught a hint of her phone conversation and immediately began perusing his own device, checking the news and engaging in brief exchanges with someone. Before long, he set aside his feigned nonchalance and spoke seriously to He Nanxu. "I believe your current situation is rather precarious. It could very well lead to you being ousted once again." Chapter 63. Would you like to plunge into the abyss with me? Before He Nanxu could utter a word, Fu Shiping, usually an epitome of tranquility, exhibited a flicker of intrigue at the remark. "What do you mean?" Song Yu nonchalantly tossed his phone onto the table. "You can see for yourselves." He Nanxu maintained his characteristic demeanor, one that suggested even a fleeting glance was a waste of time. However, Fu Shiping reached for the phone and began to read it attentively, word by word. Song Yu played the role of a translator. The news of Shun Li's racing accident had erupted on the internet, with reports of his serious injuries suggesting that his racing days might be over. Although Shun Li was not a celebrity in the entertainment industry, he frequently made headlines due to his father's penchant for associating with starlets. His father, not only a significant investor in the film industry, but also the owner of a production company boasting an array of top-tier stars, had once again managed to capture public attention. Just recently, a scandal broke out, revealing that Shun Li's father had taken a popular drama's leading lady, who was 3 years younger than Shun Li, as his new partner. The situation escalated when Shun Li, in a shocking turn of events, became romantically involved with his father's new partner, only to be caught in the act. The Shun family's tabloid tales have become a staple of online gossip. Coupled with Shun Li's title as the youngest F1 driver in the country and his numerous international accolades, his notoriety remained high. The footage of his accident spread like wildfire, amassing over 100 million views within just 2 hours. The video was harrowing. A car exceeding speeds of 240 km/h lost control on a bend, resulting in a multi-car collision. Shun Li's vehicle was catapulted into the air, spinning multiple times before crashing violently to the ground, igniting flames and billowing smoke as it skidded for a considerable distance. Ultimately, his car was wedged between the guardrail and a tire wall, rendered completely inoperative. Fortunately, Shun Li had the presence of mind to manually shut off the engine during the rollover, significantly mitigating the fire risk. Otherwise, it could have cost him his life. Do you think, if his sister-in-law sees this video, it would break her heart? Song Yu, ever the provocateur, mused aloud, perhaps engaging in a form of self-inflicted emotional torment to win back a lover. He Nanxu shot him a cold glance, his eyes glinting like a blade, piercing through the flesh of that implication. "Wife? Whose wife?" "Yours. Yours," Song Yu hastily corrected, What I meant was, he possesses quite the strategy. Initially, public attention was captivated by the racing incident, but it wasn't long before the narrative shifted. An anonymous insider revealed that Shun Li's accident was linked to his ex-girlfriend. Netizens were perplexed, questioning, ex-girlfriend? Which one? He must have enough to fill a playground with all his former flames. The informant clarified. This ex-girlfriend was a classmate from his high school and university days. She is the only one he has openly acknowledged in his social circle. The others? Merely distractions. A facade. She is his true love. However, they parted ways just a month after their relationship began. His ex-girlfriend remarried mere hours after their breakup. Yet he found himself unable to move on. In a state of melancholy, he sought solace in racing, but ultimately, he overindulged. The discord between him and his former partner stemmed from his own mistakes, which he failed to rectify adequately. He lamented that he could no longer race and recognized that he had no one to blame but himself for the repercussions he faced. Netizens were clearly skeptical, feeling that this narrative starkly contrasted with the persona of Shun Li they typically encountered online. Amidst their doubts, an insider, perhaps a close confidant, released several photographs to substantiate claims. Many have claimed to be his ex-girlfriend, but can any of you find a single photograph of him alongside her? Even the widely followed ex-girlfriend, under the relentless scrutiny of paparazzi, has not been captured in a single frame with him. This insider must have been among their closest circle, as evidenced by the plethora of intimate photographs they provided. Song Yu seized the phone from Fu Shiping, downloading all the images before handing the device to He Nanxu. Brother, you must see this. Your rival has encroached upon your territory. If you do not take action soon, do you wish to let your rival invade your home? He Nanxu, irritated by Song Yu's incessant chatter, inadvertently glanced at the images. His gaze became ensnared by one particular photograph. It depicted a red Ferrari teetering perilously on the edge of a bottomless cliff, its front wheels precariously rolling over gravel, half of one wheel dangling over the abyss. Inside the car, Shunli leaned toward a beautiful, obedient woman in the passenger seat. The woman clung tightly to him, her face nestled against his neck in an intimate embrace. Opposite them, the sun began to rise, casting warm rays that pierced through the darkness, creating ripples of light that enveloped the couple. It was a scene both thrilling and breathtaking. He Nanxu's gaze remained fixed on a photograph, lost in its depths for an indeterminate time. Just as the atmosphere in the room grew thick with tension, seemingly frozen in time, he abruptly rose from his seat, his expression steely, and strode toward the exit without uttering a word. Could it be that he was heading to confront his sister-in-law? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Song Yu felt a pang of regret, realizing he may have stoked the flames too fervently. His intention was never to jeopardize the relationship between He Nanxu and Chuli. He merely wished for He Nanxu to regain his composure and not allow the embers of his wife's past romance to reignite. What should I do now? Panic-stricken, Song Yu stood up. Fu Shiping, seemingly detached from the unfolding drama, leisurely exhaled a cloud of smoke. What to do? I suppose he will handle it with great flair, ensuring it is quite the spectacle. Song Yu thought to himself, this is disastrous. Chuli, emerging from the private room, was uncertain of her next destination. She strolled along the elegant, vintage corridor for perhaps 10 minutes before reaching its end, where she leaned against a wall, contemplating her thoughts. The class monitor incessantly sent her several WeChat messages, yet they did not pertain to Shun Li. Rather, she expressed her apologies, acknowledging that as an outsider, she should not intrude upon the personal matters between her and Shun Li. Chuli refrained from responding. As she unlocked her phone, a slew of news notifications caught her eye, all concerning an accident involving Shun Li at the racetrack. She was unsure why she felt compelled to watch the video. Subsequently, she found herself following the links to various gossip articles about Shun Li and his ex-girlfriend. Naturally, she stumbled upon that photograph. Memories flooded back. She distinctly recalled that the photo was taken on the 28th day of her relationship with Shun Li. On that day, he whimsically took her for a thrilling day of racing. Chuli had always been a quiet and obedient individual, adhering to the rules throughout the years without engaging in any rebellious or adventurous acts. Yet, she found herself seated in his car. Shun Li raced with a group of drivers on exhilarating mountain tracks. On that day, he resembled a reckless daredevil. As he accelerated and drifted, Chuli felt as though her very insides would leap from her throat. Unsurprisingly, he claimed the top position. Chuli assumed that was the culmination of their escapade. But before she could recover from her rapid breaths and weakened limbs, he slammed his foot on the accelerator, propelling the car toward the cliff's edge, devoid of guardrails. The front wheels hung perilously over the precipice, the vehicle swaying like a branch in the wind, on the brink of collapse. Chuli was taken aback, instinctively clutching him tightly. Even now, the memory of that moment sends shivers down her spine. Later, she recalled Shunli gently caressing her pale, frightened face, his deep, seductive voice, both inviting and enticing. Chuli, would you like to plunge into the abyss with me? Chapter 64. A promise to experience the joys of being a woman. Chuli's thoughts grew increasingly chaotic. He Nanxu had suggested she step outside for some fresh air, yet she found her mood becoming heavier and more oppressive. When one is alone in silence, it is inevitable that the mind wanders into disarray. Perhaps it was best to return. Clutching her phone tightly in her palm, Chuli turned back towards the private room. As she approached the door, she spotted He Nanxu standing still like a statue, smoking. In Chuli's memory, he was not one to smoke often, but at that moment, he seemed to be drawing deeply from the cigarette, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. It appeared that one cigarette was insufficient to alleviate the turmoil within him. As he finished one, he prepared to light another. Yet, just as he was about to do so, Chuli, unable to restrain herself, quickened her pace to reach him. You're out here too? She asked, her gaze fixated on the cigarette in his hand. Believing she could not tolerate the smell of smoke, He Nanxu extinguished it in a nearby trash bin. His voice, tinged with fatigue, was low and husky as he replied, just needed to clear my head. Chuli was momentarily taken aback, her response hesitant. Have you been feeling cooped up in there too? Yes, he replied, I lost and it weighs on my mind. You lost? In the game? Chuli expressed her astonishment, given He Nanxu's exceptional skills at cards. Taking a deep breath to clear her cluttered thoughts, she resolutely suggested, why don't we go back in and try again? We can win it back. He Nanxu observed her suddenly determined demeanor, feeling an indescribable sensation within him, akin to being cut by a dull blade, repeatedly. Yes, he had seen those photographs, images of her entwined with another man in a car, and even ones from her distant school days. One captured a moment where a girl sat by the window in the back seat, diligently studying, while a man across the aisle lounged with his legs crossed, gazing at her. Another was from their university days during a basketball game. He was sprinting across the court, and she held a bottle of water, seemingly standing far away, yet that spot was the prime vantage point to watch him play. Though all those photographs depicted her profile or back, and others might not recognize her, He Nanxu could see her instantly. Even in the high school photo with her thick bangs, black-rimmed glasses, and loose uniform, she was unrecognizable to most, yet to him, she was unmistakable. Photographs possess a warmth, each frame encapsulating a story shared between them. How could he not feel jealousy, not feel envious? Yet, at that moment, he found no leisure to indulge in such feelings. As he gently wrapped his arm around her waist, his expression softened as he said, All right, let us go win it back. In the latter part of the card game, He Nanxu and Chuli, the couple, joined forces to dominate the table, leaving Song Yu and Fu Shiping utterly exasperated. They played until the early hours, and as fatigue began to weigh on Chuli, her eyelids grew heavy. Only then did the game come to an end. Upon returning home, Chuli took a quick shower and collapsed on her bed, too weary to contemplate anything else, and soon drifted off into slumber. 2 days later marked the commencement of work. Chuli devoted all her attention to her tasks, finding solace in busyness that kept her mind from wandering. Is it true, my dear Chuli, that you're already working overtime on your first day back? Zhou Chuli exclaimed in surprise upon seeing her still seated at her desk as the clock signaled the end of the workday. Do you truly adore your job this much? Most of the office had already emptied. Without hesitation, Zhou Chuli glided over at her chair and cast a teasing glance at her. Has there been any follow-up on that matter? Chuli, feeling perplexed, responded, What matter? Zhou Chuli clicked her tongue. Concerning your husband. Weren't you eager to pursue that? Did you follow through? Chuli felt a rush of embarrassment at the direct inquiry, her cheeks flushing. She cleared her throat, attempting to conceal her discomfort. No. Zhou Chuli sighed, as if lamenting on her behalf. What a pity. You seem to have missed out on a woman's pleasures, she added. Chuli opened her mouth, unsure of how to respond, but Zhong Xingyue, not dwelling on the topic any longer, urged her, come on. Let us grab a bite to eat. It's on me. Even if you're working late, you must eat well first. Zhong Xingyue promptly whisked Chuli away to a nearby Chinese restaurant. It dawned on Chuli that she hadn't informed He Nanxu of her whereabouts. They had established certain agreements, such as notifying each other if they would be late returning home. Consequently, Chuli sent him her location along with a message, having dinner with colleagues. Zhong Xingyue quickly ordered the food. At the table, her spirits were high. Having indulged in a fair amount of alcohol, and she engaged Chuli in casual banter. I met a charming young man the other day. You would believe how skilled he was. Chuli, sipping her juice, nearly choked on her drink. Fueled by the effects of the alcohol, Zhong Xingyue, known for her straightforwardness, became even more candid, excitedly sharing intricate details. You wouldn't believe his strength. It was impressive, like a stallion, you know? 3 times in one night was no issue. The key was his attentiveness. Attentiveness? For reasons unknown. Chuli suddenly recalled the hazy night when He Nanxu had gone to great lengths to please her. Instantly, her face flushed crimson. Just as Zhong Xingyue continued with her animated recounting, Chuli found herself unable to interject when she heard a faint click. The door to the private room had swung open. Unbeknownst to her, Zhong Xingyue continued to speak in her intoxicating tone. Sister, since your marriage with your husband is a contractual one, surely you are free to indulge in your own pleasures? Why not? Give a little wolf cub a try. Yes, you. It will open the door to a new world for you, allowing you to experience the joys of womanhood. Chapter 65. The possibility of betrayal. When Li first comprehended the figure standing at the entrance of the private room, her eyes widened in astonishment. Instinctively, she reached out to cover Zhong Xingyue's mouth, but it was already too late. The charming young man was one thing, but the innocent boy was another. Or perhaps, you have a preference for older partners? Regardless of your tastes, dear sister, I assure you that I have valuable resources and connections at your disposal. Rest assured, they are by no means of questionable character. They have been meticulously selected, whether it be in terms of height, looks, or family background. At that moment, Zhong Xingyue was facing away from the entrance and did not notice the tall figure striding confidently toward her. Li was momentarily taken aback, and upon meeting He Nanxu's gaze, she realized his deep, dark eyes were observing her with a hint of amusement. What did that look signify? A sense of unease washed over her as she awkwardly averted her gaze, earnestly warning Zhong Xingyue, Yeah, the boss is here. What boss? Zhong Xingyue found Li's words bewildering. It was after working hours, so where did this boss come from? Oh, speaking of the boss, I have something to discuss. Don't say anything more. Well then, do you want some resources? Zhong Xingyue continued, pulling out her phone. Let me recommend you a WeChat contact. Just as she was about to present a QR code to Li, a long, clean hand emerged from her periphery, snatching the phone away and pressing the screen off. Zhong Xingyue huffed in annoyance. Who are you? How rude. She turned her head, frowning. In her blurred vision, a tall figure swayed before her. Straining her eyes, she caught sight of an impressive silhouette. Even without seeing his face clearly, she quickly realized. Mr. He? She sprang to her feet, as if propelled by springs. What brings you here? He Nanxu smirked subtly. If I don't come, I might find myself being betrayed. Excuse me? Zhong Xingyue was confused. What are you talking about, boss? Li was equally taken aback by He Nanxu's bold remarks in front of Zhong Xingyue, staring at him in disbelief. Zhong Xingyue's mind was processing slowly, her speech matching the tempo. I was merely recommending a few suitable male friends to Li just now. What does that have to do with Mr. He? Isn't it rather intrusive for a boss to meddle in the personal lives of employees? He Nanxu cast a cool glance at the perplexed Zhong Xingyue, his tone steady and unhurried. If you intend to introduce my wife's WeChat to other men, tell me, how is that unrelated to me? Zhong Xingyue's mind erupted in a thunderous realization, akin to a lightning bolt striking. She was so stunned that her expression faltered. Her frantic gaze darting toward the now equally flustered Li, desperate to articulate something, yet her throat felt as though it was choked by a thorn, rendering her unable to utter a single syllable. Once again, Li's gaze met He Nanxu's. Although she had abstained from alcohol this evening, she found herself somewhat disoriented. Mr. He, my colleague has had too much to drink. I hope you can understand, she explained, adding, "Furthermore, I have no such intentions. I have always been quite well-behaved and possess a sense of professional ethics." And then, could you possibly retract what you just said? Chuli felt that He Nanxu's gaze was as bright as a mirror, capable of penetrating the depths of one's thoughts. She had hinted quite clearly, believing he would understand, only to find that he showed no inclination to align with her perspective. Instead, he addressed Zhou Xingyue, stating, "If my wife has certain needs, I can fulfill them. So Ms. Zhong need not trouble herself." Zhou Xingyue nearly gasped, almost choking on her breath upon hearing this. What should she do? Should she simply feign fainting? Yet before she could even lay her head on the table, her boss casually remarked, "You've had too much to drink. I'll have my assistant take you home. As for my wife, I will take her with me." Chuli was taken aback that He Nanxu so nonchalantly disclosed their relationship in front of colleagues. As a precaution, on the way home with He Nanxu, she discreetly took out her phone and sent a lengthy message to Zhou Xingyue. She first acknowledged the fact that she and He Nanxu were in a contractual marriage, clarified that she hadn't intended to keep it from her, and explained extensively before concluding with, "Could you please keep this confidential for now?" Zhou Xingyue replied, "Sister, please allow me a moment to gather my thoughts before answering your questions." Chuli tightened her grip on the phone, her expression revealing her inner turmoil. She found it hard to fathom the prospect of arriving at the office the following morning and having others discover that she was the boss's wife at Yahoo Group. He Nanxu, driving, caught a glimpse of her expression from the corner of his eye and coldly inquired, "Am I so unpresentable? Is it a source of shame for you to make our relationship public?" "Not all," Chuli replied with a self-deprecating smile. "Perhaps. I am simply someone who dislikes complications." He Nanxu gazed deeply into her eyes, asserting that making their relationship public would alleviate many of her troubles. Indeed, the identity of Mrs. He would provide her with considerable support, sparing her from numerous inconveniences. "However, the troubles I referred are not those types," Chuli clarified. "What if our agreement expires and we decide to part ways?" Chuli was merely hypothesizing. After all, his every action drew considerable attention, and she feared that such a situation would lead to unwanted drama. He Nanxu tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his chiseled profile tense. "In your heart, you've always harbored thoughts of abandoning me, haven't you?" The man spoke, suppressed emotions lacing his tone with a hint of grievance and melancholy that Chuli had never witnessed before, subtle yet unmistakable. Feeling an inexplicable pang of sympathy, Chuli earnestly replied, "You too are entitled to such considerations." Chuli had always believed that relationships required adjustment. She and He Nanxu were currently navigating through a phase of such adjustment. Should there come a day when he grows weary and wishes to no longer sustain this relationship, he is free to contemplate such a decision at any moment. The instant Chuli's words fell, He Nanxu abruptly pressed the brake, bringing the vehicle to a halt at a traffic light intersection. Outside, the world bustled with vibrant chaos. Yet within the car, silence enveloped them, rendering even their breaths distinctly audible. Chuli felt a twinge of anxiety, instinctively tightening her seatbelt. "I have no such intentions," he declared, his gaze fixed upon the surging flow of vehicles ahead. "I understand your concerns regarding our relationship. Please feel free to boldly pursue your innermost desires. The rest shall be entrusted to me. I shall ensure that you harbor no worries and that you never perceive me as an inescapable burden." Chapter 66. He Nanxu. "I long to kiss you." Chuli lowered her gaze, pressed her lips together, her voice barely a whisper, almost dissipating before it reached his ears. "What you mean is, if one day you wish to end it, then so be it." She had not anticipated that the man who had just claimed, "I have no such intentions," would turn around and relent. Yet, if he did not relent, what alternative remained? In that moment of silence, the traffic light ahead illuminated green. He Nanxu merged his vehicle into the slow-moving stream of cars, hindered by the evening rush. "Although I have no such intentions, if your presence beside me causes you anguish, it is my duty to let you go. However, Chuli, I have expressed my hope that you thrive and flourish after leaving me, at the very least, to live with confidence and hold your head high." She was meant to be radiant and self-assured, living with her head held high. He Nanxu recalled that year when he sat in the audience, watching Chuli shine on stage like a noble and elegant swan. That was the essence of who she was supposed to be. Chuli's mind was in disarray. Upon arriving home, she rushed to the bathroom, submerging herself in the bathtub. The gentle water enveloped her body, gradually easing her taut nerves. Meanwhile, He Nanxu sat on the sofa in the living room, idly toying with a black smartphone. Suddenly, a call from Songyu came through. "Aksu, how are things with your sister-in-law now?" Songyu cautiously probed. He Nanxu's gaze fell upon the pure, white gardenias on the balcony, his expression indifferent as he replied, "Nothing much." "Really?" Songyu sounded skeptical. "Why are both of you so remarkably composed?" He Nanxu was disinclined to engage. "If there's nothing pressing, hang up." "Wait, I have one more question." "Speak." "I want to ask about the news online regarding Shun Li and his ex-girlfriend. Aren't you going to suppress that? If this continues, your sister-in-law's name will be uncovered, which would not bode well for your relationship." He Nanxu replied, "Such trivial antics do not concern me." He Nanxu possessed a certain demeanor, one cultivated through the tempests of life, exuding a composed confidence and poise. Yet, Songyu understood all too well that He Nanxu could also panic regarding his relationship with Chuli. "I know you feel invincible due to your legitimate relationship, but I must caution you, Shunli is undoubtedly your greatest rival in this lifetime, without exception." Songyu was also aware that He Nanxu had always approached his relationship with Chuli openly and honestly. In fact, it would not hurt to be a tad more cunning. He Nanxu narrowed his eyes slightly, as if pondering the notion. "Cunning?" "Yes, cunning and unscrupulous, that's the idea." Songyu clarified. He Nanxu possessed an abundance of strategies at his disposal. At the tender age of 7 or 8, he began to immerse himself in the family business under his father's guidance. By the time he reached 24, he had ascended to the position of president at Yahoo Group, deftly navigating the intricacies of the business world. This success stemmed not merely from his adeptness, but perhaps more from his unscrupulous methods. Those in power often present a facade of glamour, yet they harbor depths of cunning and shadows of darkness. "Pray tell, how despicable." The unexpected retort from He Nanxu caught Songyu off guard. He found himself momentarily at a loss, struggling to conjure a concrete strategy, and could only allow his mind to wander into murky territories, such as coercive tactics or making an irreversible decision. "Are you unwell?" "Indeed. It is I who am unwell. I am the one who is sordid." Songyu quickly reined in his chaotic thoughts, adopting a more serious tone. "Or perhaps you could employ seduction? The goal is to evoke a primal desire within her. If she develops a physical attraction, who knows, it might blossom into something deeper." He Nanxu lowered her gaze, her brow furrowing slightly. "I understand you lack experience in this matter, yet requires little expertise. Simply dress a bit more revealingly. Just a mere removal of your top, and with your physique, I assure you it would be quite captivating." "Apologies, what I mean is..." Before Song, you could finish his sentence, He Nanxu impatiently hung up the phone. He raised his hand to glance at his watch. She had been in the bath for nearly 40 minutes without any sign of movement. He Nanxu stood and approached the bathroom door, gently knocking twice. "Are you finished?" The occupant of the bathroom finally reacted to the sound. "Oh, I'm almost done." The water in the tub had grown cold, prompting Chu Li to rise and consider rinsing off onto the shower. Perhaps due to her long soak, she suddenly felt dizzy. Her foot slipped, and she fell heavily to the floor, knocking over a nearby shelf in the process. Instantly, the bathroom was filled with a cacophony of noise. Standing at the door, He Nanxu felt an unsettling thrum in his temples. Typically composed, he found himself momentarily unbalanced. Without further thought, he strode into the room with purpose. Chu Li lay on the floor, entirely exposed, remnants of foam clinging to her skin, utterly disheveled. The sight of He Nanxu entering sent her into a spiral of embarrassment. She flushed crimson, lowering her gaze and scrambling to cover herself. But there was nothing within reach to shield her. In her moment of confusion, a white towel enveloped her form. He lowered his gaze. "Did you twist your ankle?" Chuli shook her head. "No, it just hurts a bit." He knelt beside her, his warm hand gently gripping her ankle, rotating and massaging it with care. Despite her previous state of undress, which was undeniably provocative, his eyes skillfully avoided any areas that might make her feel self-conscious. Instead, his focus remained steadfast on her slightly pained ankle. So close, the crisp, refreshing scent of the man mingled with her breath, intertwining in delicate strands. He was clearly attired in a crisp shirt and tailored trousers, enveloping himself with an air of propriety. However, it seemed that Chuli could perceive through the layers of fabric, the sleek, well-defined muscles beneath, taut and radiating an undeniable sense of strength. Her heart raced with fervor. The heat of desire felt as though it were confined within a sealed box, struggling desperately to break free from its constraints. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind, reminiscent of a saying, "Sister, do not waste your emotions on such matters. Honor the instincts of your body." He Nanxu. Her voice trembled slightly. The man appeared taken aback, lifting his gaze. "I wish to kiss you." Chapter 67. Almost killed by He Nanxu's figure stiffened. His usually calm and profound gaze was now filled with a heat that stirred her heart, piercing deeply into her eyes. He gently lifted her chin, his warm fingertips grazing her crimson lips, the pressure expertly controlled, yet sending waves of desire coursing through Chuli's heart. He steadied his breath, as if seeking confirmation, and inquired softly, "What do you wish to do?" She noticed the enticing movement of his Adam's apple, which instantaneously ignited a parched sensation within her. Chuli felt as though she were under a spell, her eyes hazy, her moist lips parting slightly as she repeated, "I said, I want to kiss you." A soft chuckle escaped him. He often effortlessly discerned her thoughts, yet this moment left him somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, he was always accommodating. In her moment of daze, she heard his low, indulgent voice, "All right, you may kiss." "You may kiss?" Chuli's hands, which had been resting at her sides, suddenly clenched tightly. Was he relinquishing control to her? In their previous encounters, she had always been passive. She had never taken the initiative. With her gaze locked on the man's alluring lips and her heart pounding like thunder, she slowly leaned in, capturing his lips with her own. Mimicking his earlier actions, she attempted to part his lips, though her movements appeared somewhat clumsy. The soft, sweet flavor gradually flowed between their mouths. He Nanxu's breath became noticeably ragged. Unable to contain himself any longer, he enveloped her waist with one hand, lifting her effortlessly from the ground. Chuli's delicate form was pressed against the wall, barely steadying herself. When he bent down, hands braced against her sides, kissing her with greater fervor and intensity, like a tempest unleashed. When he transformed from passive to aggressive, Chuli found herself utterly defenseless. Dazed by the kiss, she could only weakly cling to his body, breathless sighs escaping her lips. In her flustered state, her hand accidentally brushed against the shower switch, and a sudden cascade of water poured down upon them, drenching them both. He Nanxu halted at the sound of her startled gasp, pausing to regain his composure. After a few moments of silence, he lowered his head, resting it gently against her forehead. Chuli heard his heavy, drawn-out breath, sending shivers through her scalp. "Is it just a kiss that you desire?" she asked, suppressing the flush of heat on her face, her hands pressing against his chest as she slightly distanced herself from their close proximity. "Tonight, let us leave it at this. Just this?" Logic urged He Nanxu to recognize that she had taken a significant step forward this evening. He had tasted sweetness and should know when to stop. Yet, the surging desire within him felt like an insatiable chasm, compelling him to delve deeper, to crave more. Chuli bit her lip, daring not to meet his gaze. His eyes were captivating and profound. When he looked down at her, his expression was imbued with deep affection, and she feared becoming ensnared in his fervor. With her head bowed, she whispered, "Yes, just this." A mere kiss had already overwhelmed her. She contemplated the next steps, realizing she needed further preparation. He Nanxu, with a hint of helplessness, curved his lips into a subtle smile and pressed a gentle kiss on her forehead. "All right, I understand. I shall wait a little longer." His restraint and tolerance enveloped Chuli, making her heart feel as if it were stifled by a soft cloud. "I'm sorry. I accept your apology," he murmured, his lips gradually descending to her ear, his voice deep and husky, "for indeed, you're driving me to my limits." Without waiting for Chuli's response, he straightened up, adjusting the towel that threatened to slip from her grasp, and gently advised, "Wash thoroughly, but don't take too long." Chuli, her voice barely audible, replied with a soft, "Okay." He gazed longingly at her flushed, dewy lips for a few moments before turning to leave, retreating to another bathroom. After finishing her shower, Chuli emerged to find his door firmly shut, prompting her to return to her own room. She lay quietly on her bed, her gaze fixed on the warm glow emanating from the chandelier above. Time slipped by unnoticed until her phone, resting on the bedside table, buzzed with vibrations. Upon checking, she found it was a WeChat message from Zhou Chuli. "Sister, may I ask if something is troubling you?" Chuli, still reeling from that passionate kiss, stared blankly at the message, her mind somewhat numb as she replied with a simple. Seeing her response, Zhou Chuli quickly sent 3 voice messages in excitement. "Sister, are you a living bodhisattva? With such an exceptional man by your side every day, how can you remain unperturbed? That is quite a waste. Please sleep with him." Chuli snapped back to reality, startled by Zhou Xunyue's exuberant voice. She quickly sat up, adjusting the volume on her phone to a lower setting. After a prolonged internal struggle, she finally responded, "I nearly lost control just now." Zhou Xunyue expressed a sense of frustration, then just indulged. What followed was a lengthy silence. It was at this moment that Zhou Xunyue gradually calmed down. Understanding Chuli's nature, she sighed softly and refrained from pressing the issue further, instead offering reassurance. "Don't place too much psychological burden on yourself. Let things unfold naturally. I promise I will keep my mouth shut and won't speak of this until you publicly announce it." Chuli replied with a simple thank you, and the conversation ended there. Holding her phone, she lay on the bed, her thoughts a chaotic whirlwind, like a young deer frantically darting about. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the stillness of the night, a man clad in a blue and white hospital gown sat on his bed, clutching his phone, seemingly lost in thought for an extended period. The door to the ward creaked open. Ji Yong entered, observing the man seated on the bed, his brow slightly furrowing. Though the man sat there in calmness, an aura of poignant despair emanated from him. Having accompanied Shun Li for many years, he had never witnessed him in such a state, resembling a living corpse. "Brother Shun, the doctor advised you to rest more." Despite the commotion, there was no discernible reaction from Shun Li. Ji Yong hesitated, taking a few steps forward to stand by the bedside, extending a hand with a phone that was shattered like a spider's web and deformed. "Brother Shun, I found the phone you asked me to locate last time." Upon hearing this, the man's drooping eyelashes fluttered slightly. Finally, he responded, reaching for the phone and pressing the power button, but despite his prolonged effort, the screen remained dark. He raised his gaze coldly. "What is the matter?" Ji Yong replied, "This phone is severely damaged. I sought repairs at several places, but to no avail." "Then continue searching until you find a place that can fix it." Shun Li's tone, calm yet frigid, conveyed an undeniable resolve that Ji Yong could not ignore. He found the situation perplexing. Why was Shun Li so fixated on this phone? Not long ago, he had lost it and had gone to great lengths to have it searched for. Yet, he had already acquired a newer, more expensive model. Surely, he could replace it with countless new devices if he wished. What value remained in a phone in such a state? After some contemplation, Ji Yong deduced the only possibility. "Brother Shun, is there something particularly important contained within this phone?" Shun Li remained silent for a long while, ultimately offering a self-mocking smile. "Yes, there are indeed significant things. However, in its current condition, unable to even power on, recovery seemed impossible. How many times must I tell you? As long as you are alive, keep searching for it." "But why search? Perhaps all losses are akin to this." Acknowledging the futility of restoration, yet still grappling desperately against the inevitable, Shun Li's encounter with Chu Li took place one evening. For a period, he habitually appeared near an entrance of the Yahweh Group building, a passage frequented by employees during their commutes. Uncertain of how many consecutive days he had been there, he finally awaited what he had long desired. That evening, around 6 o'clock, he sat within his car, observing from a distance as he spotted Chu Li amidst the bustling crowd. Chapter 68. Prepare for the next step on a drizzly early spring evening. The air was thick with a gentle grayness. Chu Li, clad in an elegant cream-colored overcoat, emerged from her workplace, an umbrella in hand. Even amidst the subdued light, her porcelain skin and tall, slender figure commanded attention, making her an unmistakable presence. As she walked along a bustling street, she engaged in a phone conversation, oblivious to the tall figure trailing her, a man dressed in a black windbreaker, his cap pulled low to obscure much of his face. not far behind. Shunli overheard her softly inquire of the caller. So, will you be out tonight and returning late? No. I want to be coming back tonight, came the man's voice, tinged with a hint of disinterest. I'm on a business trip to Haishur with a flight back tomorrow morning. You needn't wait for me. Before Chuli could respond, he added, remember to lock the door when you go to bed. Keep all the lights on. If you're feeling scared, I can have Jiayin come over to keep you company. She lives at home while studying at university in Jingzhou. Amut Chuli Lauget. Her tone rising with a playful lilt she was unaware of. There's no need to trouble my sister. I'm not a 3-year-old. You make me sound like a helpless coward. I'm not scared at all. There was a brief pause on the other end. Really? Not scared? Chuli took a moment to ponder. In the past, she had indeed been afraid of the dark, often leaving a light on by her bedside at night. She had her little rituals, checking the door lock 3 to 5 times before sleep, and occasionally waking in the middle of the night to sit in the living room, lost in thought. However, she had recently noticed a significant improvement in her sleep quality and hadn't woken up in the dead of night for some time. She slowly realized that she had grown more relaxed and at ease in that house. Yet, with the absence of a roommate tonight, things felt different. I don't really know if I'll be afraid, she admitted honestly. After a moment's hesitation, she cautiously asked, if I can't sleep tonight, may I video call you? He chuckled lightly, of course you can. That's good, she replied. As they continued their light-hearted conversation, He Nanxu inquired, noticing the commotion around her. Where are you now? I just got off work and plan to visit the supermarket to pick up a few things. There's a large supermarket that recently opened near the company, and they have quite a few promotions. Alone? Yes, just by myself. Be careful. Although Chuli felt that He Nanxu was overly concerned for her, she responded with gentle patience. All right, I will. After ending the call, she walked a little further and soon entered the supermarket. It seemed there was little she needed at home. The cook prepared fresh ingredients daily, and essential supplies were regularly restocked, ensuring that they were never in short supply. Initially, Chuli was merely indulging in a whimsical thought, casually wandering about. Behind her, however, Shunli remained steadfastly at a distance, observing her every movement from a place where she could not perceive him. Following the grave incident at the racetrack, his physical condition had been far from optimal. Even standing for prolonged periods brought him discomfort in his legs. Yet, akin to self-inflicted torment, he doggedly trailed her, enduring pain as if nails were embedded in his feet. The crowded supermarket posed a challenge, where mere blink could lead to losing sight of her. Thus he dared not allow himself even a moment's distraction. He watched as she pushed her shopping cart towards the home decor section, selecting a pair of charming little trinkets. Subsequently, she chose a petite, exquisite vase. Being alone, Chuli refrained from purchasing an abundance of items. After a leisurely stroll, she decided to head to the checkout. As she passed through the food and beverage aisle, her eyes unexpectedly fell upon her favorite orange juice, prominently displayed on the shelf. Though surprised, she did not dwell on it and promptly added 2 bottles to her cart. The queue at the checkout was somewhat lengthy, yet Chuli remained unperturbed. She calmly followed the line, inching forward at a measured pace. As she neared the cashier, her gaze was drawn to a shelf nearby. There a row of contraceptives was displayed. Chuli stared at those items, her mind a tumultuous battleground. Gripping the handle of her shopping cart tightly, her tranquil facade belied a heart that raced like a taut drumbeat. Excuse me, beautiful, could you please move a bit forward? Not long after, someone urged from behind. With a surge of resolve, Chuli reached out and grabbed 2 boxes. She thought to herself, hadn't they agreed last time that once she was ready, they would explore the next step together? Surely, this item was essential for that next endeavor, right? Just as Chuli swiftly seized the items, intending to toss them into her cart, a strong hand unexpectedly reached out from behind, firmly clasping her wrist, yanking her and her shopping cart out of the queue. Chapter 69. You dare not even acknowledge your love for him. The sudden commotion left Chuli utterly bewildered, causing the items in her hands to tumble to the ground. She abruptly raised her head to gaze at the person who had seized her. Although she could not clearly discern his face at that moment, a familiar sensation seemed etched into her very bones, coursing through her veins with profound intensity. For a moment, she was at a loss as to how to respond. Fixating on the man before her, she finally managed to stammer a few words. What do you want? Shunli let out a light scoff, his gaze trailing down the contours of her beautiful, docile face, eventually settling on the 2 boxes lying on the ground. Though he uttered not a single word, Chuli inexplicably grasped the multitude of meanings behind his silence. She struggled to pull her wrist free from his grip, but the disparity in their strength rendered her efforts futile. He merely applied a fraction of his force, leaving her immobilized. Furrowing her brow slightly, Chuli surveyed the throngs of passers-by around them, noting that some had already cast curious glances in their direction. In that moment of tension, she heard his voice cut through the air. "Do you love him?" His nonchalant question momentarily caught her off guard, but she quickly regained her composure, responding, "That is none of your concern." The smile playing at the corners of Shun Li's lips grew increasingly sardonic. "Look at you, you cannot even admit to loving him. Yet you contemplate surrendering yourself to him?" Chuli tilted her head back to meet his gaze, her voice calm, yet piercing. "And you? How many women have you slept with? You know the answer deep down. Do you love them? So, Shunli, on what grounds do you stand in such a position to criticize me? I confess, I once harbored feelings for you, but I am not obliged to remain chaste for you after our separation." For years, Chuli had concealed her feelings for him, relegating them to a shadowy corner of her heart where they could quietly sprout, flourish, and ultimately wither away. Yet now, she could openly acknowledge the truth of her past affections for him. She did not wish to end her feelings with bitterness. Rather, she felt grateful for his past presence, which had illuminated her life. As for this relationship, it was less about her relinquishing him and more about her finally liberating herself. Increasingly, curious eyes were drawn to their exchange. Chuli discreetly moderated her breathing, aware that some sentiments were best left unspoken in this public setting. "Shall we go for a meal?" Her demeanor was tranquil, akin to a still lake. Meanwhile, turmoil raged within him. The corners of his eyes reddened as he fixated on her strikingly resolute face. Yet the pressure of his grip involuntarily lessened. Seizing the opportunity during his distraction, Chuli swiftly withdrew her hand from his grasp. Bending down to calmly retrieve the 2 boxes of condoms from the floor and placing them back into her shopping cart, she pushed the cart forward, apologetically addressing the man in front of her. "I apologize, sir, an unexpected incident just occurred. May I rejoin the line ahead of you?" The man, who had originally stood behind her, witnessed the entire scene and graciously replied, "No problem. Please go ahead." With a word of thanks, Chuli proceeded to check out at the self-service register. She possessed few belongings, swiftly settled her bill, and departed with a single bag in hand. At the moment she turned, she did not glance back, yet she was aware that Shunli had followed her. The shopping mall near the company was familiar to Chuli, who had visited it numerous times before and was well aware of the many dining establishments it housed. With the housekeeper returning to her hometown for a couple of days, Chuli had originally planned to have a meal there before heading home. However, an unexpected addition to her plans was the company of another person. Navigating with ease, Chuli found a delightful Chinese restaurant, where the server guided them to a table by the window. She took the menu and deftly ordered several home-style dishes, ensuring that none were overly spicy. After a moment of hesitation, while studying the menu, she pointed to one dish and inquired, "This dish typically includes shredded ginger, correct?" "Yes," came the reply. "Then, could you kindly inform the kitchen that we would like this dish without shredded ginger, please?" Chuli glanced at Shunli, giving a subtle nod. "Certainly, customer," the server responded. Once the menu was returned, Chuli produced some orange juice she had purchased from the supermarket, pouring 2 glasses. She placed one in front of him, asking, "Would you like some orange juice?" Her calm demeanor was like a sharp knife, piercing his heart. After a moment of silence, under her gaze, he finally lifted the glass of orange juice to his lips. Instantly, the sweet and sour flavor danced across his palate. This taste, reminiscent of their relationship, was indeed a blend of sweetness and complexity. Shunli tightened his grip around the glass, filled with juice, his gaze wandering absently to the woman across from him. Suddenly, memories from their high school days flooded back to him. During the 2nd semester of their senior year, by a stroke of chance, they had become desk mates. It was then that he noticed a bottle of this particular brand of orange juice always resting in her desk. Subsequently, one day, a bottle of the same juice quietly appeared on his own desk as well. Shenli understood that Chuli possessed a steadfastness towards people, matters, or objects. For instance, she could remain unwavering in her affection for someone for 8 years, or savor the same brand of orange juice for over a decade. With a touch of self-deprecation, he mused internally. Losing someone like her was truly a talent of his own. As the dishes began to arrive at their table, Chuli, feeling genuinely hungry, initially neglected to converse much with Shenli, opting instead to quietly take a few bites. Recently, her meals had become quite regular, and her previously troubled stomach was gradually improving. However, the downside was that her body, once resilient against hunger, now suffered when deprived for too long. Thus, she felt compelled to eat a few bites to quell her hunger. Shenli hardly touched his chopsticks, his attention fixated on her. The changes in her were evident. In a short span, she had grown more poised and confident. She had also learned how to truly cherish herself. After consuming half a bowl of rice, Chuli noticed that Shenli had not touched his chopsticks. She hesitated for a moment, intending to say something, but then heard Shenli casually remark, "Watching you eat is rather amusing. Speak to me when you have finished." Minutes elapsed, and, as he observed her leisurely complete her meal, she wiped her mouth with a napkin and turned her gaze towards him. The first words she uttered were, "I hope we can exit each other's lives with dignity." Shenli was momentarily taken aback, then found himself amused. Crossing his arms and leaning back in his chair, he teased, "I believe you're still hungry. Why not continue eating?" Her words had a way of striking him to the core. It was during meal times that her charm was most apparent. Chuli focused intently on his eyes, an unwavering gaze that felt foreign to Shenli. Indeed, she would no longer shy away as she had in the past. She looked directly at him, articulating clearly, "It seems we should not be this way, not just like this, but this is all we have left." Just as Shenli was about to respond earnestly, Chuli became lost in her own thoughts. Speaking to herself, "I once imagined, if that night I left the club in the capital and you were willing to follow, if I had not impulsively agreed to marry Mr. He, why have waited for you as I did before?" A pang of pain surged through Shenli, regret and panic intertwining like a tempest. Just as he struggled to contain his tumultuous emotions, Chuli's next words shattered his composure. "My answer is yes." She held no illusions about her standing in their relationship. If he had pursued her, she would have reciprocated. Had she not married Mr. He, she would have waited. Chuli's voice was soft and gentle. "But I believe you understand that this world is devoid of countless ifs and hypotheticals. Therefore, I cannot turn back, nor do I wish to." The more he gazed at her calm and composed face, the more agitated he became. Someone once told him that if he were to leave her, he hoped she would thrive, living with her head held high. Chuli paused briefly, then offered a sincere and graceful smile to the man across from her. "Shenli, this is what I wish to convey to you as well. Truly, I hope you find happiness, and that you flourish abundantly. Let there be no more incidents like the one at the racetrack, all right?" A wave of despair surged within him, tightening around his throat like a noose, robbing him of breath. Even more suffocating was the sudden ringing of his phone. He glanced at the number on the table, his expression darkening. It was a call from his father. He ignored the first call, but soon the second and third followed, each ring sharp and urgent, akin to a death knell. As the fourth hour approached, Shenli decisively blocked and deleted that phone number. Seeing Shenli remain silent for an extended period, Chuli summoned a waiter and ordered several more dishes, casually settling the bill. "I'm full now. I shall take my leave. I've ordered some hot dishes for you, so take your time." After all, she had already conveyed everything she needed to say. She could not influence Shenli's thoughts or actions. Thus, she pulled out a chair, stood up, and exited the restaurant. Naturally, Shenli lost his appetite as well. He abruptly stood up, causing a commotion that attracted the attention of those around him. But he paid no heed to their gazes. He trailed behind her like a shadow, yet Chuli did not glance back, not once. Shenli fixated on her retreating figure. Much like how she had stood in the corners, he deliberately ignored over the years, watching him depart. He followed her for quite a distance until she halted at a bus stop outside the mall, hailing a taxi. He stood amidst the bustling street, watching the vehicle recede from view until it vanished entirely. Despite the surrounding vibrancy and noise, he felt as though he were ensnared in a desolate ruin. Shunli had prepared extensively for this encounter with Chuli, yet at the moment she stood before him, he realized all his preparations were futile. He was indeed suffering the consequences of his past actions. She had relinquished her love for him, teaching him the essence of how to love. Yet what he had once taken for granted was now irretrievably lost, something he would spend the rest of his life striving for in vain. Chuli soon returned home. Her residence, conveniently located near her workplace. Under normal circumstances, she could reach it in a mere 10 minutes, traffic permitting. She slumped onto the sofa, utterly drained, as if the confrontation with Shun Li had siphoned all her energy. After approximately half an hour, she finally regained some clarity and made her way to the bathroom to freshen up. Standing beneath the shower head, the fine, soothing water cascaded over her, and as usual, she lathered herself with foam, meticulously cleansing every inch of her body. However, suddenly, an unusual sensation surged within her, catching her off guard. It felt hollow. Chuli tilted her head back, eyes closed, her feeble body leaning against the wall. Images flooded her mind, like a tidal wave crashing forth. She recalled just a few days prior, when He Nanxu had pinned her against that very wall, their kisses fervent and unyielding. Then, her thoughts wandered back to the old residence, where he had asked her in his deep, sultry voice, "Madam, may I continue?" Further back, she remembered that night of intoxication, when he restrained his desires, solely seeking to please her. It was then that Chuli finally grasped the source of her unusual feeling. An overwhelming desire and fantasy for him had surged forth from some long-suppressed crevice within her. Chuli lingered in the bathroom for quite some time before reluctantly emerging, wrapped in a bathrobe. Her complexion bore an unusual crimson hue, as if she were ensnared in some lingering resonance. With a sigh, she made her way to the kitchen, poured herself a generous glass of water, and stood by the island, slowly draining it. Just then, her phone chimed with an incoming video call. Glancing at the screen, she noted it was a call from He Nanxu. Gripping her phone, she felt a twinge of guilt, yet she swiftly accepted the call, deliberately positioning the camera away from her face. Observing the scene on the screen, He Nanxu deduced she was in the kitchen at this hour. Perhaps she hadn't eaten or had merely sought refuge there. Her voice was slightly muffled as she replied, "No, I'm full. I just felt a bit thirsty and came to get some water." After a moment of hesitation, Chuli added, "By the way, I had dinner with Shunli tonight." Upon hearing this, He Nanxu exhibited no visible reaction, merely countering with a calm inquiry, "Oh, what prompted you to have dinner together?" Sore. She abruptly interjected. Her voice, though delicate, resonated like thunder in He Nanxu's ears. Chapter 70. Initiative. At this moment, He Nanxu's spirit was taut to its utmost limit. In the brief span of mere seconds, no one could fathom the intense and intricate battle of thoughts raging within his mind. Why did she say sorry after dining with Shunli? Had she resolved to reconcile with that man? Did she no longer want him? Did she wish to divorce him? Was that why she felt compelled to utter such a heavy apology? No one knew that the dignified and aloof Mr. He, who was undoubtedly the legitimate wife as husband, found himself unable to suppress the fleeting thought of becoming a mere backup in love. As long as you do not mention divorce now, there is nothing to apologize for. The man spoke in a lowered voice, each word squeezed from his throat like a reluctant confession. Chuli paused for a moment, then, with a hint of confusion, softly exclaimed, "What does this have to do with divorce? You don't want a divorce?" I have no desire for a divorce." He Nanxu gradually eased the tension within him. Regardless of the turmoil within, he maintained a facade of composure in her presence. "Madam He, you are truly obedient." After a considerable pause, Chuli regained her bearings, realizing that He Nanxu might have misunderstood something. She promptly recounted the sequence of events regarding her encounter with Shunli to him. He Nanxu remained silent for a while, contemplating that she had no reason to feel remorse in this situation. "So, why did you say sorry?" "There are many reasons." Chuli was uncertain where to begin. She simply felt that she had not been good enough during this time, not good enough to you. She was acutely aware that in their relationship, He Nanxu had always been the one making an effort, while she constantly held back. He did not begrudge the flaws in her character, only indulging her, allowing her to become unabashedly immersed in his kindness towards her, relishing his affection without reciprocating in kind. It was unfair, utterly unfair. He Nanxu quickly discerned her current state of mind through her fragmented and disjointed words. Perhaps it was due to her upbringing over the years that led Qi Li to perceive herself as a lesser being, always seeking faults within herself, feeling unworthy and undeserving. Even in her unrequited affection for Shun Li, she often felt indebted, believing that her feelings had become a burden to him. After becoming involved with He Nanxu, she faced his kindness and felt that she had nothing to offer in return, unworthy of such unearned affection. He Nanxu sighed helplessly, his voice still tinged with indulgence and affection. "Madam He, how many times must I tell you that you are deserving of all this?" There was silence on the other end. "Could you turn the camera around and let me see you?" Uncertain of her thoughts, she remained unresponsive. "Hadn't missus. You just been reflecting on her unkindness towards me. Now, why not show me a little kindness? I wish to see you. Cannot this simple request be fulfilled?" Upon hearing these words, Chuli dared not hesitate any longer and promptly turned the camera to face her own visage. Upon seeing her, a subtle ripple stirred across He Nanxu's otherwise placid countenance. Her eyes were reddened, glistening with unshed tears, as if she were valiantly suppressing her emotions. Observing her in such a state, He Nanxu longed to board a return flight immediately. "Mrs. He, I miss you so dearly." His voice, laden with restrained emotion and desire, reached Chu Li's ears, sending a shiver coursing through her being. She recalled a recent moment in the bathroom, where thoughts of his physique and his voice flooded her mind. In an instant, her mind felt overwhelmed, as if it might shatter. She endeavored to quell her tumultuous thoughts, reminding herself that they would meet at the company tomorrow. Such a response felt rather straightforward. The smile at the corner of He Nanxu's lips grew increasingly resigned. "Very well, see you tomorrow. I shan't disturb your rest." The following morning, as soon as Chu Li arrived at the office, her demeanor seemed somewhat off. Zhong Xingyue was always the first to notice her unusual state. However, to her, this peculiarity held a certain charm. With eyes crinkling in amusement, she teased, "You must have been up all night laboring with someone. You look utterly drained." Chu Li, caught off guard, felt her cheeks flush as she softly replied, Yes, on a business trip. Didn't you know?" Zhong Xingyue elongated her response with a knowing "oh." She stifled her curiosity, aware of the office's prying eyes, and refrained from relentlessly teasing Chu Li about her relationship with the boss. Instead, she placed a bag of steamed dumplings on Chu Li's desk. "I had breakfast in the cafeteria today and thought of you, knowing you love these." Chu Li smiled appreciatively and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." At this moment, Zhong Xingyue couldn't resist adding more. The cafeteria has recently opened several new outlets. It's more varied than my university cafeteria. From now on, I think my meals will be catered by the cafeteria. By the way, there's one place you're bound to love. Do you remember Sue's Noodle House from our university days? It's open here too." Sue's Noodle House? Chu Li felt a surge of confusion. She slowly sifted through her thoughts. She was aware that He Nanxu had taken the initiative to include her favorite foods in the company cafeteria. He must have learned of her fondness for the dishes from Sue's Noodle House, but he likely did not know that this particular establishment was one she had frequented with Shun Li during their university days. It was during her sophomore year that she had stumbled upon Shun Li's frequent visits to this noodle shop, and thus developed a habit of dining there 2 or 3 times a week. Upon this realization, an overwhelming sensation akin to having one's heart stuffed with cotton-enveloped Chu Li's mind, causing a slight obstruction. She endeavored to regain her composure, and, after consuming 3 small steam buns, opened her laptop to work. Just as she completed a document, a figure abruptly appeared before her, followed by a hefty stack of materials being unceremoniously tossed onto her desk. Raising her gaze, she beheld Huang Qingqing, adorned with striking makeup, who was now regarding Chu Li with an air of haughty superiority. "These documents, dear old classmate, I would appreciate your assistance with. I am quite inept at this," she declared. Since Huang Qingqing's employment commenced, the two had been at odds. Huang Qingqing resorted to various childish tactics to instigate discord, initially rallying a faction to isolate Chu Li, which bore some fruit as the enthusiastic heiress captivated the office's attention. However, it was not long before the illusion dissipated. rendering her bullying ineffective. Thus, she adopted a different strategy, leveraging her connection to her influential uncle, a secretary in a prominent government position, to assert her dominance over Chuli. Zhao Yunming had instructed Chuli to mentor Huang Qingqing. Thus, their tasks were often collaborative. Yet, Huang Qingqing frequently neglected the assignments Chuli assigned her and would intentionally create obstacles, ultimately casting blame upon Chuli and reporting her to Zhao Yunming on several occasions. With a frosty glare, Chuli scrutinized her. "Are you mentally impaired? I have instructed you on this matter thrice. Why do you still not comprehend?" Regardless of the elapsed time, Huang Qingqing remained incapable of acclimating to Chuli's composed, piercing gaze, which resembled a razor's edge. She recoiled as if struck and leaned over, bracing herself against the desk, lowering her voice to issue a threat. "What difference does it make if you teach me thrice or 5 times? I neither wish nor intend to comply. Who do you think you are to command me? Do you have any inkling of who my uncle is? Such trivial matters are beneath me. Offending me brings you no advantage. Perhaps you should exercise a bit more intelligence. Asmir gresa Chuli's leaks. It seems you have quite the network of support. A wealthy stepfather during your education and a politically powerful uncle in your professional life. Yet, if memory serves, he is not your biological uncle. There exists a different connection between you two, does there not?" Huang Qingqing's expression contorted in anger. "What alternative connection? If you dare speak such nonsense, I shall report you for slander." Chuli retorted, "Oh, reporting me for slander? That should prove quite entertaining." Huang Qingqing, fuming with rage, felt as if she might explode. In Chuli's eyes, no matter Huang Qingqing's age or her attempts at disguise, she could not shed her inherent little thug demeanor. A mere few words from Chuli sent her emotions spiraling, akin to a balloon on the verge of bursting. Amidst the escalating tension, a message from Zhao Yunming popped up in the work group for the Zhongwan project, specifically tagging Chuli. "Have the documents for supervisor approval been prepared yet? What is the delay?" In the group chat, Chuli had replied, "This part is handled by Huang Qingqing." Huang Qingqing, filled with rage, felt her phone vibrate. Frowning, she opened the group message only to discover that Chuli had reported her, glaring at her menacingly. However, she had to maintain her facade. Taking a deep breath, she performed a swift transformation, instantly adopting a demure expression, and sweetly stated in the group, "I apologize, Manager Zhao. I'm new here and still have much to learn. Chuli has been quite busy lately and entrusted all these tasks to me without the time to guide me. I truly am very sorry." The project management group comprised nearly 100 individuals, and Huang Qingqing's voice message was heard by all. The atmosphere became rather awkward. Just as Zhao Yunming pondered how to devise an excuse for this young lady, unexpectedly, Chuli sent a voice message to the group. However, that voice message was startling. "What difference does it make if you teach me 3 or 5 times? I neither know nor wish to do it. By what right do you command me? Do you even know who my uncle is? Such trivial matters are hardly my responsibility. What benefit would it bring you to offend me? You might want to use your brain a little. Zhou Chuli, how dare you?" Huang Qingqing suddenly realized she had been outmaneuvered. Acting on impulse, her hand shot up, aiming to slap Chuli across the face, but her hand was intercepted mid-air by Chuli. "What? Do you wish to fight me here?" Huang Qingqing scanned the office, only to find her colleagues gazing at her with piercing eyes, akin to machine guns aimed in her direction. Feeling indignant, her chaotic thoughts struggled to formulate a plan to regain control of the situation. Just then, the previously silent project group pinged with a new message, one from the boss. Specifically, ING her. Who your uncle is does not matter. Using your brain is much more important. Faced with the boss's pointed criticism, Huang Qingqing's face paled, leaving her utterly stunned. Chuli caught a glimpse of the words on her phone screen and was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, the boss at her again. "Come to my office." Perhaps he sensed that his words might be somewhat ambiguous and potentially embarrassing for Chuli, so he added, "I would like to discuss matters concerning the Zhongwan project with you." "The office? Has he returned?" Chuli recalled that he had informed her yesterday he was flying from Haisher to Jingzhou at 9 this morning. That would take at least 2 hours, and by the time he landed in Jingzhou, it would be 11 o'clock. Adding the travel time from the airport back to the company, it would likely take at least an hour, yet it was still not even 10 o'clock. Chuli had no time to ponder further. Disgusted, she released Huang Qingqing's hand, not sparing her another glance, and turned to head towards the president's office. He Nanxu had actually only arrived in that office a minute before Chuli, having come directly from the airport. Upon reaching the company entrance, he had witnessed Chuli and that woman engaged in a verbal clash. At that moment, as he stepped into the office and had just cast aside his coat, a gentle knock echoed at the door. In walked Chuli, her steps cautious. She advanced a couple of paces, then, seemingly recollecting something, silently retreated to close the door behind her. He Nanxu observed her little actions with satisfaction, noting that his wife had indeed made progress. He slowly approached Chuli, his tall frame towering before her like an impenetrable wall, enveloping her entirely. Before she could utter a word, he cupped her face with one hand, gently tilting it upwards. He leaned down, drawing near, their lips merely centimeters apart. He lingered there, motionless and silent, his deep, affectionate gaze filled with tenderness and adoration fixed upon her. Time seemed to stand still for several seconds. Chuli appeared to grasp the moment at last, and finally, she reached up to encircle his waist, tilting her head back, and initiated a kiss upon his lips. Chapter 71. Support. He Nanxu was largely satisfied and relished the initiative taken by Chuli to step forward. He responded to her with deep affection, and the two of them indulged in passionate kisses within the spacious, tranquil office. Unlike their previous encounters where her mind was clouded, this time she was acutely aware. From gentle pecks to close embraces, and then to the intricate entanglement of their lips and tongues. Chuli felt as if she were on the verge of breathlessness, yet the man continued to greedily claim her. Time seemed to dissolve, and before long, He Nanxu effortlessly lifted her onto the desk, shifting their positions, and kissed her for a while longer before reluctantly releasing her. Gazing at her flushed face and the glimmering moisture in her eyes, a wave of tenderness washed over him. He pressed a gentle kiss to her cheek, pondering if he had transformed into a beast. The very atmosphere of the office ignited a primal urge within him. Chuli's heart raced, unable to find tranquility. She bit her rosy lips and lowered her gaze, avoiding his intense stare. "Why are you back early?" "I changed my flight," he replied casually. After a moment's thought, she remarked, "But this flight only arrives 2 hours earlier than your original one. Isn't it wonderful to see you 2 hours sooner?" So, he altered his travel plans merely to meet her 2 hours ahead? Chuli found his actions unnecessarily elaborate, yet in He Nanxu's eyes, it was entirely justified. At that moment, he felt a certain discomfort. He fiddled with his tie, loosening it, and unbuttoned 2 buttons of his shirt, finally taking a breath of relief. Every movement he made exuded elegance, capturing Chuli's undivided attention. Her gaze first fell upon his sensuously rolling Adam's apple, then shifted to the hand that tugged at his tie, his pale, well-defined fingers. Wait a moment. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a ring adorning his cold, fair hand. It was a simple yet classic silver band. "What is this?" Noticing her fixation on the ring, He Nanxu unconsciously rotated it, casually stating, "It's a wedding ring." "A wedding ring?" "Yes." After a brief pause, he continued, "In fact, I've long prepared one for Mrs. He, but considering your hesitations regarding this marriage, I'm temporarily keeping it safe until our wedding day." Chuli remained perplexed. "Why suddenly wear this? Many at the company are aware of my marriage, yet no one has seen my wife. Some even speculate that my marriage is merely a fade, a commercial union devoid of genuine affection. In circles like theirs, such emotionally detached marriages were not uncommon." He smiled. "I cannot bear such misunderstandings." Chuli contemplated the ring on his finger for a while, before gradually diverting her gaze. "By the way, Mr. He," just emerging from an intimate kiss, Chuli seamlessly transitioned back to her professional demeanor. "You mentioned in the group earlier that there were work-related matters, but there is nothing of concern." "The issues that required resolution have been addressed, so there is no need to burden you with any rework." This seemed to imply that her boss was doing her job. Chuli found herself inexplicably amused. It was rather embarrassing. If Mrs. He truly feels embarrassed, perhaps she could offer me a taste of something sweet? Noticing his gaze fixed upon her lips, Chuli quickly realized the implications. No more kisses. If this continues, it might truly become overwhelming. "I shall return to the office now." We could discuss the remaining matters at home. Discuss at home? A glint of playful intrigue flickered in He Nanxu's dark eyes as he acquiesced to Mrs. He's wishes. In the office, perhaps due to the excessively high air conditioning, Chuli felt an intense warmth enveloping her body. She hurriedly stepped into the spacious corridor, where she could catch her breath. However, upon returning to the office, Zhao Yunming sought her out again. You just visited President He's office. He didn't mention anything beyond work matters, did he? Chuli shook her head, indicating no. All right, I primarily wanted to discuss the situation between you and Huang Qingqing. Zhao Yunming, noticing the tension between them, frowned deeply, as if he could crush a mosquito in frustration. I'll coordinate shortly to have Huang Qingqing reassigned to another team. As for you, just pretend she doesn't exist, avoid any conflict, and endure a little longer. I'm looking out for your best interests. I will not endure. Before Zhao Yunming could finish his thought, Chuli interrupted him. Her voice was soft, yet her words were sharp as daggers. I cannot tolerate her, even slightly. If Manager Zhao has time, perhaps you could discuss with her the importance of staying away from me. Otherwise, I will ensure she feels the repercussions of her actions. Zhao Yunming was taken aback by Chuli's assertive demeanor, which he seldom witnessed. His aura seemed to wane inexplicably, and he muttered, but she has her uncle backing her. Her uncle is. Regardless of her connections, I remain unconcerned. I am prepared for a complete and utter confrontation with her. I shall not yield to her demands time and again. Having stated her position, Chuli was unwilling to engage further with Zhao Yunming on this topic and turned to leave. Yet, just as she reached the door, she halted abruptly. Under Zhao Yunming's astonished gaze, Chuli turned back and declared, she has support. Do I not have anyone backing me as well? Chapter 72. I anticipate your gesture as dusk fell. Chuli finished work promptly and took He Nanxu's car home. The moment she entered the vehicle, she noticed He Nanxu presenting her with an exquisitely wrapped gift box. What is this? Gardenia perfume. Chuli's eyes sparkled with surprise. How did you know to buy this? Upon uttering the question, she immediately felt it was rather unnecessary and offered an embarrassed smile. However, He Nanxu patiently replied, I met a perfumer earlier. This was a custom order I placed with her. She resides in Haishur, and I brought it back during my recent business trip. Chuli silently marveled at how he always managed to procure the finest things, such as this masterpiece of a fragrance, or the fireworks designed by the nation's leading pyrotechnician that she had admired previously. He Nanxu casually remarked, that is only because I encountered a remarkable person, and thus I wish to present her with something exceptional. His sweet words were always enchanting. Clutching the perfume, Chuli felt a warm current coursing through her heart on that chilly evening. Before long, they arrived home. The housekeeper had prepared a sumptuous feast, and the two sat down to dine together. Typically, they were of a quieter disposition during meals, yet they occasionally exchanged thoughts on work and daily life. In that moment, Chuli suddenly perceived her life as vividly tangible. After dinner, He Nanxu retreated to his study, while Chuli joined the housekeeper in the kitchen to prepare dessert. Madam, I can handle this. The housekeeper was well aware of Chuli's position in the household. She was usually pampered by her husband and seldom ventured into the kitchen. Chuli persisted. It's fine. This is merely a new hobby I've taken up. Engrossed in her task, she busied herself in the kitchen for about 2 hours, ultimately creating a small cake and a cup of orange oolong tea. The housekeeper, upon seeing Chuli's creation, did not sample it herself, but instead placed it on a serving plate and carried it towards the study. Inside the study, He Nanxu was on a call. Wearing a Bluetooth headset, the back of his swivel chair turned toward the door. Chuli sensed it was not work-related and, after catching a few snippets of conversation, deduced he was speaking with Songyu. She hesitated at the door, balancing the plate in her hands, before silently stepping inside, intending to set it down and leave. However, He Nanxu abruptly turned in his chair, surprised to see the items in her hands, his brow slightly arching in astonishment. Chuli almost mouthed, "This is for you to eat." As she set the items down and prepared to depart, He Nanxu reached out, grasping her wrist and pulling her into his lap. His gaze fell upon the cake. Chuli promptly scooped a spoonful and offered it to his lips, eagerly anticipating his reaction. He Nanxu took a delicate taste. The cake possessed a silky and dense texture, its flavor neither overly sweet nor cloying, instead imbued with a refreshing hint of tea. He curled the corners of his mouth and nodded slightly, as if to express praise and acknowledgement. Upon witnessing this, Chuli offered him another bite. "Are you listening to me? Why have you suddenly fallen silent?" On the other end of the line, Song Yu had been speaking for quite some time, yet He Nanxu did not respond, leaving him somewhat perplexed. "Hey, brother, can you come out tonight? I need your assistance with something." Chuli vaguely caught the urgency in Song Yu's voice, particularly the inquiry. "Can you come out tonight?" She quietly asked, "Are you planning to go out this evening?" He Nanxu nodded. "Yes, there is something going on with Song Yu." "Oh, I see." A shadow of unrecognized melancholy flickered across Chuli's eyes. However, He Nanxu immediately discerned it. "If you don't want me to go out, I won't." Song Yu nearly choked on his own frustration. "No, please. It's urgent." He then turned to plead with Chuli, "Little sister-in-law, I beg you." Her resolve softened, and she quickly replied, "All right, he'll be over shortly, don't worry." "Thank you." With Chuli's acquiescence, Song Yu finally felt at ease enough to hang up. He Nanxu regarded Chuli, sensing that her expression upon hearing his intention to go out was somewhat off. "Do you wish?" Before he could finish, Chuli swiftly interrupted, exclaiming, "I didn't intend to do anything to you." "You didn't intend to do anything?" He Nanxu's deep, dark eyes scrutinized her, his words laced with a hint of ambiguity. "Why do I feel as though you previously intended to do something?" Chuli felt her cheeks flush at his teasing, nearly losing her composure. "I truly didn't want to do anything." Seeing her voice rise in urgency, He Nanxu decided to cease his playful banter. "Understood. You have no intentions toward me. Rather, I was merely hoping you might do something." After saying this, he took several more bites of the cake, remarking on its delightful taste. Regaining her focus, Chuli promptly offered him a cup. "Would you like to try this orange oolong tea? I sourced the leaves from your tea room. The raw materials are quite costly, so please don't waste it." As she spoke, she playfully blinked at him, her eyes sparkling with charm. He Nanxu was particularly fond of her vibrant demeanor, illuminated by a spark of joy. He elegantly finished the small slice of cake and savored the cup of orange oolong tea before rising to depart for Song Yu's place. Chuli watched him leave, feeling an inexplicable sense of tension within her unwind. She exhaled deeply and walked to the bathroom for a shower. Upon returning to her room, she grabbed her phone with a low battery and opened the nightstand drawer, searching for the charger. As she rummaged, she stumbled upon 2 boxes of condoms nestled beside the charger. Chuli gazed at the 2 boxes of condoms, feeling a sudden wave of embarrassment that compelled her to casually grab a magazine and place it over them for concealment. At 9 o'clock in the evening, a WeChat notification from Zhou Chuli popped up, accompanied by a smiling emoji. Chuli promptly reciprocated with an emoji of her own. Zhou Chuli inquired, "Aren't you asleep yet?" Chuli replied, "Not at all." Zhou Chuli continued, "Did the boss not return from his business trip today? It's already 9. Why are you both still awake?" It seemed that Zhou Chuli was more concerned about when she and He Nanxu would sleep than Chuli herself was. Chuli responded truthfully. A friend called him with an urgent matter, and he went out. Zhou Chuli retorted, "What kind of foolish friend is that?" Chuli's fingertip hovered over the screen, contemplating a response, when Zhou Chuli swiftly sent a short video, stating, "Since your husband isn't beside you tonight, it's perfectly fine to enjoy yourself alone. Just a friendly reminder, remember to wear headphones." Chuli thought to herself that since she was alone in her room, wearing headphones seemed unnecessary. Yet, the mysterious tone of Zhou Chuli's message made her feel as if she were engaging in some clandestine activity. With a puzzled expression, she opened the video. Then, indescribable scenes accompanied by sounds erupted from her phone. Chuli instantly felt as though her phone had become a scalding hot potato. She swiftly exited the app and, after a considerable pause, messaged Zhou Chuli, "Why did you send me this?" In Zhou Chuli's eyes, Chuli was akin to a pure white flower, perhaps hindered by her lack of experience, preventing her from taking that critical step forward. Determined to hasten her friend's progress, Zhou Chuli chuckled and sent a voice message. "This isn't just for your observation. What do you think?" Chuli hesitated. "Not much, really. What's going on?" "This is carefully curated," Zhou Chuli insisted. "It's quite high quality." After a moment of contemplation, Chuli found herself perplexed by her own impulse to respond earnestly to Zhou Chuli. His physique isn't as good as his. The kissing is rather mediocre. Chapter 73. Is someone trying to steal a corner? On the other side, Mr. He, who had recently received private compliments from his wife for his impressive physique and kissing skills, was being summoned by a friend to assist in resolving a troublesome matter. Brother, I truly appreciate your help. Song Yu sighed with relief as he emerged from a social gathering, now well past 11 at night. If my father discovers the mess I've created, I am utterly doomed. He Nanxu remained silent, merely glancing at the time, feeling somewhat flustered. It seemed as if he had missed something important. It's still early. How about we visit the Jingzhou Club for some entertainment? For Song Yu, the nightlife was just beginning, as he had long been accustomed to a life of indulgence and extravagance. However, He Nanxu paid him no mind and walked directly toward the parking lot. You go enjoy yourself. And you? I'll head home and spend time with my wife, he casually remarked, turning away without a backward glance. Song Yu, perpetually confronted with displays of happiness, mused, how blissful. This is making me feel an urge to marry as well. The following day, Chuli awoke to see He Nanxu emerging from his room. Having lived together for a considerable time, they had developed a remarkable rapport, even synchronizing their wake-up times. Curiously, Chuli approached him and asked, "What time did you return last night?" "Approximately midnight," he replied. It was already quite late, and Chuli had been asleep. He Nanxu was aware that Chuli had a light sleep, and fearing to disturb her rest, he had been particularly quiet upon returning home, heading straight to his room. "Oh, I see." After acknowledging his response, Chuli lowered her head to avoid his gaze and walked towards the dining area. He Nanxu observed her retreating figure, sensing something amiss, though he couldn't pinpoint what exactly fell off. After breakfast, on the way to the office, Chuli dozed off in the car, appearing fatigued from a sleepless night. Just before reaching the company, her phone suddenly chimed from her bag. Groggily, she retrieved it, only to find an anonymous message that caused her to abruptly awaken. "Darling, I miss your ample bosom. May I indulge a little?" Staring blankly at the text, she was taken aback. Before she could fully process it, another message arrived, this time accompanied by an image. The photo depicted a woman's voluptuous figure clad in white lace lingerie, exuding allure and dominating the screen. Such graphic content instantly provoked a visceral reaction in Chuli. It was a blatant and crude instance of sexual harassment, a sensation to which she was exceedingly sensitive. With disgust, she hastily deleted the message and image, as if their mere presence on her phone would tarnish it. Feeling disoriented, she gazed blankly ahead at the road. She pondered why such a message had suddenly appeared. Was it an accidental send? Or merely a prank? Was someone deliberately toying with her? The frown on Chuli's brow deepened, and beside her, He Nanxu noticed her distress. He gently placed a hand over hers, which was tightly gripping her phone, and inquired, "What's the matter?" Chuli, feeling uncomfortable, shook her head and replied, "It's nothing. Perhaps I didn't sleep well last night. I'm just a bit drowsy." She avoided meeting He Nanxu's gaze, leaning back in her chair and closing her eyes. Yet, the message and the photo lingered in her mind, refusing to fade away. Distracted, she arrived at the office, only to find a bouquet of roses on her desk. The vibrant, crimson roses, dripping with beauty, filled the air with their fragrance, creating a striking focal point in the office. As soon as her colleagues saw her, they erupted in playful teasing. "Wow, Chuli, your boyfriend is truly romantic. Sending roses early in the morning. These are stunning." Given that Chuli had previously shared a few suggestive photos of affection on her social media, her colleagues had tacitly assumed she was in a relationship, even though none had met her supposed boyfriend. From those photos, they reasonably concluded that he must be exceedingly handsome and affluent. When she heard their remarks, Chuli instinctively retorted, "These aren't for my boyfriend." He Nanxu, aware of her feelings regarding their relationship, would not make such grand gestures in the office unless she made it clear first, as he wished to spare her any discomfort. "What? These aren't from your boyfriend? Then who are they from? Do you have other suitors?" The crowd murmured in confusion, for sending roses was undeniably an ambiguous gesture. Oh, is someone trying to steal her away? It's no wonder Chuli attracts so many admirers. She is simply too beautiful. The chatter in the office grew lively, And Huang Qingqing seized the opportunity to chime in. You all don't know? Miss Zhou has been exceptionally popular since high school. All the boys in her class used to stare at her. Even the campus heartthrob was completely smitten. The tension between Chu Li and Huang Qingqing had become an open secret. Due to their discord, the others regarded Huang Qingqing's remarks with skepticism. At that moment, Chu Li had no time to engage with Huang Qingqing. She glanced at the flowers and promptly discarded them into the trash. These aren't tea for me. No one told me flowers would be sent, and there's no card, no indication that they are meant for me. Her calm and innocent demeanor left her colleagues at a loss for words. However, beneath her composed exterior, Chu Li's heart was far from tranquil. It was a chaotic storm. From the harassing message she received that morning to the unexpected bouquet that had landed on her desk. Could it possibly be from Shunli? Huang Qingqing, like a shadow, sidled up to her with a wicked grin. Is he still not tired of you? Huang Qingqing, with her single-mindedness, firmly believed that Chu Li and Shun Li were engaged in an improper relationship. After all, rumors regarding their connection had persisted since high school, and subsequently, they both enrolled in the same university and found themselves in the same class. How could there be no link between them? Surely, she must have succumbed to that man's advances. Yesterday, Huang Qingqing was humiliated by Chu Li, and her anger simmered, fueling her desire for revenge at every opportunity. Now, she felt she had found her chance. Since high school, Huang Qingqing had devoted herself to fabricating slander against Chu Li, relishing in her petty schemes. Her tactics remained consistently lowbrow, juvenile, and unchanging. During Chu Li's most vulnerable and insecure adolescent years, she had indeed succeeded on numerous occasions. However, now Chu Li could not be bothered to engage with her, simply reaching for her phone to dial 110, unafraid of escalating the situation. Huang Qingqing hurriedly attempted to snatch the phone from her. Was she really going to call the police? Had she lost her mind? With wide, bulging eyes, she hissed, I haven't said anything. Who are you trying to scare with your police call? If our personal grievances lead to a public uproar, aren't you concerned about the impact on Yahoo Group's reputation? Chu Li retorted, a single rat dropping can spoil the whole pot of soup, failing to remove you. This blight from Yahoo Group would truly tarnish its reputation. Huang Qingqing was taken aback by Chu Li's harsh words. Yet, she indeed feared the situation escalating, especially since her uncle had repeatedly warned her against causing trouble at Yahoo Group. Otherwise, it would be disastrous. Huang Qingqing grasped Chu Li's hand, intent on preventing her from calling the police, and in a low voice, seethed, Can't you just keep your mouth shut for a moment? Chu Li's stance remained unwavering. Apologize and let everyone in the office know how you have insulted me with that mouth of yours. Huang Qingqing's meticulously made-up face twisted in anger. Her cheeks flushed. She stammered, Fine, I should have kept quiet. I'm sorry. Her exasperated shout, laced with resentment, echoed through the office, drawing the attention of all present. The way her colleagues regarded her had already shifted. In truth, the office was filled with astute individuals, all of whom held their own judgments. In contrast, Chu Li had been with Yahoo for over 3 years, known for her good temperament, emotional stability, and strong work ethic, making her a truly commendable presence in their eyes. As for Huang Qingqing, although she initially put on a good act, it was merely a fade, one that could not endure indefinitely. Realizing her overreaction, Huang Qingqing noted the disdainful glances directed her way, which were no longer filled with admiration, but rather with a desire to distance themselves from her. She felt as if she had been pricked by thorns, an uncomfortable sensation enveloping her. With a cold expression, she returned to her workstation, her mind racing as she plotted her revenge plan. Chapter 74. A delightful indulgence, though the rose had been discarded by Chu Li into the waste bin, a faint fragrance lingered by her desk. This aroma, akin to an enchanting perfume, rendered her utterly distracted. She pondered numerous possibilities, yet she remained perplexed by the origin of the bouquet. In her contemplation, a figure suddenly materialized in her mind. At that moment, she was unaware of her own impulsiveness. She scrolled through her phone for quite some time until she unearthed a particular number and sent a text message. Did you send me the flowers? The response arrived swiftly, No. Upon receiving his candid reply, Chu Li realized her impulsiveness. Her fingers instinctively tapped rapidly on the screen, but before she could reply, 2 more messages pinged in. What? Have you already found a new admirer? If that's the case, another one wouldn't hurt. Count me in. The casual tone of his words left Chuli uncertain whether he was jesting or serious. She meticulously crafted a lengthy explanation. No, I have no idea who sent the flowers. There was no information attached. It might have been a mistake. In any case, this situation has caused me some distress, and I apologize for bothering you. After sending her message, she set her phone aside. She pressed her fingers firmly against her temples, as the unexpected occurrences of the morning had thoroughly muddled her thoughts. Nevertheless, despite the chaos in her mind, Chuli was determined to complete her work. However, her efficiency was noticeably diminished, and it seemed she would need to work late. It was not until after 7 in the evening that she remembered she hadn't informed He Nanxu of her extended hours. Quickly, she grabbed her phone from the desk and sent him a message. I'll be working late tonight. I'll take a cab home afterward. What a coincidence. He replied, I'm also working late. Chuli felt a momentary daze, and then he sent another message. I've ordered you some takeout. Make sure to eat well. Not long after his message, a delivery person knocked on her office door, carrying a bag of food. Chuli accepted the takeout and opened it to find He Nanxu had ordered her 4 dishes, a standard trio of dishes and a soup. Each portion was modest, seemingly designed to be just enough for her to finish without waste. A knowing smile crept across Chuli's face as she paused her work to nourish herself. After her meal, her spirits lifted somewhat, and she returned to her computer. However, her focus was short-lived, as she soon heard the sound of the office door opening. Glancing up, she was astonished to see He Nanxu confidently striding towards her desk. Her gaze swept across the office, which was typically bustling with colleagues at this hour, and she felt a sense of relief that today it was entirely vacant. How much longer would this continue? He Nanxu's long strides brought him naturally to her desk. Early remarked, it won't be long, perhaps half an hour. Or, she cast a fleeting glance toward the office door. Could you find somewhere to wait? He Nanxu pulled a chair beside her desk and settled down, saying, I'll wait here. What tasks remain? Share some with me. Early gazed at him in astonishment. Isn't that inappropriate? The sooner we finish, the sooner we can head home. Upon hearing his words, she feared impeding his rest. So she ceased her reluctance and commenced their collaboration. Thus, with their combined efforts, Early swiftly completed her work, after which He escorted her home. I'll take a shower first, He Nanxu announced as he entered the house. Early, somewhat bewildered, replied, I'll go wash up too. Upon returning to her room, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the drawer of the bedside table. After a moment of hesitation, she approached the bed, bent down to open the drawer, discovered a box of condoms, unwrapped one, and discreetly tucked it beneath her pillow before heading to the bathroom. In the steamy confines of the bathroom, she stood before the mirror, observing her own form. It was a body of exquisite beauty, undeniably alluring. Yet, the unsolicited harassing messages that had surfaced earlier that day suddenly rendered her uneasy. How to articulate this? Over the years, due to her appearance and physique, she had endured bullying and harassment. Occasionally, the malevolent glances directed at her made her feel as though she were utterly bare in their minds, provoking a visceral revulsion towards the stares of certain men. Yet, she was acutely aware that He Nanxu was different. She found herself easily ensnared by the depths of his gaze, welcoming his kisses and not resisting his tender caresses. What once seemed unbearable regarding the intimate affairs between men and women transformed into a delightful experience in his presence. Early repeatedly questioned herself in silence, wondering if she could indeed take this step forward. Chapter 75. Are you asleep? Chuli was unaware of how long she had lingered in the bathroom. When she finally emerged clad in her nightwear, she found the living room eerily deserted. Could it be that He Nanxu was still in shower? Or perhaps he had finished and had already retired for the night. Naturally, Chuli would not presume to intrude upon his privacy by knocking on his door. Instead, she settled down in the living room, waiting patiently as if for a fateful encounter. The mere thought of what might transpire sent her heart racing. Yet, after a considerable wait, He Nanxu still did not appear. Biting her lip, Chuli abruptly stood and made her way toward the wine cabinet adjacent to the dining area. Although He Nanxu seldom indulged in alcohol, The cabinet was stocked with an array of exquisite and rare wines, resembling expensive decorative items. Chuli opened the cabinet door and randomly selected a bottle of red wine, its label inscribed in Russian, an alphabet she could not decipher. Regardless of the wine's origin, she simply desired a sip to bolster her courage. Aware that her tolerance for alcohol was quite low, she had no intention of becoming inebriated. She merely wished to summon a bit of audacity. Pouring the wine into a glass, she filled it just a little, barely a third of the way, before cautiously adding more. As she reached the halfway mark, her hand continued its motion until the glass was filled to its brim. With a slightly dazed expression, she stood at the island in the dining area, sipping slowly. The wine was rich with fruity aromas and possessed a full-bodied flavor that Chuli found quite agreeable. After finishing the half glass, she felt an inexplicable urge to indulge further, so she poured herself another half glass. Unbeknownst to her, she had consumed more than she realized. Setting the glass down, she noted the continued silence in the room. She picked up her phone, opened WeChat, located his account, and hesitated, her finger hovering over the screen for a moment before finally sending a message that consisted of a solitary symbol, ? Meanwhile, in the bedroom, He Nanxu received Chuli's unexpected message and felt a wave of confusion wash over him. What could be the matter? The suddenness of her inquiry left him perplexed. He calmly reflected on their interactions over the past few days, particularly today, convinced he had not done anything to displease her, nor had there been any unpleasant occurrences between them. Therefore, it seemed unlikely that she would suddenly contemplate divorce. It was no wonder He Nanxu was mistaken. In the past, any minor turbulence in their relationship had prompted Chuli to consider parting ways. After 3 minutes without a response from He Nanxu, Chuli continued to hesitate, tapping out another message on her phone. Are you asleep? I have something I wish to discuss with you. Her persistent uncertainty only deepened his unease, for Chuli had never before sought him out at such a late hour. He Nanxu focused intently on the message, and finally, he responded, I'm not asleep. But is there something that must be clarified tonight? Yes, Chuli replied. I believe it is essential to clarify it tonight. She had resorted to drinking for courage, and if she did not clarify things this time, when would she? It was unclear how many times she had resolved to take this step, but she was acutely aware that retreating time and again would only breed self-doubt and exhaustion within her. He Nanxu, reflecting on his own insecurities, couldn't help but smirk self-deprecatingly. Very well. Even if the sky were to fall tonight, he would bear it. With his hair still damp from washing, he donned a black bathrobe and, grasping his phone, exited the room. Chuli had been waiting on the sofa for quite some time. As He Nanxu approached, he sensed something was amiss, instinctively furrowing his brow. Have you been drinking? Chuli was certain she was not drunk, merely feeling somewhat languid. She had only consumed 1 glass. As she carefully considered her words, her thoughts became muddled when her gaze fell upon He Nanxu. He stood before her, clad in a bathrobe, the belt loosely tied around his waist, exposing a glimpse of his toned muscles. Why are you drinking so late? Chuli slowly rose to her feet, tilting her head back to meet his gaze, her breath slightly heavy due to nerves. He Nanxu looked at her, confused yet patiently awaiting her next words. However, Chuli offered no further explanation. She simply extended her hand towards him, palm up. When He Nanxu lowered his gaze, he discovered that she was holding a ring. The air around them seemed to freeze in that moment. Emotions surged within him like tumultuous waves, yet his demeanor remained composed as he redirected his gaze. When his eyes fell upon her once more, he noted that Chuli's behavior was not the only thing unusual tonight. Her attire was also strikingly different. Typically, she wore long, conservative sleepwear, but tonight she adorned a silk nightgown. The pure white fabric featured a V-neck design with delicate straps, complemented by a matching cardigan that accentuated her figure to perfection, akin to a work of art. Yet, just moments ago, He Nanxu's focus had been solely on her peculiar emotions, and with her proximity revealing the scent of alcohol, his heart swelled with unease and concern, leaving no room for distraction by her alluring appearance. A long-buried desire was suddenly unleashed, inundating him like a flood, overwhelming him in an instant. So, what you wish to clarify with me tonight is this. He was naturally surprised that she had taken this step. Yet, more than that, he felt fear of hurting her, fear that she might perceive this encounter as anything less than beautiful. Chuli nodded, her heart visibly racing. Yes, it is this matter. I would like to try with you, but if I happen to disappoint you during this process, please be gentle with your anger, all right? He Nanxu's gaze was laden with complex emotions. How could I possibly be angry with you? I have said before that no matter how far we go, you can call it off at any moment. Is it truly so? Chuli's hand lingered in the air, somewhat stiff. Upon hearing his words, her heart inexplicably felt a sense of stability. She extended her hand further. He Nanxu's muscles tightened slightly. He reached out and accepted the item she was holding. When did you buy this? Chuli replied, during the days you were on a business trip to Haishur, I purchased it at a newly opened supermarket near the office. Hearing her words, He Nanxu's lips curled into a faint smile. It made sense. If he had been by her side, how could he have overlooked such a groundbreaking event? He Nanxu contemplated as he held the item. How many did you buy? Chuli furrowed her brow, puzzled by his inquiry, but answered truthfully, 2 boxes. Then why did you only open one for me? His retort made her instinctively reply, Isn't one enough? He Nanxu's gaze was laden with meaning. Madam, you are not me. How could you ascertain what is sufficient for me? Chuli's eyes widened in surprise. He Nanxu realized he had startled her, and in a low, hushed tone, gently coaxed, All right, you can use however many you need, if that pleases you. As Chuli remained somewhat bewildered, she watched He Nanxu take her hand and guide it over his warm body. Her slender, fair fingertips grazed his powerful muscles, causing her own body to heat up rapidly. He Nanxu was not in a hurry to commence. He encouraged her to slowly familiarize herself with his physique, moving from his chest down to his abdomen. Chuli's movements were awkward and stiff. He urged her to untie the loose belt around his waist, which she struggled with for several attempts before finally managing to loosen it. Afterward, she halted. It seemed that whatever he instructed, she complied without question. If he ceased speaking, she became like a machine whose remote control had been switched off. Utterly motionless, He Nanxu glanced down at her hand resting on his waist, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, You may proceed further. For a moment, it felt as though springs had been installed in her hand, wanting to withdraw. Yet He Nanxu gently grasped her hand, leaving her unable to refuse him. Correct? Chuli hesitated, her heart racing as she met his calm, yet smoldering gaze. They remained in this tense standoff for what felt like an eternity. Perhaps it was not long at all, but at such a critical juncture, every passing second felt excruciating. He exhaled, holding back his restraint. If you do not want to, that is fine, but could you at least assist me? Chuli looked at him cautiously. You have already performed admirably. He raised his hand to tousle her long, lustrous hair. I never anticipated receiving such a delightful surprise today. Chuli felt a pang of guilt from his praise, believing she had somehow failed. I am sorry. Before she could finish her sentence, He Nanxu interrupted. In this matter, from the very beginning, I never expected you to please me. Moreover, tonight, I'm already quite content, so thank you, Mrs. He. He expressed gratitude for her, as she had allowed him to glimpse hope after such a prolonged commitment in their relationship. This seemed to be a rather fulfilling experience, didn't it? That evening served as a lubricant for their relationship, reducing friction between them. He Nanxu sensed that the obstacles between him and Chuli were gradually being smoothed away as a result of this night. In the darkness, Chuli lay beside him, nestled in his embrace, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, struggling to find sleep. He Nanxu chuckled softly, his long fingers playing with a strand of her hair. Since you can't sleep, shall we review tonight? Review? The formality of the phrase inexplicably filled Chuli with a sense of embarrassment. What are we reviewing? Do you abhor my body? Conscience forbade her from lying, so she shook her head. No. Good. Second question, he continued. What is your greatest concern about taking the final step? In that moment, he resembled a teacher, pressing a struggling student further into a corner. Chuli's voice was barely a whisper, fraught with anxiety. She hesitated instinctively, feeling as if she might crumble under the pressure. Indeed, she was quite inexperienced in such matters. He Nanxu suddenly recalled that even during their first kiss, Chuli had nervously suggested that she lacked experience, asking him to take care of her. She was like a blooming gardenia, pure and flawless. He Nanxu tenderly kissed her ear, his breath hot against her skin. Your concerns are valid. This seemed to be an unavoidable topic. Typically adept at comforting her, He Nanxu now found himself silent amidst the tense stillness. Finally, Chuli resolutely declared, "Next time, I won't shy away. There's no rush. Take your time." Even when pushed to the limit, he remained composed, suggesting they first become familiar with each other's bodies. "Perhaps you'll discover our bodies are quite compatible." "Compatible?" "Yes," he affirmed. "You can embrace me." His words held deeper meaning. Yet, Chuli had neither the inclination nor the energy to ponder further. After a night of intense contemplation and a glass of wine, her mind felt foggy and weary. She rested her head on his arm, shedding all burdens, and slowly drifted into sleep. The next day, Chuli awoke late. Upon opening her eyes, she realized He Nanxu was no longer beside her. A glance at the clock revealed it was already past 9. She quickly donned her attire and hastily freshened up before stepping out of the room. He Nanxu had an engagement this morning, which compelled him to depart at the crack of dawn. Yet, why did he not rouse her in passing? Chuli felt a twinge of frustration. And at that precise moment, the housekeeper intercepted her, saying, "Madam, the sir wishes for you to have breakfast before you leave," and he also mentioned. Chapter 76. Mrs. E is right beside us. Chuli observed the aunt's hesitance, unable to restrain her curiosity. "Is there something else?" The aunt, echoing He Nanxu's words verbatim, replied, "Furthermore, I appreciate your hard work last night. If you prefer not to go to the office today, you may rest at home." Being a seasoned individual, the aunt seemed to infer something from Chuli's slightly flushed complexion and the phrase "last night" as hard work. Noticing the aunt's unusual demeanor, Chuli hastily interrupted her speculative thoughts. "Could you please prepare a cup of milk and a basket of dumplings for me to take away? I will eat them later." Of course. Soon after, Chuli boarded the car with her packed breakfast. In truth, He Nanxu had arranged a vehicle for her some time ago, one she had personally selected. He also provided a driver, but Chuli deemed such ostentation excessive and graciously declined. While waiting at a red light, she took out her phone to message Zhao Yunming, hoping to explain her tardiness today. To her surprise, it appeared that Zhao Yunming was already aware of something. Not long ago, he had sent her a message inquiring if she was feeling unwell. If she truly felt unwell, he suggested she take the day off. Chuli found herself perplexed by the situation and tentatively replied, "I am fine." Zhao Yiming promptly responded, "As long as you're fine. I heard it from President He." A jolt of unease struck Chuli, pondering whether he had again spoken inappropriately to others, thus risking misunderstandings. Although their relationship was far from innocent, they still needed to uphold a faade of propriety in front of others, as rumors of an office romance between a superior and subordinate could have dire consequences. Chuli continued to probe. "Did President He say anything else?" Zhao Yunming replied nonchalantly, "He mentioned that you were still busy with work past 10 last night." "Well done, Comrade Chuli." Unbeknownst to Zhao Yunming, the nature of that work was far different. He merely recognized Chuli as a dedicated worker in the company, renowned for her diligence, and assumed the president acknowledged her efforts. He expressed his admiration for her, saying, "Once you complete the Zhongwan project, I believe you could independently manage the next one. As president, he has shown great trust in you." Chuli understood that each project at Yahoo was no trivial matter. Taking charge of one independently was indeed a significant challenge. She was also aware of her own shortcomings. Socializing outside of work was not her forte. She often struggled to engage in the various social gatherings and conversations that flowed effortlessly for others. Nevertheless, she replied to Zhao Yunming with politeness and sincerity, "If such an opportunity arises, I will certainly do my utmost to embrace it." As the green light illuminated, Chuli set her phone aside, gently revving the engine and merging into the flow of traffic. Upon arriving at the office, Chuli endeavored to minimize her attention as she settled into her seat. She took a delicate sip of the still warm milk, attempting to ease the tension that had been building since the early hours of the day. Not long after, Zhong Xingyue sent her a link to a live streaming event. Immediately, Chuli recalled the last time Zhong had shared a short video with her, referring to it as high-quality content, which left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. She hesitated to open the live link in the office. "What is this? High-quality stuff?" Chuli felt a sense of powerless bewilderment, thinking, "No, my dear, I truly do not need such stimulation. To speak candidly, ever since her subtle feelings for He Nanxu had awakened, she perceived him as a walking embodiment of allure. Sometimes, merely standing before her would send her imagination into a flurry. Zhou Xingyue, abandoning her playful tone, reassured her, "Rest assured, it's nothing scandalous. It's the boss. Hurry, take a look. The boss. He Nanxu?" With a mix of skepticism and curiosity, Chuli clicked on the link. It turned out to be a live broadcast of a commercial banquet. In a dazzling crowd, Chuli quickly spotted He Nanxu, seated in the audience wearing an impeccably tailored black suit. The man's tall stature and erect posture, coupled with a face exquisitely chiseled, seemed to captivate even the photographers, who lingered on him, reluctant to overlook any detail of his presence. As the camera shifted across him, the ring on his left hand's ring finger drew particular attention. Chuli observed the live chat erupting with fervor. "That can't be a wedding ring, can it? The most sought-after man in Jingzhou is married? Oh heavens! Can anyone hear my heart shattering? Ah!" A man wearing a wedding ring is undeniably enticing. Who understands this feeling? The aura of a married man is palpable. Mrs. He is certainly well-favored. Amidst the frenzy of comments about the wedding ring, differing opinions emerged. Some speculated it might merely be an ordinary ring, a simple ornament. Others argued that even if he wore a wedding ring, it did not necessarily indicate a loving relationship. A ring worn by someone indifferent holds no value, regardless of its permanence. Furthermore, they noted that genuine emotions were rare in their elite circle, often replaced by arrangements akin to business marriages, as depicted in novels and television dramas. As the banquet neared its conclusion, a throng of reporters cornered He Nanxu, eager to inquire about the wedding ring. Known for his reticence and avoidance of such tabloid interviews, he unexpectedly stood in the interview zone that day, facing a barrage of cameras. The reporters wasted no time directly addressing the topic of the wedding ring. He had little to conceal or evade. Indeed, he confirmed, "Yes, I am married." Although the reporters had anticipated this moment, hearing him admit it in person left them momentarily stunned. It was unclear who in the crowd shouted out clumsily, "Mr. He, why did you quietly get married?" Before the reporter could finish, he was interrupted by a casual yet commanding response. "When you meet someone you cherish, you wish to keep her by your side, hence I got married." The entertainment journalists, known for their keen perception and ability to adapt, immediately sensed He Nanxu's attitude towards this marriage, resulting in an outpouring of congratulations. "Congratulations, Mr. He. We wish you a happy marriage and a lifetime of harmony." With a hint of boldness, a reporter asked, "Mr. He, may I inquire about your wife?" He Nanxu leisurely gazed into the camera, a faint smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chuli stared intently at the screen, feeling an odd illusion of locking eyes with him. "She is an exceptional person. If you truly knew her, you would understand how fortunate I am to have married her. Our union was not a mere coincidence. I have cherished her for a long time." His heartfelt words resonated in Chuli's ears, leaving her momentarily frozen, struggling to comprehend the reality. She urged herself to remain calm, yet the surreal sensation made her feel as if she were walking on clouds, an experience that only intensified with time. Eventually, the office erupted with excited cheers. "Mr. He is so handsome." During work hours, Zhou Xingyue couldn't help but applaud after watching He Nanxu's interview. A man who dotes on his wife is the most charming. In truth, Zhou Xingyue was not the only one secretly watching the live interview. The entire office was captivated. It was rare to see their boss appear publicly, openly discussing his private life, and everyone was eagerly attuned to his every word. As Zhou Xingyue initiated the conversation, the others joined in, unable to contain their enthusiasm. Although Mr. He had mentioned on several occasions that marrying his wife was a blessing and a stroke of luck, it was undeniable that Mrs. He was incredibly fortunate to have found such a man who cherished her dearly. Indeed, she is fortunate. How enviable. They speculated on the identity of Mrs. He, noting that Mr. He had mentioned her desire for privacy, making her all the more elusive. Listening to these remarks, Zhou Xingyue felt a surge of energy akin to a restless bull eager to charge, thinking, perhaps Mrs. He is right among us. Still in a daze, Chuli vaguely heard Zhou Xingyue's voice, jolting her back to reality. She quickly shot her a glance, questioning, "What do you mean by that? Do you know something?" The speaker of these words is Huang Qingqing. Initially, she pursued Yahui solely for He Nanxu's sake, but shortly after joining the company, she learned from her colleagues that He Nanxu was married, which left her in a state of turmoil. However, it was rumored that they were in a concealed marriage. She felt that a relationship that could not be made public must harbor undisclosed secrets. Given her inherently dubious nature, Huang Qingqing constantly entertained negative thoughts. Until today, when she watched an interview featuring He Nanxu. What does this statement mean? And how does it concern you? The dissatisfaction of Zhou Xingyue towards Huang Qingqing was evident on her face. Be cautious. You're recklessly offending people daily. Don't inadvertently provoke Mrs. He. Huang Qingqing furrowed her brow. How have I offended anyone? Since arriving at Yahui, she had followed her uncle's advice, behaving herself and not causing trouble. The only trouble she had caused was probably related to Chuli. Chuli? With this thought, Huang Qingqing cast a scornful and audacious glance in Chuli's direction, snorting coldly. Surely, she cannot be Mrs. He? Upon hearing Zhou Xingyue's words, nearby colleagues felt she must have some insider knowledge. Those who were slightly closer to Zhou Xingyue gathered to gossip. If you know anything, do share. What if, as you say, we inadvertently offend Mrs. He one day? That would be disastrous. Zhou Xingyue regretted her impulsive words, yet despite being cornered, she remained unperturbed. I can't quite recall where I heard it, but I believe Mrs. He is someone from our company, right? Upon hearing this, Chuli glanced at Zhou Xingyue, clenching her fist discreetly. Zhou Xingyue, slightly flustered, averted her gaze. Nevertheless, she felt she had come to a realization. She thought that if her boss was so unabashedly showcasing affection in such a public setting, it indicated he actually desired to make it known. The only one not wishing to disclose was Chuli. From the very beginning, she had concealed her marriage from Huang Qingqing, later vaguely referring to it as a mutually beneficial contractual arrangement. Subsequently, she developed a physical attraction towards her contractual husband, yet remained uncertain about her love for him. In this relationship, Chuli was indecisive. However, Zhou Xingyue believed that from every angle, it would indeed be regrettable for Chuli to miss out on such a remarkable man as her boss. Thus, the somewhat impetuous Zhou Xingyue could not help but wish to advocate for Chuli. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she exaggeratedly said to Chuli, Chuli, didn't you mention you were seeing a mysterious boyfriend? Mr. He has a mysterious wife. Could it be that you two are a match? I recall seeing a photo on your moments showcasing affection. That one under the fireworks, the silhouette of that gentleman bears quite a resemblance to our boss. All eyes turned towards Chuli. However, they remained relatively composed, as such an improbable occurrence could almost be dismissed. They understood that Zhou Xingyue and Chuli shared a good rapport and assumed Zhou Xingyue's words were merely a jest aimed at entertaining Chuli. Moreover, with Chuli's seemingly composed demeanor, their convictions were further solidified. It was pointless. If one did not wish to speak, they should remain silent rather than utter nonsensical remarks. The colleagues encircling Zhou Xingyue clicked their tongues in discontent, furrowing their brows as they returned to their seats. Zhou Xingyue, in a fit of frustration, asserted that her observations were well-founded. If you do not believe me, simply take another look at Chuli's social media. I genuinely find the resemblance striking. Upon hearing her words, those colleagues contemplated retrieving their phones to scrutinize Chuli's visible post from the past 3 days when a sudden, languid voice interrupted. Do you genuinely believe that what you assume is reality? Not everything is as you perceive. That is merely your perspective. She is not so fortunate. Perhaps you ought to tend to your own words. Should the boss discover your baseless rumors of his supposed impropriety with another woman, you may find yourself in a precarious situation. Huang Qingqing's tirade flowed forth without a moment's pause. Zhou Xingyue found herself momentarily speechless, not from an inability to retort, but rather from a desire to avoid escalating the situation concerning Chuli and the boss before an agreement on public disclosure had been reached. Her intentions were merely to offer a precautionary warning to her colleagues, to spare them from the potential shock of the truth when it eventually emerged. Yet, she felt utterly exasperated by Huang Qingqing's remarks. Just wait. There would come a day when she would relish in the opportunity to smite her with the truth. Chapter 77. Encountering great trouble throughout the tumultuous events, Chuli, the central figure, remained remarkably composed. Ultimately, it was He Nanxu's words that deeply affected her. Her thoughts lingered on his declaration. My marriage to her is neither a coincidence nor an accident. I have liked her for a long time. How could he have harbored such feelings for her over an extended period? If he intended to project a facade of deep marital affection to the public, he could have easily concocted a more convincing excuse. Should her true identity be uncovered, it would inevitably lead to exposure, as she had never truly integrated into his social circle, despite their years together. They occasionally exchanged a few words, yet their interactions remained strictly professional, characterized by a rigid superior-subordinate dynamic. Chuli endeavored to calm her racing thoughts and gradually regained her composure. However, her tranquility was short-lived. As she was leaving the office that evening, she received a package which puzzled her. Not only had she refrained from online shopping in recent days, but she typically directed any deliveries to her home address, rendering this unexpected parcel quite bewildering. She stared at the package for an extended period. As her colleagues departed one by one, she finally picked up a small knife from her desk and carefully sliced open the packaging. Upon removing the outer layer, she discovered a vibrant red box adorned with a bow. Gazing at the box, her brow furrowed in confusion. Cautiously, she untied the bow, and upon opening it, she was shocked to find a set of white lace lingerie. In a swift motion, she slammed the box shut. At that moment, her phone chimed, and an anonymous, harassing message appeared, as if it had been anticipated. Darling, you would look absolutely stunning in this set. Be a good girl and wear it for me tonight, will you? A wave of nausea washed over her as she loathed the words before her, hastily deleting the message. Clutching the box and scissors, she retreated to the restroom, locking herself in a stall. There, she viciously cut the lingerie into shreds, her scissors relentlessly slicing until the original form was unrecognizable. Yet, she clung to the scissors, as if in a fit of retribution, continuing until she accidentally nicked her fingertip, prompting her to finally cease. Throughout this ordeal, she remained eerily silent. Blood seeped from her wound, and she numbly observed it before stepping to the sink outside. She then lathered her hands with a generous amount of soap, vigorously scrubbing until the once white foam was stained crimson. Uncertain of how long she had been scrubbing, perhaps long enough to wear away her skin, she turned on the faucet, placing her hands beneath the cold stream, allowing the water to wash away the remnants. The icy water stung her bleeding wound, and in that moment, her mind went blank. Yet she stubbornly refused to withdraw her hand. Amidst the sound of running water, her phone, nestled in the pocket of her coat, vibrated incessantly, ringing continuously. As Chuli gradually regained her senses, she grabbed a tissue to wipe her hands clean and retrieve her phone from her pocket. Upon seeing the caller ID on the screen, a ripple of emotion stirred within her otherwise numb and hollow heart. She answered the call, initially attempting to maintain her composure. Yet her voice betrayed her with an uncontrollable tremor. Hello. He Nanxu immediately sensed something was amiss. What's wrong? Instead of responding to his inquiry, she countered. Where are you? In the office. May I come see you? Of course. All right, I'm on my way. After hanging up, Chuli silently walked to the elevator and pressed a button for the direct route to the president's office. When He Nanxu spotted Chuli before him, a shiver ran through him. Her eyes were slightly reddened at the corners, and her left index finger was carelessly wrapped in a tissue from which bright red blood seeped, staining the fabric. What happened to your hand? He strode swiftly from behind his desk to the door. Chuli shook her head, her voice barely audible. It's nothing. Just a small cut from scissors. He Nanxu's expression turned serious. He did not press further, but took her wrist gently, guiding her to the sofa. He quickly retrieved a first aid kit from his office. Kneeling beside her, he carefully peeled away the tissue that had adhered to the wound, treating it with meticulous precision akin to that of a professional caregiver. Each step of the procedure was executed with stringent attention, making Chuli feel as though her minor injury was a grave affliction in his capable hands. Once he had completely bandaged her injury, he turned to her, now seeking answers. What could have possibly caused this? It's just, I encountered something upsetting and got distracted. Initially, she intended to leave it at that, but the focused and gentle gaze of He Nanxu rendered her incapable of hiding the truth from him. I was harassed by a pervert. She bit her lip, pausing for a long moment before recounting the events truthfully. A couple of days ago, he sent me a harassing text message. The content of that message eluded her lips, yet she hoped He Nanxu would understand. Then today, I received an anonymous package containing a set of lingerie. The bouquet of roses might have been from the same person. Chuli spoke, her gaze lowered, oblivious to the fierce intensity glimmering in the depths of the man's dark eyes. It was only at this moment that Chuli remembered she had deleted the text, discarded the roses, and destroyed the lingerie along with the packaging. Thus, she retained no evidence to substantiate her claims, nor could she provide any leads to identify the harasser. Had she acted too impulsively, obliterating vital evidence? In the face of such harassment, she should have preserved the proof and sought to expose this deviant. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense and oppressive. He Nanxu's veins bulged as he restrained the surge of anger within him, his gaze filled with tenderness and concern resting on Chuli's face, which bore the weight of helplessness. He reached out to gently pat her head, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry, I will investigate this." Chuli remained silent, nodding slightly. It had been several days since he had first received those harassing messages. Why hadn't she confided in him from the beginning? Chuli stared blankly at the man before her nose tinged with a sense of sorrow, her lips trembling as she wished to articulate something, yet found herself unable to voice it. Noticing her persistent silence, He Nanxu maintained his patience, gently encouraging her. "Chuli, I am your husband. There is nothing you cannot share with me." After a prolonged silence, Chuli finally spoke, her voice slightly hoarse. "I simply feel that such matters are too filthy. I do not wish for you to see this sordid side of me." Struggling against the nausea rising within her, she painstakingly typed out the 2 harassing messages on her phone, one word at a time. Perhaps having endured similar distressing experiences before had drained her emotionally and physically, rendering her both fragile and sensitive. Discussing such matters felt insurmountable. "This is not your fault. There is nothing to be ashamed of," He Nanxu said as he wrapped his arm around her shoulders, pulling her into his embrace. He kissed the top of her dark hair and, with quiet resolve, uttered, "They're the ones who deserve punishment." Chuli said nothing but quietly leaned against him, slowly closing her eyes. In that moment, his warm and fervent embrace alleviated all her anxiety and distress. She found herself yearning for his warmth, momentarily forgetting that they were in the office, in his workspace. Even when the office door swung open, she remained oblivious. Assistant Lu Ming had intended to remind his boss of an important engagement that evening, but upon witnessing the scene in the office, he discreetly retreated. Naturally, He Nanxu canceled the important meeting. Neither of them returned home that day. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Chuli fell asleep in the lounge of his office. However, her rest was fitful that night. She dreamt of vile words and of a summer when she was 16. It was the first year after her parents' demise. Her uncle, who had swindled her parents' compensation money, invaded her room that fateful night like a malevolent spirit. "Please," Chuli murmured, her hands flailing in distress. He Nanxu grasped her wrist gently, speaking soothingly. "Do not be afraid, Chuli. I am here. I am here." He repeated these words, providing comfort until her struggles gradually subsided. In the dim light, He Nanxu remained motionless, watching the woman beside him, his heart aching as he tenderly kissed away the tears at the corners of her eyes. He did not sleep the entire night. The following day, Chuli awoke early, perhaps having learned from the last awkward incident of nearly being caught while sleeping in He Nanxu's office. This time, she set several alarms before going to bed. When the first alarm rang, she swiftly got out of bed, preparing to make her escape. Lying in bed, the man with his bare upper body opened his eyes and reached out, accurately grasping her wrist. It was not yet 7 o'clock. The weather today is rather dreary, shrouded in a thick mist that casts a somber pall over everything outside. Chuli's gaze followed the hand gripping her arm, landing on the man's bare chest. Instead of responding to his inquiry, she posed a question of her own. "Why? Were you not wearing any clothes while you slept last night?" He chose not to divulge that it was due to a certain tearful little one whose distress had soaked his garments twice. leading him to change twice and ultimately forego further changes. He teased her, perhaps because, "I have a penchant for sleeping in the nude." Chuli felt a sudden, inexplicable shock. Quietly, she withdrew her wrist from his grasp, deliberately ignoring his remarks. "I should leave early. Everyone will be at work soon, and it would be inappropriate if someone were to see us." As He Nanxu observed her retreating to the bathroom for her morning routine, he noted her emerging in a fresh outfit. Her demeanor noticeably brightened after the events of the previous night. Chuli had managed to recalibrate her emotions. Over the years, she had learned the art of self-healing. Was it not said that no matter how bleak life may be, one should maintain a polished appearance? Yet, to cast aside such negative feelings in merely one night was something Chuli had not anticipated. She glanced at the man lounging on the bed, attentively observing her every move, and murmured a heartfelt thank you. Thank you for what? There were countless reasons she wished to express her gratitude, yet she settled for a simple, "Thank you for appearing in my life." Although the sentiment felt somewhat sentimental, she articulated it with utmost sincerity. He Nanxu regarded her, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. "If that's the case, I ought to thank myself. Some opportunities arise but once," and he had deftly seized the moment, thus creating the chance to enter her life. Noticing the faint blush on Chuli's cheeks from uttering such uncharacteristic words, He Nanxu raised an eyebrow, as if to encourage her to express such sentiments more often, suggesting that with practice, it would become second nature. Chuli smiled in response. "All right, I shall make the effort." Early the next morning, after quietly slipping out of He Nanxu's office, Chuli indulged in breakfast alone, then resumed her workday as though nothing had transpired. The following 2 days unfolded without incident. She received no intrusive messages nor unexpected deliveries at the office. Chuli vaguely suspected that this was the handiwork of He Nanxu, yet she refrained from inquiring about the extent of his actions. On Thursday evening after work, Zhao Yunming approached Chuli with an invitation to a gathering that night. She cautiously inquired, "Who will be attending?" Zhao Yunming began to list names, revealing a roster of prominent figures from both political and business spheres. This gathering was organized by President He himself, who intended for her to independently oversee the next project. This was an opportunity for her to acclimate, as in such circles, connections and resources are paramount. Knowing these individuals would undoubtedly benefit her career. At this moment, was He Nanxu already plotting and laying the groundwork for her? Chuli understood his intentions. Yet, as she gazed at Zhao Yunming's composed demeanor, she couldn't help but ponder whether he found it peculiar that He Nanxu would go to such lengths for her. Zhao Yunming remarked, "I can see that you hold a unique position in President He's heart. Responding, bosses tend to appreciate employees like you." She silently exhaled in relief. "You flatter me." That evening, the gathering was set at an upscale club, designed with the essence of traditional Chinese courtyard architecture, integrating business, social interaction, leisure, entertainment, art, and gourmet dining. Much like the capital's elite clubs, it was a favored haunt for the affluent and high society in Jingzhou. Chuli secretly thought to herself that at least this gathering was not at the capital's club. However, she did not anticipate encountering a significant dilemma here, one that she had not faced even at the capital's club. She had arrived there with Zhao Yunming. As they traversed the opulent, resplendent hall of the club, guided by a server towards their private booth, they unexpectedly collided with someone. It turned out to be Shun Li. He was wearing a Bluetooth headset, presumably engaged in a phone conversation. He caught sight of Chu Li immediately. Chapter 78. No vulnerability to be grasped in that fleeting moment of eye contact. Chu Li no longer exhibited the slightest inclination to evade, but rather, she approached with unreserved confidence. In contrast, at the instant Shun Li met her gaze, his eyes instinctively averted, reflecting a moment of discomfort. The voice on the other end of the phone, sensing his silence, cautiously inquired, "Brother Shun, is something the matter?" "Nothing," he replied dismissively, just as Chu Li brushed past him. This subtle exchange of emotions went unnoticed by Zhao Yunming, who continued to engage Chu Li in conversation. "President, he treats you so well. You should cherish that. Your boyfriend may not even be as good." At that moment, Chu Li, without much thought, earnestly retorted, How do you know my boyfriend isn't is good? He is quite wonderful. Haha, you're flaunting your affection right in my face. These words reached Shun Li's ears, prompting a sardonic smile to curve his lips. The two continued their conversation as they walked forward, gradually fading from view, their voices becoming indistinct. Shun Li remained rooted in place, motionless, until her voice vanished entirely, at which point he stiffly turned away. After a considerable pause, Jiang cautiously broached the subject. Brother Shun, the marriage prospect your father arranged for you has been waiting in the Fuchin private room. She has already been waiting for over an hour. Shun Li scoffed coldly. If she wishes to wait, let her. But if your father finds out, what does it matter to him? I have no vulnerabilities left for him to exploit. No vulnerabilities whatsoever. In truth, he had only possessed one vulnerability all along. Shun Li closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, the intricate web of conflicting emotions in his gaze was replaced by an air of detached indifference. After hanging up, Shun Li did not immediately depart from the establishment. Instead, he sought a room to rest. Lying on the bed, his phone buzzed with a video call notification. Upon answering, the cherubic face of Nguyen filled the screen. Brother, where are you? Shun Li's voice was flat, yet surprisingly gentle. In my room, getting ready to sleep. Are you sleeping alone? Is there another sister by your side? This little imp. I'm alone. After saying this, Shun Li turned the camera around, meticulously scanning every corner of the room. You're going to sleep so early? It's not even dark yet. Brother, are you bored? Should I come over to keep you company? Nguyen understood that her brother must be feeling quite sad lately. The beautiful sister had abandoned him. He and T sought another beautiful sister and spent his days in solitude, which was rather pitiful. Hence, Nguyen had been particularly diligent in calling Shun Li, each time offering to come over and play with him. Shun Li chuckled softly, no, thank you. Nguyen pouted her lips, feeling discontented. In the past, whenever her brother upset her, she would angrily declare, I don't want you anymore. It had become a habitual phrase, one her brother had seemingly grown accustomed to as well. Yet this time, the words lingered on her lips, only to be swallowed back down. With a voice both soft and commanding, she asserted, I want you. Is that all right? Deep down, Nguyen understood the harsh reality. Her brother's parents had abandoned him, and even the beautiful sister who once adored him had turned her back. If even she no longer wanted him, then who would truly care for him? Within Nguyen lay a maturity that exceeded her peers, yet also a brightness of innocence and simplicity that shone more radiantly than those of her contemporaries. Shun Li gazed at her adorable face, pondering how blissful it would be to have a child with someone he cherished. Previously, Shun Li had never contemplated the notion of marriage and parenthood, yet now, it occupied his thoughts incessantly. At one moment, his heart raced violently, his body chilled, and even his hand trembled slightly as it gripped his phone. He found himself unable to control certain physical reactions. How long would it take for him to come to terms with everything related to her? When Chu Li and Zhao Yunming arrived at the private room of the clubhouse, many guests had already gathered. Chu Li surveyed the room, recognizing faces that were unfamiliar yet not entirely strange, as they were all prominent figures within her industry. Prior to coming, she had taken the initiative to learn about them after hearing their names from Zhao Yunming. He Nanxu, for reasons unknown, had not yet arrived. Following his instructions, Zhao Yunming introduced Chu Li to the attendees. This is Zhou Chuli, one of our company's most capable employees, highly regarded by President He. Zhao Yunming emphasized the latter part inadvertently. The guests graciously reciprocated Chu Li's greetings, fully aware that their courtesy was extended for the sake of He Nanxu. In this realm of fame and fortune, resources and connections held great significance. Yet her presence at this banquet did not equate to possessing such assets. Without He Nanxu, few in attendance genuinely regarded her. However, Chu Li remained unfazed. She recognized her own worth apart from He Nanxu. To earn the respect of others ultimately relied upon her own abilities. Let's take a seat. President, he has been delayed due to some matters and is currently on his way. He should arrive in about 10 to 20 minutes, Zhao Yunming announced. Thus, Chu Li settled onto a sofa, noticing an array of exquisite wines adorning the table before her. Among them, she immediately spotted her favorite orange juice. prompting a knowing smile to grace her lips. Just as she poured herself a glass, the sound of the private room door opening caught her attention. Expecting it to be He Nanxu, she instinctively looked up, her eyes filled with a hope she was unaware she possessed. However, to her dismay, it was someone else who entered the room. Chapter 79. I can hardly wait to taste your flavor. It was none other than Secretary Huang, whom she had encountered at a previous dinner gathering. At this moment, she was accompanied by a strikingly adorned, youthful woman, none other than Huang Qingqing. The attendees seemed taken aback by the unexpected arrival of this guest, for Secretary Huang was not on the list for tonight's gathering hosted by He Nanxu. However, given their social stature, the guests were genteel enough not to show overt discomfort. One person stood up, smiling and engaging. Ah, Secretary Huang, what a coincidence to see you here this evening. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. I seldom frequent this place, yet tonight I find myself among such distinguished figures. Secretary Huang replied with a chuckle. A lively yet courteous exchange ensued. Upon entering, Secretary Huang quickly scanned the room, but did not spot He Nanxu, which left him somewhat puzzled. Where's Mr. He? He wondered aloud. He had hurried over upon hearing that Mr. He was hosting tonight's gathering. Zhao Yiming responded, Mr. He has matters to attend to and will arrive later. Oh, I see. As the conversation continued, Secretary Huang unceremoniously found a seat, stating, I happen to have some matters I wish to discuss with Mr. He. He is usually quite busy, so I thought it fortuitous to seize this opportunity. This remark posed a slight challenge, as it was Mr. He who orchestrated the gathering. He will be here shortly. Let us wait a moment, was the collective sentiment. Once Mr. He arrives, his intentions will become clear. After settling in, Secretary Huang promptly introduced those present. This is my niece, Huang Qingqing, currently working at Yahoo and a capable aide to Mr. He. Qingqing, please greet everyone, and should you encounter any challenges at work, I kindly ask for your support for my little niece. Huang Qingqing sweetly greeted the attendees, who were momentarily taken aback by the scene. They glanced at Huang Qingqing and then at Chuli, recognizing the exceptional talent within the enterprise that propels Jingzhou's GDP. Indeed, both of Mr. He's capable aides were not only beautiful, but also exceptionally skilled in their professions. However, despite the compliments, Huang Qingqing could not shake her displeasure. She clenched her fists, casting a discontented glance at Chuli. She could not fathom why she was present at such an important gathering. Seizing the moment while Mr. He had yet to arrive and the gathering had not formally commenced, Huang Qingqing slid into the seat next to Chuli and whispered, So, who did you come with? Which of these attendees is your benefactor? Chuli, indifferent, did not spare her a glance, leisurely sipping her orange juice. I have no desire to converse with you. Keep your distance, she retorted. Huang Qingqing was on the brink of fury. She had anticipated being the sole young and beautiful girl at the event today, certain that she would become a striking presence, memorable long after the occasion. To her dismay, however, Chu Liguang, seated in the corner, exuded an effortless beauty that eclipsed her own aspirations. A surge of jealousy ignited within Huang Qingqing, who, flustered, returned to her original seat. Her mind was consumed, her gaze fixated like a nail upon Chu Li's figure. Suddenly, an inscrutable smile tugged at her lips as she stealthily picked up her phone to send a message. The opportunity you have awaited for so long has arrived. Chu Li felt a slight thirst and drained 2 glasses of orange juice. Just as she set her cup down, a waiter approached her. Miss Zhou, a Mr. Liu is looking for you. He requests your presence outside. Pu Dao, Zhu Li Yingguit, Mr. Liu. Yes, Mr. Liu. He mentioned he has something to discuss with you. What's his full name? Lu Ming. Lu Ming? Yes. Lu Ming was the assistant to He Nanxu, with whom Chu Li had exchanged pleasantries, though he had never sought her out directly before. What did he want? Just as she began to ponder, Zhao Yunming gestured to her, indicating that the message from Assistant Lu must be conveyed at the behest of the CEO. She should not keep him waiting. Under Zhao Yunming's urging, Chu Li reluctantly rose and followed the waiter outside, navigating through a winding corridor adorned with water features. The waiter led her to a newly styled Chinese hotel, discreetly guiding her to the door of a room on the 3rd floor. Mr. Liu is waiting for you inside. Her hand rested hesitantly on the slightly ajar door, indecision gripping her. With a flutter of her long lashes, she murmured, "It seems inappropriate for me to enter. Perhaps you could ask Mr. Liu to come out and speak with me instead." As she began to withdraw her hand, the door was suddenly flung open. A tattooed arm reached out, seizing her wrist like a chain, pulling her forcefully into the room. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud and locked from within. A startled gasp lodged in Chu Li's throat, but before she could vocalize her alarm, a handkerchief was pressed tightly over her mouth and nose from behind, imbued with a pungent scent. Soon, her body grew weak, her struggles diminishing until, ultimately, her consciousness faded, her form collapsing like a heap of mud onto the bed. In her hazy state, she glimpsed a tall man, clad only in a towel around his waist, his bare torso imposing as he loomed over her, his gaze predatory and fixed upon her. "Long time no see, Zhou Chuli. Do you remember me?" Chu Li's pupils dilated in shock. Liu Ming? It is indeed I." The sheer improbability of the situation was overwhelming to her. It turns out that the Liu Ming the waiter spoke of was not He Nanxu's assistant, Liu Ming, but rather her high school classmate. Liu Ming. This Liu Ming is as despicable as Huang Qingqing from back then. The man's gaze roamed over Chu Li, finally settling on her chest, which heaving with anxiety. He clicked his tongue in admiration and thought, "I want you. And today, I finally have the chance." Accompanying his words was a delicate white lace garment, which floated down onto her chest. "You would look stunning in this." Chu Li comprehended completely. "It's you? The one who sent me harassing texts, delivered roses to my office, and sent me packages? It is I." The man leaned closer, his breath warm against her. "I never anticipated your allure could be so potent. Even after all these years since high school, I still can't forget you. What do you want? What you are doing is a crime. I have committed many crimes over the years. Yours is but a trifling matter. I am eager to discover what it is like to be with Shen Li's woman." "Shen Li, you are mistaken." Chu Li's heart sank as she watched him draw nearer, feeling too weak to push him away. "I have broken up with Shen Li. We are no longer involved. It is precisely because you are no longer with him that I have found my opportunity," he sneered. "Do you have any idea how much I have remembered that punch he gave me back then?" Liu Ming was the ringleader among the boys who spread malicious rumors about Chu Li, driving her to the rooftop. Later, Shen Li confronted him several times over this incident, even grabbing him by the collar during evening study sessions, compelling him to apologize to Chu Li in front of the entire class like a dog, stripped of dignity. Recalling these memories, the man narrowed his eyes and smiled coldly. "He is just next door. Do you think he will hear you scream when I'm done with you?"